Wow, there are times. God, I haven't seen you in a while. How it's happening today. No one wells. Alright, I need people in here. Or I might as well just quit. Talk of VetMed. I think you were in here yesterday. I think I tried to bring you up, right? I don't think you responded, though. It's nothing. I just fired up Guy. See if we get anybody in here. I don't even know if there's anybody online or anybody interested. It's like TikTok's pretty dead today. All around. A lot of very small rooms. May just not be worth it. If you're in here to argue, join the panel. Otherwise, I'll just wait. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say. There's not a whole lot in the news. Some Fox News bullshit about some kid on an island. Donald Trump threatening war crimes some more. The war in Iran at the beginning of another 20-year war. Donald Trump fleecing the population and all the MAGA cultists being okay with it. So, not much to talk about. It's all just normal, everyday shit that we're all used to now. I don't have any of my friends in here. Pretty wild. God, there's just not very many people online at all. I have a lot of people I follow. Not a lot of people online. Guess I have no choice. Either sit here and wait or quit. What's up, JB? Nobody's in here. Nobody's coming in. TikTok's dead. I don't know if who you've been listening to this morning, but there isn't much going on out there. Los has Zionist versus Striker, basically. You were rock climbing. Was that you? It was your hand, right? Blisters? Or did you cut yourself? I think that was you. Didn't have to be. Is Millie really alive? I didn't even see her. That is so fucking boring. I don't know why anybody listens to that shit either. You have something you want to talk about, Tony? You can't climb no damn rocks. I don't know why anybody would want to, honestly. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun to me. And I'm from Colorado. Maybe that's why I don't like it. $900? That's not a lot. I suppose she pays for 400 of those and 600, who knows. They're talking about some Zionist shit on Mojo, aren't they? Fucking coach, Chris. Saw Mideast on there earlier. Nothing worse than talking to a Zionist and trying to convince them they're wrong about something. They'll straight up defend killing children. So, not sure that it's even worth the conversation. Genocide? What genocide? Yeah, well, Los does have both sides on. Penny doesn't give a shit. I think she'd rather only talk to her side. She can't argue with anybody, so it's all about just agreeing. What's up, Indy? We got nobody in here yet. Ibanez is putting up pictures of Chris Cahan. That's funny. Picture of Chris Cahan drinking Franzia wine from a box out of a straw. It's fucking hilarious. I don't know. Los doesn't argue very much either. He doesn't go out debating. Even if he joins other panels, he's not there to debate. He's generally just there to agree as well. He'll debate a couple people on his panel every once in a while, but that's about it.
What's happening, Mr. Mojo?
Not a whole lot. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
Oh, 53, Trump, California, Los Angeles.
I take it you still support Trump?
Of course I do. I'm ultra mega.
What does that mean?
That means it's like to the nines. You know what to the nines is?
That's usually speaking of what you're dressed as or in.
Well, okay, well, to the nines. Let me ask you, Mr. Mojo, what is this whole blue MAGA thing that's going on now?
Some propaganda bullshit put out by the right wing.
What do you... No, it's a left wing thing. They started it. So what's that all about?
There is no blue MAGA.
Are you kidding me? It's all over the It's all over the spectrum, bro.
No. Democrats don't support Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fucking absolute complete failure. He's a 34 count felon. He's enriching himself through the office of the presidency. He's bringing us into wars that we didn't need to be in. He's destroying the economy. There's nobody in the Democratic Party that's dumb enough to actually support him.
Well, all right. Well, you do realize that the inflation rate is much lower than it was during Biden's 9.4 at the same time this year or 3 years ago when Biden was the president, right? You have to admit that, right?
It's not. As a matter of fact, when Biden left office, the inflation rate was lower than it is right now.
It was 9.4, and you know it. Don't make me pull up some prompts here to show you the truth. Come on now, you know better.
We hit 9.4 in 20.
We can have a debate.
We hit 9.4 in 2021, 2022, and that was because of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. So everything's a pandemic.
Also, yeah. Well, obviously that was
okay. Well, when
the failures of Donald Trump in dealing with it.
Well, when Trump came into office, was it his fault? It was 9.4.
It wasn't 9.4 when he came into office.
What was it?
It was 2.4.
Oh, please.
It was.
It hasn't been 2.4 for. Come on now.
I'll look it up real quick.
Come on now. Don't be like everybody else. Like I go to my laptop and I start bringing up facts. You know what usually happens to me? They kick me because I start bringing them facts. But I'm not going to go to my laptop right now. I'm just going off of virtual reality right here.
Okay, so January of 2021.
Spit it out.
It was 1.4. January of
1.4. Are you give me a dude? Come on now, don't lie to me.
That was 2021. That was in the middle of COVID. Nobody was buying anything. Do you remember? Nobody was buying anything.
Well, I was shopping at an all-time high online.
There weren't a whole lot of online retailers. They actually blew up at that particular point. But either way, that's what it was. And then it did rise in 2021, 2022. It rose to the 9.4 that you're talking about. And then it dropped by 2023. And as of January of 2025, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It wasn't 2.4, it was 3%.
Okay. And what is it right now?
3%. Right now, it is.
Come on, Mojo. Bring up that Mojo, Mr. Marks.
Right now in July.
I've been following you for a long time, but I don't pop in very often.
I don't know that you've been following me. Right now, it is. Well, in June, it was 3.5, and today it's 4%.
Yeah, it just ticked up.
It's a full percent higher today than it was when Donald Trump took office.
Oh, okay. Well, I just popped in. I'm just passing through. But so what do you want to talk about?
Well, it was the failure of Donald Trump.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Do you think the world is a better place with Iran? Don't say Iran because everybody gets all pissy. With Iran having 11 nukes, or do you think the world will be a better place without them having those 11 nukes that they bragged about, saying at the meetings, we're 2 weeks away, there's nothing you can do to stop us because we have 11 in 2 weeks. Just honestly, what's your opinion?
My opinion is we had no reason to go into Iran in the first place. We had no reason to leave the JCPOA, as a matter of fact. However, if Iran was interested in having nukes, they would have them already. Because as of 2021, after Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, they ended up with 60% enriched uranium. In 2021, they had 5 full years to make nukes, and they chose not to. Why is that?
Well, why is that? Well, why is what? Well, like, why is it that for 47 years they've wanted nukes? Or, I mean, what are you asking me? Can you define your question just a little hair down?
I don't think that for 47 years they wanted nukes. I don't know that they ever wanted nukes. And they certainly don't have them now.
I will say this: the Iranians. I'm gonna say Iranians. I'm not gonna correct myself every time. You know, they wanted nukes. I mean, that's been their. You know, that's been their World Cup, if you will, right? Because they want to control the Middle East. Like who is Iran to tell the United States
Israel.
get all of your military?
Let's be clear. Israel wants to control the Middle East. Iran has just been trying to live its life. That's all they've been trying to do, and they've had sanctions on them for the last 50 years.
Okay, you know what?
And they could have developed nukes, but they chose not to.
I will give you this: that Israel wants to control that region. However, they got a big bully, and you know, I mean, you know what's going on. Do you think that Iran attacking all of its supposed, brothers, those other countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, blah blah blah. You think that's fair?
These are the countries that have U.S. bases, and these are the countries that side with Israel.
Okay.
These are the countries that are attacking.
Do you think the United States should separate itself from Israel and stop funding them?
I do.
Why? If you don't mind me asking, why?
Because it's done nothing but get us in more and more trouble. We've fucked around in the Middle East way too long. They just need to sort it out themselves.
That's an interesting point. I'll give you that. I mean, but the thing is when have you ever had anybody threaten you?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Don't much care.
Does it bother you? Do you get worried? Do you get scared? Or you're like, yeah, whatever?
I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Well, yeah. Verbiage is verbiage, but, action is action. And, that's true. But, the thing about Iran is they have verbiage and they're proud of it. And it's, they chant unalive to everybody because they actually believe they're the dominant power in the Middle East, and they're not.
No, they just want to.
Like, why can't
they just want to be left alone?
Well, okay, they don't want to be left alone.
They do.
They unalive their people like we swap flies, bro. Come on now.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to prove that. I don't think the IRGC is.
You never seen you don't watch those. Do you have a VPN?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have one? I could tell by the way you said it.
No,
Yeah, access your VPN. Well, access your VPN. Go to the web, dark web, and watch the videos.
I'm not going to the fucking dark web, you dipshit.
Well,
what the fuck?
Well, you don't have to curse at me, for God's sakes.
Well,
I was just saying. Well, you called me dipshit.
Well, that's not cursing, though.
That wasn't very nice.
You told me to go to the dark web. What are you, crazy?
Yeah, go. Well, if you want to see what's really going on, that's all I was getting at.
No, I don't want to see death videos. That's just gross.
Well, then you would know what is really going on with that little, beautiful, humble country that think you're going to Tahiti, right?
How could you possibly trust anything on the dark web?
Mr. Mojo.
Mr. Robert.
All right.
Dick.
You want to move forward on to something else?
Well, no, I mean, I don't understand why you're so gung-ho on taking out a country that didn't do anything to us.
Are you kidding? They've killed thousands of Americans because of their ideology.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
No. When have they ever killed? They have never attacked the United States of
You
America.
never heard of
Never,
the
not
U.S.
once.
Have you ever heard when Bill? You know who Bill Clinton is, right?
Um, am I supposed to?
I'm asking you.
Am I?
I
I'm
don't look.
asking you. Am I
I
supposed to
didn't come
know?
in here. I didn't come in. I did not come in here to joust with you. Do you know who Bill Clinton is? You either
Am
do
I
or you
supposed to
don't.
know who that is?
No, no, not. I mean, if you live under a rock, then the answer would be no.
I
Do you live under a rock,
think
Mr.
Oman's. I
Mojo?
think Oman's under a rock. I think Oman lives under a rock.
Yeah. You know
Iran
when Bill.
under Iran is like this, the ocean and shit. But under a rock is,
Look,
I think,
come
Oman.
on, man. You
That's the
know,
fucking
you
stupid
know.
questions. Of course, I know who Bill Clinton is. What is your point, dude?
So why don't you just say yes? Why you
Because what is
dicking me
it's a
around,
stupid.
bro? Why you
Because it's
dicking
a
me around,
stupid.
Mr. Marks?
It's a stupid question.
Okay, so Bill Clinton, you ever heard of the U.S. coal when it was
Yes.
attacked?
Yeah, by Israel.
No, by Iran. You know how many sailors were killed during that attack?
How many sailors were killed on the coal? And
That
these are
doesn't matter to
sailors.
you? I mean,
These are
wait, let me
sailors.
ask you this. Do you live in the United States? Are you an American?
Yes.
And so it doesn't bother you that a nefarious entity would do harm to one of your fellow Americans? That doesn't bother you?
You know that that the coal was attacked by Al Qaeda,
Are
right?
you gonna answer my
You know that
question with a
you know
yes
that
or
the
no, or you're
coal.
just gonna
You know that
spin
the
around it?
you know that the coal was attacked by Al Qaeda, right?
No, because I don't know anybody in Al Qaeda.
I don't. Do you know anybody in Iran?
Yes, I do. I have family
Really?
there. Yeah, I have family
Oh,
there.
I think you're full of shit. Well, Al Qaeda is not controlled by Iran, nor has it ever been controlled by Iran. It was never a proxy of Iran. They had no relationship to Iran whatsoever.
Okay, what I just said right now was a lie, and I'm glad you told me what you just said because now we're gonna have a real conversation. It took a while to fester that out of you. Why do you play so hard to get?
I don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Bro, I asked you questions. You're like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm honestly answering your questions. What's wrong with you?
You think it's okay for a little? You think it's okay? All right. Anyways, I'm gonna stop beating around the bush. Thousands of Americans have been subdued, incarcerated, or unalive by that country that thinks they're the shit in the Middle East, and they're not.
I think you're
And
wrong.
you think
It's
and
nowhere near
you're
thousands
okay
of
with that?
people. It's nowhere near thousands of people that
Oh
have been
please.
killed by Iran.
Oh yeah. It's been over thousands, bro.
No, it is not. On top of that, every single person that was attacked by Iran at any point in time, short of the Olympic thing, they were all soldiers. This was Iran attacking our military bases that are in their area.
Oh, so if you're in the military, you're not American.
Well, we would do the same thing. I mean, if Iran put a base in Cuba, we would absolutely attack that base, wouldn't we?
I don't know. Would we? China has a
Yes.
base there. China
No,
has a
they
base
don't.
there.
China
Russia
does
has a
not
base
have a
in
base
Cuba.
in Cuba. No, they
Bro,
don't.
China and Russia have a base in
No,
Cuba.
they don't. Stop the
Where
nonsense.
you been, man?
You think this is the missile crisis? Are you serious?
Oh, are you that old?
No, I'm not that old, but I know what happened. This is not that. And
Okay,
no,
what
there are
happened?
no
What
bases.
happened?
There are no bases except for fucking Guantanamo in Cuba right now.
Oh, you said except for Guantanamo.
Guantanamo, that's our fucking base. What's wrong with you?
Well, I know, man. I'm just, just preaching to the choir with you. I'm trying to figure out if you really know what you're talking about.
I think, well, if you've been listening to me a long time, I would think that you know that I know what I'm talking about. And if I don't know what I'm talking about, I'll look it up. And if I'm wrong about something, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But I still don't understand why
All
the
right,
fuck
all right. So
you
look it
support
up.
attacking Iran.
Look it up, please. Do me a favor. And don't kick me because we're having a little jousty, nice conversation. I think it's nice.
Are you drunk?
No, not at all. I want you to look up how many Americans have been unalived by Iran.
0. Now, soldiers, different story, but...
Why are soldiers a different story?
Because if we're in their area and we're threatening them with our fucking military, they're justified in attacking us, just like we would do to them.
So, in other words, because they're military, their lives don't count.
I didn't say that at all, but it's justifiable for sure.
But that's what it sounds. Well, see, that's what it sounds like. That's the way it's coming across to me.
It's justifiable, dude. If you have a military base, if they put a military base anywhere near us, we'd take it out too.
I don't know about you, Mr. Mojo.
All right, if you go all the way back to 1983, we've lost about 600 troops total. Troops, American troops. No American citizens. I mean, no American civilians.
Oh, you mean
I'm sorry, no American civilians.
Civilians. See, that's right. Now you're cooking. You said no civilians.
Yeah. I said
of course not. Well, of course not.
Okay, so they're not attacking American civilians. They're attacking our bases, which makes sense because militaries attack other militaries.
Well,
that makes absolute sense.
And how many hostages did they take?
Back in the 80s, they take 36 or some shit like that. I don't remember. I don't remember how many it was. I remember tying ribbons on fucking trees, though.
Well, there you go. And during the Biden years, how many United States naval ships surrendered to the Iranian Navy?
Just one.
It was two.
Well, that's because we went into their international water. We went into their waters from international waters. So we invaded their country at that point, basically. We would do the same thing.
Yeah, well, China thinks all the waters belong to them, right?
Yeah, but this isn't China. We're talking about Iran. I'm still trying to...
Yeah, I know. I just pivoted.
I'm still trying to figure out why you support going into Iran. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Okay.
I think the only reason that you support a war in Iran is because Donald Trump told you to. I think that's the only reason you support it.
No, he doesn't tell me to do anything.
I think he tells you to do everything.
Okay.
And I think you do it happily. I think you start skipping when he tells you to do something.
I think you're morphing into Mojo Blue MAGA Marks. That's what I think.
Well, I'm certainly not Blue MAGA, but I am a Marxist.
Do you have SPF 5 million? Because if you go to France and Iran has a nuke, they already threatened publicly to assassinate him.
Iran doesn't have a nuke.
Oh, but but hold on. But if they did, you would have a very bad day if they set that thing off, right?
If pigs could fly, we'd all have shit over our heads, wouldn't we?
I agree, but they don't fly.
And they don't have nukes.
So what is Iran's goal with those centrifuges? Riddle me that, Batman.
They were creating nuclear material for energy and for medical uses.
You just made my fucking laughing day. That's hilarious.
Why?
You really think they want to spread peace and prosperity when they follow the law of Islam? Come on now.
That's a pretty far stretch from the previous question and my answer to it.
You said question.
However, no, I don't.
Are you smoking? Are you smoking?
I am smoking outside, yeah.
I could tell. Yeah, I know you're on the 420. I could tell.
You have been listening for a while.
Anyways,
wait, hold on. Fuck. Now you got me all flustered. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I know, because you're fucking on the 420. Go ahead.
Well, I don't remember what you were saying now.
Somebody in the comments, please tell me what we're talking about.
You don't even remember.
Yes, I do. You were talking about, peaceful. Like you were saying, I was like, they're doing it for medicinal, some shit like that.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking for world peace. No, I don't think Iran is looking for world peace. I don't think we're looking for world peace. I think I'm looking for world peace, but I think the vast majority of the population that exists on this planet is not looking for world peace, except for maybe all the beauty pageant people, women. I don't fucking know. They all seem to think they want world peace, but other than that, I would say everybody's kind of used to war. That's kind of the way we've lived our lives for quite a long time as human beings. So I would like to see that change. So no, I'm not going to say that Iran wants world peace, but they do want to be left alone. They want to be sovereign in their own territory.
Oh, so an open waterway, Strait of Hormuz, open waterway created by God. I don't know if you're an atheist, believe in God, or whatever you are. I don't know. But that's not.
You haven't been listening to me, and I'm a Marxist. Of course, I'm an atheist.
Well, you are?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, let's go from there. Doesn't have anything to do with my comment. But that open waterway, they do not have a right to toll people. You agree or you disagree?
I agree that they don't have a right. And you know what? Before we went in, nobody had tolls on their ships passing through there. The only reason that tolls are even being threatened right now is because we invaded their country, because we started bombing their country. That wouldn't have happened if it weren't for us.
No, it wouldn't happen if it wasn't for them 47 years ago.
What did they do 47 years ago?
Well, it was Are you really asking that question?
I am. I want to know if you know.
They overthrew the crown prince, and then the Ayatollah ushered in their bullshit.
Did that include the help of the CIA and the MI6? I think it was MI5 at the time.
I don't know, because I don't work for them, but I'm pretty sure they probably had a hand in it, and it went the wrong way. I'll give you that. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what happened. And then we installed a fucking Shah.
Yeah, the Shah. Yeah, they overthrew the Shah, and then the Ayatollah came in, and that's where we've been for 47 years, right?
Yeah, but we did that.
But when the Shah
was our fault.
All right. When the Shah was in charge, nobody chanted death to America, death to this or that, you know?
Yeah, because we took out their leader. Of course they're not going to like us.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that, but you know, you gotta overthrow. Look, come on, man. You know, Mojo, I know you're super intelligent. You know, so this goes without saying. When you overthrow somebody, it could be for good, obviously, right?
Has it ever been?
Well, sure.
No. We have never installed a dictator anywhere in the world where it's actually worked out for us.
I'm not talking about you know, the United States, right?
Why not? And this is
anyways, you have a guest, so I'm gonna mute my mic and enjoy the show.
It almost seems like you guys were talking in slow-mo to each other. That was wild. I got a question for you, Mojo. Would you want to live under a IRGC type regime?
No, but I don't want to live in a capitalistic country either.
Okay, but let's not get silly with the conflation. You know, like capitalism in America is far from perfect, but is it safe to say that most Americans would prefer to live under the current system that we have with periodic elections, separation of powers, as imperfect as it is?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So why do you assume that the average Iranian isn't happy with the fact that we are, eroding the regime's power and slowly creating the conditions for them to be free? I don't
I don't.
doubt that there's. Go ahead.
I don't make assumptions about somebody else's happiness. If they tell me they're happy, they're happy. If they tell me they're not happy, they're not happy. I'm not going to make assumptions about whether they're happy or not.
Okay, well, fair. I mean, that's quite fair. But all things being equal, we can all assume that the average human being, for the most part, values freedom, independence, separation of powers, protection from the state, all these things that we kind of take for granted over here in the U.S.
I don't think
So
that's true.
you think that people want to be subjugated and enslaved and
I think there,
persecuted and.
I think there are plenty of people that want to be subjugated.
Well, yeah, communists, sure, but
No, monarchists. I would say libertarians. I would say that there's all sorts of people out there that want a dictatorial government in some way, shape, or form, or a dictatorial economy anyway. And I mean, just the fact that you're a capitalist would tell me that. Because you
yeah,
want
but like,
monopolies control our marketplaces.
no, no, again, so no, that's not what a capitalist is. But look. So my point really was, I agree with you in principle that we shouldn't assume to think or know what people feel or want. In January of this year, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Iranians went to the streets to protest their government, and tens of thousands of them were slaughtered.
Prove that.
So, prove that they were slaughtered.
Prove that tens of thousands of people were slaughtered.
So, I mean, the evidence that I have is based off of information that is disseminated through our administration. The regime itself
Oh,
admitted to
yeah. See, I
unaliving
don't
maybe.
trust any of that shit. The administration itself in Iran is admitted to about 3,600.
And you trust them?
I trust, honestly, at this point, I trust them more than Donald Trump.
That's crazy. So then you would rather live under the Ayatollah and the regime and the.
No, but I trust them more than this fucking president.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Because it's not that this president saying it, it's the entire administration, right? This president isn't an authoritarian.
Well, he is kind of an authoritarian.
Wait,
He
wait,
is
wait.
too.
And I have to say, and prior administrations before this one.
He is kind of an authoritarian. He instituted Schedule F on day one. He started firing people from the top to the bottom. He made
No,
sure
that's
that
his
they were
prerogative
loyalists.
to fire people, though.
He started putting out loyalty tests to make sure that these people were loyal to him. He
Oh
is
my
a
God! Oh
fucking
my God!
dictator.
Mojo! It is within the privy of the president to fill his cabinet
To
with people
demand
who.
loyalty from the entirety of the federal government?
Wait,
No,
hold
no,
on.
whole from the cabinet that he appoints. Yes,
It's not the
this is
cabinet. This is
I
not
would,
the cabinet. We're talking about GS10s and shit. That's not
I,
cabinet level positions.
I would like to say, during his first term, it was like a learning curve on a bell curve, like if you were in college in English and you knew you weren't good at it. And I personally am glad he did not win the second election because we needed him now during this election. And
That's
he's doing a
wild. This is
fantastic
exactly
job.
what Hitler did, right? He
I
got
don't know. I don't
he
know
got put into
Hitler.
power. He got put into power.
not
He got put into power.
a
He got
leader.
elected into office, and then he learned through that process.
Oh my God! Are you
And then he was,
serious? Dude,
and
you
then he
got
was
rid-
kicked out,
Dude,
and then he was
what a-
kicked out, and then he decided to take over again after that. So
No, he
yeah,
didn't.
he
What are you
learned. This is
talking
what Donald
about?
Trump is doing right now.
Dude,
Donald Trump
what
and
kind of
his
revisionist
administration and
history?
his lackeys are learning right now how to be authoritarian governments.
What kind of revisionist nonsense are you engaging in? Hitler, his party won about 30% of the vote in 1933. Okay, and because no single party had a majority, he was tasked with basically forming a coalition. Okay, and basically as a compromise, I think it was Wilhelm Kaiser the Second. I don't remember which one it was, but basically the actual president or the chancellor gave him prime ministership, and then you had the burning of the Reichstag, and basically Hitler doing what Hitler does, and then taking over power forcefully, and basically
That's what I
removing
just
all.
fucking said.
No, but he didn't lose power and then gain power again.
But
He didn't learn. He just went right. He went straight to the
Wait,
wall.
he spent that whole time learning
What
how
whole
to
time?
become an
The few months?
authoritarian and how to control that government.
Oh, come
That's what
on. You're
Donald Trump is
comparing, you're
doing.
comparing
Donald
Trump to
Trump,
that? This
yeah,
is
I
so
am.
silly.
I am
This is so
absolutely
silly.
doing that. So when you say that he didn't know what he was doing when he got in power in 2016, I'll agree with you, or in 2017.
I
I'll
never
agree
said
with
that.
you. But
That wasn't me.
no, the other dude did, though.
Okay.
I'll
The other
agree.
dude
He didn't
doesn't
know what
speak
the
for
fuck
me.
he's doing, and he has learned through this process. He and the Heritage Foundation have learned. They created Project 2025 after that, and that is the authoritarian government that they want to set up. That unitary executive theory.
Oh my god, dude. You guys are something else, man.
Yeah, you're gonna go into Heritage Foundation. Come on, man.
Yeah, the unitary executive theory. That's exactly what they're putting in place right now.
And how many pages is it?
800 and some odd. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's
879.
834. And how many have you read of it?
A few.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all you didn't even read the forward, bro. Come on now.
But it's about the unitary executive theory. That's exactly what they were talking about. They were talking about giving more power to the executive branch. They were talking about setting up a dictatorship in the United States. And that's exactly what they're moving toward right now.
Oh, okay. So now that you said that, and hold on, Mr. Guy, please let me have the floor for a few seconds. So everything that you're saying about this Republican thing, I'm going to use the word thing, that's what, well, let me ask you this. What's the difference between a Democrat and a Democrat socialist? Answer me that, Mr. Mojo.
A democratic socialist is somebody that wants more socialism. A Democrat would just be somebody that's okay with the system as it's set up right now.
Okay, thank you. You just proved my point. I mean, that's what your party's all about, and you're trying to blow. You know,
I'm
that's
a fucking Marxist. Do you think that's an attack on me? What the fuck?
It's a roundabout way for you to not consider yourself blue MAGA.
I'm not blue MAGA. I'm a fucking Marxist.
It's worse than blue MAGA because Marxist. If you're a Marxist, then you basically don't want the institutions that we have. Meaning, you don't want the separation of powers as they were.
I want to get rid of corporations altogether. I want a more of a pure democracy. A pure democracy would be perfect if we can ever actually get there. I want all basic needs met by our society and our government. I'm a fucking Marxist.
Yeah, that's very childish of you, but okay. You can continue on that way if you want.
Well, thank you for your permission.
Well, I'm just saying because it's weird because you mock libertarians, which I do too, right? They're just as childish with their view on, their utopian nonsense that on paper may look good, but it never actually works in practice because it doesn't account for things like human greed and it doesn't account for,
There's no such thing as human greed. That's no such thing.
No, people aren't greedy. That's why you hate corporations so much.
That's a learned behavior. We teach our kids how to be greedy.
Oh, yes. Hunter-gatherers who hoarded land, meat, this thing and the next. They were just taught that. Lions who hunter-gatherers were to take over the pride is taught that.
Hunter-gatherers were generally speaking nomadic, which means they weren't hoarding anything.
All right. So Mojo, who are the modern day hunter-gatherers in a political aspect?
I have no idea what you're asking.
Oh my God, Guy, do you know what I'm? Or if you
don't,
I'm
not gonna lie.
All right. So the modern day hunters and gatherers are the Democrats because number one, they don't know, they've never signed a check and owned a company. They've only been in politics, and so all they know how to do
is Soros.
Wait, hold on. They just know how to hunt corporations and take their money. They just know how to take their money and spend it because that's all they know how to do.
Who's George Soros?
Oligarch, billionaire, anarcho.
They've never owned anything? Is that what you said?
No, Mojo, I said today's hunters and gatherers are today's Democrat politicians. They just want to take gather the people with a bunch of false promises, have them depend on the government, and then continue on their way and don't really give a crap about, who's left behind.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that's a stupid fucking analogy.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Name a Democrat.
Incoherent nonsense. It's just you're just saying words to try to sound smart, and I'm on your side. Just stop. It's painful. Listen, again, Mojo, your problem again, my guy, is that you have these pie in the sky ideas that once implemented and require human beings to implement them always fail, always result in authoritarianism every single time across the world, across cultures, across time. So you would think that somehow we're going to be different in America, as if there's no sociopaths in the United States that have hunger for power. Do you want the reins of power to be in the hands of a fucking nepo baby degenerate like Hassan Piker, cosplaying as a fucking Mao Zedong?
Authoritarianism.
Grow the fuck up, huh?
Authoritarianism comes from capitalism. It is about the control of resources and human capital.
No, authoritarianism is the rule of the few or individual through power. Yeah. It comes in both. Yeah. It comes both from a right-wing fascist to a socialist.
It's only about the control of resources, including human capital. That's it. That's what it's about.
So wait. So in the communist,
this is the end goal. Authoritarianism is the end goal of capitalism.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. In the examples throughout history and throughout the world that we've had, whether it's Mao Zedong, Stalin, were they not authoritarians who imposed onto everyone?
They were capitalists.
Are you out your mind?
Oh no, they were, Mr. Mojo. You're sorry, bro, but they were not capitalists.
They were absolutely capitalists. They tried to institute some sort of basic human need for everybody, and they wanted to keep everything else for themselves. That's a fucking capitalist by definition.
But they claim to be communist. So explain to me, who is your ideal communist?
I'm a fucking libertarian. I'm an ANCAP.
Dude, you're all over the map. You don't know what you are. You're just an anti-establishment child who wants to rebel against the system. You get a child. I'm older than you. You could be older than me chronologically, but you're a child in the mind. You haven't grown up yet. You haven't realized that the system that we have.
So wild. I have a better education than you do, sir. You asked me.
You don't know that because you don't know his background, and he doesn't know.
No, we had this discussion the other day. I told him what my degrees were, and I told him where they came from. He refused to tell me where he went to school.
No, I didn't. I told you I went to King's College for my master's.
Guy, I want to ask him
for your master's. Where'd you go for your undergrad?
Difference doesn't make my master's.
Where'd you go for your undergrad? Because that's your political science class.
No, both.
That's your political science degree.
Dude, political science 101 is universal.
But that matters a lot.
But it's universal around the world.
It matters a lot to see if you understand what philosophy is.
You think that they teach Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Machiavelli, Locke, Thomas Hobbes differently around the world in different schools?
I think they do.
No, they don't, bro. We read the same text.
As a matter of fact, shit schools aren't going to teach them at all. And if they do teach them,
well, obviously, I know
if they do teach them, if they do teach people from a shit school, then you're going to get nothing but cliff notes.
Okay, I didn't go to a shit school. I went to an Ivy League school.
But you won't tell me what school you went to. That's
because it's irrelevant. I like keeping you guessing. It's more fun.
That's fucking wild. Yeah, because you went to some fucking community college, you got a political science degree, and then you went into some fucking military college and got yourself some sort of international degree that you think means something. It's fucking stupid. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Except between the two of us, I'm not the communist, self-proclaimed Marxist.
What's the most
it's not a monologue, guy. It's not a monologue.
What's Hobbesian philosophy?
That's been a long time. You're really asking me questions I would have to write on a test about 20 years ago. No, I'm not.
I took these 30 years ago. So, and you don't know. You mentioned
off the top of my head, I don't remember the actual name.
Tell you what it is.
I remember the philosophy.
That's fucking wild. It's the fucking Leviathan.
Philosophy I remember.
It's the fucking Leviathan, for Christ's sake. How do you not remember the Leviathan?
Fantastic. I couldn't. Again, it's one of those things that I couldn't necessarily.
Okay, I don't even believe you went to school.
I could tell you what it is, and I don't even.
Rob keeps wanting to get into this conversation. He feels like
I don't even believe you went to school at this point.
Well,
it's okay, Rob. Go ahead, buddy. Go, bro.
Right now, it's about whose dick is bigger. I mean, you guys are going back and
Well,
forth.
no, it's
crazy.
about education, and this fucking dude never even went to school.
I don't know. Well, you know what? There are plenty of geniuses that never went to college, and they're fantastic. You know, that's
I don't disagree. You can absolutely be a genius without going to college. I agree. But he's the one who said he went to college, and he's got this fucking fabulous degree or these fabulous degrees, and he can't even fucking tell me what Thomas Hobbes wrote, what his philosophy was. That's fucking stupid.
Heavens forbid.
Thomas Hobbes. Oh,
Heavens forbid. Again, if you asked me what the general philosophy was, I could talk to you about that.
I did ask you what the general
No,
philosophy
you asked
was.
me what book did he write. I'm like, I can't.
No, I didn't. I asked you what his philosophy was.
Oh, philosophy is very basic. It's humans and nature are inherently evil, bad.
No, that's not at all what
In
it is.
a nutshell, yes, it is. That's Hobbes.
No, it's not. You are so fucking stupid.
It is. I'm going to actually Google it for you. Ready? Thomas Hobbes. philosophy.
The state of nature is cold, brutish, and short. It has no moral structure whatsoever. It simply is a place where you're gonna die young.
Perfect. Here it is.
That's all it is. And
Directly from Stanford Encyclopedia. His political theory argues that humans are inherently self-interested and driven by self-preservation. What did I say? Basically the same thing. Paraphrase.
So, Guy, this is what your rebuttal should be. You should say.
I literally just read it from Stanford Encyclopedia.
All right, Guy, we love hearing you talk, but hold on, Tiger. So your rebuttal should be to Mr. Mojo. What is Machiavellian?
He knows. I'm sure he knows.
Ask him.
Without Googling, Mojo, I hear you type.
Just ask him.
Mojo, what's Machiavelli?
You can't hear
Machiavelli?
You can't hear me typing, by the way.
Oh, I can hear it.
Yeah, you might have a quiet keyboard, but who cares?
I have both a quiet keyboard.
Mr. Mojo, you're stalling. What is Machiavellianism?
I'm not going into anything. This motherfucker thinks he has a degree.
Oh, my lord!
Caught. Absolutely caught.
See, I'm smarter than both of your asses.
You're just hammered, bro. I love it.
I am. Actually, I'm not hammered.
You are hammered.
Come on, Machiavelli is like the easiest one to know. There's a phrase.
You know
about
what? Wait. Hold on. Yeah, I left this. I'm a recording artist. We did 14 hours. We went to bar. We had some drinks. I popped in. Is that really such a bad thing, guys?
Not at all, bro. No, Rob, we're not mocking you, bro. We're saying we're jealous that we're not, lit and hanging out.
But nobody can define Machiavellianism. And both of you are PhDs.
I'll define it in 2 words for you. Ready, Rob?
Yes,
Total
sir.
war. Total war. That's it.
That's a it is the self-interest that he was looking at. It's a self-interest. The end justifies the mean. All that fucking the means. All that stupid shit.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Is that Jack Black in your picture?
No, but it does look like him, right? It's kind of a mixture of me and Karl Marx, is what it is.
You know what? I love that. I love that prompt, bro. I love that prompt.
What's Jack Black?
No, he looks great, man. Props.
I guess maybe I look a bit like Jack Black.
Even though Mojo couldn't define Machiavelli when I asked.
That's okay. Mojo, I got an
It's the
undergrad
princess, dude. Stop being a princess.
I got an undergraduate degree at an average college. Am I qualified for this conversation?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's
University of Phoenix Online.
It's him that was questioning me about fucking education, not me questioning him. He did so the other day too. He asked me where I went to school, what my degrees were in, and then when I asked him back, he said, "I'm not telling you."
I told you I went to King's College. It doesn't matter. This is where we get lost in.
Let's get into the real.
Well, you're the one who brought it up the other day. I don't ever ask anybody where they've gone to school.
Put our degrees aside for a second, all right? Because I'm smarter than you, but I'm more educated than you. But listen, more importantly, just can you tell me where the Marxist philosophy, when implemented on a national scale, worked in a way that you foresee it working? Because that's the test.
It has never been implemented.
Okay, so you sound like a libertarian because libertarians say that true capitalism.
No, it wasn't implemented in Cuba either. Because Marx wouldn't want an authoritarian dictator.
But do you think it might be?
That's why we call it. That's why we call it Leninism, Stalinism, Maoism. That's why we call it these things because they're not actually Marxism.
Perfect. I love that you said that because that is exactly my point. That on paper, Marxism, libertarianism, they all look very, very appealing, and they all work.
Why can't Marxism work? Tell me
because
why.
Because it never takes into account the X factor that is human greed, narcissism,
okay,
sociopath.
So you believe? See, I don't believe human nature actually exists.
Okay, perfect. Of course, it doesn't exist. We just behave because someone taught us before us. Who taught the original human being? Where did they learn from? Was it Adam and Eve?
It was a learned behavior based on biological needs.
And
Mr. Mojo,
Wait, Mojo. If it's based on biology, that's a synonym for natural.
And Mr. Mojo, how did you without all that biology?
Hold on. There's a difference. There are physiological needs and psychological needs. There are physiological traits and psychological traits. So there's brainstem shit and not brainstem shit. The brainstem shit is going to be needing to eat, needing to drink, needing to poop, needing to pee, needing to sleep. These are all biological things. So our need to have all these things are why we inherently became greedy, because those things were lacking in availability.
Right, so there was a natural need. Right.
They were lacking in availability at the time, so we have to fight for them. But we live in a society right now where we have no shortage of goods or services. We can provide everything that the human being needs for every single person that exists on the face of the planet. We choose not to only because of profit motive.
Okay,
greed doesn't exist. Greed doesn't exist as a natural trait. It's something that
let the host finish. Stop. Let the host finish.
Greed does not exist as a natural thing. It's something that we teach to make sure that capitalism. It's something that exists to keep capitalism going.
Let me follow up on that then. So,
Kosher, because I want to give him an example because he's right. Learned.
How could you follow up when you didn't even let him fucking finish? I couldn't understand what he was saying. You guys are just waiting to talk. You're not engaging.
We are engaging.
What he said was really simple. He's saying that people have a natural...
unused to wine, which is really annoying. So you're not really contributing.
I couldn't understand what you were saying because Kosher is talking over you now. So I don't know what you're saying. No one does.
It was a basic point. Everyone understood it. He's saying that humans evolved with a basic greed because there were scarce resources, but that's not necessary anymore because we have abundant resources. I don't know how you didn't understand that.
It's a very simple concept. So I'm not.
I didn't say that I didn't understand that. I said he didn't get to finish because you guys all jumped on top of him before he could even finish.
Okay, thank you for Captain Save-A-Ho. Okay, again, Mojo, I couldn't agree more. We are products of our experiences.
Did you just call me a hoe?
No, well, yeah, technically, yeah, but no. Look, so let me give you an example. Whales have this hip bone that floats towards their tail area, and it serves no purpose. And what is that? That is a remnant of when whales once upon a time walked on land with 4 legs. Okay, meaning evolution. Just bear with me, bro. It's getting there. Evolution hasn't quite evolved the entire hip bone out of the whale, and it may take millions of more years. Our evolution, whether it be physical or social, okay, doesn't change within 1 generation, 2 generation, 100 years, or whatever. So for you to assume that our natural instincts, which is survival, are just going to be turned off because all of a sudden we have an abundance of food or an abundance of whatever we need.
I don't think we have.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't even think we have an instinct to survive. If we had an instinct to survive, then nobody would commit suicide.
Mental illness exists, but
instincts don't mean 100% of people will.
Whales beach themselves, like they don't have instinct. What are we talking about?
Mojo, my thing is like this is my honest
navigation.
We were talking about Iran, and now you're talking about whales.
Mojo, so
what happened here?
I want to understand your position, if I understand, is to voluntarily implement Marxism because your view is that Marx was against authoritarianism, correct?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, sure. Go ahead with it. Go on with your bad self.
Well, I'm just asking if that's your view, because if you're saying that, hey, this is what I believe, and I think that other people should believe it too voluntarily,
usually if you want to know what somebody thinks, you ask them what they think.
I just asked you.
You don't. No, you didn't ask me what I think. As a matter of fact, you laid out something and then asked me if I agree.
Right. I said this is my understanding of your view, and then I said it.
You don't. Yeah, but
giving
so
you an opportunity
you don't care
to say
what I
that's
think.
correct or
You
not.
don't care what I think. You
No,
just
I
want me
do.
to agree with you.
No, I don't want you to agree. I asked you, is this what you think? Feel free to say no, it's not.
You could just ask me what I think instead of saying, "Is this what you think?" Why would you do that?
So it's a very broad question to say, what do you think? What I did is I said, here's what I understand. Is that your
it's a series
view?
of questions generally, and that's going to give you a better response or a better answer than you're going to get by trying to assume what I think.
If I ask you, it's not an assumption.
But it is an assumption. You are making assumptions by telling me what I think
gosh.
and then asking me if I agree.
Yeah, you know, Mojo, I'm on your side with that
I don't
point.
get it.
Yeah, he's assuming.
And then you
something.
didn't
He
even push
doesn't
back.
know.
You said, yeah,
Kosher,
go ahead with that. Like you agreed
Kosher,
with it.
you had a moment.
Yeah,
Kosher.
I'm not going to push back
saying,
because I don't know where the fuck you're going with it. And
Kosher,
therefore, I don't have the relative nature of why you even asked me that in the fucking first
Right.
place.
So here's
and you didn't give me a chance to explain what I fucking believe. So I don't know. Yeah, go on with your bad self.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Wait, hold on.
do you think
Kosher,
that? Let me just ask you: do you think Marxism should be implemented?
Oh God. The man just answered you, dude.
Right.
Are you paying attention?
Is that a yes or a no or a maybe?
Why?
I do.
Why would I call myself a Marxist? Why would I call myself a Marxist if I don't think Marxism should be implemented?
Okay. Do you think it should be implemented voluntarily?
What the fuck? I think that Marxism will be best implemented over a period of time utilizing the system that we've already created. So I think first we should probably give everybody their basic needs, starting with food and shelter, because that's it. Stop, dude.
I'm sorry, bro. Sorry.
Starting with their basic needs, we can start with food and shelter because that's going to be the cheapest and the easiest. We move on to healthcare, we move on to education, move on to security. We get all this stuff done, and then we can start implementing a communist system. So we'll start by getting rid of.
Get more food.
We'll start by getting. What the fuck? Go ahead.
Fatter people get more food.
Hey, Mr. Mojo.
I just don't get it. Because why would doctors?
Kosher,
why would
hold on, Kosher.
What is happening? Are you guys all fucking children?
I'm literally in the middle of an engagement with Mojo. Why is everyone jumping in?
I agree. It's not you. I'm talking about the other two.
My only thing is like, why would doctors? Not why. How are we going to get doctors and people that invent defense technology and security technology and all of these things? Why would they put in that effort and that time to be able to be competent in these fields if they're not being compensated in measure with their effort?
Okay, 2 questions. First of all, why do you think doctors become doctors?
I think it's a combination of wanting money and wanting prestige and thinking that it's a nice thing to do for people.
Okay, if they just wanted money and prestige, wouldn't they just become like a finance dude?
No.
Yeah, that's why I said it was those 3 things.
Okay, so it's not those 3 things. It's specifically wanting to help people.
So you don't think doctors are motivated by money?
That's why they get into plastic surgery.
Because
right?
if you wanted money, if you wanted money and prestige, you would work on fucking Wall Street.
So you think most doctors would do that job for minimum wage?
I think most doctors would do that job for free if they had all their basic needs met.
Agree.
I assure you that's not correct. But okay.
That's why there's a brain drain to the United States of medical practitioners, where countries lose plenty of doctors because doctors come here to make an exorbitant amount of money doing the skill that
because
it took them 10 years
to
to learn.
Because we all live in a capitalistic system. And basic needs are not met anywhere.
What are you talking about? Basic needs are not met anywhere.
They're not met anywhere.
But there are countries where people's basic needs are met, like in Scandinavia, and they still have doctors that want the high salary.
Define basic needs, though? Like, this is such a weird argument.
You guys go ahead and have a conversation with each other. What the fuck?
Hey, I want to say something really fast. Yes, as a veteran, the VA, over the course of like 15 to 20 years, past 20 years, I've had 2 or 3 doctors that legitimately like quit the VA and went and practiced on their own and did their own thing. And because it's like, if you're a doctor, why would you put yourself, they always say, well, they love veterans. They just want to help people out at the end of the day. They just love the veterans. Everybody helps. But at the end of the day, like, working for the VA is 10 times more stressful, way more work than doing the same exact thing in like your own practice or a part of another practice that's not part of the federal government. So that's So people are leaving. Like, they don't want to do that.
Not true. I work in public medicine, and I used to work at one of the most prestigious hospitals in all of the United States. It had one of the best trauma surgeon departments, trauma emergency medicine departments in the entire United States. And everyone was there, one, because they could learn a lot from this department. I worked in one of the highest pew victims in all of the United States, and they work there the pay is not great, by the way. It's substandard compared to what doctors who own their own private practice make. And people are vying at the door just to get into this hospital, one, to help people, but two, to also learn and to be the best in the field. So when you get into academia, by the way, academia is largely underfunded and underpaid. There are people who do research for pharmaceutical companies at colleges that get paid $60,000 a year and live in major metro areas and work 80 hours a week. There's someone, I'm pretty sure HR is in academia, but there are people on this panel who come up who work in academia who get paid little.
Good. 80 hours a week.
But they want to help people is real. People want to cure cancer. Let me finish. People want to cure cancer, not because they want to make money, but because they had a daughter or a brother or a fucking mother who had cancer. This idea that you need a profit motive, man, capitalism has just fucking rotted your brain.
No.
We're not in real capitalism. This isn't real
reality.
capitalism.
Is what's rotting people's brains. Every single society since we moved from basically hunter-gatherers has had hierarchies and the desire to accumulate more. Every single society, and yet you guys want to go against our nature. Now, I'm not saying that
what has been the evolution? Wait, what has been the evolution of economies over time?
I mean, over time, it's been shifted from basically, I would say, feudalism that wasn't even defined as feudalism for thousands of years to, it had its ebbs and flows between more collectivism versus more individualism, but the trajectory typically has been towards more integration as a whole.
More freedom, more equality, more benefits for all people that exist in mankind, in humankind. It's been toward more of an open system,
right,
and away from an authoritarian system. That's the way we.
But that correlates with the rise of capitalism. That's the point.
No, that's not, because capitalism is not the end.
Mojo, none of us are arguing
we will evolve from capitalism, and that's
okay. But you admit that so far
we will evolve from capitalism, and that is Marxism.
You're talking about
this is so painful. We already had Marxism. We already had central planning of the economy. We already had that type of system that basically created a cabal of individuals that controlled the economy, the politics, and everything. Then we shifted to mixed systems. No one here is advocating for unfettered, pure capitalism, no government intervention, no government limitations, protection for workers. We're evolving as it moves. But if you think that we're going to revolve to something that was pioneered in the 19th century that then resulted in the unaliving of tens of millions of people because people are fucking heinous.
Man, this guy's a yapper,
now you're just saying
your
stupid
mind.
shit.
Out
Now
your
you're
mind.
just wasting. Now you're just wasting everybody's time, dude. Just say what you're gonna say and do it quicker.
Well, that's not my fault. You got the attention span of a gnat. You guys,
Well, let me ask you this: Why do you guys think it is that when it comes to China and when it comes to Vietnam, there's a clear correlation between life expectancy, health outcomes, everything increasing dramatically as those states transitioned from closed communist societies to introducing more free market principles within their economies?
That's just not true.
That's
not true. After Mao comes into power, the life expectancy shoots up through the fucking roof.
What do you mean?
That's just not true.
50 million people.
It's higher now. I will grant. Let me finish. Shut up. Christ on a cracker, man. Can't get a word in edgewise. Y'all take your Adderall this morning?
Why are you yelling? Why are you loud?
Because I can't get two words out.
Just shut the fuck up, you dumb shit motherfucker. Just shut up.
Okay.
Fucking weird ass motherfucker.
Fuck.
I will say, Kosher, you're right. Since Mao leaves, since Mao leaves power and Deng comes in, since that happens, life expectancy goes up again. Yet we cannot contribute that for moving from a fully communist system to implementing more capitalism. It could be that we progress scientifically with the advent of medicine the way society has since the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So you're saying you know the answer. I'm saying I don't know the answer, but I'm saying there are other possibilities. There are confounding factors.
I agree.
Perfect. I just looked up a map. I just looked up a map of a graph of showing China's life expecting growth.
Oh, you guys don't want to hear him say that?
In the before Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward, it was higher. Then it decreased because Mao unalived about 50 million people. Okay, and then it shot up with the reforms that came in place afterwards, meaning the opening of the society and lessening of restrictions and allowing for more capitalism. As that has been, you just look up the graph yourselves. So thank you, B, for showing us how you don't provide anything about
when does Japan pull out of China? When does Japan pull out of China? What is the grape of Nanking? What the fuck are you even talking about? When does Mao come into power?
Here you go, lady.
So this idea that the life expectancy was higher whilst fucking Japan was occupying China is fucking wild.
Japan stopped occupying China in 1945 when they lost the war.
Yes, Mao is a part of the reason that they end up getting kicked out, and he comes into power in 49.
Here's the Great Leap Forward, 1950s, a decrease in their life expectancy, and then after Mao dies and China starts opening up, there's a shooting up, exponential.
I don't even know where you got this fucking graph, bro. Where did you get this graph?
Why don't you show us a graph that says the opposite?
What's the graph? Where's the graph from?
Why don't you show the opposite? Why don't you show us the graph that says
Where's the graph from? Why are you afraid to tell me where the graph's from? Is it from Purdue University or what?
Who cares?
Go show us a graph that
No, who cares? You are making a claim. You must back it up with a credible source. What do you mean who fucking cares? That's ridiculous.
It's from Statista. China life expectancy 1815 to 2020.
It's a nonpartisan source that
Why don't you just show us a graph that shows the opposite of what I just showed?
And by the way,
I can't because I'm out and about. So
it's not like the end all be all to everything. I'm not saying therefore that proves the art. I'm just saying that we do see a pattern where when closed, centrally planned economies open up, you do see an increase in basically every level of the Human Development Index, from China to Vietnam to the Soviet Union.
No, you don't. The Soviet Union, again, I call bullshit. The Soviet Union, when we see that Stalin comes into power, shoots up. Life expectancy shoots up because central planning is much more advantageous to the human condition than fucking all of these fucking, yes, Industrial Revolution has a lot to do with it as well.
Everyone was going through the Industrial Revolution.
That can happen with the, Russia was far behind. Russia was decades behind the Western world when it came to Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution happens in the 1800s in the Western world, and it doesn't happen into Russia into the 1930s.
Listen, I know that it's like cool and edgy and trendy.
No, I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
I just showed you a graph that proved your entire argument wrong, and you just
it didn't prove anything wrong, and I don't even believe your source. But
of course you don't.
That's beside the point.
Instead of showing us anything that opposite,
I'm out and about. I can't do that right now.
Of course
Sorry.
you can. I know.
Did you see where the graph is from?
I told you.
Go for it, Ivanez.
Wait, or any one of you, by the way, can right now Google life expectancy China, 19th century to 20th century, or from 1900 until 2020.
What is your claim?
My claim is that Mao's Great Leap Forward saw a drastic decline.
When was Mao's Great Leap Forward?
Lord, give me strength. Is this a quiz?
When was Mao's Great Leap Forward?
This is not a quiz.
When was Mao's? Just fucking answer the goddamn question.
How about you just show me?
Just answer the goddamn question, you dumb shit. When was Mao's Great Leap Forward?
All right, tanky communist retards. Bye.
There you go.
I'm fucking forming an argument, so you just run away, dipshit.
In 1945, the average life expectancy in China was 33.4 years. By 1950, the average life expectancy was 43.83 years.
Because there was just World War II, where millions of Chinese were killed. That's obviously going to have an impact on the data.
Oh, yeah, excuse it.
What?
Well,
You
no,
gotta
it's
factor in World War
Japan.
II, dude.
Kosher.
Like 20 million Chinese people were killed. You got to think it through.
It's the occupation of China in Japan. And the reason that Japan was able to occupy China is because they went through a century of humiliation and everything was fucking decentralized and no one knew in the country how to butt Japan the fuck out.
No, it wasn't decentralized. Japan occupied China under an authoritarian regime. Everything was hyper-centralized under the authority of Imperial Japan. It was the opposite of decentralized. It was highly centralized. What?
No, it was on paper, it was highly centralized. In reality, it was highly decentralized. This is why Japan was able, because everything was fucking spread apart. People were starving. There was famines every fucking year. It was awful. So Mao has a lot of problems. He definitely does. I don't like the Great Leap Forward. I don't like the cultural unification of the Chinese. I think it's wrong. But at the end of the day, Mao is part of the reason Japan butts off, or part of the reason China butts off Japan. And you start to see an increase in literacy rates. You start to see an increase in raising people out of poverty. This starts with Mao and is finalized with Deng.
I don't disagree. I'm not ideological in the sense that I can look at a country like Cuba and understand that they have very high literacy rates. My argument isn't that whenever socialism or communism comes in, it ruins everything about a country. I'm making a point that in the aggregate, okay, whether it is what Pol Pot did, the Khmer Rouge, whether it's Vietnam, how Vietnam is now a major economic power. For their size, they are one of the largest, most important economies in the world. That lines up with the exact moment in time that they decided to open up their economy to free markets and trade. It's a very clear correlation. I'm not imagining it. And you see that in the aggregate, this is the pattern that keeps repeating itself. I don't know why you would deny that. The better argument would be to say, because these systems weren't really communism or they weren't implemented properly.
I love that you dipshits think you can make a better argument. The better argument would be, what the fuck? Just say what you're going to say. Stop trying to tell people how to think or what their argument should be.
No, I'm telling you that it's just a fact what I'm saying. That these economies...
No, it's not. Nothing you're saying is factual.
It's just a Google search away. It's really simple.
Fucking dumb shit.
You're a fucking moron, dude. You're too old for this shit. You can't be this dumb at this age.
Whoa. Are y'all telling me I missed Guy Fawkes? He's gone now? I wanted to talk to him.
He was ranting. I don't even know.
He called us a bunch of names and then left.
Oh, shocker. And then now this guy? Oh, he left too.
Well, I booted him because he didn't like me challenging him.
Guys, I'm from Syria,
He's a child. Fuck off.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Damn. I miss all the fun trying to grocery shop.
I got a bunch of those. What's up, Go Army? Do you have something to say about this whole stupid conversation?
Yeah, I don't know too much about the history of communism like y'all, but sitting back listening, yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Weird conversation.
Why was it
you
weird?
guys should, just because everybody knows everything about communism, history, it's it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter today. It's irrelevant, and it's people are fighting over the most irrelevant shit.
It does matter. Our country will change. Our economy will change. Our government will change. Our foreign policy will change. The way we get food and shelter and education, these are all going to change. And we just want to know or want to direct them correctly to change in the best way possible. And we're going to have different solutions on how to get there. And that's what we discuss.
How do I pick my job in pure real communism? How would I pick my job? I want to be a baseball player, or I want to be.
You're gonna have different solutions from different people. So communism or Marxism in general was just a basic complaint against capitalism. and then possible solutions on how to create a better system than what capitalism provides. My solution would be that as a community member, you would put a certain amount of your time toward community service to make sure that everybody's basic needs are met. And then above and beyond that time, which would be less than you're spending right now, you can do whatever you want with your time, whether it be play baseball, play video games, play with your kids. I don't care what you do. You can choose to try and get more resources. You can choose to sit on your couch and do absolutely not a goddamn thing. I don't care.
So you don't have a job, you just do community service? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So there'd be like a sign-up sheet. So we figure out what all our basic needs are. So we need some health care, you need some food, you need some shelter, you need some
I'm signing up to get my yard mowed, but every time I do, it's like a new person, right?
If you like mowing yards, you would sign up for the community, for your community service as somebody that goes around and does some landscaping for the community as a whole. And then you would spend your time doing that, and that would be what you'd enjoy doing. And then once you're done with that, you can do whatever the fuck you want with your time. So you just sign up to get these things done to benefit the community, as would everybody else, and they decide what they want to do, and then you decide what you want to do after that as well.
Well, what do you do when you have the problem like? So two things I think of. Like, I think of the dude across the street who like refuses to move out of mom's basement or get a job or anything. Like, he's not going to do anything.
Why does it matter if he moves out of mom's basement?
Because if I have to go do community service, then this kid gets to sit in his basement all day. Like, what's up with that?
He would sign up for community service as well.
You call a meeting. If you don't do it, then you shun him from society. No, you call a meeting and everybody comes together and they're like, what the fuck do we do with Jimmy? Jimmy's not doing anything all day. Then people vote, like, do we allow Jimmy to live in this society? Mom, how do you feel? Like, this is complete democracy. You can do it on a micro level, like within your block even, right? Like, there's ways to do this. You don't have to force him, but you could say, Jimmy, if you don't want to play along and you just want to benefit from society and not be a part of it, then maybe you should go to the next town over and see if they'll accept you, because you can't be here doing this shit, dude.
The next town over is going to accept them?
Well, if they don't, then he keeps going.
I still say he gets his basic needs met, but instead of getting the fresh apples, he's going to get the bruised apples. He gets to eat, but he doesn't get the pick of the crop, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Mojo, he gets the one with the maggots on it?
No, I didn't say maggots.
Jimmy gets up. Jimmy's going to get up and like push the lawnmower across the lawn and go back into the, like, just real quick one swipe and go and not even finish nothing, go lay back down in his basement and then argue, say, I contributed, you know.
It's the same thing. I mean, if the job's not getting done the way it should be getting done, then he's basically shunned. Yeah, he's still going to have his basic needs met, but he's not going to have anything extravagant at all, and then he can choose to live that way or not. If that's the way he wants to live, he can live that way. I don't really care one way or another. And then he can do whatever he wants with his free time above and beyond that too. So I just don't see why it matters. We'll have plenty of people that will do the work that needs to be done, willing to do the work that needs to be done, because from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. So everybody will have their needs met, and met by people that have the ability to meet those needs.
Yeah, I don't know. That's it. Just doesn't that sound kind of like ridiculous, like common sense, like ridiculous? Like, why do I have to go out here and community service and help out and do all this stuff and what I'm told or have to do? And this guy's like doing bare minimum. Like, what's the incentive for me to say I really I want to take care of my community. I love everybody. I want to do the best job. And this dude just gets to show up and do the bare minimum. What's the incentive? We're getting the same. Right?
If you're worried about what your neighbor's doing, then do the same thing he's doing. I don't really care. You suffer. You take the fucking bruised apples too. It doesn't really bother me one way or another.
If you want, if you want, this is how you look at it. Like, right now we live in a society where you have to go to work or you will die. You won't eat. You won't be able to pay for shelter. You won't be able to pay for electricity, keep you warm in the winter, and air conditioning, keep you cool in the summer. That is absolutely true. Well, hold on. You will, if you're not in the light, you will suffer a lot. And especially if you tie our healthcare system into it, if you do not make money and you get cancer and you don't go to work, you will die. That's just the end of it. Or you're going to go into unimaginable debt. Anyways, beside that, our lives are run around what our wage is. All communism says is we don't really want our lives to be run that way anymore. If we want something nice, let's say you want a nicer car, because cars do not go away with communism, then you wake up one day and you're like, you know what, I really want that fucking Porsche. Looks like I'm going to have to put in the hard hours for, I don't know, 3 months so that I can go ahead and buy that luxury item that I want. So now you have your basic needs met. You're looking at your wage and you're not saying, well, honestly, you're looking at your conditions, your material conditions. You're not saying, I need to survive. I need to make sure my kid can have medical coverage. You're looking at it and saying, maybe my kid wants to join a sports team and I want to be able to afford, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Wait. So you get to do more the more community service, like if you want a nicer car, you just have to do more community service?
No. I would suggest that outside of those community service time that you put in, you can do whatever you want. And you can try and gather resources that way. So we get rid of corporations because corporations simply take takes the responsibility from the decision maker away from them. So we get rid of corporations. We set everything up as co-ops. If you decide you want to work and you want to set up a landscaping company to do other stuff outside and above, beyond what you're doing for your community service, then you and a couple friends of yours can get together and start a landscaping company as a co-op. You guys split the shares equally. You guys split the profits equally, and you go out and you landscape for people. Because that's what you like to do and that's what you want to do and that's where you're going to make money or resources or whatever the fuck we decide to trade in. And then you can use that to buy your Porsche at some point in the future. Because somebody else is going to create a co-op making that fucking Porsche.
Yeah. I just want to add that, like, you're always going to have the Jimmies of the world, right, Gormy? So, like, it's about reframing like how people decide what to do, because right now Jimmy is probably being told that he has to go do something that he's not really interested in because that's really all there is available. But if Jimmy was encouraged to find something that he was good at, maybe it would excite him and we would actually bring the Jimmys of the world into doing more because they're actually doing something that brings them joy.
You just do that right now.
Yes, but Jimmys are going to always exist. They're going to be working at McDonald's.
The Jimmys only get joy from sitting around playing
God damn it, don't
games.
eat on the fucking microphone.
No, I'm drinking.
You can't know you're eating fucking food. Stop.
It's my disability. It's my. Why are you making fun of it?
Well, my disability is that I have to fucking listen to you, so please stop talking while you're eating.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, well, cancel her out.
So, shit, now I don't even remember what was that. Fucking eaters. Stop eating.
It's just ice. I definitely. Ice doesn't count. That's not food.
Oh, that's not what you do right now, by the way, because I love to paint. I love to draw. I love to create art. This is something I'd like to do in the past. It's something that I've tried to do as a living. I can't get as much money as my paintings are worth, so I stopped doing it. I put stuff in shows. I sold a few pieces here and there, but I couldn't make a living doing it, so I quit. And I haven't done a painting in a long time. If my paintings were not reliant upon me paying medical bills and paying for my mortgage and paying for my car payment and paying for everything else, then I would still do that. If I had all those things provided to me through community in some way, shape, or form, then I would probably paint a lot more. I'd probably cook a lot more for the community. I'd probably help with the community gardens to make sure that everybody had extra food if they wanted it. Because, God damn it, I want some fucking pineapple, so I'm going to try and figure out how to get pineapple into our community too, even if I live in Colorado. I mean, these are all things that I would want to do that would make me happy. So a lot of people don't get to do that, though, simply because basic needs cost money. You just have to do what you have to do just to make sure that your basic needs are met. What is the old adage? Do what you love to do and you'll love doing what you do, or
Do what you love.
I don't
never
fucking
do
remember
what you
it is.
love because you will never have to do a job because you love what you're doing.
Yeah, that's it. Something like that.
No, you never work a day in your life. Jesus Christ.
Well, fuck,
Yeah,
I
there
don't
you go.
remember. This is like old people shit. Are you an old person?
I guess so.
If you love what you do for work, then you never have to work.
Yes.
If you do what you love, if you do what you love for work, you never have to work a day in your life. That's the freaking adage.
I'd say yes and no, because sometimes if you're working for somebody else, because I got like what I do like 3D animation, and I work with some companies, and it's not all like gloomy or anything like that, but like it depends on also what you do too. Like if you're doing something that's soulless, then it's like sometimes you get a task where it's like, well, why am I doing this? But at the same time, it's still better than doing some kind of repetitive job where all you're doing is dealing with shitty customers all day.
That is true. But if you could do it without having to worry about how much you're getting paid for doing it, you would just do the shit that you want to do rather than doing the shit that they tell you to do, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So even though you love what you're doing, you'd love it even more if you could do exactly what you want to do rather than doing what they tell you to do. And that's the kind of society I'd like to see set up. Hence Marxism. I don't know who brought up, must have been bro, I don't know who brought up Guy. I was having a drunk conversation with that dude.
Yeah, he's
I did.
Yeah, guy is a moron, and also like coaching them, they don't even know what the hell they're like. They rely on recycled talking points. Like I was basically cooking them on Los's panel. It was like,
You did great.
Yeah, I listened.
You know what I realized, Mojo, about the like kosher guy and coaching him? Like whoever's the more pro-Israel, they're gonna vote for that person. And I've been seeing that pattern lately, which is weird. And they're all Bernie Sanders, supposedly.
Yeah, bullshit.
Like what the fuck?
Fuck Israel.
That's what I say. I'm at the point where I say fuck Israel as well.
You converted now, Messi? What's
And I
with
like
the
to take
picture?
credit for that.
Excuse me. What's with the picture, Al Messi? Are you Muslim now?
Maybe.
Why are you covering your face like that?
Because I can.
Because you can. Okay.
It's freedom.
It's not freedom. That's the opposite of freedom.
No, it's not.
Restriction. That's what that is.
Do you know what my 9-year-old told me today?
She wants.
We were on our way home from the dentist, and she saw a little community college, and she asked me what a community college was. So we were going through that. And I asked her, if she wanted to go to college. She said yes. Asked her what she wanted to do, and she said be a nurse. And she said she wanted to be a nurse because that was one of the few jobs that AI can't take away.
Oh,
She's 9.
Sad.
She's smart. She's smart.
Wow.
Yep.
It's amazing.
That's a sad reality to try and grow up in.
You know what's so the new threat now here in America is AI data centers now, Mojo. I it's kind of
Dead
crazy.
end centers?
AI data centers.
Data centers, okay.
Yes.
I don't know. We still have to have them.
Right, but I mean,
we're gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, well, I've been hearing like talking points, like supposedly the freshwater way is like the cheapest why they do it, and it doesn't cost as much. And there's a lot of other ways to do it. Oh.
Yes, there are other ways that they could be doing the cooling systems, but they're going for the cheap way that's going to just deplete our resources because they're cheap ass motherfucking corporations.
It's not true.
Yes,
It's
is.
not going to deplete our resources. That's not true at all.
Do you want me to give you the MAGA talking point that Go Army here can use against you?
I know him. I already know him, but data centers.
What is it? What is the MAGA talking point that you can use?
Well, at least the one I know, hopefully you know some more, but as I understand it is a lot of the data center stuff is like, it's just like propaganda. And if you look at the data for like water, it uses like 1% of like the local whole, when you tap into the water, whatever it's called, it's basically only using 1% or something like that. So it's like a lot of it's just like just people trying to. It's just like
come to Texas, see how it is over here because we're running out of water. drinkable water.
Where at? Where?
Texas.
Oh, that's something else. I lived in Texas. That's something else. That's
Okay,
Mojo, why do you think we need data centers? Use the word need.
Because somebody has to create AI, and somebody's going to create AI. And if we don't create AI, we're going to lose our place in the world, and we're all going to be speaking fucking Mandarin.
Okay. They're fusion centers. They're to collect data on everybody in the communities around them. That's why there's so many of them going up.
Oh yeah,
A lot of them are
like they don't do that already with block cameras and cell phones.
Yeah, it's an added thing into it.
Well, a lot of them are going to be used for LLM AI models.
What's the MAGA talking point? Let's hear it.
I don't know if I should give it to you. No, I should give it to you because I believe this, and I think the doom and gloom from the left is kind of sad. Honestly, the Earth is 3/4 water. It just is. We're not going to run out of water. The problem that we have right now is not that we don't have enough water. It's that there's no profit in desalinizing water. It's too expensive.
So how are we going to do it when we need to desalinize it?
We just have governments set up desalinization plants.
Exactly. It would be the government program that saves us.
Doesn't it take a long time to do though as well? So like, are we going to outlive the amount of time it would take to, you know what I'm saying? Like, does the math?
Japan has like 2 monstrous desalinization plants that they get the vast majority of their water from. And they also get a lot of energy from them too because they're on wave generators. So you put them out in the middle of the ocean, or not in the middle of the ocean, but you put them out in the ocean and they sit on a floating canopy of sorts that goes up and down, and those waves actually run a generator, and those waves can store energy as well. So you are not only creating energy, but you're using that energy to desalinate the water, which is giving you fresh water as well as minerals, and you can split the minerals into fucking salt and whatever the hell else you need. I know that there's a bit of a cleaning process to that, and I know it's a little bit expensive, but if you set it up correctly, we can actually have extra energy out of it. We can have desalinization out of it. We can have fresh drinking water out of it. And then it's going to take a lot of money and time to actually get the piping done to make sure that it can be processed and passed throughout the entirety of the United States. But that's something we can do through a government process too. The corporations aren't going to do this because there's no profit motive in it. Not at the beginning anyway. So it's just something we're going to have to do as a society.
I feel like we're going to be living in the Lorax pretty soon, where we have to purchase our air.
Yeah, and yet again, the corporations get to profit by putting their buildings wherever they want to maximize profit, and then it's going to fall back to the lower income taxpayers to have to figure out how to save us from extinction. Great, cool. I'm glad we're on the same page.
I'm just saying that, well, I want everything to be controlled by the people as a whole, including the data centers, including the AI models and shit like that. I think that should all be controlled by the people as a whole. So my solution would be to have government do it, or have the people do it in some way, shape, or form and pay for it. But my solution would also include having all those data centers being controlled and owned by the people as a whole too. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. But if we had that, then we wouldn't be in the actual current situation we are now, because we would be able to meter, innovate, like you're talking about with Japan, creating these ways of creating energy and desalinization, prioritizing things like that. But we don't have that right now, right? We don't have the ability to decide how the ethics of these things are.
Yeah, we don't, but I don't think it would take too much time or energy to actually set it up that way. I think it just takes will, and we need people like Guy Fawkes to go away because they think they know what the fuck they're talking about, even though they don't.
I agree with what you're saying, but the problem is that you're framing the actual AI world we're living in your ideal world, and we're just not there right now. And before we get there, this whole AI revolution will have come and gone.
Okay, I'll agree that to a certain extent too. Corporations certainly take advantage of this, but hence the reason we need to move more toward Marxism as fast as we possibly can. We need to add more socialism to our system, period.
Yeah. Definitely agree there.
Because
Are we all happy for midterms coming up? Everybody excited?
We are. We are as Republicans.
Fuck y'all excited for? Y'all gonna lose. What the fuck?
You're gonna lose miserably.
Did you not see them redistricted? You know, like this, the whole
Did
South.
did you not see Fox News taking a shit on themselves when they started seeing how y'all fucked?
I
Yeah,
don't know about Fox News, bro. But back
the
to
polls
reality.
the polls are coming out, and they're all saying that you're gonna fucking lose miserably.
Okay, all right. How
They
them polls
are.
do? We trust the polls. Is that what we're doing?
Y'all trusted when Trump was saying that. Look at my approval rating.
I mean,
Let's see, yeah.
why are you just randomly jumping to things? What I said is the South just recently got redistricted. It was deemed racist to have black-only mostly districts, so they redistricted the whole South. So what's happening in states like Florida here, we're about to get +4 House seats. So like
Yeah,
this
but
is going to be a
California,
huge meltdown. I don't think you guys are realizing that yet, Bobby. So keep talking about Trump and just random dumb stuff like Fox News. Fox
I
News.
mean, hold on. So I want to make it.
California redistricted so that we would pick up those lost seats. Like we met Florida's threat with a threat.
So, and here's the thing too. You can say
Georgia,
that.
South Carolina, all of them.
Okay, yeah, you can say all that and all that, but at the same time, you haven't passed anything. The only thing y'all passed was the big beautiful bill, and that's the only thing y'all could pass. And y'all still trying to pass the Save Act for some god awful reason. Why? I don't know why y'all still pass it, because that shit's not gonna get passed. So you can say that y'all look at Florida, but that don't mean shit. That's a shithole state, anyways.
Yeah, why don't we look at New York? How
Great,
it's
great,
like
great.
like
Shithole
tons of shit
state.
is
Yeah, yeah,
actually getting done.
yeah.
It's funny, even things that like Republicans and Libertarians want are getting done. Like
I said something
Mamdani.
that triggered y'all.
No, it's just funny because
I'm not triggered.
Mamdani is actually doing shit like Dr. Gold would like. For example, removing excessive permits necessary for things like ice cream shops and barber shops. Like that's something that seems like everyone could get on board with. Yet you still want to rail against him for doing weird socialist stuff. Why is that?
Yes,
Yeah,
anyways, Trump won all his 37-0 on his picks, so we're feeling good about the midterms. Look at the state of the country right now. Like, look at the state of Democrats. Like, it's a mess. Like, people are coming up here and like at one after another panel saying, I'm a Democrat, or I'm just not going for the left right now. They're crazy. Like, they got all kind of stuff. And then you guys even know exactly what they're going to say. Like, that's a far majority of people in this country right now just starting to come over to the MAGA side because they truly see, hey, I don't agree with Trump and I don't like all this stuff, but the left is just full crazy. Like, you guys are insane. These policies you guys talk about.
No one is going over to the MAGA side at this point in time, dude. Are you serious?
Well, I'll tell you, since the last election, Florida's gained 2 million voters. Registered Republican voters, by the way, from the north.
You okay out there, dude? You coughing on ice?
Yeah, I am actually. This is a reality. You guys are going to be like in for a massive.
Sure. How much are you willing to bet they're going to keep the House and the Senate?
That they are or they're not.
Are like the Republicans are going to keep those still?
Going to keep it.
Yeah.
You want to do like a galaxy or something?
Yeah, I can do a Galaxy.
All right, let's do that.
I said, make sure. Hold up, before you agree with. I said both, House and the Senate. You agree on that, right?
I mean, either way, it's just a galaxy, bro. So I'm all.
I'm just saying though. I said both, so I don't want you to be like, no.
Are you getting backing out already? Or you getting?
I'm not backing out. I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying what I'm saying. If they, Mom's saying that you're saying that they're going to keep House and the Senate, which they're not. They're not even get the majority in the Senate. They're probably like, what is it right now? Hang on, let me check. Where we're at? Let's see. The Senate. Let's see toss-ups. Let's see. Let's go ahead and look at this.
To be fair, I mean, both times that Trump won, everyone was like, it's a shoo-in that he's not going to win. So I have no faith anymore. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Scared? What? Say what? Sorry.
I said, to be fair to you, Go Army, both times that everyone like thought it was a shoo-in for Kamala and then it was a shoo-in for Hillary, everyone was like, oh, there's no way Trump's going to win. There's no way Trump's going to win. And he wins.
Yeah. Well, see, I'll keep it a bug with you. As I see it, the young people, and I'm not just saying in my echo chamber or anything, I see a lot of them like Trump. Like a lot of them, they go for the MAGA side of things. And you could just say, well, they're young and whatever, but that was a big loss of.
You're not.
No, there was a big loss of.
You're 40 years old, dude. You're not young. You're not the young generation.
Yeah, I have like kids that are in high school, like going into high school now. I have kids that are.
Those are the little Andrew Tate followers.
No, that's not. That's old. They're not like that. Not hardcore like that. They're actually like not that chauvinistic and that hardcore. But they do like. They like to say like the G word. Like they think it's like lame. Like when you guys are like, oh, be nice to everybody. Like this is how the youth is. And then they start veering towards policies like Joe Biden and VP Harris. When she ran, she lost tons of the youth vote. And I would say, look what Israel went on. Huh?
Because of Israel.
Because of Israel. Nobody cares about Israel.
Nobody cares about that reviving that. Democrat. Well, no, we do. The radical left cares about Israel, and people in the middle, you know, who saw it on TikTok,
they don't
care about Israel. Honestly, no, they really do. And I think Mamdani is starting to revive that in the Democratic Party, because he just comes out this morning and says, you know, if they come here, I'm gonna hit them with the full book of the is that the term, Messi? The full book of the law?
What it now? Throw the book at him.
I don't even know. Throw the book at him.
Okay.
I
want to correct something here real quick. Between 2024 and 2025, Florida lost 126,000 Republican voters. From 2025 to 2026, Florida gained 60,000 Republican voters. So they have a net gain since Biden left office, a net loss of 60,000 voters since Biden left office. 60,000 Republican voters since Biden left office.
Where are you looking at? Where are you seeing that at?
This would be Florida Division of Elections.gov.
Can we look at it? Can we see it?
I can't pull it up. No.
Mine, I can't pull mine up either, but it says
it's just voter registration by party affiliation under the Florida Division of Elections.
Okay.
I'm just telling you that there's been
a net
loss of Republicans.
So like
a net loss of registered Republicans in Florida over the last 2 years.
I mean, I don't know anybody with common sense that could even say that. Like, even looking at the last election, like I would even argue, like looking back, Florida's become, like, no matter what you believe, but Florida's like becoming the most solid red state, one of the most solid red states in the union.
Yeah, but you're basing this on the people that you know, and you know like 500
No,
there's a shit ton of people that live in Florida, and you're basing it on 500 people that you happen to surround yourself with.
If you go anywhere from Tennessee, now South Carolina is the most popular spot to move to. It used to be Florida, down to Georgia, down to Florida, North Carolina, all these states. People are moving there in mass, especially after C-19, because they said you can work from home. A lot of companies like to stay working from home. So people are like, why am I going to stay up here?
I can look up the population if you want me to, because you have it. You obviously haven't looked up any of this shit. Obviously, you're just going on feels here.
I do not. I got my facts.
You just said you gained a shit ton of Republican voters. No, you guys have lost Republican voters.
It's just not true, bro. Nobody believes
it. It is true. Go look it up. It's the Florida Department of Elections. It is a .gov website. It's your fucking government that's saying this.
No, it's not. My sources say otherwise. So I don't know.
Your source is Jim Joe Bob at the local fucking hardware store.
No. My source is the DeSantis administration. Florida.
Please download Ground News.
Hi, Bo. Can we have your age and who you voted for?
Hi, I'm 27 from London. You was having an interesting topic about Kamala Harris, and elections are won and lost in moments. 7th of August in Detroit was what cost her the youth vote.
What was that?
That's when, like I said,
Calm down, Mojo.
elections are won and lost in moments for a lot of people. And on every metric, youth people just left her campaign on 7th of August when she told protesters there to be quiet.
She told protesters to be quiet?
Yeah, the Stop G-Side protesters, she told them to basically
Stop saying
essentially,
that?
yeah, to stop talking. Others are talking. Completely dismissed them.
Oh, shit.
And that was a viral clip.
They were yelling
And,
God saves. They were yelling God saves when she said that. Stop the fucking stupidity.
Well, I remember that when they were in the crowd and she said, your rally is down the street or something.
Yeah, she did. There was one point where she kind of made like a dismissing kind of statement towards pro-Palestinian protesters. That was kind of a big thing for the left. That kind of pissed them off.
Right, and they're fixing that mistake, and that's why, like, when it comes to the whole Israel stance, this is why for the Democrat Party it's a big issue, because if we're gonna say we're the Democrat Party, we care about human rights and all that, you can't support a country that's doing a G-side to another a group. So
okay, and yeah, now those Democrats that chose not to show up or not to vote at all or to vote for somebody else, now they see what happens when you don't vote for the Democrat.
I was so close to being that person. I mean, like the morning of, I was that person.
Hey, the problem wasn't Israel, the protesters with VP Harris. The problem was they just like what they were doing and talking about. The problem is how they do it. They just barged in the middle of her speaking and started shouting and stuff, like trying
That's
to be
how you protest. If you've ever been to one or ever had any feelings or cared about anything other than yourself, you would know
Don't
that.
argue with him on this.
Shoot them off, like get out of here. Yeah, I remember that.
There is a common consensus among us who work in the industry that if she just stayed silent, she would have kept momentum. What do you feel? It's sometimes better to say nothing rather than something.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That's the problem with the Democrats. They see something they want to do good about, and then they just go on like they want you to feel the same way.
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't even make coherent
For sure.
sentences.
Well, this reminds me of when they barged up in the church, like Don Lemon barged up in the church and started shouting out
and nothing happened.
pastor about ICE and stuff.
Nothing happened to him, did it? Nothing happened.
Oh, yes, it did.
And that was an important matter because you have a preacher that was basically like a Gestapo preacher. So,
yeah. It was damn good reason that they busted up in that.
Preacher. Okay, right.
Up in there. I don't know how you sleep at night, Go Army.
Yeah, I wouldn't be covering my face up like that. You're the one who's like got a lot of whatever, bro.
You like my picture,
I sleep
don't you?
like a baby.
You like my
Yeah,
picture?
it's just insulting. It's insulting. It's insulting to you. So,
Are you mad about my picture?
It's a nice picture.
Thank you.
No, it's insulting.
I don't know who's
Looks
insulted.
amazing.
Well, you live in America and you choose to preach about women's rights and everything about women, and here you are, like covering your face up in a country where it's free to.
Well, because she chose to cover her face up.
Yeah.
She chose it.
Just disrespectful to yourself and
Because she
everybody.
chose it. You're like not understanding consent.
Shocker.
You would want that, Go Army. You would want a world where women like completely covered themselves.
No, listen,
dude,
I live
be
there.
so for real.
No, I live there.
Well,
and
you just
seen-
want it under your God. You don't want it under
Hey,
their
listen,
God. You want it under your God.
listen, B.
Praise
Listen,
the Lord.
I lived in a country where they did like straight up cover up, like only you could see an eye slit a lot of women. Like that was one of the things I was like, out of all the things, the heat, just being somewhere else is whatever, but seeing women like that is like a massive eye opener. It was like, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And then, being there for a while, you start to see things like not crazy things, but they just don't have the rules we do. Like, turn around and Just they treat them like however they
But you're
want in
missing
the
the point.
moment.
You're missing the point that,
So
the face covering there is enforced. Here, Messi chose
it's
whether or not she
forced,
wanted to
bro.
cover
It's
her
forced,
face.
bro. Everything there is
That's what I
forced.
said. I said there it's enforced. Here, Messi chose whether or not she wanted to cover her face.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
It's
It's just
not the problem. Is not
disrespectful. She
the.
don't know. She
The
don't know
problem
about
is not
real
the headwear
women
itself.
suffering behind that veil, and she don't know.
I mean, the
And
problem
here,
is a man talking about how a woman should dress, regardless of a veil or without a veil, regardless of a face mask or without a face mask.
that is true. That's the
That's
irony
the
right there.
issue. You're the same, but just the other way.
Okay, well, you must support Muslims then that cover up their wives, right? That's
Christians want
important.
What
women in
did
the
you not?
kitchen.
Did you not listen to what I just said? Do you have an issue listening?
It's comprehending he has a problem with.
Yeah, Christian nationalists want women in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant.
You know what's funny, Messi? Like he talk about
Oh no,
like
man! I don't want them in the kitchen, bro.
you know what's funny, Messi? So when I hear conservatives talk about they care about
Seriously.
women's rights and all that
Wow.
shit, and if you listen to their platforms that they have for women, they talk about stripping women's right to vote and all that, and there are some women are promoting that shit.
It's wild to me. I'll never
Fucking
understand.
wild.
I'll never get it.
So weird.
Thank you for that, Dobby. Wow, that's crazy.
You're fucking gross, dude. You know that? Go Army. Like, you are fucking gross.
You're
You are a
gross.
gross
You're
individual
gross.
who comes up here with a cross in your name trying to tout Jesus and Christianity when you are literally a piece of fucking shit. Jesus would
I
not be
don't
your
cover my
homie.
face. I'll tell
You
you
and
that.
Jesus would not be homies. He would not fucking spit on you the way that you fucking act. It's embarrassing.
Speak from your feelings and speak
It's
from your
embarrassing.
emotions. Like, you have nothing to add intellectually, so you're just like, oh, you're a piece of crap. How do you sleep at night? As you got a Muslim veil on you, well, I'm surprised you don't have your Satan Club picture up on the past that. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like hypocritical.
How do nuns dress?
They don't cover up their face, that's for sure, and their eyes. Yeah, they don't do that. I never seen
So
a
you
nun
only have a problem
that covered her face.
with an inch. You have a problem with like 4 inches of extra clothing. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I think it's an absolute. I mean, I don't. Let's just keep it a buck, like just person to person right now. All politics, everything aside, I think it's absolutely wild. It's unimaginable to have a wife or have a woman that lives her whole life going out in public completely covered, not just covered with a head thing over her hair, where only there's like eye slits, like you're wearing armor as a kid playing like or something. Like, to me, your whole life, that is like slavery or something. That's like unimaginable to me. It's insane.
So
Do you
you're
think
People
boxing
support
with
that. Y'all
you're
support
boxing
that
with
with Mojo. Y'all
ghosts because
support
not
that.
a single person here agrees with that.
Do you think you should be able to tell your wife that she looks too slutty?
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's all I gotta say. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, normal people would
It don't
wear
matter at this
modesty.
point.
They would wear some stuff, but to just cover up like you're not even a person, you're just like not a face. You're just an item where you just have eyes. That's so like that's
Her
anti-women.
husband gets
That's
to see
anti-women.
her.
Dude.
Her husband gets to see her. What are you talking about? And her family. All the women get to see her. Like, it's okay for women to see her. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that actually, as long as it's a woman's choice to do so, I think that it's actually beautifully spiritual to be that committed to something. I wish I had that level of commitment in me. I just don't.
None of you would date a dude, be with a dude that told you can't go out in public with only your eyes. The rest of your life, absolutely no way.
But here you are telling your wife that she looks too slutty and she has to change her clothes.
I don't say that. She's a very good woman. She dresses very modestly, very modest, and looks beautiful that way. I love the way she has. I'm blessed with that. But I think if she walked out with like nothing on, I'd be like, as her husband, yeah, like, what are you doing? Nah, you're going back inside and change it. No. And yeah,
I don't get how you don't understand your hypocrisy right now.
Well, I think that's kind of normal, like going back out, making her come back out when she comes back out with nothing but a black sheet all over her whole body and just eye slits over her eyes. So she's not even a person. That's not even in the same realm or world. That's just abuse is what it is.
just because you can't see their skin means they're not a person anymore?
I'm so insecure that you can't go out in public because somebody might look at you or see you like, ma'am, can I grab that shopping cart from you? Or, or can I help you with this? Like, that is absolutely ridiculous.
What, you think that like people would fail to understand how to communicate with a human, which they clearly know is underneath the clothing? Like, I don't understand what your gripe is here.
Neither.
Yeah, I think it's unjust for women. I feel bad for the women that are stuck doing that. You know what I'm saying?
But either way,
like, a lot of y'all don't believe anything. Your heart's hard. You don't have that kind of feeling. But
either way, you're saying that if a woman chooses to wear whatever she wants, you're not okay with it, and they do need to adhere to your personal values at the end of the day.
Well, I think you have an American mindset, and you think, well, in the end of the day, if they get married and he forces this on, does a bunch of stuff, she has the right to say, I'm not doing that. I'm divorcing. I'm leaving. And that's what a lot of people do here in America. But it don't work like that.
A lot of people get divorced.
Hang on. They can divorce sometimes, but they're stuck.
You're saying a lot of people get divorced in America because of their clothing choices?
No, just no. Stop being silly. Just I'm not even arguing. It's just differences that you can't get over. That's what it usually comes down to.
Well, yeah, those are the things you learn about someone, as you're
Islam.
Like,
No, they don't work like that. They don't do that.
You do know it's by choice where I live anyway. Like some people wear the burqa on one day and some people just choose not to sometimes. It's like putting on a hoodie. You just want to feel like people aren't staring at you,
Oh, it's not real? Man, I just think, I guess you guys can defend it a minute. Maybe your wives would do that. Maybe that's what you guys like and stuff. But when I see a woman like walk by or something, or when I seen stuff like the men treat these women horribly, like driving by, like just the things they were doing and things like that, man, I just feel
where was he?
I feel bad for him. I feel bad.
Can I ask where you was?
I was in Iraq.
Okay, so
it was in the army. I know it was in context.
It should never be happening. Here where I live, if a woman wants to wear the burqa one day, she wears it. If she feels comfortable not wearing it another day, a lot of times they won't wear it. It's it's a privacy, modesty, whichever way you want to put it, but it should always be something that's by choice of the woman. And again, the hypocrisy would be on either end of the spectrum. If you're telling someone to cover up, then you're being oppressive. And if you're telling someone how not to dress, then you're being oppressive on either end, That's the point.
Yeah. No, totally. And what's crazy is that, Gorm, you're actually being oppressive.
Go ahead.
Well, let me just add on to this real quick, because it's actually oppressive to tell someone who feels comfortable in something that they're not allowed to wear that. You get that, right?
I mean, I guess, Ash, do you think we live in this like perfect world where like two people getting married, even in, I'm talking not in America, even in the Middle East, two people get married and you think 2-3 years when they're like comfortable and things are in, and in that culture, she can't wear nothing but her eyes and there's no like domestic V laws over there. Like there's no things like that over there. You think, hold on, let me finish. And you think that's like, you don't have sympathy for them? You just say, well, you can't tell them what to do. Like,
I have sympathy for your wife.
Wow, that's rude.
I actually agree. I have sympathy for Hasidic Jews, and I have sympathy for people who have to wear way too much clothing when it's very hot outside. I have sympathy for that because they were indoctrinated to believe that they need to do that. But the fact of the matter remains that if you were indoctrinated to do that as a child and you grow up doing that your whole life, when you're an adult, you're going to feel comfort from it. So telling someone that they don't have their security blanket anymore because you don't like what you're looking at is fucking gross.
Yeah, man, it's just, we live in a cruel world, bro. And it's when it's 130, 40 degrees out, and these women are in all black, and they have nothing but their eyes. That's all they ever get to do the rest of their lives. Like, you think that's by choice, bro? You think maybe that choice at first, but once you're in there, that's just, they're stuck. There's no, what can they do? They can't divorce. They can't go to America. They can't do all that stuff. It's like, But those women, who cares about those women?
Why would
right?
they? Why would they come to? Why would they come to America?
Everybody,
When people
everybody
like, why
does.
would they? Why would they come to America when people like you, when men like you, are going to tell them how they have to dress anyway?
I don't tell them how to dress at all.
But you would, and if you were married to him,
well, no,
you tell
I
your
wouldn't be
wife how to
married to
dress?
somebody that would do that. First of all,
You tell your wife how to dress.
no, I'm just saying if there was an instance where they happen. I already told you. See, you missed everything I said about how she's a good woman. She don't do all that, and then you just harp on me saying, "Well, let's do this happen."
If she chooses to dress in a way that you don't approve of, you will force her to change. That's my point. Why would she want to come to him? Why would she want to come to America and be oppressed by you?
Yeah, no. She comes to America, she can take off all that clothing and she can find somebody she likes. If the guy says, hey, you have to wear that, she can say, no, I'm not. And then she can go find a guy that says, you don't have to wear that. And she can say, good, because I'm not going to anyways. Like, and they move on and be happy. Like, but you can't do that where she's at. You understand that? Like, that's not their life is not TikToking and arguing and all these kids and happy times and football practice. It's not that, bro. I promise you, it's like very. Some of them have multiple wives.
If you had your Gilead way, you would have the same thing here in the U.S. If you had your Gilead way, you would make sure that all men would stop all women from dressing badly. You would make sure that this was something instituted in law to make sure that women can't go out looking slutty. That's the problem with the mindset you have. You say that it only applies to your wife right now, but guarantee you comment on it every time you see another woman that does this, and guarantee if you can set up a society that thinks like you guys are all going to get together and make sure that women have to dress the way you want them to dress. You are them. They are you.
No, that's extreme. That's radical.
I'd like to do a thought experiment here. Is there ever a time you would tell a man how to dress and why?
Absolutely. And Mojo probably does it because he's well, never mind. I'm not going to say that. I would say a restaurant. Many times you have to wear a certain attire. The golf course, you have to wear a certain attire. And people want to be slick and show up in what? Sweatpants, just non-collar shirt, things like that. And what happens? Like, there's like a standard that you have to hold.
You see, I thought you would go to the safety of children, but apparently you just want to uphold the system. Mm-hmm. You just want to uphold hierarchy.
Safety of children and what?
You see, I would think that you would go to children's safety, right? When describing why you would tell another man how to dress, but you go straight to hierarchy. You go straight to upholding the system that you benefit from. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Children's safety and men. What? That confuses me.
No, you're confused.
You know, I hear a lot of things about the UK. Is it true that y'all got took over by Muslim people?
No, it's not true. I'm right next to actually the oldest parish in London at the moment, and it's pretty Muslim? Full. I am not, actually. I'm next to Saint Bartholomew the Great. It's about 900 years old, and plenty of people going to church, but it's a different way of going to church. If you ever read the Bible, please read Matthew 25:31-46.
I think we went over that the other day with this one. He's only ever read the Bill of Rights in his Trump Bible.
You know, I think it's funny when you attack, you and some of the other people in this live, they like to throw shade and they like to talk a big game. And that's cool because we all do it. But then when you say something back, it's like they instantly get triggered. And it's like, it's insults and all intellect conversation just goes out the MAGA don't do that. MAGA
You're the only one that's triggered here, sir. The only one. You.
I think that Messi definitely doesn't do that. She's definitely one of the best people on this app. But I do see that for me. I think the left does get super triggered very easily. But to be fair, it's not without like purpose, right? Like what they get triggered about is like when you're questioning their human rights.
What? Whose human rights?
Well, like when you guys talk about, gay people, I've learned to stay away from Ukraine and Russia. That seems to be super triggering for people. Iran, now I can add that to my list of things that really trigger people because these things are near and dear to their heart.
The LGBTQ.
Oh yeah, that was one of the groups of people I mentioned.
Do you know how they're treated in the Middle East?
I mean, but that's not the point. It's the way you guys want to treat them here too. And then you sit here and you guys complain about the Middle East. Like, you guys would love to have like a Sharia law, but actually be under Christ.
Literally.
You guys are so dramatic. So dramatic. I would just like to go back to the times, of my grandpa, when things were like, you could go work as an electrician and everything. You had retirement. You had brand new cars, brand new everything. Little nice little house. The wife did her thing and raised a bunch of kids, and everybody went to the store. Everything was, it was nice. Everything dressed nice. Like they're going to watch a fireworks show, and it wasn't like chicks out there twerking like Meg Thee Stallion. It was like they were wearing these beautiful button-down.
Jesus fuck.
You hear that, Messi? Mm-hmm. He wants to go back in those days. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where people respected each other. They dressed with class and they treated like it was like a nice time.
Right.
Now it's just like,
amen, brother.
Just doing our thing.
Now it's just
ladies were just doing their thing.
It's like so degenerate now. It's so gross. There's these addicts like everywhere. People are just wearing basically nothing. It's just like
we
were addicts back then, though, Army. We was eating the Quaaludes.
The Quaaludes were on fucking just.
And they gave them to us. They were like, "Oh, you got a lazy eye? Here's a Quaalude.
Here's a Xanax."
I'm glad y'all saw something in a movie and thought it was like whatever.
Valium after dinner.
Yeah, I mean, like, would you say majority of people are on the F word? No, but is there a huge, massive issue? Yes, like.
You're probably a buzzkill.
It's not about having a good time. There's more to life than just having a good buzz and having a good time and things like that. Like, there's things going on, bro.
Oh, you in the chat?
Your head in the game.
So I saw a really interesting statistic the other day, and apparently in the United States, the most suicide decade was the 1950s.
Yeah. Thank you, Yama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. W's in the chat. Very nice. Sorry, we got distracted.
I'm officially a Nino.
You're what?
I'm a godfather. My nephew was just born.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice. Congrats.
Love babies.
Yeah, it's like my second. Well, now I got two nephews.
Right. I have a question. So you say you want women to judge modestly. Are we talking about like what? Like, do you want them? What kind of clothes do you want them to wear exactly? Like, do you want the women to dress like the Amish women do, or what exactly do you want?
Who are you talking to?
Talking to you.
I don't want them dressed anyway. I just don't want to be. I wouldn't. It's just like normal. Like all I'm saying is back then they wore like dresses. A whole spiel. Now it's like they're nothing. So where's the medium? Just like something family nice, dude. Like, is that too much? That's not like forcing people to wear anything like that. Like, it's just like we need to get the youth to believe and grow up, so then their kids would believe. So then everything changes. That like, hey, we're not into women that are like that. We're into women that are like believe in the Bible, believe in God, and like
they tried that.
Focus and modest and focused and not party, not focused on a good time. So
we tried that in the 50s. Listen, Go Army, don't be so like hung up on this because look, the 30s end up being a response to the 20s. The 40s end up being a response to the 30s. The 50s end up being a response to the 40s, right? And so on and so forth. Women go out into the workforce in the 40s, at least middle-class women who used to stay home, middle-class, upper-class women start going in the workforce in the 40s to help with the war effort overseas. Then in the 50s, the men say, you know what? Okay, we're back now. Time to get back in the kitchen. And then in the 60s, the response to getting back in the kitchen is let's just have a drug-fueled civil rights rights for everyone parade. And this is just how society is. It flip-flops back and forth. And it will be like that forever. It's a pendulum swing forever. And in a free society, it will always be a pendulum swing.
No, we're gonna break the mold.
Not without force. Not without force. You will not break the mold without force.
Well, clearly we're getting more of the youth vote. Youth is like tending to go our way.
This is the pendulum swing that I'm talking about. Yes, you're getting the Gen Z because they're responding to my generation, the millennials, which was essentially like, we wanted rights for everybody. We took it farther than our parents took it. So you're getting the pendulum swing now of the Gen Z. And then Gen Z, when they have kids, the response will be the exact opposite again. By then, we probably won't even be wearing clothes.
Listen, once you just take yourself away from those atmospheres and those, like, what do they call it? Like those surroundings, you really it really stands out. Like you don't get around people like that or dress like that. And then when you notice people dressing like that, you just like, now I start to have, as I get older, sympathy for them. Like they just don't know anything better yet. They're just lost. Like, and
I prefer a woman.
Maybe one day they'll come out of the fire and stuff, because that's not really what they want. They don't want that girl. Yeah, you got a poor girl walking up there she don't want attention like that. But she's
a woman that's
some
like
kind of trauma, all that kind of stuff. So
I prefer a woman that's like a free spirit, someone who's not like fucking because I've known a billion like different women. Like one was like she was like Christian, like she became more Christian, and then she became more like, I don't know. It became kind of like a little off-putting, because she was basically like always constantly like reminding, like asking me about like, oh, did you ever think about your soul? Did you ever think about things like that? And I don't know. It just like, I mean, I wasn't with this one in particular, but I realized like, yeah, I prefer a girl that's not really like tied down to like I mean, yeah, you can have values and everything, but for me, it's just more of a it's when you say like stay away from people like that. There's nothing wrong with the woman that's like a free spirit. It's like somebody that actually just does their own thing and they're headstrong, and I respect that.
nothing wrong with a free spirit. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's a terrible thing.
You're just saying freedom's terrible.
Jesus Christ, are you shoving your face in full again?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's just sitting on a lawnmower, shoving ice in his mouth. What is happening?
He's not eating ice. He's fucking eating, I don't know, pork rinds or some shit.
Pork rinds is crazy.
Some greasy old something or another. Just see him fucking grease dripping from his chin and shit.
Grease dripping from my chin, bro. Come on. That's crazy.
That's what it sounds like with your fucking smacking and full mouth and shit like that. Gross.
I mean, I have like the latest iPhone. Like my stuff's real expensive, so my microphone is awesome. So I apologize, it's loud, but I can't help if you got like an Android 12 or something. Like I don't know,
Are you trying to Pavo shame right now?
Anyways.
I have an iPhone 17 and I have a $200 headset. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay. But anyways, nobody's saying you gotta have women back in the kitchen. Why do y'all always go to such extremes? Like, wouldn't it be nice to not work if you had a job that paid all the stuff your husband did?
That's like, what you want. Now you're just trying to justify and saying that she likes being in the kitchen.
Wait a second. A second grader told my daughter that she belonged in the kitchen on the playground last year, 2 years ago. What do you mean?
How traumatic.
Well, the fact that a second grader, which is like 8 years old, thinks that girls are stupid and they can't do anything and can never be anything, and the only place they belong is the kitchen, is quite a terrifying thought process for a child to have. No?
What?
I agree.
Listen, let's just be.
Eating?
I'm not. Let's keep it real. Let's just keep it real. Bees probably can attest to this and agree with me. You could have the biggest degree you want. You could have all the accomplishments you want when it comes to raising children. If you have a partner that loves you and you love him and there's not those issues going on, and financially you're well off, the wife would and chooses to stay home with the children. Yeah, she ends up loving to do that instead. It's very
Keyword choice, my friend. Keyword choice, but you don't want to give people choices. Women who want to stay home and be trad wives, 100% support it. Go make your sourdough bread, girl. But at the end of the day, I want to go back to the hospital. I want to go back to saving lives. My life is more than this. I saw my kids come up and I raised them. I stayed at home with my first, almost his entire childhood. Before he goes to elementary school and, just work per diem shifts and stuff. But I want to go back to having more than that. My kids are reaching that age where they're going to school too. So why can't I have both? Why do men get both and I have to choose? It's not fair.
when the kids get older, you saying? Yeah, I'm sure if your kids get older and go away and they're older and move on, I guess if you want to be a real estate, I don't think the husband's going to be like, you can do this and that, blah, blah, blah.
Well, we don't give them the opportunity. We don't give women the opportunity with paid family leave to be able to stay home. And then, I would love to be like a system like Germany where you get, you can have up to 3 years of paid family leave. I would love that. But women don't get that opportunity. We don't get a choice. We have no choice but to work in this current system.
That's not true. That's your husband not stepping up. That's it.
I live in California. I love living in California. It's one of the most beautiful states in the world. That costs a lot of money.
Too.
No, Florida's muggy. That's America's basement, and it's going underwater soon, so no. There's barely any humidity here.
We give all the incentives in the world.
I'm so sick and tired of you shoving your face full of army.
This is wild. Go ahead.
It doesn't necessarily equate to more people starting a family, because that's not necessarily the meaning of life to people. The incentive to do that is because you want to do it, not just because. So I don't know. I feel like there's a generation coming up who were raised by Tate and stuff that are very lost.
We're not. He is not. Nothing I'm saying he probably stands for. He's against. He's kind of in the moment, have a good time with these ladies. Don't take on.
Yeah, why not? My whole ideal relationship right now would be because I'm not really too keen on really having a family right now. If I meet somebody, I would want us to go just do things and enjoy life and all that. It's just have somebody to basically ride along. I'm not looking to.
I just agree with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep going. I apologize.
What was the claim about Germany about leave?
I believe it's up to 3 years. I think you get a fully paid 1 year, and then after 1 year, you get part of your pay docked.
No,
so you can have up to 3 years without losing your job.
Yeah, but it's 6 to 12 weeks of pay, and then you have 3 years to not lose your job. Correct.
We'll get back to that in a minute, but no shit. I
think the way you presented it is if you get paid for 3 years.
I'll get back to that, and I'll find my source.
Mm-hmm.
Were you finished, Ibanez? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I just finished with saying, right now the idea of settling down, that just seems like it's kind of a far off thing, because right now life is pretty fucking expensive. It's I think I'm just more keen to just enjoying life and yeah, a lot of the American dream shit is kind of dead already.
Say what?
I think those people should get tax breaks, man. I think people who aren't having kids should get a tax break for saving the world. Seriously. People are doing the Lord's work by not having kids. You guys should get tax breaks.
That's ridiculous.
And paid family leave just for a year, just because you want.
How about you? This guy said things are pretty expensive, and so you should just do what you want, have fun or something like that. Like,
Yeah, that's why I see it right now because as far as everything's going, I mean, I'm gonna sit up to ensure that I have a safety net and all that. But what I'm just
don't you
trying to
care about
say
your
is that
people,
like,
bro? Don't you care about your people, bro? Don't you
yeah,
have a
that's why I
duty?
advocate.
Don't you have a
That's why I
duty and
advocate.
obligation to your people and your culture to like put some kids out that like when you pass away can take on that culture and that heritage and
Yeah,
stuff, bro? Don't you care about
if
that?
I ever have kids, cool. But if not, it's not really my fucking
Are you
thing.
that
It's
selfish, bro?
not really.
What? This
It's
is
Man,
not.
wild.
it's crazy, dog. Like you can step up, though things are
It's a weird
expensive. Okay,
stance.
so what, man? A child will make a man work till
Dude, it's
sun
not
up,
worth bringing
sundown,
a kid
bro.
if I can't afford to give the kid a happy life.
You can then step up and be a man. That's called being a man. You got to step up and
Yeah,
take care of
I'm
things.
not gonna be
Whoa.
struggling, barely
Oh,
making it
you don't
just
want
so
to
I
be
can
struggling,
raise a
so I'm not
family
gonna.
and shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm already
How are
struggling
you
as
gonna
much as it
talk
is right
down to
now.
another man like that, Go Army? How you're a guy yourself. You should know better of the world.
I
I'm not
mean,
talking down to him.
I mean, he's expecting other men to take care of him. So I would say if he's another man's talking down to him, but he's expecting that man to take care of him, I mean, it's kind of confusing to me.
When did he say another man to take care of him? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Well, maybe
who
other
am I
women.
expecting
I
to take
don't
care of
know.
me?
So
I'm not. I'm not.
what are you suggesting then?
I'm
Are you saying
suggesting.
that?
I'm suggesting just don't be disrespectful to someone for saying that if everything aligns, then okay. But if not, I'm gonna find someone to have a good time with and try and have a good life.
No, I was talking about Ibanez. Like, what is he suggesting?
Were you implying that I said not having a job or anything like that?
No, I was asking you. What were you implying?
No, I just thought we were just talking about relationships in general, and like Gorman was talking about like traditional family and all that. And for me, I just like, if like meeting a woman, I would rather just like enjoy company with her and go do things rather than just relying on like settling down and because like for me the idea of getting a house is kind of like that's kind of a far off thing. I just rather focus on just having experiences and having someone to be with while enjoying those experiences.
Yeah.
Rather than
So why can't you do that?
I'm not saying I can't do that.
Okay. So
I
I
was talking
guess.
about
Yeah. I mean,
like
well, we don't want the government to tell us like how relationships should be, right? I mean, I think that's the problem with even tax policy, right? Like tax policy suggests what relationship should be.
No,
No? What do you
no.
mean? You get a benefit for being married.
No, that's De Beers. De Beers tells you that.
Well, why would De Beers tell you that?
Welcome to capitalism, sir.
Well, when I drink, the beers don't tell me anything, Mojo.
Got him.
wait, they say De Beers as in the diamond company or the beers?
Yeah, the Diamond Company. And he knows that.
Wait, so capitalism tells you need a diamond to get married?
It does.
Well, yeah, it does.
Really
Like
does.
it's like if you look at the whole wedding business too, that's like a business in itself. It incentivizes people to have these extravagant events, so the way you basically spend money.
Guys, he's not ready for that rabbit hole. It's gonna blow his mind.
Weddings
Which
are
rabbit hole?
expensive.
All social relations are made through capitalism,
So
are shaped by capitalism.
social relationships as they exist today didn't exist prior to capitalism.
They did, but they probably existed in relation to feudalism, which also
What
determined.
what did relationships look like in communist countries today? Then they look different.
Well, there's no communist country today.
You were provided
What?
a wife. Go.
There's
Wait,
no
there's
communist
no
country
communist
today.
countries.
Ew, did you just say you were provided a wife?
I'm
For a
pretty
cow.
sure
As long
Xi
as
Jinping
you
would
do enough
disagree with
community
you.
service, apparently.
Shut up, Go Army. That is not the argument we had.
And the more community service you do, the better wife you get. That's what they do.
Yeah,
You're
I think North
fucking
Korea would
ridiculous.
disagree with you.
It's not a communist country.
Says who?
Does the North Koreans even?
What about
But they
the
just
CC
had an election.
What?
Dog. They just
It's
had
a
an election.
democratic republic. It's in the name.
Okay.
DPRK.
So has there never been a socialist or communist country ever then?
No,
Maybe the
not
Islamic
completely.
Republic of Japan could be. I don't know.
So like the
I'd
Soviet
move there.
Union
Do you
under
think
Lenin.
romance didn't exist under communism? Is that what you're saying, Dr. Gao?
No, that's what they're
Are
saying.
you saying intimacy didn't exist?
No, they're saying
because intimacy
No, I'm
exists.
saying
The
that.
manufacturation of
Dude, do you
relationships and
listen to
having a
women,
diamond
or
ring
you just listen to me?
is
She
the
said that.
manufacturing of having a diamond ring is very much a capitalist agenda.
Is it? Do you know why the diamond ring
Yes,
came about? Do you know why the diamond ring came about?
there is earlier. Go ahead.
No. No, it's
All right.
because FDR confiscated all the gold.
Well, why are you proving my point?
What? That government
It's meant to be.
confiscated
It's
gold?
meant to be me. You're meant to be on the other side.
Wait a second. How is the government confiscating gold an action of capitalism?
Well, what was it replaced with?
The market decided diamonds, but the government intervened.
The market decided diamonds.
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
I think.
Okay, that's beside the point.
How
You're
did
getting
it?
hung up.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
But
I
if the
think the
government
point is
never
that
stole all the gold, you'd still have gold, no?
I think the point is that like if there was not any marketing incentive like to buy the nicest thing or whatever, the relationships are actually more genuine under communism rather than just relying on some like, oh, I gotta buy the most expensive ring. Like, no, dude, it's now it's more genuine.
Well, if you find a woman and you have to find her the most expensive diamond, maybe that's a you problem.
No, I think that's a society problem.
It shows your love, Dr. Gold.
Why is this?
Because it's
Why are women driven by profit motive?
Listen,
At the end of the day, this is just profit motive.
You gotta be stop being so analytical and just sit
What?
back and think about the bachelor that's about, or the young guy's about to propose to, or he's in love with this girl and he wants to go get a ring. He's going down to all the jewelry shops. Like, just think about this. He's like, I love this girl so much. She's my everything. Oh, I'm gonna propose. I want the most expensive ring. I'm gonna work overtime. I'm gonna work sun up, sun down. I gotta find the one. That's
I got a better
realistic than.
You're analyzing right there, Go Army.
I got a better idea.
That's just they just saying like you guys were like, no, you gotta have this.
I got a better idea. How about instead of actually having to go buy a ring, you make the ring, right? You put your work into it. You basically learn how to fucking it doesn't matter what the ring is made of, as long as you put effort into making something that's meaningful. Doesn't have to be expensive.
But then also it's an aspect of people look at the ring and when she's wearing it and they're like, ooh, and the first thing I think is, what's her husband do? And it's like, I run a successful company that I was able to afford that ring.
That's the keeping up with the Joneses mindset. That's the mindset. That's
keeping up with the Joneses.
No. That's just like my love is like even a diamond that's 30,000, 20,000. My love is not even worth this,
your whole purpose of giving her a ring like that is for someone to see it and then ask about you and what you do, because she wouldn't have that if it wasn't for you. You.
Not me personally, but the one buying the ring.
Whatever.
The guy buying the ring.
No, you think like that. And
How the fuck are you still fucking eating, you dumb motherfucker?
That's just my microphone. That's my microphone. That's all.
So are we just simply saying that people don't desire things?
No, I'm saying that all social relations hitherto is shaped by capitalism. I'm not saying that people don't desire things. I think we're having two different conversations.
No, I guess my question is, so are you saying that, like, absent of capitalism and free trade and a market, people wouldn't desire things?
I'll be good faith. Yeah, people do desire things, right? Why do we go on to invent fire? Because we desire to stay warm.
Sure. So if you didn't have a market, you didn't have like a profit motive, and let's say theoretically you don't have, I guess, wage labor surplus value being stolen, are you saying that like women just wouldn't desire nice rings and like diamonds?
Probably not. I mean, again, there's no profit motive that exists for when fire's invented. What is the profit motive for fire? There isn't one. People just want to stay warm. We invent things, we go on to create things to make our lives easier, not because there's a profit motive. Now, that may be true for some people. That's not necessarily true across the board, though.
Yeah, but you're like talking about, sure, you need fire to live, but I think outside of just the desire to live, people have other desires that they want, right?
Dr. Go, answer this question for yourself. If you was a girl, why would you want a big ring?
Why would I want one? Yeah, I mean, maybe because like I want to walk around and like I don't know. It
Is it a
looks
social
good.
status thing?
Status.
Do you wanna show it off? Do you wanna be like, oh, look at me?
No, I don't
Go
really
for
care
that.
about social status. So like to me, it would just be a representation. Like it would look cool on my hand. Like I would enjoy it. I'd look at it and think it's beautiful. Like I would just enjoy it myself.
Oh, you genuinely like rocks. Is that it?
Yeah, like I'll buy a pair of Jordans, right? I don't buy it to walk around for social status. I buy them because they're like sick. In fact, sometimes I don't even wear them out of the house because I don't want to like dirty them up. Just
You
like
don't realize that you do buy them because you do want some sort of social status. If that were the case, then you would just go buy knockoff Jordans and not spend the money because the quality could be just the same.
No,
There
I
is
want
a
to look fly
social
like a white guy.
status. You want to look fly? Well, yeah. What is the social status that comes with looking fly like a white guy?
Nothing. I don't wear them out of the house. What are you talking about?
That's not everything. What about memories from when I was a child? Like I want these the Jordan, can't remember
Right.
the shiny part wrapped around when I was a kid, like 1999 or whatever, or 98 or something like that. I want those just for like and wear them around because I think they're cool.
Right.
I
They
don't
make
mean
me
like
happy.
it's like a. I need you to think it's cool. Oh,
I think it's so built in your
dude.
psyche. I think it's so deeply built into your psyche that you don't realize that that's essentially what you want. I think we, especially you and me, Go Army, because we're almost around the same age, probably even Dr. Galt, me and Messiar, we grew up in the age of consumerism, so we actually don't know what our true motive behind getting these consumer things. I think we've lost a sense of community, and we find a sense of community in buying these collectible items.
Go on me and Dr. Gold. Do you like basketball by any chance?
Do I like basketball?
Not really.
Yeah,
Like watching it or playing it?
playing it more so.
I mean, I would play a pickup game, sure.
Go on me. Do you like basketball as a kid?
It's okay. I mean, it's not like. I mean, sure, I like it.
I like fighting better. I like more violence, but sure, I'll play basketball.
Okay.
I
Anybody
wouldn't
have
go
a
that
starter
far, but-
jacket? A starter jacket? You remember those?
I had the Marlboro jacket from my mom
Puffy.
smoking
Yes,
cigarettes.
starter jackets. Yes.
I always bought that Ender jacket.
The
Is
what?
that bad? The Ender?
Ender?
Ender.
Ender?
Yeah.
I don't know. Never heard of that.
I used to shape my baseball number in the back of my head.
That's-
Start and end. Starter.
Oh.
Ender.
I get it.
That's so sad that I. It's really sad that you laughed after I explained it. Oh my god! That joke fell flat on its face. What the fuck?
Oh, adios, mio.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, Dr. Galt, this whole thing got started off because Go Army is upset that my face is covered.
That what?
That my profile picture, my face is covered.
Why? Isn't that your choice? Can't you do that?
Well, apparently not according to Go Army. I'm disrespecting
She's
myself.
converted. She's converted to Islam, Dr. Galt.
But what do I care? That's fine.
Okay. All right.
She can. I mean, as long as she's not going to harm other people, she can believe in whatever religion she wants. I don't give a shit.
And at
Bloody.
Gondor, the fellowship were left cold and abandoned.
Yeah, I mean, if she wants to get on like a rug and turn herself to the right and pray every day, like, what do I care?
Sure. Well, I mean, that's just the nice side of it, right?
I mean, you probably pray to Sky Daddy. Like, I don't judge you.
Oh, Sky Daddy. Yes, Sky Daddy. Who says that? It's so weird, dude. You guys are so. Could you imagine going through life, like going through your whole life, just like I'm better than
You guys
I
already
know
call
more
one
than all
man.
this. I like.
You guys
Sky
already
Daddy.
call me one man daddy.
I mean, I don't have a problem with Sky Daddy. I think Sky Daddy's pretty cool, but like, I don't know. It's fine. Like, I respect you.
Garmy, did you hear how you said Sky Daddy?
That's just my impersonation of
so
how
fruity.
liberals talk. Like.
But this is like a perfect example of how the accusations are actually a confession, because you're sitting here blaming us for, like, quote, walking around just thinking that you know everything, when we literally are saying we don't know, and you're saying you absolutely do know, walking around like you're better than everyone. Like, what the actual fuck? The wires are getting crossed, bro.
I do know what. I do know what.
Yeah, know what? Like, what are you saying?
I know exactly. Like what? What? Know what?
Everything. Like the answers to life. Like you're better than everyone.
Isn't that what Marx did too, though?
What?
Marx thought he knew the answer to
I'm not
life.
better than nobody.
No,
What are you talking
What?
about?
that's what Christians do. Sorry.
So did Marxists.
Marx.
That's just your interpretation of Christians, right?
Maybe that's just your interpretation of Marx.
Yeah.
What? No, he was. Are you kidding?
I don't know him.
Marx is no different than Hegel. He just looked at it material instead of spiritual. He was using science to predict the future. It's pretty narcissistic, honestly.
Hey, look, I live in I live near Highgate, right, and right by Marx's tomb, and I can espouse to you, the guy didn't think of himself as all knowing. He questioned himself quite a lot, actually.
He did question himself quite a lot. It's why he goes
Yeah.
on to not say that there is a perfect utopian society and why he doesn't actually give a blueprint for how communism is supposed to be run. The majority of Marx's work is critiquing capitalism, not actually building a society. So if you're an egoist and you think you know all and you're the best, then he would have created some sort of ideological communist society, but he doesn't because he realizes that he doesn't officially know what that will look like in every different country.
Yeah, but he
You know,
was
in the,
using the
you know in the
dialect.
UK, you know in the UK where I live, right? He was named the greatest philosopher of the last millennium.
It's fine. I mean, he was making like a claim, right? He was using the dialect to say that these conflicts were going to reach the next stage. He's no different than Hegel.
Yeah, he's making a claim, and his claim is critiquing capitalism. That is his
but you're
claim. That is all he goes
ignoring
to
the
do.
dialect.
No, I'm not. The majority of his work is him critiquing capitalism. Das Kapital is an entire book that critiques capitalism and the capitalist mode of production.
Right?
Most of
Why
his work-
is he?
the only
doing
real
that?
place he actually makes a claim is the Gotha program, where he says that there should be a stepstone to implementing communism, and everyone just interprets that differently. I've been told that's not what it means. I've been told that is what it means. That's beside the point. The majority of his argument, he's an economist at the end of the day, and the majority of his argument is just critiquing capitalism.
No, he's a materialist, and he was taking Hegel and flipping it on its head and making a claim that history was going to unfold, and he had figured out the scientific method for it to happen. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the material
He said that
dialect.
he says that, which is why I said hitherto earlier. He says that all social relations are shaped by capitalism. If you want to say that's his claim, then yeah, that's his claim. But that claim is a critique of capitalism.
He didn't say all social relationships are.
Let me get the quote for you. Fuck.
Did this Marx guy believe in Jesus?
No, he hated Jesus.
No, he didn't believe in Jesus, but he saw that there was a function to religion and that it develops out of capitalism and the need to sort of comfort yourself because you're fucking starving.
Wait,
he did.
You're saying
believe in life
religion
after
comes out
love.
of capitalism?
Yes, religion is.
Religion
Do you not
predates
know the
capitalism.
opiate of the mass? Do you not know the opiate of the masses quote?
Yeah, I understand that, but
The more people get comfortable in terms of like their social status and wealth, the less religious they become.
sure, but religion predates all of this.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, for sure it does.
Okay, I think Marx was just confused.
Yeah, but capital is far older
too,
than you might
me too.
think, right? You know.
I think you just
Right.
never read Marx. So I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what do you mean I didn't read Marx? I sure did.
What book did you read of Marx?
I've read the manifesto. I've read his.
How long's the manifesto?
It's 4 hours on audio.
You've never actually held. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I can't read. I'm very.
He
open
wrote his
about
own
that.
book based off of Marx.
You
You're
wrote your
right.
own book based off of Marx?
Yeah, I did.
You should rewrite it. I think you should rewrite it.
Nice.
You can get it on Amazon.
Thanks, Matsi.
Okay. How much
Thanks for
is
the
it? I
promotion.
might check it out.
It's
But
$4.95.
Yeah, you can go check it out. It's $3.99 or $2.99. But no, I don't actually read. I listen to things. I'm very open about that.
Oh, okay. Well, so you've read the manifesto. What else have you read?
Well, I've listened to it. I've read Capital 1, 2, and 3. I've also read Engel's book. I can't remember. It's the one about the matriarchy and how he goes back to like Native Americans. That one's really stupid. I've also read a lot of transcripts between him and Engels. I read the one where he says the Jewish N-word. That one's interesting. Have you ever read that one?
Who are you talking about right now, Engels or Marx?
Marx, where he dropped the Jewish N-word. That was a good one.
What is the Jewish N-word? I don't know what that means.
I'm not
Marx
gonna
has
drop
actually
the
said the
hard ER.
N-word.
Yeah, I'm not
Marx
gonna
has
drop
actually
the
said the
K-word?
N-word.
You're talking about the K word,
No, the hard ER.
but Jewish.
Yes.
Hey,
yeah.
this is the guy that kicks you from the panel if you ask you about the election, huh? This goober.
Yeah, that's
This
correct. I
goober.
only deal with people. I only talk to people that deal in reality.
Oh, yeah, okay, bud. Okay,
Is
bud.
that redacted?
You're reality, huh? You're reality.
It is
right?
redacted. What's up, Dr. Gall? How you been?
Hey, what's up? Redacted.
Thanks for giving me this big screen, Mojo. I don't have to stay up here unless you want me to. You go Army, you Dr. Galt, go Army. I will let you stay on the panel, even though I'll let you stay on the panel because I need ops. Doing a debate panel tomorrow at 1, trying to raise some funds for Viper Vicky's medical bills. That's pretty much it. I've got a couple promo posts on my page, but I don't want to distract from the conversation. You guys go ahead about Marxism and stuff like that. I'll hop in whenever I understand something.
Hey, redacted. If you send me that, I'll post it for you.
When you understand.
Okay, I'll share it with you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, share me your post. I'll repost it. And also let me know how I can donate. I'll help.
It's honestly, there's a couple. I'll have a prompt up that has all the things up in the bottom left. I've got to be super careful about actually putting the links, but any of those are the best. I myself am not asking for money. The only thing I'm going to ask for is gifts to put it out in the algorithm. But if you guys know me, those get recycled pretty much the same day anyway. So I'm not asking for anything other than your time and your engagement.
Sure.
Ooh, I've already got an offer. Millennial but cool said, I'll pay to keep Go Army off. No offense, Go Army. It's for a good cause.
You like that money, huh?
It's not going to me, bro.
You know Viper Vicky. Yeah.
I know.
Army, you've heard us talk about her often, and she's been up on the panel.
I actually have no
In fact,
idea.
I think usually what I do is if all of us say her name one time each, or adding up to 3 times, she'll show up like Beetlejuice.
Somebody Beetlejuice somebody else into fucking existence yesterday. Who was that?
I remember that. Who
was it? Donovan?
Who was? I think so.
I think the algo puts you on there for page or something.
I don't know.
If you say their name.
Where's Derek?
Say my name.
Where's that Derek dude, man? I don't see him on your panel ever anymore, Mojo.
He's been.
I'm sorry. Do what? I'm sorry. What'd you say, Galt?
Where's that Derek dude? I never see him on your panel anymore.
That's because he's hot garbage.
Yeah, I banned him from my panel a long time ago.
Oh, what'd he do?
He came up the other day, though, on a backup account for something when he was talking to Adrian.
What did he do to get
banned? Have you ever met the one and only?
No, God. Eric and Derek.
He went after a woman on my panel, made her cry, and then kept going after her. So
I hate that motherfucker. There are a bunch of people on here I disagree with, but there's not many people that I would like to make them taste their own teeth. That motherfucker needs his ass beat.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You're talking about Eric.
Non-violent.
I am talking about Eric.
Yes, Eric is awful. And Derek isn't any better.
Derek.
I would much rather deal with Derek than Eric.
Yeah, Eric's insufferable. Eric is insufferable.
Hey, Redacted, I've noticed Emma Hill hates you a lot, too. You guys went at it the other day. Emma?
Oh, hi, Emma.
Oh, hi, Emma, whatever her name is. Emma Hill.
Oh yeah, her entire little gang hates me. It's a whole story.
Oh, is that from the past thing? Oh my god, really?
Yeah, that was the thing from like a year ago.
That's
I
wild.
can't get on ETR's panel anymore because he made her a mod and she immediately blocked my profile.
What?
TikTok wars.
He's had some handlers lately.
ETR is just doing whatever he has to do to make sure that he gets a bunch of people in his room so he can try and make money off this. So don't blame ETR too much, I guess. He's just a grifter.
Oh, did you guys?
No, I don't blame him.
The Paula fight.
No, who?
The Paula fight?
Yeah,
Is that the one with me or the one with somebody else?
No, I was on the panel over at ETR. I think it was like yesterday morning-ish, late morning or something like that. And I don't really go up there that much, but I was just like going up because I wanted to talk. And he starts complaining that people are calling him all kinds of like untrue things. And there's a series of people. One of these people that supposedly said some shit about him on her live was Paula, and Paula gets a request from him to come up. She comes up, and they're just yelling at each other, at each other's throats for like 10 minutes. It was
ETR?
quite a spectacle.
I've never seen him get
no.
yelling before.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, wait. I might be getting people mixed up. Red State
BBN,
Rhetoric.
what do you mean he hooked his wagon to Penny? What do you mean?
Red State Rhetoric. I
Red
got the
State
wrong
Rhetoric
person.
was the one
And
that was
Paula?
yelling?
Yeah, Paula.
Oh, that's wild.
And Paula was like,
I've never really seen him yell either.
Mm-mm.
He talks loud sometimes, but yeah, he's pissed off because apparently who was a Chat CT went up there and was debating Patriot about fucking what's Chat CT been talking about lately? The fucking
DSA.
Yeah. Yeah, he
He's
went up there
been
just
talking
about the
about how
DSA.
much we shouldn't be talking to these fucking idiot Republicans. That's what he's been talking about. So fuck that damn fucking bastard for going and talking
That's
to
true.
Patriot about shit. What the fuck?
That's absolutely true. That's funny. But yeah, I didn't see that. But apparently after that, Red State was like basically punching holes in the DSA's whole shit. And apparently libs were coming after him, calling him a paid shill and all this shit. And he got real pissed about it. So he started yelling at Paula. It was wild.
I've never heard Red State hold a political opinion.
He does.
Agreed, actually.
He's kind of a soft libertarian, I think.
What's wrong with the DSA?
Well, aren't all libertarians soft? Like that?
No,
Never mind.
there are hardcore libertarians and there are soft libertarians. I would call him a soft libertarian.
Oh, I wasn't talking about ideologically, but okay.
Anyway, I've heard him give his views on a few different things, but not much, not a ton.
Usually he reads like a news article and then has like 4 people debate 4 people.
Yeah, that's usually what he does. That is correct.
And Bo, you asked about the DSA.
Yeah, I just wanted to know.
The right's losing their mind over it. That it's like the Red Scare 2.0 all over again.
What's that mean again?
They don't want to come talk to me about socialism, though. What the fuck? I've been trying to like promote this whole socialism thing, and nobody wants to talk about it. I think it's
Because you're
not a socialist,
fucking
you're
red.
an illegal Muslim Marxist.
Because you read, that's why.
It's the only reason I come here, Mojo, is you're the only person that actually debates socialism.
Yeah, you're weird like that.
Weird?
Yeah.
How am I weird?
I don't know. You were born that way.
That's
Actually, you know what, Galt? I'm glad you're here because one of the first times.
What is that echo?
It's my weirdness.
Check, mic check.
So, from what I gather here in the UK, the DSA is a very light form of socialism. It's basically our Labour Party.
Wait, who's this far?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That we our overtime window has.
That's our ally, Dr. Galt. Come on now.
Dr. Galt,
Mojo has a rule.
That's
Dr.
your original
Galt,
daddy, Dr. Galt.
You were on a panel the other day saying that you voted for Chase Oliver. Why were you lying?
I like to lie sometimes.
Okay.
Was it a lie when you told me one of the first times, you probably don't remember this, one of the first times I talked to you, forget what panel it was on, I wasn't here, but you were trying to convince me how it would be a great thing to make it easier for businesses to operate with less permits and red tape. Was that a lie, or do you feel that way?
Oh, I feel that way, yeah. But sometimes I do like to lie about who I voted for, because otherwise it's hard to engage in conversations with people, because they just go full blown like just want to talk about Trump, and it's super annoying.
Well, I just wanted to ask you that
TDS.
because I was curious what your thoughts were on how Mamdani's been doing that in New York recently. He just came out making it easier for businesses like barbershops and ice cream shops by removing extraneous permits that just held them up from doing their business. Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, he's not getting rid of them. He's making the process to go through the application faster.
Okay, so you're aware of it.
Yeah, I'm aware of him making the process faster. Still exists, though.
I mean, is it positive?
No, I guess. I mean, sure, making the process to get what I want gone faster, better, sure.
Okay. Well, I guess I wasn't sure how you felt about Mamdani. I assumed you weren't a fan.
Well, I mean, if Mamdani came out tomorrow and said he was going to abolish taxation, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Like, I'm not like, sure, yeah, he can do a good thing. He makes permits getting faster better, but I think we should just abolish permits altogether.
I guess we agree there. I mean, not abolish permits altogether, but if you're going to give him flowers for doing a decent job, even if you don't like him, then I'll agree with you there.
I mean, if he walked out and gave a homeless guy a cheeseburger, I would say it's good. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I was just curious how you felt about him proving that he's doing things that you might like to see. How you feel about that?
Yeah, sure. And making it faster for somebody to get a permit. Like, why would I'm not just going to be against it because Mamdani's doing it.
Okay. I mean, some people might, but good to know.
Yeah, I mean, I could look at something somebody's doing individually and be like, yeah, it's probably going to be a good thing.
Yeah, me too. I used to.
Why L redacted?
Do I think it's a real bad policy?
Or AI, sure. Because he seems a bit too perfect.
Is he an AI politician?
Yeah, is he real or AI? Because he seems a bit too perfect.
I think Joe Biden was. I think Joe Biden was the AI politician.
It feels like Mamdani's going to be the most influential politician of the 2030s. He's just the blueprint that everyone's trying to take on now, especially over here.
I'm not kidding around.
They should.
We got to see it happen.
I used to not really care for Mamdani because I've been black-pilled. Well, I've always been black-pilled when it comes to American politics. But he made this thing this morning. He put out an APB this morning, essentially saying that if any of the people on the war crime list of Israel by the ICJ, that he will throw the. Wait, I can't.
Throw the book at him.
Throw the book at him. There you go.
Yeah, that was all over the socials over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I'm going to have to eat my words because I was saying that there wasn't one Democratic member that I thought was doing any good. And I think that I will make the exception for him now.
Because I couldn't believe a person like that could actually exist in the US. So I'm just I'm figuring out if it's AI or not. It's just too perfect.
He's real and he's perfect. He's like Jesus. But that's what Jesus.
Did you guys see the clip of him refusing a pay raise the other day?
No. See? Jesus like.
Yeah, I saw that refusing the pay raise as well.
But didn't he also run on not increasing pay raises for government? He's doing that. So, like, campaign promise broken, question mark?
Welcome to American politics. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit. I care about little kids in Palestine fucking dying. That's what would make my whole personality when it comes to voting.
Me too.
My vote?
I just saw Channel 5's video on that. Channel 5 just did a video. Freaking heartbreaking, man.
Wait, so if I ran for president and I saved all the kids in Gaza, but I made America completely free market, would you vote for me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would.
No.
And then I would try to overthrow you.
There's no
What do you
such
mean
thing as
overthrow
completely
me?
free market.
Well, I don't know. I would do the democratic way. Get all the voting and all that shit in order and find some of your deepest, darkest skeletons. I don't know. Maybe you're on a
Why
fucking
would you do that?
island. Well,
Do
because
do
you
what they
only
did to
served me
John
one
Fetterman.
purpose. You
Do
only
what they
served me
did to
one
John
purpose.
Fetterman.
Oh, what, give him a stroke?
No, they did something else to that guy. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty
No,
sure
he had
they
a
did something else.
stroke. No, this is like very typical of people. If he had a stroke, especially that was concentrated in his frontal lobe, he's fucked. Like, this is just like I bet you he probably lashes out at his wife and has like anger issues now too because of it. But
Are you talking about Fetterman?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they
he's
put that
definitely
Elon Musk brain
punching
chip in
drywall.
his head. I'm I'm pretty sure they put that brain chip in his head, that Elon Musk one, the one that they was putting in the monkeys.
Maybe, but I think it's just stereotypical of a stroke victim. Unfortunately, that sucks, but yeah, I don't think he's going to last very long in his position. Like, once he's up for re-election, he's out. But yeah, Gold. Like, the whole point of you for me is, I personally, what I want to see in office is whoever I think serves what I think is the best interest of everybody. And I think the best interest of everybody is to, one, get rid of Israel. So once you've served that purpose, I would then try to overthrow you, because your purpose in American politics of making it completely free market is going to hurt so many people. So, pretty simple person.
Do you think it's okay to hurt some people to favor other people?
I guess if I allowed you to, if I voted for you to be in office, so that you could free the Palestinians, that would temporarily hurt Americans. But I think Americans have a little bit more leeway in terms of being able to be temporarily hurt. So I mean, yeah, I guess.
God,
but I'm saying
every question is an attempt at a gotcha. Every single one that John Galt asks.
How is that a gotcha?
Do you have a source for that?
How would freeing Palestinians
How is
hurt
that a
Americans?
gotcha? Because you're trying to suggest. Because your next question is, well, isn't it hurting rich people to institute socialism?
I don't care about hurting rich people.
You just said that was wrong.
I didn't say rich people.
I know you didn't.
It's a cost-benefit analysis.
I said you were setting up a gotcha. Every question you ever ask is always setting up a gotcha.
It's a cost-benefit analysis for me, Dr. Gold. At the end of the day, the cost of putting you in charge, if you're going to save Palestine, does not outweigh the benefit of you saving Palestine. However, when Palestine's saved, then the cost of keeping you in does outweigh the benefit. So, that's how I vote. But someone's got some mad background noise.
Do you think all wealth distribution should be determined by the state?
In the beginning, yes.
And then after that?
Then it could be determined by, I don't know. However they want to do it.
Well, because you have two ways to do it, right? It's either decentralized or centralized, right? So if you move to a centralized redistribution of wealth through democracy, then all you're doing is monopolizing all resources into one big gigantic monopoly that's determined by...
That is the people, I guess. If it's the people.
By voting.
Who owns the state? The people own the state. So at
Sure,
the end of the day, it's not. It could never be a monopoly because it is owned by the people. It's not owned by this big conglomerate corporation that nobody else can provide the goods and services for.
Well, a monopoly is just a single source of distribution of resources, right? That's all it really is.
But it's not a single source because at the end of the day, we live in a monetary system.
No, but I'm saying like a monopoly. A monopoly is like the military, right? We have a monopoly on force because there's only one military, right? So if you hand the government the monopoly on the distribution of resources and decision making, and we'd all acknowledge today that we can't vote our way out of stuff. So what happens when the government has full control over all industries and distribution? How do you vote your way out of it?
Have we acknowledged that we can't vote our way out of stuff? When did we acknowledge that? When have all of us acknowledged that?
Well, I think we would acknowledge we haven't been able to vote our way out of this Israel situation, correct?
We just
When was
voted
the vote?
wrong way. We just voted the wrong way.
Well,
I think
if
everybody.
if you're talking about the presidential election, we just voted the wrong way because there are a lot of stupid people in this country. But
well,
still,
people vote their interest.
Yeah, I think everybody has acknowledged that you can't vote your way out of bad situations. Everyone does that every election cycle.
Right.
I don't think that's true at all.
What?
What
do you mean?
Who did you vote for in the previous 3 elections, and did you feel different ways from election to election?
I'm not sure why you're asking me that question or what question.
Well, I'm just saying that. I mean, if we, you asked when are we going to acknowledge, or maybe I misunderstood you, but you asked when are we going to, or did we acknowledge that we can't vote our way out of things? It's like
he said
the reality.
He said that we've all acknowledged that. I asked him when we've all acknowledged that.
Well, don't you think that people who don't like Trump acknowledge that you can't vote your way out of things, and people who didn't want Biden to be elected, they acknowledge, well, you can't vote your way out of things? Like, do you not think that's relevant?
I don't.
Okay. I mean, I kind of think that that's a universal thing. Like, if somebody votes in an election and their person doesn't win, and then if they spend a lot of time giving focus to the things that they don't like because their person didn't win, I mean, isn't that them giving acknowledgement to the fact that, oh, well, I didn't vote myself out of this?
I think you're ridiculous for thinking that.
Okay, what would be a healthy alternative to that?
To you being ridiculous?
Yeah, I mean, you said you think I'm ridiculous. What would be a healthy alternative to
Stop
observing?
Being ridiculous.
Okay,
Easier said than done, apparently.
My question for you is, what would be a healthy alternative to thinking that way? Because there are obviously a great number of people today who are discontent with Donald Trump and the decisions that he's made. They didn't vote for him. They're discontent with the outcome of the election. So it's obvious that they are not content with the outcome of their vote because it didn't succeed. So what would be a healthy alternative to my frame of thought?
They didn't vote for Donald Trump. They are content with the way they voted. They are content with their vote. They just wish more people voted like them. So the solution to that would be stop being fucking stupid, get off your ass, and get other people to vote with you.
Okay, but when I voted for Trump, I thought I was going to get certain things I'm not getting. So how do I vote my way out?
Well, you're an idiot.
Okay, but how do I vote my way out of it is the question.
You vote for somebody else.
Okay, I had 2 options. Neither of them presented what I wanted.
Okay, nobody's ever going to present everything you want.
That's why democracy and monopoly. You're acknowledging how you can't vote your way out of stuff.
You're never going to get everything you're never going to get everything you want because somebody's always going to disagree with you on at least one thing.
Well, I'm an anarchist at this point. I'm going to get exactly what I want because as long as everyone keeps voting like idiots, we're going to get anarchy.
The only thing you're going to get is dead.
Okay.
Well, but Mojo, if you're saying that democracy can't get you what you want, then how is there not inequality within democracy?
I didn't say democracy can't get you what you want.
Okay. So then you're acknowledging that you can't vote your way out of stuff.
I did not.
Okay, well, if I can't vote and get what I want, then how am I supposed to achieve it?
I didn't say that you can't vote and get what you want. That's not what I said.
If you want someone
you're never
with
going
all
to
the
find somebody
policies
that
you
agrees
want.
with you. I said that you're never going to find somebody that agrees with you 100%. But we do have an executive branch, and we do have 535 members of Congress, and you do have a bunch of different congressmen and senators that you get to vote for as well. So you get a chance to vote for a multitude of people to make sure that you do get what you want. So if one candidate is going to stop the war in Palestine and another candidate's going to make sure that that poor people just die in the streets, then you vote for both of those candidates.
But why do I have to sacrifice voting for certain things? Why can't I just go out in society and
I didn't say
achieve
you have to
what
sacrifice.
I want? Well, you are, because you're saying I have to vote on it. Why can't I just go into society and work with multiple different people to achieve the things I want to do?
No one's stopping you to do it.
Yeah, you can go out and try and do whatever the fuck you want.
Well, yeah, under the current system, but under a system where people are subjugated under the state through resources, you can't.
Wait, but no, we are subjugated by the state and corporations for resources right now.
No, you're not.
What I'm suggesting is that we stop that subjugation.
No, you want the profits to be rolled up, all profits 100% rolled
I
up to the
don't
state.
care about profits. I want people's basic needs to be met.
Okay, but they're met today, so what's the
They're
problem?
not met today.
They're not?
No,
How are they not
No.
met?
Medical
Tens of
coverage.
thousands of people die every year because of lack of healthcare coverage. We talked about this before.
Yeah, but universal healthcare doesn't promise that either. Even under the UK, there's people dying of cancer who can't get cancer.
It promises that people will not die from lack of access, though, and that is the problem that we are trying to address.
That is lack of access. What are you talking about?
Can I ask a question
No,
real
that's
quick of
not
the
how
host?
universal healthcare works.
Can I ask a question real quick of the host? Host, do you think that we need to regulate what it is that can be purchased as far as food and the quality of the nutritional value of that food by government resources?
No.
So you want people to have access to health care, but you don't want the government to regulate people being healthy?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the government to enable people to make bad choices?
No.
I just want to make sure I understand you.
I want people to be able to make the choices that they want to make. I want bodily autonomy. I want people to own their own labor and their own body. Yes.
Okay. Do you think the government should do what is best for the populace of the country in which they represent?
What the fuck does that mean?
What's best for the populace
do you really
is
not
that we
understand
have,
what that
hold
question
on, my
means?
lies. Hold on. What's best for the populace is that we have walkable cities, so people's fat asses don't sit in cars for 3 hours a day commuting. What's best for the country is that we regulate food, and we regulate it in the way that we don't allow red dye and all of this shit in it that makes us
I
fucking
disagree
fat.
with you. I think you're dumb.
Well,
Red
no.
dye doesn't
You
make
guys
fat, and
definitely
red
need
dye
to
doesn't
regulate your
kill
food.
anybody.
People got ill who traveled over there from World Cup.
B, if you take away
This
my
is
very
fucking
cherry
idiotic. This is idiotic.
jelly
I'm
beans,
sorry. If I'm going to regulate food, I'm going to stop all you dumbasses from eating meat. But I'm
listen,
not
Oh,
gonna
for
do
sure.
that.
I agree with that 100%. You should do
listen, if
that.
y'all come after my jelly bellies,
So what
there will
happens
be a
if people
revolution.
vote in a
You
vegetarian
can
like
have your
Mojo?
jelly bellies, Messy, but they can't
Promise?
be red.
No,
I
I
think
want
that
you to
The
put the
happens.
red
government
one.
should be. I don't think the government should be telling us what we can and can't ingest.
Well, how do you stop them if it's
Well,
only
it's like, I guess you're right. If I'm going to
You
safely
incentivize.
then
You
yeah, I guess you're right.
incentivize.
I just feel that too many people over, especially in the States, get ill from food.
Wait, I have
And
a-
I
whenever
feel
someone
like it's
travels
none
over
of your
there,
goddamn business what happens in the United States.
Don't say that to him or
wait
her.
a
Fuck
second.
him.
What
Fuck
if
the fucking Brit boy. I don't give a shit. He eats he eats fucking fish and chips and fucking canned haggis and shit like that. What the fuck?
And
I don't
beans on
care what he
toast.
says.
I'm with you. Yeah, beans on toast. That's a crime against humanity.
Wait, what
leave
if
my haggis alone.
what if the government owns the means of production for food and Mojo gets in and decides that no one can eat meat and we can't vote our way back into getting meat? Like, is
Yeah, I
everybody cool
don't
with
think
that?
that's ever gonna. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. You're never gonna be able to convince enough people to vote out meat.
Why? We got rid of alcohol in this country.
Did we?
Yeah, there's
Really?
something called prohibition.
We can't buy alcohol anymore.
I'm just imagining the meat
And
mafias
drinking.
now.
Yeah, there was something called prohibition, Mojo.
Oh, so we can't buy alcohol anymore? That's wild. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called prohibition. That happened.
How'd that
Did it
work
not?
out for us? What happened? What did we do in
Well,
response to that?
Correct.
Hold on.
That's why when the government
Let me
restricts
answer this.
things-
Hold my drink.
You guys are missing the point.
The underground meat
No,
market's gonna
you
be
guys are just
wild.
saying stupid shit and asking stupid questions. What the fuck?
How is it stupid?
Let me answer genuinely a little bit because I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect. There's two kind of ways of looking at this topic, I guess. There is an individual vote. Someone was trying to make the claim that if someone was brought into presidency who you did not vote for, that isn't reflective of your personal vote. But the fact of the matter is, you got to look at it from an overall perspective because the pendulum swings, as we know. And when we get someone in there who's not doing a good job, we can vote them out 4 years later. So overall, as a populace, we do have the ability to, our votes count overall. But yeah, I mean, there are times individually when your vote might not represent what's happening in the country.
Yeah, but again, I mean, people acknowledge today the two-party system is sort of irrelevant, that you're going to get the same thing. I guess if the government controls everything and there's really nothing outside the government, it becomes harder for you to change things because your preferences are different than my preferences, and if it's all under somebody I'm putting in power, I'm going to have to give up certain things to get certain things just by voting.
Or you could just run yourself.
Yeah, or I could exactly. I could just run myself. Yeah, that would be perfect. Thank you.
There are some people who have less of a desire to live in a society and interact with people, and there are people who like that more. So there's always going to be, the Dr. Gults. Sorry, but just because you don't want to like make concessions and like what's the word?
Well, you don't want to make concessions either. That's why you come on a political panel and you're pissed.
It seems pretty fine to me.
Well, nothing. You're not mad about what Trump's doing?
No, but I'm happy to talk with my fellow citizens and like make a fucking deal, and like maybe give up something for something else. But that's part of living in society. It's part of cooperating with people.
Is what, giving up something that you want for something else?
You're not always going to get everything you want.
I just want the opportunity. Well, who said you have to get everything you want?
Well, what is it that you want but you're not getting?
That's not my point. I don't want a government deciding what I'm going to get through democracy.
But how else are they going to decide?
Don't live here then. Leave.
Well, that's not how it is today, so why would you tell me that?
I mean, what is your critique of modern day, the United States in the modern day? What is your critique of it?
Yeah,
there's too much regulation.
There's too much restriction in the market for people to go out and start businesses and achieve things.
Go to Argentina then.
Okay.
They're living in ANCAP heaven, apparently.
What is this restriction you speak of? What restriction do you want to get rid of?
Yeah, I mean, just simple ones we could start with. I mean, I think the Mondani situation was actually a good one, right? Like haircutting, I think you can get rid of those licenses. I don't think those are necessary. I think any sort of restriction in the market that, like even a liquor license, I think is irrelevant. I think like licenses to open certain businesses like restaurants should be abolished. Zoning laws should be abolished.
So you're too lazy for bureaucration.
Wait.
Bureaucracy is a fine thing.
That's a great argument. Yeah, sure.
Holy crap! Yes,
Zoning.
Go ahead, and do whatever the fuck you want in your own state. This is your prerogative. We're not talking about federal government at this point.
Sure.
Zoning laws as a whole should be abolished.
Yeah,
that seems.
How about the
that seems
ATF regulating?
naive.
How about the ATF regulating the manufacturing of firearms and suppressors?
Because if I have a $1.2 million house, I expect that there's not a fucking Starbucks next to me.
Okay.
Or if I move in and not buy it like that, but 2 or 3 years down the road.
I wouldn't pay $1.2 million for a house unless there was a Starbucks next to it.
Well, you're a communist.
Or a Starbucks inside of it.
Oh fuck yeah!
Starbucks like a university.
I want the mansion like in Richie Rich.
With a McDonald's
No,
inside?
because then I'd get to know the people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the anthropology.
Shit.
What's wrong with you people? You don't like Starbucks?
No,
Frappuccino
I don't like coffee.
And rainbow drinks and shit like that.
No, I don't really care for coffee.
Is that a thing?
They have a rainbow drink of some kind. I don't know.
They only do it in June.
I personally don't like liquid plastic, so I try and pass on Starbucks.
I think the only
You shouldn't drink water then, because there's plastic in your water.
I think the only thing
I'm pretty sure it's only here for money laundering purposes because nobody goes there.
Crazy. I love plastic. It tastes so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Mojo, do you really like
Especially when you mix it with
latex.
the red dye.
No, I don't.
When you mix it with that, it's great.
No, I don't drink Starbucks.
You don't drink coffee, do you?
No, I don't.
I knew it.
Fuck.
It doesn't taste good unless it's masked by 6 other ingredients.
There is one
like black coffee.
there is one black coffee that I've tried that I actually like, and it has to be cooked. It has to be brewed a specific way. But
Is it that coffee that gets pooped?
Ethiopian Yoga Chef is a good coffee, but it has to be done at the exact right temperature for the exact period of time, and then it's really good. Otherwise, I don't like coffee.
Yeah, well, actually,
Also,
all coffee has
it's
to be
African American coffee now, just for the record.
But the temperature is everything, especially if you're doing like French press. Like, you got to get the water just right, because if you get it too hot, it's going to burn the beans. So temperature is key for the taste for sure.
Wait a second, Ash. Do you only say that because of capitalism?
The place I got it at was this
Hardly.
little fucking coffee stand in the middle of some little basement in a galleria in Fort Collins, Colorado. You go down there, the guy's just sitting in the corner over there, and he's got this little, brass stand or whatever that he sets up, and he's got a notebook, and he's got specific types of coffee that he has ground in specific ways, and then he's got his menu, and that changes from day to day depending on whatever kind of coffee he has that day. So I go there and I order a Jaeger Chef one time, and he looks it up, flips it over through his book, and figures out what the temperature is. He gets the exact right temperature going for the water. And then he does a time, and on his timer, he knows exactly what filter he needs to use to make sure that it goes through that filter in a specific period of time. So then he grabs the filter that he needs to grab, he sticks it in there, he pours the water over real slow and shit like that. It was fucking wild watching this guy work. And I drink this cup of coffee, best thing I've ever had in my life. It was fucking good as shit.
I don't know about anyone else. $18 for 2.5 ounces.
It sounds like
no,
Mojo
dude, it was
really
like cheap as fuck. I think it was like $3 or something.
Mojo really enjoyed that capitalist experience.
Need
How do we
to
feel
get
about
that animated, but tea is superior. I was about to say this. Americans, tea is superior.
Your accent
Should have
would
paid
think
tea
that.
tax.
Fucking disgusting.
Be drinking tea right now.
It's
Tea
not
is
okay.
fucking disgusting.
When Tivana was around, but got bought out by Starbucks, so it still exists. It's called Earl Grey Cream or creme, whatever. It's Earl Grey, regular like black tea Earl Grey, with the leaves of a vanilla bean plant in it.
Why would they put the leaves in there?
For what?
The leaves of a vanilla
What is tea, Mojo?
The leaves of a vanilla bean don't taste like vanilla.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Redacted, why does it sound like you're eating your mic sometimes?
I am. It's literally
because he wants to yell at me, and he's doing it really quietly. That's why.
You ever heard of this? You heard of this coffee that comes from basically there's a cat that has to eat a certain berry. It's like a cocoa or like some coffee berry, and has to poop it out, and then that's considered it's a coffee.
That's what that other.
That's called Kopi Luwak.
The Brit.
Yeah,
I think it's KOPILUWAK, if I remember correctly.
See, this is why tea is superior. You never get tea like that.
Well, just
So
make sure
you
you're
never
getting
get tea like that
free
because you
trade
can't
or
afford
local.
it.
This is why I hate fucking Brits. Ugh.
Because what? They like tea?
Because they feel superior to everybody.
Mojo, when you were drinking that coffee, did
Take a look at their
capitalism-
food, and that disproves that theory. Sorry, Gold.
I know.
Mojo, when you were drinking that coffee, did you say to yourself, the only reason I'm experiencing this and wanting to do this is because capitalism told me to?
Oh no, the guy went full capitalist after that. Somebody came by and loved his coffee so much that they invested in his company, and he opened up 4 fucking shops around town, like within 6 months.
So now more people.
And that company got
Did he
bought
make his
out
own
by
beans?
Google,
Where did he get the
and then
beans
they had a
from?
baby and got married.
That man's name was Pete.
He had the beans special ordered in. He had a connection that he got the beans special ordered in, and he had his own.
And that man grew up to be Will Smith. Sorry.
And he had his own brass grinder that he used at home, and his own roaster and shit like that. So, anyway, the coffee got bad after that. So when he became a capitalist and he started opening up shops, the coffee didn't taste so good anymore. He didn't go through the entire process anymore because he capitalized it. Now it's a profit-making industry.
Damn, it's almost like that happens every time.
That's commodity fetishization. Eats them every time.
Fetish. That's a word.
No, but I figured out Mojo. He is an enjoyer of artisanship.
Oh, he's a closet Republican for sure.
That's because he's not a capitalist.
If something's well crafted,
Republicans are objectively not interested in artisan shit. You guys like fucking vanilla ice cream and salt.
And gagas.
First of all, vanilla ice cream is not something to be firing shots at. That's the basis of all the other flavors.
Dude, you only say that because
it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It is.
It's not the basis of every other flavor. That's incorrect.
No, that was the wrong way to say that. You're right. Sorry. It is a fundamental flavor that goes well with all other flavors. How about that? Is that better?
No, it doesn't.
Agreed. But it in
Does it
and
go
of
good with
itself.
barbecue?
Hell yeah!
Yes.
Have you ever dipped French fries in a vanilla frosty at Wendy's? That's the shit.
That's not barbecue.
No, but it is sweet and salty.
Dip a rib.
It goes
Dip a
with
rib in it.
everything.
Wait, and hold on.
I'll
A
dip a
Frosty
rib in
was inherently chocolate. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's not. What timeline are you in?
No, that's new. That came out after. Vanilla was the original.
No, you were incorrect. You are.
I am 100% correct.
You were wrong. Look it up. Look it up.
No, because
I know. Right now.
I'm sorry, but I'm older than you guys, and there was a point in time where Wendy's only had chocolate Frosties because Frosties came out as chocolate. That's all they ever were. It's the fucking introduction of other flavors that ruined Frosties.
He's right.
If you're gonna gaslight me right now, God,
he's not
damn
gaslighting
it.
you. I just googled it. He's right. In 1969, the original flavor was chocolate.
What year?
Fuck.
What year was it?
No, that's not true. I've got a video on
is when they come
YouTube
up
that
with
says.
vanilla.
I've got a video on YouTube that says until 1987, when Wendy's was bought out by the Islamic Republic of the Congo, the original.
What the hell? Blood chocolate instead of blood diamond.
No, he's right. It was like chocolate. I didn't know that.
You're not 1969 old though, Mojo.
I'm not 1969 old, but when I was growing up, it was chocolate. Chocolate was the only Frosty you could get.
I didn't know they had pumpkin spice as a limited edition, peppermint, orange creamsicle, triple berry, and salted caramel.
Peppermints.
I had no idea.
Yeah, the peppermints was always good. The rest of them kind of sucked.
I hate peppermint flavor. It always tastes like toothpaste.
I love peppermint.
I agree.
Peppermint's fun.
Toothpaste.
Hey, Redacted, do you have like
Well, I'll take that back. If it's mixed in with something very well, it doesn't, but straight peppermint, can't do it.
Hey, Redacted, do you have like a clicker? Every time I hear you mute, I hear like a click.
Yeah, I've got one of those. Is it annoying?
No, it's kind of cool because I'm thinking like that's kind of cool to just mute from like without having to push the button on your screen.
Oh yeah, I've got one of those little lavalier microphones, and on the side it has a mute button.
Oh, okay, yeah, just picture one of those old school radios where like the one when they used to talk back in the day, like with the mic stand and everything.
Oh, the old ham radios.
349 dispatch. I got 1042. Over.
Yeah, that.
All I know about Republicans and Artisan is vintage MAGA merch and Labubus.
Vintage MAGA
What?
merch.
Did you just have a seizure? What the what?
Yeah.
And Labubus. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they like Labubus. Republicans like Labubus.
Yeah.
Ash, what are you asking me to send you a link to?
Did we run the Republicans off the panel? Or no, Galt's still here.
Oh, we got two Europeans in the panel.
Why do you think Labubus were worth so much money at one point?
Capitalism.
Because people are stupid.
Jinx, Yomi Galaxy.
Do you think it was from the
hogs
labor
were worth
put
so
into
much
them?
money at some point? Why do you?
It was not labor. It was advertising. The same reason that you think your wife is beautiful.
What?
And scarcity.
I think my wife is beautiful because she's got a fat ass. I don't need capitalism to tell me that, bro.
Why do you like fat asses? Fat asses means somebody's well fed.
Mojo needs
Asses
other
mean
men
they're
to
well
tell him
fed.
what women are beautiful.
Or what a woman is.
Is that
I won't go there.
Is that seriously? Seriously, you just said that stupid shit?
I'm just curious. That was a question.
It is okay.
You're curious what a woman is? You don't know what a woman is? Do we need to tell you what a woman is? Seriously?
Man, that would be great. Could you explain it?
It's proven by science that the more upset you are about shit like this, the more likely it is to show up in your adult content preferences. I don't care what you watch, dude. Just, I don't want to have this conversation. It's inconsequential.
Why does it seem central to every politician's campaign for some reason? That
Because it's easy and you hicks fall for it every time.
It's only Republicans that care about that shit.
Yeah, the whole trans thing is just a scapegoat. It's to distract you guys from actual problems.
So people on the left who run for politics, they do this to make sure they don't get my vote. Is that what you're saying?
Who on the left did that?
Wait, they do what?
What are you trying to get your bonus or something? Why are you trying to
stop?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
Damn.
What do they do? What do leftist politicians do?
Well, okay, I may have misunderstood. I may have misheard you, but it sounded like somebody had said that when I responded, because politicians use it in their campaign, somebody said that they do that to make you upset. And I asked, do they do that to make sure that they don't get my vote? Is that was the question? Do they talk about sexual identity to make sure that they do not get my vote?
No, you're not.
No,
they tell you it's
they want to
problem.
offer you a solution. Yeah, they tell you it's a problem, and then they offer you a solution.
Okay, so if people that go along with this sexual identity and dragging that into politics, and they say that they support the trans community to get votes, what is the difference between them and the people who oppose it?
Bro, are you trying to get your bonus or something? Why are you trying so hard to drag us into this conversation?
I'm just curious. I'm curious what your perspective is. That's
let me give you an example.
If you don't want to, if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to talk about it. We can move on. I'm just curious.
Let me give you an example of something. Let's say that there's a big company, right, where they want to unionize, and there's a politician that's supporting their union, but the company doesn't want to unionize, so they basically have a right-wing news station run a story where said politician wants to basically push woke policies on the company, right? They'll frame it that way because it's kind of a red herring. It's a distraction from the actual reason, from the actual issue that's going on in the company. So in other words, this is the thing in general. Think about how for example, when the campaign against Kamala was being pushed just before the election, where they said that she's for they them, right? Basically saying that trying to use trans people as a scapegoat. And it's one thing that also even bothers the left too, because it's kind of a thing where
that's not what scapegoat means.
Oh yeah, my bad. But what I'm trying to say though is it's basically it's like the Republicans push this anti-trans and this anti immigrant stance or anything like that, and it's the Democrats have to keep on pushing back on that. So in a way, it's kind of it dismantles the entire message. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but Democrats were anti-immigration 15 years ago.
It sounds like you're saying, and correct me if I've misunderstood, but it sounds like what you're saying is that the left or the Democratic Party, we'll just say the Democratic Party, not necessarily the left, because I understand there's a difference. The Democratic Party uses identity politics to engage people, to create division, to separate people, to interest votes, right? Am I understanding that correctly as to what you're saying? But they don't necessarily care about it?
Do you have a physical or mental detriment that would...
Yes,
I think that's going to help with the conversation.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I just want to answer his question. It answers you.
No, the right.
We tell you that the right is using these people as a scapegoat to distract you from real issues, real economic issues, and we're blaming these others, whatever the boogeyman of the day is. And your interpretation of that is, so it's the left that's using these things to distract you from economic issues. I'm not understanding what's not clicking.
Who's listening to Alanis Morissette? Turn it down,
know,
bro.
Right? What the fuck is going on?
Look, dude, you don't know what my jams are.
Isn't it ironic?
It's ridiculous.
I'm a bitch.
Our politicians here don't even use these arguments because they're considered too lowbrow. They're considered too dumb.
Okay,
but our media is very, very dumb. But no, like I'll give you one example of like a really, really, really dumb example. Do you remember when Tucker Carlson was like talking about how like they're making the M&M less sexy, the green M&M?
Yeah, I remember that. That
Shit
was
like
awesome. I love that.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of silly? Because, like, what do you want the government to do? To, like, create a law that you can't make sex say M&M? Like, why is it even a political conversation?
Because it's provocative.
I agree. It's fucking Tucker Carlson. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I know that was meant to be funny, but that's exactly what it's provocative. It gets the people going. That's exactly what.
Yeah, but again, like, why do I care if there's like a green M&M dancing on the screen?
You shouldn't.
You don't, because you have above a room temperature IQ.
Mm-hmm. But it sure sold a lot of fucking Republicans, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, politics is won through culture, sure. Unfortunately.
I think American politics is particularly unique.
Yeah,
Ella!
I think in the last election. Hi. In the last election, we saw politics being won by marketing culture, as in they were very clear in their messaging, as in vote against this or for that, which is not. I don't know. It has never been as direct as this has been. Like, vote against immigration and vote against trans people, and it was done in very local areas. We up here up north didn't see any of the anti-trans ads. They were specifically done in like the Bible Belt. So politics is often won through marketing.
Which is
I
culture.
don't think that's not a new thing though. The entire Republican platform since 1971, I would argue, has been based on some sort of other.
Wait a second. Who passed DOMA?
What the fuck is DOMA?
When you guys
Republicans
get
passed Title IX.
Some marriage.
Like, yeah, Democrats were like anti-immigrant. Democrats have passed some of the most harshest anti-immigration laws and like laws against gay people within the last 25 years. So, like, what are you talking about?
Well,
I'm not aware of it.
Galt, I just want to just a second. I just want to acknowledge everybody in the room who paid attention to the fact that I was playing Isn't It Ironic while asking the questions that I was, because that proved to me that these people that I believe don't understand irony do actually understand irony. So I just believe they're trolling us at some level, somewhere. I have to, because they understand irony.
Who are you even talking to?
I believe that you're
what?
You're easily bought and sold. That's what I believe.
And you're not?
I am not.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I am. I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes I am.
Can we have a?
Do you mean by
little,
Russia or by who?
Can we have a little poll real quick about what it is that we're not bought by? That way we can have an understanding of what each other means.
I'm not bought by Israel.
Well, I mean, like, for instance, if the government is offering me anything, you can't have my vote. I don't want you. I don't want to give you my vote because you're offering me something. If you offer me anything other than I'm going to stay out of your life, I don't want to have anything to do with you.
Then you vote for nobody ever.
That's offering you something. That's offering you something. They're literally offering you something.
See, you missed my entire point. There's the point.
I
you missed
heard
it.
what you said.
I admit
they're offering you to stay out of your life. They're offering to make you a special little snowflake and stay out of your life. That's what they're offering you.
So you acknowledge that the government meddling in my life
it depends on what you mean by
a burden.
It depends what you mean by meddling too. Because like
what do you mean by meddling? Do you mean like
meddling
financially?
Kids.
There's two tiers. There's two ways you can look at this, right? If you're like a business owner or a corporation, you don't want the government putting regulations on you. If you're a regular person, you don't want the government sending jackbooted thugs to come and kidnap you and shit.
Guys, can we? I know somebody needs to respond to that, but we've got 100 people in here. Can we get past 17K for fuck's sake?
Yeah. Hit. Keep tapping the screen. Do the likes. Do the heart me's. Do the share me's. Whatever. Share it out to your friends. Shit like that. Gift the panel, except for my lies, because he's just an asshat. And help me with my gift goals, please. Thank you.
I accept that as a compliment. Thank you, Mojo.
I'm curious if you guys. I'm gonna try to like look this up. Sorry.
Go ahead, Ella.
Y'all are absolutely terrible at the ads, okay? You need to, like, learn your TikTok ads. Like, I don't fucking use AI if you have to. Write yourself a script, but this is such poor behavior. You owe your viewers and your listeners something better.
Do you guys, I'm curious about you guys
Like
on
kick
this
a
panel.
commie. You could kick a commie for 35,000 likes.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, days, gays, guys, gals, and all of you fabulous pals. We are so glad you're here. If you're enjoying the conversation, do us a huge favor and tap Mojo up to over. What are we looking at? Let's hit for 25 likes or 25,000 likes. It really helps for more people to find the live. Also, please hit that share button and heart me and invite other people or other political connoisseurs to come and take part in the conversation. If you have a few coins to spare, gifts are never a must, but they would always be appreciated. Be kind, be curious, and have some goddamn fun.
I'm curious about the the panel's opinion here. Do you think TikTok is mostly like the people that participate in these lives, whether it's the host, the panelists, the people that sit in the comments from day to day? Do you think they mostly lean left or right?
Left.
I think that debate talk, political talk, is mostly left. But I don't have anything to back that up. I could be wrong.
No, it's definitely.
I think most people don't even understand what left and right is.
Also,
well, that's a separate question.
Says
politically,
the person from British.
Politically, okay. People who would vote for Kamala. People who would vote for Kamala over any Republican candidate. How many of those do you think exist in this sphere?
Say about 60%.
I would say more. I would say it's more like 90%.
Are you guys right-leaning?
I don't. What?
I just joined, so
We
I have no
have
idea.
polling for this. Like, you could just look at like what people voted for, like the last polls.
No. It doesn't show though. Like people that participate specifically in political lives. I looked it up. I couldn't find it. Political lives as panelists, hosts, or people that exist in the comments on a day-to-day basis.
Just scroll through the app. Like you'll see the biggest lives are all left-leaning.
And does that say something more broadly about like people who are here because they have plenty of time to be here, and so of course they would be leaning toward politics that hand out certain benefits?
Bro, yes. I'm literally working right now. What are you talking about?
See,
yeah, I'm on my summer break to get my fucking.
How are you working
on
here?
I went to college, so I got a remote job.
I've written
but I mean, how do you work while
I've written two emails while you were rambling, so I don't know.
How do you attentively pay attention? How does anybody? I'm not saying you guys, but I mean anybody, right, left, or whoever. How do you be on here and be attentive enough to participate in this and be an actual good employee that's worth the money that they pay you?
I think it's
called attention deficit disorder. It's a superpower.
I'm rich.
I've been playing a video game the entire time.
Yeah, I just want. I just want to be acknowledged. I just want to be acknowledged as the super minority in the group. I'm a cis, white, rich person in America, and I'm a super minority. I just own companies because of capitalism, so I don't have to go to work. And that's why I have time to talk to people on the app. So
all of that was a waste of time.
But by the way, assuming that's true,
you don't even let anybody answer your question, Stephen. How do we do this? How are we on TikTok speaking?
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, how are we,
up, Stephen? Wait, hold on.
How are we on
You're
TikTok?
a fucking asshole. I don't know who the fuck let you up here.
Oh my God, Mojo! What?
Yeah, that's fair.
Is that because you was in
Are we still mad about last night?
I am kind of mad about last night, actually.
Oh, okay.
What do you do?
I will carry your energy. We're all still mad. We're mad at you,
To
Stephen.
answer his
We're in a
question,
fight.
pretty much.
Mad.
I'm sorry.
Mojo, you're getting called the Fed in the chat.
So to answer Stephen's question, my job consists of sending emails and sending chats to people and possibly remoting into somebody's computer to fix a network issue or a security issue. So it's pretty low paced.
My job.
We understand you can't tell us you work for the government. You work for
The
the
man
NSA.
gets
It's
to
fine.
finish his
Was
answer,
she
but the
not
woman
talking?
doesn't.
Ella
Yeah.
was talking, Mr. Whatever your fucking
Frequency
name is.
issues. Frequency issues, Mojo. They're happening again. Anyway, so I multitask if I'm not in meetings between art direction and writing emails and providing marketing strategy for publications. And I can talk politics at the same time. And I think that just means I'm smart.
Nuh-uh.
I kind of wanted to know where Steven was going.
Nowhere. He was going nowhere
Steven was
fast.
just trying to put us down.
Yeah, he was trying to say that people who are online, these left-leaning content creators, are online all day because they don't have a job, and that's why they're the majority.
Well, let him say that. He had a suit and tie on. I was very interested in what he was about.
See, he just said it right now in the comments. Leftists are here because they have tons of time.
So what's wrong
Bro,
with
it's
that?
a skill. It's a skill issue, Steven. You can't do two things at once. Why are you putting that on everybody else? Because your mental capacity is limited.
That's a weird thing to say, just in general, about a stranger you don't know on the internet.
It's projection. Anytime someone says, I don't understand how you can do this, it means because they can't.
I wouldn't trust you
Yeah,
voting for
he really
somebody.
thought he had a gotcha. But I have 3 stores and I'm operating the till of one of them right now as we speak, you know?
Yeah.
Mojo, why is this foreigner on your panel?
I don't know, because I haven't gotten around to kicking him off yet.
I'm disappointed in you. You're getting weak.
He's cool. He's cool.
No, he's
How much of a foreigner are we speaking? Like foreigner not ever living in the U.S. or a foreigner as in immigrated here?
I don't know. He's a beefy toast eater.
I have been to the States.
Did you like it?
As like a visiting?
Yes, just visiting.
Yeah, I don't care. He's
Yeah.
got an accent. He's got to go.
How do you feel
But
about ranch?
my mom is Mapuche, if that helps.
He definitely sounds like a communist to me. That's
Well,
why
I was born and raised in
Does-
Belgium, so that's why I'm always interested in whether someone's here or
Belgium.
not. Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
Belgium.
Have you been to Belgium?
He sounds like a communist
Yeah,
to me,
I've
says
been
the
to
guy
Belgium.
with an intergalactic authoritarian as his profile picture.
I appreciate that you noticed. Thank you.
Mojo, what game are you playing?
Crimson Desert.
Mm.
And I'm really pissed off. Whatever the fucking last update did, it's not letting me eat food in the middle of a boss fight. Pissing me off.
Why the fuck would you do that at that point?
Did you die without it, I guess?
Yeah. Like, it's so weird that it doesn't let you, like, fully eat food. It's fucking weird.
That's because you're in a
It doesn't matter. You're supposed to be able to, like, shove shit in your mouth. That's the way it's always worked. And now this last update has fucked everything
Yeah. I had the same issue, Mojo. It's really annoying. I think they're limiting it because it was kind of cheating. You know, you could just have 40 fucking meals in your bag. But
I'm gonna cut through immediately to business. Mojo, why are you still LARPing as a communist?
LARPing as a communist.
Yeah, LARPing as a communist. Multiple communists come here to the panel expose that you don't even engage, not even the basic, didn't read anything Marx wrote. Literally go against anything Marx wrote. No, don't tell me you're right. Don't be sarcastic. Engage directly is what I'm saying.
You're not saying anything. You're just saying nonsense.
LARP as a communist.
You're just whining like a little girl right now. I don't know what's wrong with you.
A girl? No, debunk me immediately.
Debunk what?
You're a liberal. No.
Debunk what? What am I supposed to debunk, you dipshit?
You are a liberal who LARP as a communist.
I don't care what you think I am. Why would I care what you think I am?
You are a liberal who LARP as a communist.
Yeah, again, why would I care what you think
you are
I am?
fed. Debunk,
again, why would I care what you think I am?
Engage with what I'm saying. Tell me why I'm not a liberal.
Where are you from?
Tell me why I'm not a liberal.
Where do you live?
I'm Sudanese, and you know exactly when, because you know what the.
Who is Harvey Dent?
Fuck.
What was that, Mojo? What have you? Who's that guy? He is deranged.
Combo man, I'm a communist, and honestly, if you're gonna go around to people's lives, and disrupt, especially Mojo's life, who has been able to sort of, and not to glaze you a little bit because I know you hate compliments, but here we go. Able to make communism or Marxism digestible to the American public that has Red Scare propaganda shoved so far down their throat that their shit is red. I think there's something admirable about it. I'm just going to say that. You're doing nothing but going around disrupting a man who is capable of reaching people who would never be reached this way. I think you're the Fed.
No.
That's Fed shit right there. Taking someone who's able to make something digestible and turning and disrupting it. That's Fed shit.
I want him to know if he ever stepped foot in London with that energy to any leftist gathering, you'd just be pushed out. What was that?
You don't get to go around and tell people what they are and what they're not. You can critique people and say, hey, maybe read a little bit more theory. People do it to me. I do it to Mojo all the time. But you don't get to tell somebody that they're not who they are. That's ridiculous.
I guess I'm going to be the op. B, has communism ever been tried?
Oh my god.
I think we had this conversation already, but if you want to do it again. We've had it like 10 times, haven't we?
I mean, sure. It's just where my mind goes. Are you going to say that communism's never been tried?
I would say that it's tried. I don't think it's ever been fully implemented. I mean, that's just factually correct. It's been tried. It's not been fully implemented.
Okay, that's a much better answer. What about you, Mojo? Has communism ever been tried?
No.
Well, I can't really use it against Mojo because he also doesn't defend or otherwise simp for any of the countries that have had it in their name. Like, obviously, he doesn't defend Russia at all. He doesn't defend Mao at all. He doesn't defend Pol Pot at all.
Mojo, the mods are asking if you really do not want Steven back up because he is under requests.
Fuck.
Aren't we mad at Steven?
We are still mad at Steven.
What happened? What did Steven do?
Steven was bullied a peg.
He's belittling industries. Not only did he not believe that a woman could be a pilot, he then tried to juxtapose that she was in some kind of lower service level, like a flight attendant.
Oh, but hold on. He actually said that he has a friend that is a woman that is a pilot. So he understands that at least one woman can be a pilot, but not her for sure.
Well, that's all I took from his particular comments on it, was that he did not believe women could be pilots.
No, he didn't believe Peg specifically was a pilot. He said that from the start he got a vibe when she said that it probably wasn't true. And he looked some things up on the internet and asked her some questions that she didn't answer, so she must not be a pilot. That's what he said.
The vibe is wild.
It's fucking ridiculous.
And he
But
did
that's
this
also the same thing we say
one night.
to-
Wait. He did this one night like 2 weeks ago or a week ago or some shit like that. And then last night he decided to be a fucking pest about it. Like, I don't know why he decided to be a pest, but he decided to go after her again for absolutely no reason at all. And we asked him to stop, and he wouldn't fucking stop. He kept doing it. And then even after she left, he kept fucking doing it. So fuck him.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and he's saying exactly and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe he's agreeing with one of us.
B, when she talked about like, oh, I have to go because I have to fly tomorrow or something like that, he's like, yeah, have fun handing out peanuts. Like, it was like that kind of like subtle down talking about like being a flight attendant at the same time. And when he was called out on it, he didn't like it. Excuse me. And we were talking about bills, and he clearly did not know what his bills are for utilities. And so a comment was made of like, do you even pay your own bills? And at some point she to him said like, do you live in your mother's basement because of that? And so now he is trying to compare the two. when nobody ever questioned his profession or told him that he must be lying about it. So I spoke up and I gave him shit for it, and I got mad, and here we are.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole story. Wow.
That's the whole story. Anyways. But he's in the request, so if you want to bring him in.
I don't much care if he wants to have a conversation with anybody. He can go do that somewhere else.
Is everybody on the panel lefty, or?
No.
My lie isn't.
Did you were asking a question earlier, yeah? Liar.
My lie.
When was that? What do you remember? What I asked? I have the attention span of a squirrel, so I forgot.
Typical
Well,
Republican.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, do you remember what it was?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I just remember you asking a question and all that stupid shit started, and I don't remember what it was. So.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was.
Some smart ass to me about some stupid fucking subject. I don't remember.
Yeah, that tracks. That sounds about right. Look, Mojo, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, we may disagree politically, but I appreciate the content. Like, I appreciate the lives you host. I appreciate that you actually listen to people and you allow people to actually have a platform to share opposing ideas. And that's a very rare thing on this platform. So I appreciate it. While we disagree, we still appreciate each other as people.
Yeah, these liberals bug the fuck out of me.
Well, MAGA bugs the fuck out of me. So we have it.
Combo Man's comments in the chat. I have questions. I guess mostly for B, maybe? I don't know. I mean, other panelists, feel free to chime in. But like, when I see these conversations back and forth, y'all really go off like the very specific theory. Like, Engels said this, or Marx said that. And like, I've read a lot of it, and I get where you're coming from, but they also lived like a long time ago, and at some point you kind of have to adjust with the times, right? Or am I taking it too loosely, or like, how do you think?
I am more of an orthodox Marxist. I do, and that's because I do believe that a lot of what Marx wrote could be applied across decades. Especially when we take into account like automation is currently happening right now, that the experiences of the Industrial Revolution is similar to what we are going right now. Now, that does not mean, and I said this earlier, that everything can be applied all across the board to every single country, right? There is a reason why Ho Chi Minh, who is, the revolutionary in Vietnam, goes on to say Marx only writes about Europe and Europe is not the world. And so with that in mind, my thoughts sort of adjust to that. So I guess what I'm saying is I agree with you. I go back and forth in my brain about this a lot. I'm a human, so I come up with new things, and I think differently one day than I think the next, and I do more reading, and then and I've just it's really hard to sort of pin me down in terms of what I think.
Yeah, I live by Highgate Cemetery. Sometimes I go to Karl Marx's tomb, right? And these people who are like, I'm more communist than you are, quote me a verse from one of his books, or they're just so insufferable. They turn people away. They they make the whole movement look bad. Like this guy who's in the comments, the combo man. Who are you to be approaching people like that?
Yeah, I had them come onto my panel, and they did something similar. I had a woman who is one of my mods. This is actually why I stopped doing this online, and why I avoided telling people for so long that I was a communist or a Marxist. One, I usually got brain dead takes like, "Oh my God, you love Russia, you love China. That's it. I'm not going to listen to what you said." And two, it came from the extreme left of let's critique everything about you and completely cancel. Like they completely just like flooded my.
I wouldn't even call them the extreme left. They're just insufferable individuals. Like, their mentality is so warped that they don't see all their energy is being put towards like putting people who they agree with on 95% of the points in policy. But
Well, the thing
why?
is that I don't think that they understand. Like when I quote Engels, when I quote Marx, when I quote Lenin, when I quote Mao, when I quote all of these different, when I quote Ho Chi Minh ends up being actually one of my favorite leaders because of his anti-imperialist stance. And if anyone's heard me talk, they know that I'm heavily anti-imperialist. And so when I quote all these different people, they all thought that things should be done a very different way. In the 1850s, Engels thought, let's take a more laxed approach to achieving communism, and let's do it through steps. Let's do it through taxation, ridding people of wealth, ridding people of inheritance, all this stuff, right? And so every single communist thinks that one, communism is achieved very differently than the other communists that they're sitting next to, probably.
Yeah.
They think differently of what revolution is. Some, like someone in the comments, I think Haley is very concerned that Mojo does not believe in revolution. I would ask her what she thinks Marx means by revolution, because Marx never explicitly says that it should be bloody revolution. And so it's very difficult. Everyone thinks that they know who is correct because one, Marx is very vague. When I say Marx's majority of his work is only critiquing capital, it's only critiquing capital. The majority of his work is that. And so people don't understand that. They think that Marx made this utopian society and this is the blueprint for what it has to be. And Marx never says that. That's when you get into Leninism. That's when you get into Maoism. That's when you get into other aspects of it. And everyone thinks they're right. And the problem is we're all citing a different author.
Yeah, I mean, we have a museum right down the road here. He used to live near where I live, towards the end of his life. He's literally buried over here. And these people on the internet who are like, oh, I read Marx, I did this, I did that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares how much you read. You don't have the maturity to understand what is there. You don't have the maturity to understand the context or to treat your fellow person with decency. So it's just completely insufferable. And I can understand why people stay away from leftist movements when you have people like the Combo Man just rampaging in there and constantly spamming, I read it, just admit you didn't. Like, who cares?
Right.
What is this weird behavior?
I would be interested in hearing people like that undertake. It's just that he was very aggressive with Mojo when he came up. There was no room for actual conversation, right? Like, it was just immediately like, you don't know this, and therefore you're bad, blah, blah, blah. I think
it's lack of maturity.
I think passionate or intense would be a much more appropriate word than calling a black man that's literally in Africa currently aggressive. I think it should be very careful with that.
You are assuming that I know these things about a person when
I'm just telling you right now. No, that's fine. That's why I'm telling you. Yeah.
Why
I say you can fuck off. I don't care where he's from.
Like,
or what his skin color is.
That's
do you
fine,
not see
but
that you're
Ella
getting your rocks off?
That's fine, but Ella does care, and that's why I just explained that to her. That's all.
Yeah.
That's okay, Mojo.
I do tend to care about that, and so I will watch my words, but I didn't know. So there's that. Mojo, I do have to focus on a work thing for a bit, for like maybe 10 minutes. So if you need room, drop me, but if not, I'll be back.
Okay.
I think we need a background change.
Did you really come up here to defend it?
No, I came because I was invited up, and because I wanted to ask B a question.
Go ahead. B wants to answer.
I understand. Like, I also don't think that revolution has to be violent. I never said that. I never claimed to believe that. I think that revolution, there can be, what's the word? Sorry. There can be successful revolution without violence. That is possible. But I wanted to ask you, B, how you think that would be possible in the U.S.?
Personally, and me and Mojo disagree about this, I think it happens through balkanization. I think it happens through a velvet divorce. I think that the United States is extremely divided, and I think as living in California, I think what I hear constantly is people want to nuke my state. I say fucking let them nuke it. And I mean, like, metaphorically. Get us the fuck out and we can decide from there how this happens. I think that's the first step in having a quote unquote revolution. Marx did not make his entire personality revolution. Marx made his entire personality critiquing capital. So when people come here and say we can't have Marxism without revolution, that is an aspect of Marx that people may not be a fan of. That does not make you not a Marxist. The bulk of his writing is about critiquing capital. That is without a doubt.
Can I ask why a Marxist would be against revolution? When we both agree that revolution doesn't have to be violent?
Because Haley, when you're referring to communism, the critique of capitalism, capitalism is like the tree, and communism, I'm afraid to tell you, if it's not beyond understanding, is what flourishes afterwards. In the UK, we have cooperatives, we have social health care, etc., okay? And it's a slow incremental turn from what was the past into what is the future, using those critiques by people such as Marx to improve society. You don't have to have a whole revolution. You can do it in many different ways.
So, do you think that, like, currently what's going on in the UK is communism slowly being implemented?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're renationalizing water, we're renationalizing other industries, more cooperatives are being made every single day. The means of productions are going to workers, more workers' rights every single day, pay increases for different sectors every single day. When we protest, when we have our unions go out, which our unions are very strong, their demands often get met. And it may not seem like that in the media, but there's a real organic thing that actually happens where people participate in improving our society. It's not such a black and white thing, you know. And like I said, Karl Marx's tomb is right down the road from me. We have a museum right here. We might understand and learn about it in a very different way, but I think a lot of people on the internet have this very skewed understanding of what a revolution is or what moving forward is.
Hallie, I have a question for you. Do you consider yourself a communist, Hallie?
Yeah.
Haley?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask why a communist would ever try and purity test some other communist? What's the point of that?
I don't. Okay, can you say what you mean by purity testing? Because I would say that there's dog whistles. If I hear dog whistles of liberalism like something.
Purity testing. You just asked me to explain it. I'm going to explain it. I don't care what you've heard. Purity testing would simply be that you think that I'm not a good enough communist, that I'm not a good enough Marxist, that I don't know enough, that you have to teach me something or whatever. You are purity testing. You're just telling me that I'm not the Marxist that you want me to be. Why wouldn't you go after conservatives? Why wouldn't you go after capitalists? Why do you choose to purity test communists?
I don't really see it as purity testing, depending on the context. I think that correcting misinformation or calling out things that just scream liberalism, and that's not actually communism or Marxism, I think that should be called out, especially with, like, in the US, right? We see Dem Socks. They are now claiming to be socialists. If now the whole population
cares? Who fucking cares? It's better than MAGAism. It's better than capitalism. It's better than any kind of Republican platform.
I can explain
why would you care?
I can explain why I care. Because now we're going to have a group of people that think they're socialists, when really what's happening is that this is a Democratic Party reeling people back into liberalism so they stay in this never-ending loop and that change never comes. So now we have liberals calling themselves socialists and thinking that
isn't that better than Republicanists?
If you get maternity leave, it will be going in the right direction.
Stop talking. Isn't that better than being a Republican country?
Is people staying in this never-ending cycle of liberalism and never actually liberating themselves better? No, I don't think so. I think it's all the same.
Okay, so you think it's better for people to suffer under a capitalistic system than it is to make their lives a little better while you work on getting things even better than they are right now?
No, of course not. I don't agree with that.
Well, no, but you want people to suffer because you're going after communists or socialists or liberals instead of going after the people that are actually making people suffer.
That's not true. I think like when people have their mind, like for example, the average Dem Soc, you're going to ask them, how do we change our material conditions? They're going to say vote, vote, vote. When that doesn't actually materially do anything for the people, what they should be doing or can be doing
It does do
is
material
mutual
good.
aid,
It does
building up.
do material. It does do material good for the people. I'm sorry, and I don't care what you think people should do.
You
People
asked
will
me for
choose
my
to do. I'm
opinion.
sorry, but I'm sorry. I want to live in a free country. I want to be able to make my own choices. And fuck you if you want to take those choices away. And fuck you if you want to tell me that I'm not a good enough communist for you. Go fucking be a commie somewhere else. Go do your commie shit somewhere else, because you don't give two shits about changing the system. You just give two shits about being fucking better than somebody else.
Yeah,
That's not true.
Haley, Mojo,
That's
if I can
literally
have
not
just
true.
Mojo, if I can have just a second, Haley, I think what Mojo is trying to say to you is that I don't think that you understand the unintentional consequences of you purity testing somebody that's supposedly standing next to you, questioning them, making them feel insecure in standing next to you instead of opposing what is across the board. What you're doing is you're giving that attention to somebody who's standing next to you, whether you agree wholeheartedly or not. It doesn't change the fact that you're creating a question in their mind as to whether or not they should be standing next to you. Mojo just pointed out that you don't care for the people who aren't pure communists. You don't care about them. You don't care for them. You don't want to stand next to them.
That's not
Why
true.
do you?
I do care. I do care
But
for
you
them.
just
That's why I
said
want to
something
have
that
these
says different.
Wait. I want to have these conversations with them so they can have a better understanding, and then they can
I think you have a
realize that
terrible
what they're
understanding.
doing is
I think you
not
have a
actually
terrible. I
going
think
to
you have a
create
terrible
material
understanding.
change, and it's actually causing more harm than good.
I think you have a terrible understanding of how our system actually works, and I think you have a terrible understanding of philosophy in general. I think you are doing actual harm to the people in this country, and I know that you're doing harm to me. You are turning me into an enemy when you should be turning Republicans into an enemy. So fuck you.
Fuck Democrats and fuck Republicans. Fuck you both.
Haley, wait.
That's the energy you want.
Haley,
That's the fucking energy you want.
Haley,
Fuck y'all.
Haley,
That's what the fuck he wanted.
Haley,
I know.
I
He
think,
said the same thing to me first when I first met him too, Haley. So
I think what can be done is like there's people willing to listen, right? Like think of it as like like the Democrats, like I pretty much hate how they kind of capitulate to a lot of shit. I mean, they can move to the left slightly, but then that's when like the real socialists come in and they can help push it further, right? Yeah, it's like think of it as like it's like the argument that I have like with conservatives where like why do you have all these programs when there's a lot of people that are homeless that would rather stay in the streets? It's like they want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? Like you take it as filters, right? You have one filter, and then another layer moves it forward by increments, right? So like we can use the Democrats to push it to the direction that we want, and then folks like you who are more versed in it, you can push it even further. We just have to educate the people and the people that are willing to learn, and then that's how we can all kind of just basically mold it all into the vision that we want.
yeah. Oh, go ahead, Haley. Sorry.
Yeah, I just was gonna say, like, I disagree on the point where it comes to pushing Democrats. Historically, that hasn't happened. Democrats have never, any time that they've been pushed in any left-leaning way, they go right back to the center or the right, if anything. We've never been able to actually push them anywhere. But when it comes to candidates,
Lenin says
I think,
Lenin says to do this multiple times. Are you a Marxist-Leninist?
Do what? Because he also critiqued
To educate people. He says go into. He tells commies to educate the masses. It's part of the reason that when he gets into power, one of the first things he does is teaches people how to read.
Yeah, I never. What did I say that contradicts that though?
You're saying that you can't put Democrats to the left. You can't push Democrats to the
Do you
left.
think
I
we
disagree
can?
with that.
Wait. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the politicians. We're never going to teach a politician.
No one here is a politician, though.
We're saying you push those
That's what
politicians
I
out.
mean when I talk about Democrats. I'm talking when he says push Democrats left. I thought he means like the politicians. That was my understanding.
That's why I like the DSA. That's why the right is so fucking like fear mongering hardcore about it, because they know that this is like the actual thing that we want, and they're actually speaking to the people, not like the fucking like Schumers and shit.
Yeah, I'm all for educating the people. Like my understanding was that he meant the politicians, where they don't give a fuck about education.
Yeah, we make them kick rocks, and we put the people that we want on there.
How successful has that been?
Not very.
Yeah.
You're just
I
bad at
personally
marketing.
don't really see
You're
that
bad at
changing.
marketing. You're bad at marketing. Marxists are bad at marketing. Marxists don't understand the system that we're in right now. You have been beat over and over and over again. You have been beat by the red diaper doper baby trope. You've been beat by the better dead than red trope. You've been beat by every
guys are
single
called
thing
the
out
same
there.
thing.
I understand. They're going to call me a fucking commie whether I say I'm a commie or not. So I'm going to go ahead and own up to being a commie, and I'm going to fucking defend that shit. That's what I'm going to do, because they're going to do it. They're going to say it anyway. You're just bad at fucking marketing. This
Why are you
is why
saying we've
you've
been
lost.
beat
This
when
is
you
why.
get
This
these
is why.
same-
This is why. This is why you've
You
lost.
lost too.
This is why you have lost. You have lost
lost.
over and over and over again. You have lost because you suck at this.
You also lost, and your party fucking lost, and your party sucks. They couldn't beat Trump.
What
That's
is
fucking
your
embarrassing. You guys
what
also
is
lost.
your
The
solution
fuck are you
for
talking
this?
about?
What is your solution for this as a communist? What is your solution?
Solution for what?
So I told
Exactly.
you mine. I said you asked me how I would like to see revolution happen. I said I would largely like to see it non-bloody. I would like to see balkanization of the states. I think that's how we do a velvet divorce. I don't care how people think that's unrealistic. That's what I believe. So what's your solution moving forward? I also do community. I think you would be hard pressed to find a panel full of Dems that doesn't also do community service or work within their community.
What kind of community work? Okay, on this panel. But I would say as a whole, the most of them, when they think of like what is harm reduction, it's voting. And that's where they stop. And I think that's what the biggest problem is. That it starts and ends at the voting booth.
Fucking purity testing.
That's not purity testing. How the fuck is that purity testing? I'm saying that. I'm not saying they shouldn't vote. I'm saying it's a problem if their version of harm reduction, the way they view it, is just it starts and it ends at the voting booth. To me, that's a problem.
But y'all come rolling in here just yelling at people, making assumptions that we aren't doing any kind of community work or that all we believe in is voting. Have the conversation with us.
No, I didn't assume that. I'm saying this is like majority of like the people that I speak to. This is the rhetoric that they give. I didn't say that was you guys.
Gotcha. Mojo, I have Doc J is asking if is it Doc J or Doc Farm D? It's Doc Farm D is asking if he can come up to make a statement quickly, and then Combo Man's been yelling. I'm not a fan of letting him up because he's been demanding it as opposed to trying to have a conversation, but it's up to you.
I can drop for Combo.
Yeah, we don't.
If you're gonna do it, I'd rather.
Well, Combo wants to yell at me. Combo wants to yell at me. He said so. It's up to you guys. I don't care if he yells at me. It's not even a big deal. I would like to address him. I don't think.
I don't care either. You can bring whoever you want up.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop. No worries. Thank you.
You can stay
Your
up here,
voice is
too,
just
it's
as
fine.
valuable, Haley.
Yeah, you can stay up here.
Yeah.
can drop
I
me.
should. If only we could, Mojo. If only we could. No, I'm
I know,
kidding.
right?
I have to focus on work for a bit, so I'll make room for a combo. I'll be back later.
Hi, Ella.
Thanks, hello.
Hey, y'all.
Did you
Evening.
want to add something? Oh, there you go.
I wanted to come up, and I don't want to steer too far away from this, but this whole idea of purity testing in general, I kind of went off on the comment for him below. There is no time for purity testing for where we at or in the political landscape on any side. I have seen some ridiculous videos on here of the AA community in Texas going after Tallarico for his town halls. Saying how they're not going to vote for him, but by not voting, they're going to let someone like Paxton get into office. There is no time. We need to vote for the idea of harm reduction, and that is a Dem candidate right now. And we shouldn't be fighting back and forth what your fundamental ideals are. We just have to we have to start moving in the right direction before we can get anywhere closer to the ideal world that we're all working towards here. And I think it's ridiculous to fight over this. Or go after, someone who's on your own side. We just need to get through Trump, get through Republicans, and then we can actually start trying to make a real difference in the world.
I didn't mean to hijack anything.
No, that's not a hijack. I think you're right. I mean, I don't go after people on my side, or I try not to, at least, unless I'm just doing it to fuck with you.
No, and I agree, and I mean, it goes on, further lefties and even me, but it's frustrating hearing this because we're going to end up with these terrible people back in office because you're going to, or not us, but just in general, that whole idea of fighting back or trying to hold someone up to to the mirror to get what you want out of them is just going to land us in a worse place, and it just feels accelerationist to me. And I'm not trying to end up in a hot situation here. I'm hoping we can get back to normal through voting and not make things worse. That's just my perspective.
I agree. We should all be working together, and I'll just have to yell at you, and you'll have to yell at me. Do it on private time, but otherwise, we should be working together.
I agree. Yep.
I don't know, Combo is
International
asking for you to
leftists.
accept his request. It's up to you. It's not my panel, Combo.
Okay, so before you guys jump into conclusions saying I'm here to yell at anyone, I'm just here to debunk basic stuff. B, in the principle of communism, Engels specifically say how like communism is impossible without peaceful. Communists will prefer if it's possible, but it's not possible. It's not approved. The bourgeois will not allow that to happen. So he literally explicitly shows that communism can only come through revolution. Secondly, what's being happening here is not educating people on Marxism, is pushing liberalism. As simple as that.
Engels does say, and he actually gives out a framework. He says you start off with mass taxation. Engels explicitly says this in the Principles of Communism. He explicitly says it. He says you start off with taxing the rich. He then says you move on to eliminating inheritance. And he says you do this by making sure that the inheritance spreads beyond just your children, and it spreads to cousins, great cousins, great whatever, cousins twice removed. So there's one. And in terms of liberalism, you have to be specific.
Again, like I said, he moved on to literally specifically say like preferably communists will prefer that, but that is not.
And this is a communist you're on a panel of someone who prefers that it be nonviolent. You just said what you just said.
No, this Engels, I'm just debunking the point that you literally claiming. Engels literally moved on to express how it will be impossible under the bourgeois because they will always lean into violence to suppress any form of changing. Again, also speaking about Lenin.
How much of the population are the bourgeois?
What? Huh?
How much of the population are the bourgeois?
What do you aim by this question? Because sometimes the problem is not within the question. It's not within the answer. It's within the question itself.
You're an idiot. There are a certain amount of people that are proletariat. There are a certain amount of people that are petite bourgeoisie. There are a certain amount of people that would be bourgeoisie. How many people, as a percentage, do you think exist in the bourgeois class?
A very, 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 very small minority.
All right, and so who gives a fuck if they get pissed off?
Did you read the manifesto post?
What does this have to do with anything that anybody's ever written? I asked you a simple question.
Because Marx and Engels straight up write about this.
I don't give a shit what Marx and Engels said. I don't care what Marx and Engels said. I asked you a simple question. Can you answer it?
Go ahead. Answer. Give me that question again.
Who gives a fuck what that small percentage of bourgeois cares, or what they get pissed off about?
The people who have monopoly over power and violence.
How do they have monopoly over power and violence?
What are you living under right now? Like speaking about MAGA, speaking about what's America, do you have right now, for example?
What is the functionality of the state, Mojo? Who do they protect?
I was about to ask him right now. What is the monopoly of power?
Whose side is the state on?
Who is
everyone in power?
Who is in the state?
What is the function of the police?
Do you think the bourgeois? Do you think the bourgeois is the state? Do you think the
Yes.
state is the bourgeois? They are
Yes,
not.
the state is there to offer to serve the bourgeois. What is the purpose of
But
the police?
they are the
Mojo?
people. They are the proletariat as well. They're
No,
non-business owners, the
This
vast
is
majority of them.
not.
Vast
Is
majority
Nancy
of them.
Pelosi the proletariat? Is
Yes.
Trump the proletariat?
Trump is probably not, no.
Was Joe
But
Biden
Nancy,
the proletariat?
yes.
Oh God.
Joe Biden has been a public servant his entire
proletariat?
fucking life.
No, that's not. Oh my God, no. What?
Yes.
Wait.
He's not a fucking business
what is a
owner. He's never
proletariat?
been a
Wait.
business
That is
owner.
not how. That
He's
is
never
not
had
how.
employees.
Oh my God, that is not proletariat. Oh my God, what are you doing?
What the fuck
Can
do
you
you
let
think
can,
the
can you let
proletariat
can you
is?
can you let can you
What
let
do you
Melon
think
up too? Can you
What do you
let
think the
can you
What do
can
you
you
think?
also
What do you
the
think the proletariat is?
working
Shut the
is
fuck up.
Biden a working class? No.
Yes, he is.
Now I'm not screaming. No, he's not. No, he's
Oh,
not.
you're
he is.
Biden is not a
interrupting.
working class.
You're interrupting. We are you are talking
No,
and we get it. This is
host
how
is the one
conversations go,
screaming
but you
at
have to
me.
stop. No, you're interrupting the host.
Hey, so let me chime in here.
Interesting.
There is one thing, like, yeah, the police and the military, and yeah, even ICE are like the part of the proletariat class, but they're basically a tool of the bourgeois. They basically act as like the military arm of the rich, so they will be used to counter like protest or strikes and all that, because that's why they're called class traitors.
Okay, so there are a certain portion of those people that would consider themselves petite bourgeoisie, meaning that they think they're going to be part of the bourgeois class if there's a revolution. But the vast majority of those people would join the proletariat because they are the proletariat. Joe Biden is the proletariat. He is working class. He has been working class his entire life. He has been a public servant his entire life.
What the, bro?
Yeah, I disagree with that, but that's beside the point.
Wait, why? Why do you disagree?
Nancy Pelosi and her husband have a what's it called?
I just mentioned Joe Biden. Why do you disagree that Joe Biden is part of the working class?
Biden spent his years as a professional politician, elected official.
That's the working class.
Technically receiving salaries and donations.
Yes, he's the working class. He gets paid.
No, he
gets a fucking salary, just like any other proletariat does.
This is perfect. Wait, do you upload your clips on YouTube, by the way?
This is being streamed on YouTube.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Continue.
I'm just curious in this particular notion that y'all have said, and we're talking about modern day politicians. Like, do y'all see that there is a change in the actual like conditions of the proletariat since Marx passing, like over 100 years ago, or is it identical to today?
The thing is why I say this panel push liberalism. And if anyone want to switch to Lord of Melon is an other quote-unquote orthodox Marxist, someone who genuinely read and engage with the theory and host about it. But what I'm saying is, since
I will drop for Melon. Please bring Melon up.
Yeah. Socialism or communism have never allowed to exist peacefully, has never allowed to exist and thrive. Even many of socialist, oh my God, can someone switch with Melon? Even socialist project, we're operating under specific.
Where'd he go?
I think he wanted to switch with Melon.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, I don't understand why we have to, like, I think that we can have this conversation in, a civil way. I don't think we need to be doing stuff like this. But so I mean, let me say
what is stuff like this?
Like I think, it's pretty like some passive aggressive stuff, man. Like, but let's get to the point. Let's
Did you hear
get to
them
the point.
come into the room?
No, I mean, I just heard this now, but I'm not really interested in the personal stuff, right? But I am interested in this idea of the state, this idea of the bourgeoisie, this idea of the politicians and what the purpose is, right? And so, I said that, I said in the comments that, saying that Joe Biden is a proletariat is an anti-Marxist view, right?
Where are you from?
I'm from Boston.
You're from Boston. You grew up in the United States.
Yep.
Nice.
Are you educated?
Yeah, I have a degree in political science.
Okay. Have you ever worked in politics?
Yes.
Okay. Which did you work for a specific politician, or did you work as a
I
lobbyist, or
don't.
what?
I'm not here to talk about myself, right? I mean, I'm here to talk about
I just want to know what your knowledge
communism.
base is. I just want to know what your knowledge base is.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I'm a communist. I've been a communist for.
I don't care about your communist philosophy.
20
It doesn't
years.
matter. I want to know what your knowledge base is. I want to know how many politicians you've worked for, or who you've worked for,
Okay, well,
or whether you just worked as a lobbyist, or you just made phone calls, or what you did.
Okay, well, how about you listen to my ideas and then you can judge me
No,
off my
I don't want to
ideas.
do that. I'm asking you specific questions for a specific reason.
Okay, listen, like, I have worked in many different jobs in politics, right? I don't see why this is so relevant.
Okay, let me explain to you why it's relevant. It's relevant because if you've never worked with a politician, you can't possibly understand why they are part of the working class. I've worked for many politicians. I've worked on many campaigns. I've talked to and been friends with many politicians. I have talked them into running for office. I have been asked to run for office myself. I have been part of the political process. I have been part of the party process. I've knocked on doors. I've worked as a lobbyist. I've been on the inside. I've been on the outside. I've tried to change it from the inside. I've tried to change it from the outside. So I know you seem to think that politicians are bourgeois, but they're not. They are working class people that are elected by the populace, by the proletariat. They're elected by the proletariat as a proletariat, and they get a salary just like any other proletariat does.
So can I ask you, are there politicians that know absolutely nothing about Marxist theory? Does that exist?
Probably all of them
I would
in America.
I would assume so. I would assume
Okay,
so.
so being a politician has absolutely zero relation to what we're talking about here, Marxist
No, but
theory.
you said that they're not working class, and I'm trying
and
to
I would
explain
love
to
to
you why
explain
they are working class.
And I would love to explain why, right? I mean, I'm not really
Well, that's
interested
what I was
in
trying
this
to get to.
personal
That's why I
kind
was
of stuff.
asking you
Like, listen,
questions.
my friend Mojo, I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you have
Okay, you
worked
can
in all
fuck
these
off with
different
that
areas,
shit.
right?
I do
However,
have a question for Lord up there.
I mean, however, like I didn't come here to like talk about you, get to know you. I mean, that's great. I think that's amazing. But I'm not here for that, right? I mean, what I'm here to do is you're saying Marx, you're talking about Marx, you're portraying yourself as Marx, right? And what you're saying is completely anti-Marx. What you're saying is against Marx.
More purity.
Where does Marx say?
I would love
Hold
to
on.
explain why. I haven't even gotten
Hold
the
on,
chance to
hold
explain
on,
why.
hold
All we're
on.
talking
You
about is
just
talk
keep
about a
talking about
personal.
talking. You just keep talking about talking. So let's just ask a real question. Where does Marx say that the definition of a proletariat is that they are Marxists? Actually, where does any communist writer say that?
You stole my question. I was going to frame it differently, though. Would you say that the conservatives, the poor conservatives up in the foothills of the Appalachia, are they proletariat or bourgeois? Because they don't know jack shit about Marxism. They've never read any bit of it.
Yeah. So, okay. So first of all, in this question, there's two questions I think we need to answer. The first is, what is the state and what's the role of the state? And the second is that there's different kinds of proletariat, right? I mean, there's something called the labor aristocracy, right? And there's different, it's not so simple as, 100% or 0% black and white, right? These things are more complicated. So, I mean, I think first, this question of what is the state and what is the role of the state? I mean, this question has been widely agreed upon within all strands of Marxism. The role of the state is to maintain class society, right? The role of the state is to maintain different levels of classes. And this is the case in capitalism, with the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This is the case in feudalism with the lords and the serfs. This is the case
in democracy. We live in a democracy, and the state is the people. The people are the state.
What? The people are the state?
Yes.
We get to choose who represents us, and if they don't represent us like we want them to, we choose somebody else.
Well, I mean, I very much disagree with this, but I mean, this is an anti-Marxist
then you'd be
view.
wrong.
This is against Marx. This is anti-Marxist.
This is not against
No,
Marx.
it's against
This
you.
is absolutely against Marx. Marx,
No,
you
it's
know,
not.
the
No,
purpose,
it's against
the
you.
purpose of the state
Wait.
is to
Give me
maintain
a
class
quote.
society.
Give me a quote. Give me a quote that says that what I just said is against Marx.
Dude, this is in like every single piece of Marxist literature.
So you can't do it.
Watermelon is a lot. You're a lot, mate. Go and touch grass watermelon.
I thought you would know what you were talking about, unlike the other two, because they seem to think that you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Dude, listen, they talk about this in the manifesto. They talk about this in Das Kapital. They talk about this in Critique of the Gotha program. You know, Lenin expands on this drastically in State and Revolution. Like, this is a very common knowledge. This is why we agree upon Marxist theory.
Was Lenin a Marxist?
Absolutely, yeah.
Why do we call it Leninism then?
Well, many people call it Marxism-Leninism. I mean, Lenin was taking Marx and applying it to his society at his time and his place. Same thing with many other people around the world.
So I can apply, so you'll allow me to apply Marxism in the way I see fit, right? And then we can call it Mojoism, Marxism?
Well, we absolutely need to take Marx, need to take Lenin, need to take Mao, need to take Fanon,
No, I don't need to take Lenin.
Rodney.
I just need to take Marx. Fuck everybody else. I'm just taking Marx.
Well, I mean, I would say that's anti-intellectual.
Well, no, it's ridiculous because they didn't work. They failed. I want a system that succeeds.
Who failed?
I want to take Marx and I want to turn it into a successful system.
Wait, who failed? What didn't work?
Lenin, Stalin, Mao.
Lenin failed?
Yes.
I mean,
his real failure is that he died. But I would say, and this is what I said to. Oh, it was a joke. I was trying to lighten the mood. I would say to you, Lord Mellon, that I'll say what I said to Haley as well. And there is a critique to be made, and that does not mean I am endorsing or 100% agree with Mojo, but there is a critique to be made about Marx. And Ho Chi Minh says it the best. He says, Marx wrote about Europe, but Europe isn't the entire world. And so I think that's a little bit of kind of what I mean by sort of supporting Mojo in this ideology, is that this isn't Europe. So what Lenin did in Russia was applicable to Russia. What Mao did in China was applicable to China, right? That's where we see the differences between Mao and Lenin, is that they defined the proletariat differently. And so I think there is a real critique to be made about that.
Well, I absolutely agree that there are plenty of critiques of Marx, right? I mean, Marx would be the first to admit that he was wrong about a lot of things, right? I mean, Marx himself critiqued himself, right? I mean, Marx revised the Communist Manifesto after the Paris Commune because he figured out that some things in there were wrong, right? And so we absolutely need to critique Marx, and you know, there's plenty of people who do that. Walter Rodney, I think, brilliantly critiques Marx and how Europe underdeveloped Africa. He says that, you know, Marx's view of like the stages of development our society are not like what he was talking about was not applicable to the historical development of Africa. So, like, listen, you can be a Marxist and critique Marx. I would say you have to critique Marx to be a Marxist, right? But
that's not the point. That's not the point. You're missing the point of what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're wanting to put your definition of the way that society should run, the way a revolution should happen, onto the backs of Lenin, and Marx is very vague, right? His writings are very vague. It's why the majority of his writings, again, I will say it for the people in the back, because I think we have a lot of internet commies on here who don't understand the majority of Marx's writing is critiquing capital. The majority of his writing is a negative claim. He is simply critiquing capital. He is not making a blueprint for a future society. He leaves that vague because I do think he sort of understands that it will look different in every society.
I mean, I don't know. I think Das Kapital is pretty specific, but
Yeah, it's pretty specific. This is how. Are you sure you read Marx? I just reread Das Kapital for my second time. I just reread it because I read it 15 years ago for the first time. It took me 5 years to read. I'm fucking old. Didn't have any internet, nothing to help me get through that shit. Just a little fucking comic book club to get me through it. And I'm reading it again. And the majority of Das Kapital is a critique of capitalism.
Absolutely. That's absolutely correct.
So he's not very specific in that whatsoever. He's specific in how he critiques capitalism, but he is not specific in how he thinks a blueprint of a society should happen. He's not specific in how he thinks that a revolution should happen. And in fact, later on in the Gotha program, he goes on to say that it should happen in a two-tier way. So these are men who contradict themselves, who revisit what they thought worked and what they thought wouldn't work.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree with a lot of that. But I mean, I haven't even spoken about, how to do revolution, right? I mean, the only thing I've spoken about so far is what is the function of the state? Why does the state exist and what does it do, right? Which I do think is something that is very widely agreed upon from like all different strands, right, of communism, of Marxism, which is to maintain class society, right? And so the idea that like a liberal democracy, a bourgeois dictatorship, that you can have capitalism and have democracy, that you can have capitalism, a ruling class of the bourgeoisie, but still have a government that's representative of the people, is an anti-Marxist idea. Like all Marxists.
Yeah, I would agree with
disagree.
that. I would agree with that statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Obviously, inherently, if you're living in a capitalist society, it forms all social relations. I agree with that.
Who makes decisions in a communist society?
In a communist society? It depends what kind of decision. I mean, and I think that there's many different ways to run a communist society, right?
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What the fuck? Well, then let me do it my way and shut the fuck up.
I'm not going to lie. Lord, I am super excited that you've come up here because as a opponent to Marxism, I just want to let you know that I appreciate you coming up here and making me the second, or what seems to be the second most opposing person on the panel to Marxism, because you seem to be the greatest opponent to Marxism by the definition of everyone else up here. It just seems really weird that you have encountered such great opposition here when everyone arguably agrees with you. It's weird. It's very strange. I agree with Mojo more than I agree with you.
Because the left is not a hive mind.
I'm a little bit confused of what's going on. I'll admit it.
What's going on is I normally have panels with conservatives and liberals on. I talk about politics on a daily basis. I love talking about politics. I admit to being a Marxist. I defend Marxism. I do not remember everything that I ever read by Marx, but I have at some point in the past read everything by Marx. But I happen to be an older gentleman, so some of that shit has probably slipped the mind a little bit. So I'm not going to defend Marx on a Marxist level through Marxist ideology or through Marxist quotes. I'm just not going to do it because I refuse to take the time to go back and look at it because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me thinking back on it to look at a philosophy that's 170 years old and try and apply that to today. So at some point in the past, when I did go to school, I did read Marx and I did apply it to that particular point in time, and I decided this is the way it should look like in the future. And that's what I push today, because we live in a different day and age than they lived in, than he lived in. And I think we have to apply his ideas to what we have today. And that's where I'm at right now. So whether you think I'm a Marxist or not is irrelevant to me. I want to have these discussions with both liberals and Republicans, Democrats and conservatives, and I want to try and convince more people that having everybody's basic needs met and moving toward a more egalitarian society and setting up a democracy, a perfect democracy, as a system of government where the people control the government. I think that if we can move toward that system, we'd all be much better off.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That does help me out a lot. So thank you genuinely. Yeah, I mean, I would say that we have to recognize that those goals that you laid out of a more egalitarian society, a freer society, a society run by the people, these are goals that many people have tried to achieve for a very, very long time. And I think that it is important for us to go back and to look at what those people did, look at what they said, look at what works, look at what doesn't work, using a scientific method to best understand how to face our current struggle today. Because it is always going to change throughout time and throughout the place, throughout the people, throughout the culture, throughout the history. It is always going to change. And so there is a constant need to develop and to push the theories and ideas forward. But I think that it's a very common thing I see on TikTok is people, wanting to ignore all the past people who tried to do the exact same thing, and let's make our own thing. Let's make my own thing because I know best, right? Well, listen, man, these people tried this before, and some things worked, some things didn't, but we need to pay attention to that. And so that's genuinely how I view, the historical tradition of communism, right? These are all people who have tried to do what you described. And so I think, yeah, some things that Marx said are dated, right? Things have changed. Things have developed. Many things are absolutely still accurate, right? But communists, after Marx, have read that and have developed it, have pushed it forward, right? And so that's sort of like what the whole tradition is.
Well, then stop using Marxist quotes, or at least use them in context of what's going on today. If you want to talk about the bourgeois, talk about the bourgeois that exists today, not the bourgeois that existed in Europe in the fucking 1850s. I mean, that's just idiotic. We live in a different world. We have different technology. We have different systems than we had back then. Talk about the bourgeois as it exists today. Talk about the proletariat as it exists today. And I see the proletariat being the working class, the people that work for a wage, the people that have their labor stolen from them by other people. And the people that are doing the stealing of the labor, those are the bourgeois. Those are the people that we need to get rid of. Those are the people that we need to incorporate into the proletariat. Because once we're all proletariat, then we're all equal. And once we're all proletariat, we all get to make decisions together. Once we're all proletariat, we can make sure that everybody's basic needs are met. Well, actually, I would want to get everybody's basic needs met first. But
well, I would definitely say that there's more contradictions in there, right? I mean, in the United States, I would say like the main contradiction is actually race and white supremacy, right? Because Marx
was a racist. What the fuck?
Well, listen, I mean, in the United States today, right, you have many white people voting and actively advocating against their own interests, right, and for the interests of the bourgeoisie.
You're trying to tell them that.
Well,
you're not going to get anywhere telling anybody that. You're not going to convince anybody of that.
I mean, I can't convince you
that people vote against their own interest.
Yeah,
I'm not voting against my own interest, if that's what you're saying.
Well, and this is the same thing with patriarchy as well, right? I mean, Donald Trump won the white woman vote, right? I mean, it is clear that Donald Trump is, really does not like women, but white women voted for him, right?
Okay.
White women voted their own rights away.
No, we're not talking about egalitarian societies and Marxism and
no, what I'm talking about is a contradiction in American society that is preventing us from making that more egalitarian society.
I'm sorry, but racism exists all over the planet. I'd like to see that gotten rid of as well. That's another fight altogether.
I thought you wanted to talk about how to make that society better, right? That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I
to just
generally
say,
talk about.
But everyone's
fucking
bad,
idiot.
you know, whatever.
That's what I generally talk about, but you fucking idiots came in here and tried to challenge me on Marxism in a fucking asshole-ish way. You tried to purity test me, so yeah, I'm kind of where I'm at right now.
I don't know what I've done to you, man.
It's not you. It's not you, Lord. You've actually been pretty civil. And so was, I think the issue was that when the combo man came up, they had been saying a whole bunch of stuff in the chat that had been relatively confrontational.
May I say something real quick about Marxism?
Yeah, go for it.
Marxism is a universality. It's been applied to the global south and other peripheries outside of the so-called centralization of European knowledge. In fact, we have a lot of global south people that utilize the Marxist methodology in order to do the critique and actually form the revolutionary progression. In fact, we have Maoists that are like another phase of Marxist thought that are in constant revolutionary process currently right now through people's revolution. So yes, Marxism is not universal to just Eurocentric things. It's also applicable to the world, time, and space. That's why it's a methodology. So you don't know what Marxism is. You have no clue what Marxism is. And the fact that you guys think that most politicians are proletariats, they own capital. If you own capital, you're part of the owning class. Biden and all them are part of the owning class. They own capital. They're capitalists.
What is capital?
Capital is when you own something for profit in order to extract resources or anything to profit off of.
What does Biden own that extracts resources?
He owns, oh my God, dude. His family owns businesses and they own companies.
What does Biden own?
Weirdo.
What does Biden own?
Oh my God, dude. He's a goddamn capitalist, bro. The fuck you talking about?
I agree.
He is not a revolutionary subject. In fact, he upholds.
I didn't say he was revolutionary. I asked. I didn't say
he is an owning part of the owning class. He upholds it.
Hello. I didn't say that he was a revolutionary. I said that he's a proletariat. I said that he's
not even a proletariat.
I said that he's a working man.
He's not a proletariat.
He works for a salary.
He's no, he's not a proletariat, man. Sorry, not.
He makes what? What'd you say?
He's not a proletariat.
Why
he
not?
Gets capital.
Why? Wait, I'm sorry, but if capital is what you use to steal labor from somebody else, that's not what he does.
It's not just about that. It's also owning companies that also. Oh my God, dude!
What company does he own?
Can I ask you a question, Mojo? A little experiment, I think. So, I mean, let's say that I'm a politician, right? And I own $10 million in Raytheon, right? Raytheon gives me money for my campaign. And then I sign legislation that gives them more money, which increases my wealth.
What this tells me is that you've never actually worked in government and you have no idea what a fucking lobbyist is.
This is an
so look, you don't have to work in government to have an analysis of it.
This is an extremely common thing.
Hold on. You don't have to work in government to have an analysis of it. Are you kidding me?
have a question for Melon.
How do you feel about me telling you that I worked as a lobbyist?
Okay, great. You did horrible shit.
No, really?
Yeah,
really?
Lobbyists are bad.
You're not going to ask who I worked for?
What does lobbyists do?
I will tell you in a second. You're not going to ask who I worked for.
I don't give a fuck.
Dude, I think you have
wait, hold on. I'll just explain it to you then. I worked for Colorado.
Dude.
I worked as a
You're
lobbyist.
You're a fucking lib, bro.
Hey.
You're a fucking lib, bro.
I worked as a lobbyist. I worked as a lobbyist.
Define what
shut the
communism
fuck up.
is.
Shut
define
up.
Communism.
Shut up.
Let the host talk, dude.
I worked as a lobbyist for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. I got paid $10 an hour.
Do we still have homeless people there?
I got paid $10 an hour.
Do we still have homeless people?
Would you shut the fuck up, you dumb
motherfucker?
Nothing.
You did nothing to change anything.
You are a fucking dipshit.
Then why do we have homeless people?
Guys, this is devolving.
Why do we have homeless people?
Communist. You gotta have decorum, man. Have decorum, dude. Fuck.
I'm going to establish decorum. We're not going to have the crash out.
I didn't know that. Hold on. Oh, sorry, Robot. You're the mod. My bad, dude. I didn't even hear you talking. You're so soft-spoken.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying I'm going to establish decorum. I dropped him. If you're going to crash out, I'm just going to drop you. We're having a good conversation. Just have the conversation. Be adults. And for Melon, you had a specific example because somebody owns 10 million in Raytheon stock. What if they just own $10 in Raytheon stock? Are they also capitalists? Because they own capital at that point.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say something to me?
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, you had brought up a specific example. You said that somebody owning 10 million in Raytheon stock, they own capital. Sure, I agree with that. What if they own just $10 in Raytheon stock? They also own capital and get the dividends and the profits from it.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up this example because it's a pretty common thing in the American political system, right? I mean, is politicians giving corporations money, and then the corporations give them money, right? I mean, the revolving door, right? This is a big part of the American government system.
Do you think that the proletariat is a poverty cult? Is that what you're saying?
No, absolutely not. But I mean, what I'm describing here,
you don't have to live in poverty, and you don't have to own nothing in order to be a proletariat, right?
okay, well, what I'm trying to describe here is, besides what words we want to use, what label we want to use, it is very obvious that American politicians have interests in business, right? And not interests in the people. I think this is pretty clear.
Two things can be true at the same time.
If I have a 401k, I have an interest in that 401k going up, which means I'm going to have it in the stock market in some way, shape, or form. And I'm probably going to pay somebody to do the work for me to make sure that it's earning interest, as much interest as I can possibly get off of it. Even though I'm a proletariat, even though I'm a working class, even though I'm having my labor stolen from me, and I get up and I work every day just to get my basic needs met, if I'm lucky. Am I a capitalist, or can I fight for Marxism? Am I a proletariat, or am I a bourgeois at that point?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I had to put my headphones on. So your question of are you proletariat or are you bourgeois? If you have, this
401k.
What you bring up is really important. The financialization of the economy. I mean, 401ks, was a way to privatize pensions, right? And it was a way to put all of the working people's money
Can you answer my question?
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, yeah, many people, many working people, many proletariats absolutely have interests in the capitalist economy, and that's by design, right? And so
I would say almost everybody does. We live in a capitalist system.
No.
We are Barbie girls living in a Barbie world.
I mean, 40% or 40 million people in the United States live below the poverty line, right? Make less than $15,000 a year, right? And so this, like many, absolutely, like millions and millions of people. And the other thing is that, I mean, we have to keep in mind when we're talking about the American economy and the American government, we're not just talking about American citizens that are affected by this. Right? I mean, people from around the world are just as affected, if not more affected, than people who have the privilege of citizenship, And so, sure, you may be making $100K a year, have a 401k, that's in, Boeing, that's in the defense industry, and you're making money from that, you're gaining from that. Well, guess what? A child from Palestine doesn't have that, but is also very much affected by Boeing and by the American government and economy.
Do you want a one world government?
Sorry, what government?
A one world government.
No, I mean, I think people are very different.
Who the fuck cares what happens in Palestine?
What? You don't care about children dying? You don't care about genocide?
If you don't want to give this to everybody on the face of the planet, then you don't care.
What? Give what to everybody on the planet? Capitalism?
Communism.
It doesn't. But so you want to give communism to everybody on the planet?
Yes.
And you want a one world communist government?
Yes.
And I mean, how do you plan on doing this? How do you plan on doing this? Like, because it seems to me like you're in favor of capitalism.
If you've ever listened to me, I will tell the story over and over again exactly how I plan on getting there. I have an exact plan on how to get there. I don't know that it's necessary to go through it right now. However, I just think it's wild that you think that Palestine matters when you don't give two shits about Palestine and your solution, your communist solution that you want to come up with. That's wild to me.
I haven't given you my solution. I haven't talked. I've talked about.
I just asked
is
if
the
you
current
wanted a
system we
one-world
have.
government. I just asked if you wanted one world government. You said no, which means you don't care what happens in Palestine.
Bro, what? What? Oh my goodness, man! I think
that is such a nervous laugh. You should stop doing that.
Mr. Mojo, listen. I've talking to you for about 10 minutes. You have a massive ego problem. You are so incredibly arrogant. Like, you really need to dial down this ego and learn about some humility. Oh my goodness. I have the answers to everything. I know everything. Everybody else is wrong. Oh my goodness, man. This is not how you do politics. Like, this is how you do self-aggrandizement.
You don't know Mojo. Sorry, just going to say it. You are. That's
pretty
wild.
I mean, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear.
I think it's kind of
that's what we call an ad hominem attack, by the way.
It is, but I think it's kind of interesting that you would consider most of the poor conservatives that know nothing about Marxism probably have like $100 in the stock market bourgeoisie. That's wild to me.
I never said that. That's not what I said.
But that's why I asked you those questions specifically. If they are proletariat, then simply owning capital, like in the stock market, or being a politician because you receive a paycheck, isn't going to make you bourgeoisie. And you haven't engaged with that point at all. You just tell tell Mojo he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Do you think that you've been incorrect in anything in this conversation, Lord?
In this conversation, I don't believe I've misspoke. When did I misspeak?
No, I'm just like, where's your humility?
What? I mean, I'm not the one making these.
Like, it's
I'm not the one making. I'm not the one making
hypocritical, dude. I mean, really?
Well, I haven't made these grand statements like, if you don't want a one world government, then you don't care about Palestine. I haven't made a grand statement like that, have I?
Well, what you're saying is that you don't that you don't support a one world government, like, and that somehow Mojo does not.
If you don't want to hand your wonderful ideas to the Palestinians, then what would make me think that you care about Palestinians?
I don't want to force anybody to do. I
didn't say force. I said hand.
Listen, man, the world is a big place. People are very different. I think it's a ridiculous idea to say that we can have some sort of one world. This is total idealism. I mean,
quick. Let me give you.
People
a
are
quick
very
synopsis.
different.
Let me give you a quick synopsis. NATO works as a defensive pact. It's a defensive pact where you can
No, it
a bunch
doesn't.
of different nations. It does. It is a defensive pact. That's
It's
what
offensive.
It is. Oh my God! It is not offensive. Are you fucking serious? Where has NATO ever attacked first? Ever?
Oh my goodness! In like every instance.
Where?
I mean, the one time that Article 5 was invoked of NATO was Iraq.
What is Article 5?
That was an offensive war.
What is Article 5?
Article 5 was invoked on September 11th, 2001 in
Because
response
we were
to the
attacked.
attack in New York City. That was not an invocation for
That's
invasion.
a defense.
Yeah. NATO was used in the Iraq War. That's an offensive war. Right?
It was
NATO,
defensive. It was
Libya,
described as defensive.
Libya.
Well, hold on. That's a coalition of the willing, quote unquote.
It's NATO.
That's what most of those know. If you're talking about invasionary forces, again, those are coalition of the willing. There were several NATO countries that did not invade Iraq, and there were several nations that are not part of NATO that did invade. Ukraine was there. They're not part of NATO. Latvia and Lithuania were not in Iraq. They are part of NATO.
So are you saying that it's only really NATO if every single NATO country gets involved, and only if the biggest NATO countries get involved, the small ones don't, then that's not really NATO?
I'm saying that NATO is only ever used as a defensive organization.
When?
That's all it's
When?
ever been used for. That's what all it will ever.
When was it used?
That is all it will ever be used for. So since
when was it used?
Hold on, just stop. I don't want to argue about this anymore. Since I just want to give you a quick synopsis. I just want to give you a quick synopsis. I just want to give you a quick synopsis so that you can understand what I'm talking about. So my synopsis would be that NATO as a defensive pact would exist for the entire world. We'd open it up for everybody to join. There are approximately 220 countries and territories on the face of the planet. If we can get 180 of those to sign up with NATO as a defensive pact, nobody's going to be able to not sign up, because you're not going to be able to attack anybody else. Because if you attack anybody else and you're not part of the 180 countries, then you will be defended on by the 180 countries. So it would behoove every country to join NATO. And if every country and territory joins NATO, we have 220 countries involved. Nobody attacks anybody at all anymore. There are no wars. That ends all wars. After that, we get everybody to join the UN. The UN works as a federal government type of system over the top of every country. We set up a basic charter of human rights. We get everybody to agree to them. Everybody that joins the UN will also agree to them. And then we allow the countries to exist as they exist right now, as we slowly implement basic needs being met for everybody on the planet. So when I say I want a one world government, I want to do it over a specific time period, and I want to do it in a defensive way, and I want to do it in a democratic way, and I want to do it with basic human rights at the center of it.
Well, that does not sound very democratic to me, to say that you want to use military and
I didn't
violence
say I wanted
and
to use
power.
military anywhere. Nowhere in that
Is
process
NATO military?
is I going to use the military.
Oh my goodness, is the NATO military?
The NATO is a defensive pact. It is a fucking...
Yeah, so you're going to say
sign a
that
piece
you're going
of paper.
to... Dude, what you just told me is that you're going to have such a big army that people cannot refuse to join. Oh my goodness, man.
I said nobody
This is
can
the same
attack.
thing that's already happening. That's happening right now. That's what Donald Trump is doing.
No, chill out. You're freaking out, dude. You're freaking out. I'm not saying I want to force anybody to join. I'm not saying they have to be forced to join. I am saying that if
you're going to coerce people to
I'm
join.
saying that if the vast majority of the countries are in a defensive pact, nobody can attack those countries. And if they can't be attacked, then nobody goes to war anymore.
You just said that's coercion. You're coercing people to join by having a large military power.
No,
it's absolutely.
Mojo, I want to drop for Dad. He wants to come up. Okay.
Let me ask a question real quick, and I think Zion wants to go next. I just want to say this real quick. I know that NATO is a voluntary, right? Countries have to apply for NATO, but they have to meet certain conditions in order to get into NATO. Like NATO doesn't just outright absorb countries. The one criticism I do see people have in NATO is that it's not necessarily that that's imperialistic or it's offensive. It's more of like it's what do you call it? It's a protection racket. That's one criticism. But I don't think NATO forces countries to join them. But I'm not sure.
No, I would never force any country to join. It'd just be available for everybody to join.
Hey, Mojo.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed you haven't. I don't know if you haven't noticed it or you just haven't pointed it out, but Lord here sounds like a commie version of Bonjour. Man, they have the exact same voice. It's just, I've done double takes through this entire conversation. Like, Bonjo, when did you become a commie?
His laugh is maniacal, but it's not nearly as maniacal as Bonjour Man.
That's true.
It is close. It is close. Right.
And one more thing I'll drop, I just want to make light of look at how we kind of debate each other and argue with each other. Sometimes it could look like infighting. But when you go to other conservative panels, they're just circle jerking each other and they're just basically being a hive mind. So yeah, it's kind of cool having conversations like this.
Can I ask a question here really quick?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are we in understanding of why NATO was created?
as a defensive pact against the Soviet Union?
Yeah, so like to deter Soviet expansionism and influence, the only global threat we had to capitalism.
Okay.
Why do you think that's a good thing? Like, why do you think they're a defensive pact if they're dissolving socialism? The Soviet bloc that was like expanding into the global south to liberate them.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that I don't think the USSR was communist in any way, shape, or form. But that being said, I don't care why it was created. It exists today as a defensive pact. You can call it whatever you want. You can change. You can change the name.
Was Operation Unified Protector a defensive
why
operation?
can't I finish a goddamn statement? What is wrong with you people?
You're saying they do like defensive operations now. I'm giving you an example. Was Operation Unified Protector a defensive operation?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I would say yes, though, if it was a NATO operation.
You don't even know what it is, but you're saying yes?
No. I would say yes if it was a NATO operation. Yes. I would say yes.
Well, it wasn't.
It wasn't a NATO operation?
No, it was a NATO operation. It wasn't for defense, though.
What was the name of it?
Operation Unified Protector.
All NATO really does is protect the imperialist capitalist regimes and stuff like that.
In that operation, that was the operation that toppled and overthrew Gaddafi, which left a power vacuum that opened up a slave market. The reason why they did that was because Gaddafi was wanting to remove the U.S. dollar wanting to remove the U.S. dollar from the Sahel and North African states and switch into an African gold standard. That bet in global capitalist markets. So that's why NATO.
Operation Unified Protector was a NATO operation in 2011, enforcing United Nations Security Council resolutions 1970 and 1973 concerning the Libyan civil war, and adopted on 26th of February, 17th March 2011. These resolutions imposed sanctions on key members of the Gaddafi government and authorized NATO to implement an arms embargo, a no-fly zone, and to use all means necessary, short of foreign occupation, to protect Libyan civilians and civilian-populated areas. This is a United Nations operation.
This is a NATO-led coalition.
Yeah, NATO countries coalition for the United Nations Security Council resolutions to protect Libyan civilians and civilian populated areas. You are mad at the White Hats.
Hey, Robot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. NATO was used. Yeah, NATO was used to help defend the rebels and the people that were fleeing from there. It wasn't used to attack.
So you're saying
it was a defensive operation by every stretch of the imagination.
So what was the result of that operation?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
It was a defensive act. It was an act of defense.
Defense against
people of Libya. Defense against the government of Libya, against the people of Libya.
What were the people of Libya doing?
They were revolting at the time, but not all of them were, and there were a lot of innocent people that were being killed in the process.
Hey, Robot, I have a question.
It was a defensive pact. I mean, I thought you meant it was defending the member nations, right?
What's only been ever used for defense. That's what I said. It is a defensive pact. Generally speaking, it is for the member nations. That is correct. I don't know why we would get involved in something like this through NATO. It doesn't. I would have to read more into it, but because I probably wouldn't agree that it should have been done by NATO. The UN would have been fine, but NATO probably shouldn't have been involved at all.
To be honest, it's
because the United Nations does not have a military. The United Nations is a collective of governments, and those individual governments have a military. No, United Nations does not have a military.
Has a
the peacekeeping forces are made up of member nation armies. Like, it is not made. They do not have their own standing military.
They have. UN trucks and tanks, and they have UN helmets on the soldiers, right? But I mean,
Of course, but you're talking about American service personnel or Pakistani or Indian or any other UN nation. But that's besides the point. The UN was doing, the NATO members,
we're talking about Libya.
They used their military to take control of the no-fly zone over Libya. They used air forces within a national military, like the United States Air Force.
Okay, but again, the question is NATO defensive? And is it exclusively defensive, right? That was the claim that was being made.
I understand that, but you cannot conflate the fact that NATO armies had to get involved because UN does not have its own military.
Okay, had to get involved, right? Who were they defending? And why were they defending?
Right? Once again, by the UN Security Council Resolution 1970 and 1973, they were defending the civilians in civilian-populated areas of Libya.
Okay, so you agree that NATO in Libya was not defending any NATO member nation. You agree with that? Because that's what you just said.
But you're misconstruing the fact that NATO member nations like the United States use their militaries to enact UN resolutions.
Nope. Listen, we're talking about NATO.
You are.
Right?
You absolutely
NATO Article
are.
5. NATO Article 5 says that if any nation, part of NATO, is attacked, attack on one is attack on all.
Article 5 wasn't
correct?
used for this. Article 5 wasn't used for this. Why am I listening to somebody fucking jack themselves off through their pants?
Yeah, Lord, it sounds like your microphone is rubbing up against something.
You might be walking or something. We just hear a lot of.
I'm walking my dog. Sorry. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Hey, bro.
So I'm not sure what the point is here, though, because you're like, what they were defending a non-NATO country. It doesn't matter. I think if you're trying to say that it's for an offensive purpose, even if it's not in defense of a NATO country, it's still being used and deployed defensively, not offensively, per what Brobot read about short of foreign invasion.
Does it list?
Right? That is inherently going against the stated mission of NATO, right? I mean, NATO, as was outlined by Mr. Mojo, is a defensive alliance to make sure that any country that is part of it cannot be attacked, because everybody else will respond. Now, if you just go around saying, well, this group of civilians here, this group of civilians here, this abstract entity over there, this random group that I decided, well, I'm going to go defend them.
You're making a lot out of nothing right now. Is what you're doing. I'm sorry. After the initial intervention, after the initial intervention, the U.S. wanted to scale down their involvement significantly to a supporting role. Due to the lack of consensus with NATO, the only other body capable of commanding a multinational operation of this size. However, this was not possible immediately. As consensus grew during the next few days, NATO took more and more parts of the operation under its command and taking command of all military operations on the 31st of March. NATO didn't really want to do this. It wasn't even going to be part of a NATO force that was doing any of this shit. And the U.S. didn't want to be involved either after the initial UN support. That's all they wanted to do. Somehow it continued after that, and it was not a NATO operation at that point. It became an operation of the willing at that point.
If anything, I think this backs up Mojo's point more, not to glaze Mojo, of course, but we're saying, he's saying if everyone joined NATO, then there'd be no more war. But this is an example of where the NATO alliance extended to protect proletariat of a non-NATO country. So that's backing up what he's saying. So we wouldn't need full adoption of this to enter into one world government. If we had a majority of countries in it and some countries' governments started doing fuck shit to their proletariat citizens, they could still step in a defensive way with arms embargoes and protect fleeing people to minimize the impact of the proletariat. I mean, I'm not up with all the lingo. I love you commie bastards, but I'm not on the red team. So that's just the way I'm seeing it.
Well, I thought that the conversation we were having is NATO defensive or is it not defensive? That's what I
No,
thought.
that is not. Wait, that is not a conversation at all. The conversation was about whether I'm a good enough fucking Marxist or not. And then
No,
I asked.
you said
Then you
that
said
NATO is
something about.
defensive.
And then you said something about Palestine. And I brought up, well, if you don't care about one world government, then you don't care about Palestinians. So who the fuck cares anyway? That's why we ended up here. And then you guys wanted to question me on fucking NATO. This is a plan that I had. If you don't like the way NATO's set up, we can change it as we set up this one world government. I'm fine with that too. I don't care what the charter. I don't care what the charter looks like. I want to use the ideology of a defensive pact in order to get every country to join, so that we can stop war altogether around the world.
Can I ask you a
question?
question? I want. Can I ask you a question, Mojo? How do we go about this revolution? What needs to happen?
What revolution?
That's what needs to happen. It's all dictated by capital and the bourgeoisie. Would you agree? Imperialist
I don't think we need a revolution.
So NATO is a structure that was built. I like it how you don't like being interrupted, but the minute I start talking, interrupt me. Curious how that is.
You're a snowflake, dude.
I'm a snowflake. If you're the one that's bitching, you guys dropped me because I was interrupting you nonstop. Shut the fuck up.
You were.
Yes, and now you're doing
all right.
it.
I'm going to drop you again. You get that, right?
You're fucking doing it now. So you're fucking.
I mean, technically, I think I'm going to have to.
Again, I didn't get to finish, and there you are now interrupting me too now.
You guys are too busy infighting that nothing's going to get done. So I'll take care of the revolution, y'all.
Mojo, I'm going to guess that a lot of these people are new to your room, so they don't know the shut the fuck up rule, things like that. So I don't want to choose sides per se, but I do want to give him that grace.
Yeah, and he was right. I shouldn't have interrupted, but he wouldn't let me even talk to after that. So I'm going to say he was right. I shouldn't have interrupted. But then he was being a total freak about it. So I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I dropped him the first time because he's crashing out. He needs to take a breath, touch some grass, collect his thoughts, and come back and talk like an adult.
Yeah, and I'll apologize for interrupting. You are correct in your assessment. I should not have interrupted.
Can I ask a question on this one world communist government? What does that look like?
Well,
I just explained it.
So
Sorry. I'm sorry. Just maybe go down the rules for a second. So everyone that's not really been here before knows. So you give everyone a chance for survival.
All right, I only have two major rules on my panel. The two rules are: do not say shut up or shut the fuck up to people, because that tends to end conversations and cause a lot of infighting or fighting in general. So please do not say that. And I will do my best not to say it as well. I am the host. Every once in a while, I probably slip up, and I apologize when I do. And I will probably try and do it better at that. The second rule would be no pet names. So no sweetie, honey, darling, dear, none of that shit. Male or female, doesn't matter. Nobody gets to say any of those fucking pet names. You just call people by their username on the panel, and that's about it. I think those are the only two major rules that I have. I ask that we have a rational discussion. We go back and forth. I ask that you not speak for too long of a period of time. If you're going on for more than a minute, people are probably going to end up interrupting.
And a third unspoken rule is follow the terms and service of the platform. If you start saying slurs or something on this, you will get dropped probably by TikTok. So just be aware.
And if you get a violation, please drop yourself. That's about it.
I tried to bring him back up. Dude,
Do you want him back up?
Yeah, I did.
The only exception, just to be clear, the only exception to the pet names is when everyone's mom is on panel. I can call her sweetheart. That's one exception.
Okay, I'm gonna wait before you go. I'm just gonna apologize. I was wrong. You were right. I shouldn't have interrupted you. I apologize.
Okay, am I allowed to point it out and point out the hypocrisy that's happening too? Is that allowed?
You already did.
Thank you. Thank
I
you very
apologize.
much. So Mojo, how do you expect a revolution, and how do you expect to get rid of these structures of society and capitalist and capitalist social relations? Where do you go? What do we do?
I don't think we need a revolution. I think we can do it over.
Oh, really? So we just go to the master's house and ask for our revolution, our liberation from oppression? That's how it works?
No, I think we start one piece at a time. I think.
Oh, really? Because that's been working, right?
I think we start with food and shelter. I think we could.
How do we do that if the capitalists have control of it?
Can I tell you? If we can solve the homeless and food insecurity problem in this country right now for less than $30 billion a year.
Who's doing it? Who's doing it?
Can you let me finish?
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
For less than $30 billion a year, we can stop that right now. So I would say that we introduce.
Then why is it stopped?
God fucking damn it! Why are you freaking out?
Because this is nonsense, my friend. Who's going to stop it? Who has the power to ask these billionaires to do that? Who has the power to do that?
The government, our representative.
And who is the government representing currently in its character?
The people.
No, it represents the bourgeoisie, the owning class, the capitalists. That's why they have an underclass. That's why we have poverty. That's why we're not allowed to have access to certain resources that you don't understand, that it needs to be taken by violence and forcibly taken. You're not a Marxist. You're anti-Marxist.
You need medication.
And you're anti-Marxist. Don't call yourself a Marxist. Delete your count.
Communist. Okay, hold on.
No, fuck this, Bree. This is bullshit liberalism. And you know it too, Bree. This is bullshit liberalism.
Hold on, communist.
It's B, by the way.
He knows. They know, sorry. They're a friend of mine.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not taking this bullshit wannabe Marxist who doesn't even know anything about Marxism. Sorry. But I'm going to call his ass out. He's a hypocrite. He doesn't know shit about revolutionary process, transformations, dialectical processes, historical materialism, nothing like that. And he claims himself to be a Marxist. Fuck that, Bree. I'm going to call these fucking people out that call themselves Marxists and have no principles in Marxism. He's an idiot.
Okay, communist. Where does Marx say that it has to explicitly be violent?
Oh my God. Because of the fact that the state has a monopoly on violence as it is. Have you read Frantz Fanon at all, Bree?
Yes, I have. It's been a very long time, about 15.
Really?
What do you say about
15 days?
Bree? What does he say
really
about
Did you say 15 days?
Communist, you have to not use don't use my old name. Don't use my old account name because of what's been happening lately.
What does Frantz Fanon say about colonization and the revolutionary process? What does he say that needs to happen? Because we live underneath
it should be about
now, right?
Yeah, but not everyone's a Fanonist.
It doesn't matter. It is a Marxist materialist analysis that most Marxists take up because of the fact that it takes on the Hegelian dialectics of master-slave dialectics, colonial and colonist and oppression and oppressed. Like you guys don't know any of the dialectics that involved the way of liberating oneself. It does not take coercion. It takes us actually physically demanding and getting violence because they're already utilizing violence on us currently. It's called genocide.
Okay. Genocide. I will say that when we're talking about Marxism, that there is no explicit call for violence and that people think of different ways to do things.
All right, you can deal with them on your own fucking panel. I'm not dealing with that shit.
They're they them. Please respect their pronouns are they them.
Can I?
He never told me.
Thanks for
No, they
letting us
didn't.
know.
Yeah, they didn't. No. I understand. That's not a critique on you, Mojo. I understand. They didn't explicitly say, but they are they them. I just want to respect their pronouns.
Can I though? Can I actually go back to like the point about the state though, real quick? You asked Laura to bring up quotes from Marx that specifically do critique the state and show out that it's meant to uphold class antagonism and class conflicts. I have two, like if you want me to read them.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to Mojo or are you talking to me?
I'm talking. Well, I think it was Host who said that, but I'm not.
Hey, sure. I've been waiting and trying to speak for the past 20 minutes, so I'm gonna
So has
let them know.
So has I, but Joyce, feel free to go after, please.
Thank you.
I'll shut up for a second.
So, well, to whoever asked that, there's one from the manifesto. There's one from the manifesto. The executive of a modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. But I personally think there is a better quote that really does go in depth into what the utility of the state for is, how it's always been utilized. It's from Origin of Family, Private Property, and the State from Engels. The state is by no means a power forced on society from without. It is a product of society at a certain stage of development. It is the admission that this society has become entangled and in an insoluble contradiction with itself that is split into irreconcilable antagonism, which is powerless to dispel. So if we want to reach to a goal of communism where class antagonisms are abolished, the state must go away at some point, whether it's actively abolished or withered away through systematically abolishing class antagonisms. There can't. The goal is to get rid of the state.
Okay, so I take issue with a couple of things. I want to touch on the revolution piece first. The idea that we're going to have some sort of global revolt against the capitalist and ruling order, capitalist class and ruling class is not practical, and it won't happen. And the reason why is because if we look at historical examples like Russia and China, for example, with their communist revolutions, the situations and the material conditions deteriorated so far that it forced the people to revolt. Okay, so if we in our society in the United States and in developed, quote unquote, developed countries, the idea that we're going to be able to do that is not going to happen because there's not enough suffering to cause that to happen. The revolution is necessary and it will happen, but it will happen whenever we're fighting over water instead of oil. So the idea, I have issue with that. And the other thing that I have an issue with is, yes, I do recognize the fact that many, especially when it comes to Lenin and Marxist-Leninists, believe that, the state is going to wither away when we have three examples of when the, proletarian revolution actually occurred. The state did not shrink, it expanded. So it's kind of like you're advocating for something that, number one, is impractical and not going to happen. And then on top of that, you're saying, okay, well, we want a stateless society, but you're going to take the state in order to do that. And then you're also going to use the state to control the means of production, which is what has happened historically. So there's no way for you to reconcile those things. And I want to touch on something. The conversation pivoted, but 40 minutes ago, we talked about, the fact that whether or not a person that owns a 401k is a proletarian or whether they're part of the ownership class, they're still proletarians because number one, they don't make money off of their capital until it grows and until they retire. And number two, to accuse people of trying to make sure that they survive after they are unable to work and tell them that, oh, you're part of the ruling class and a class traitor is a problem. That's a big problem. Because we have to survive in this economy. There's no other way. The system is I'm almost done. The system is so large, capitalism as a system is so large, so complicated, and so globalized that there is no way that any of that is feasible in today's society.
Can I say, I don't disagree with that last part of what you said. I definitely disagree with the earlier stuff. But the reason why I brought up that example is to combat the point that the state and that politicians here in the US are proletariats and that the government is a government of the people. This is absolutely not true. And a big part of it is absolutely their muddied interests, right? They have interest in these corporations in making money. And that is a perfect example of it, right? But I did describe in that how this 401k system was intentionally created for this purpose of wrapping up working people into the economy of imperialism. Absolutely.
Based on survival, not based on choice. Like we engage with capitalism not out of
I'm
choice.
not making a moral judgment. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, right? I mean, this is just the reality of what the economy looks like.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that if you're making a moral judgment for people trying to survive in their old age, you're kind of a dick.
Nobody is.
Good.
No, it's never been a moral argument, right? When we talk about the relation of class under capitalism and the petite bourgeois specifically, or members of the bourgeoisie or those who own capital and yet have to labor, the issue is they hold a fundamentally different position in the class structure that alters their relation to what the revolutionary transformation of society will be. We get the best understanding of this transformation and Marx's work Critique of the Gotha Program, in which he defines the dictatorship of the proletariat as a transformation of the society of capitalism into communism. And this transformation occurs through the active negation of like social relations. And this negation comes about in many different ways. It starts off very small with like early on strikes, and then progressively grows necessarily as class consciousness arises through the revolutionary process. And when we talk about the state, we have to know what Marx means by the state. And we get the best idea of this when he talks about specifically the German ideology, in which he defines the state as a separate entity that comes out of society. And this is also reiterated in Origins of the Family. It comes out of society and it separates itself through the usage of like armed individuals. And this is what we know to be like the bureaucracy of the police and the military. And as he says in Poverty of Philosophy, the revolution necessarily negates this relation of what he calls political power or power of the class. I can read a quote here real quick. The transformation through the division of labor of personal powers into material powers cannot be dispelled by dismissing the general idea of it from one's mind, but can only be abolished by the individuals again subjecting these material powers to themselves and abolishing the division of labor. This is not possible without the community. Only in community, the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions. Only in community, therefore, is personal freedom possible. In the previous substitutes for the community in the state, personal freedom has existed only for the individuals who developed within the relations of the ruling class, and only insofar as they were individuals of this class. So what we see is that when we talk about a centralized bureaucratic state, it is necessarily separate from the rest of society. And when Engels in his letter to Babel talks about the dictatorship of the proletariat not being a state in the proper sense of the term, what he means here is that the state is not separate from the rest of society and is not self-reaffirming, but it is actively the process of the negation of political power itself. And this is why he uses the term commune or community, or the German word Gemeinwesen, in its place. So it is necessary to understand that the conceptions of the state by Marx and its negation are not simply like class rule, but the class character of the revolution and the process is what makes it a communist revolution or not. So yes, revolution and violent revolution is necessary because the character of the bourgeoisie is that of reaffirming their own political domination and not the active abolition of it.
Okay, I'm going to pull something that nobody likes, but Trotsky. And the reason why I'm saying this is because what you're advocating for, the whole point in a capitalist system, the whole point of the state is to preserve class antagonism, right? Like that's the whole structure, is to perpetuate the rulers versus the ones that are ruled. So if we apply this to practicality, what you're doing is you're trading, as was stated in Revolution Betrayed, you're trading one class system for another class system, and the state never goes away. So the idea that I understand it's a beautiful idea. It's very idealistic and I love it and it's nice. And I'm, at heart, I'm sort of an anarchist, but I can tell you that that's not the way that it's historically worked.
You're not an anarchist.
So communism needs to be understood. Communism needs to be understood as
every other
process.
Fucking idiotic communist fucking conversation that you guys have, and every other fucking idiotic communist.
Yeah, can I change out Mojo?
Let me address this one, right? I mean, I think this one's really, really important. I mean, communism needs to be understood as a process. It's not the case that you do a revolution and then tomorrow, boom, you get communism, right? I mean, this is something that has to come through a long period of time. What? You have to remember that the transition from feudalism to capitalism happened between the 1400s and the 1800s, about 400 years, right? I mean, I don't think that you can say, oh, well, look, there's still some form of class society. Oh, look, there's still a government. Therefore, boom, not communism, anti-communism, the revolution's betrayed. No, you want to talk about idealistic.
That's absolutely it.
May I?
No,
that is
guys, hold on. I absolutely fucking agree with that shit. What the fuck?
I just.
How do you say something I agree with?
I'm so sorry.
I got it.
I do want to make this point very clear because I think Melon did touch on this a little earlier. I kind of want to bring this back up to emphasize why armed struggle and why revolution is necessary to actually change social relations. is because of the concept of the labor aristocracy. This is why, again, it's hard. Like, this is why we say, like, the phrasing people, labeling people as part of the proletariat and not bourgeois is a little complicated, because we have this class of people that belongs to the labor aristocracy. It was coined by Engels, where he was like observing like a more like well laid off of like a more well laid off group of British workers, and it was later expanded upon Lenin.
What is this? What is this?
I don't know. Let me hold on.
I would like to finish the point.
This is important. This is important. Let him finish.
Important to what?
But this is okay. I've been trying to butt in a few times now because I want to clarify something to everybody, because I already see rumblings in the comments because everyone's dad said, "Can I change the subject?" And they're like, "Oh, they must not like what Braden said." So I would like to share with all of you that this is not typically how Mojo runs his panel. And so if you find that people are getting a little bit disinterested with the conversation, it's because they're not as invested as you are. So please don't take it as something that they don't want to hear, or that you said something wrong, or that they're all the fed. It is just simply that they're probably just fed up with the topic because they're not as invested as you are. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, this is like an outsider view, unsolicited. Like, it feels like we're getting pin slot by commie red rockets. And I get it. You guys are read up on Trotsky and Marx, and you've done the homework, but it comes off very professorial and theoretical.
We're talking,
and
the host is talking about Marx. I'm citing Marx.
Yeah, no,
if you have an issue with Marx,
I'm not saying
don't
anything.
be
Why make the prompt about Marx then? If you don't want Marxists to come up and talk about Marx.
Because
I solely quoted Marx.
Because I don't care about Marxists coming up and talking about Marx. Honestly,
So then
I don't ask for any of you guys to come here, or any Marxists for that matter.
So then why make the prompt about Marx?
I actually want to talk about, or talk to Republicans about Marxism. I want to talk to Republicans about DSA. Why the fuck can't I finish my goddamn statement?
I'd love to
Host,
go
do you
back
disagree
after
with
you,
me?
Mojo.
Host, do you disagree with what I said?
Just shut up. What I do normally is have conversations with Republicans about Marxism, because as of right now, everybody's going after the DSA, and they think that that's going to be the downfall of the United States of America. These are normal, average, everyday people. They are not people that are studied up on Marx. They're not people that know what fucking socialism is. So they go from panel to panel saying this is what socialism is, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So I want to give a basic education to basic people about basic subject matter. I don't do philosophy on my panel. Well, if it's just me and one other person, I'll do that. But if it's a bunch of people on the panel and a bunch of people listening, then generally no. We have conversations about current topics.
Host, I only quoted Marx. I only quoted Marx that entire time.
Debate. I can tell you what would be interesting from someone who isn't a Marxist, communist, when you guys go back and forth about violent versus nonviolent revolution, like, if you want to bridge the gap between non-socialist, non-communist, like, speak to what a nonviolent revolution could look like through modern day policy, like focusing on proletariat platforms of like feeding children, education, stuff like that.
I was trying to explain why that's not possible. I was trying to explain why that's not possible, and you guys did not let me finish.
Then explain it in English.
Yes,
explain it to somebody that doesn't have a college degree.
Host.
So there is a certain class of people that is more well off than others. That's what the labor aristocracy is. It's done through imperialist nations.
You don't have to do this.
I'm trying to explain why it's not possible, because folks are comfortable in the bourgeois and proletariat relations by being part of the labor aristocracy, by being well off. They're not incentivized to change their material conditions, so that's why revolution.
So put in plain English for people who aren't as read on the subject matter as you.
When you get paid more,
I'm trying to give you an example.
Stop fucking talking.
When you get paid more.
He wasn't finished. He wasn't fucking finished what he was saying.
You could simply say a nonviolent revolution or change of our government isn't possible because the people that have all the shit put things in place to keep us complacent and happy with the little bit that we have. That's like plain English. Like you revert to like plain English and then try to bridge back into your like Trotsky and Marx and the aristocracy and
No one quoted Trotsky.
bourgeoisie.
I invoke Trotsky.
No one here has quoted Trotsky.
Lord, stop. What is wrong with you?
I did.
Every single fucking one of you people is so fucking ADD. It's disgusting.
Host, I have
It's not my
a
fault.
real
I didn't
quick
take my
question.
booster today.
We're gonna be ableist now.
Host, can I ask you a question?
Are you gonna fucking purity test me on that shit too?
I thought we were not doing bigotry on here.
Are you gonna purity test me on that shit too?
Oh no, you're
Like
just
Mojo, you know what this feels like? Imagine me hosting a live with a bunch of CPAs discussing a great deal
God, that'd be
the
so
next
fucking
accounting
brilliant.
pronouncement coming out. That's what this feels like.
Look, all I was actually trying to point out that there's a lot of pragmatic issues with that ideology. That was my point, is I was trying to ground it and say, well, how does that actually work how does that actually work? And that's the thing is that there's not a whole lot of like, when you're basing a lot on theoretical like ideology, you lose that. Okay, well, what happens after you achieve the revolution? How are you going to protect minorities from coercive communes if that's your system? So like, I was trying to just say that there's a lot of problems with Marxist-Leninist thought, with Maoist thought, with really any of the what I would consider totalitarian versions of communism, because they don't ever work that way. And they don't ever achieve what they set out to achieve historically, like outside of theory.
I'm just going to say that if you talk to a normal, average, everyday person in this country, they're not happy with the system. They're not content with the way the system is. They don't know why they're not content. They really can't explain it to you. They're going to tell you because they don't make enough money, or they don't have access to healthcare, they don't have whatever. What you have to do is soothe their soul and tell them, this is what I want to do for you. I want to try and give everybody healthcare. I want to try and make sure that everybody has food. These are the ways that I'm going to do that. Because the vast majority of people in this country speak at a fucking 6th grade level. So everything that you guys are saying right now bores the shit out of them or just pisses them off.
So can I say about this violence, non-violence? I mean, I think that we have to be real of where we're at. I mean, right now, I said before, 40 million people in the United States live in poverty, which is under $15,000 a year. Hold on, one moment, please. Right?
I just said 35.9, by the way.
Okay. Well, listen, the poverty line is like $16,000 a year, right?
Yeah, I just said 35.9. I just looked it up. When you said that, I looked it up.
Okay. So listen, that poverty line is not correct, right? It's got to be, you can live in many places in the United States, earn 50,000 and still not have your basic needs met, right? I mean, things right now are really, really bad. As prices of everything keep going up, wages have gone down, right? We have tens of millions of people who don't have any health care at all, right? There's 15 million children in this country that are food insecure. And so you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to coddle people. I don't want to go around saying, oh, listen, we can have the nice, happy life. Everything is great. I'm going to give you everything and it's going to be awesome, right? No, what I want people to do is stand up for yourself. Stand up for yourself. Fight for your own interest for once, right? Stop fighting for somebody else. Stop fighting for the people who are robbing you, who are taking all of your shit, and start standing up for yourself. I mean, I think...
Do you understand
I think that the idea...
I don't think you understand that they think they are fighting for themselves.
One moment, please.
They think they are voting for themselves.
Hold on. The idea that people should not do violence is totally incoherent, because violence is happening right now, okay? The state, the bourgeoisie, the oppressors, whoever you want to call them, are killing us right now. Right now. And so what I'm saying is stand up for yourself. Fight back.
How far does that statement go when the average American lifespan is at 77 fucking years, which is the most it's ever been? They're killing us right now.
It's going down. Life expectancy is going down.
It is not going down.
It
is
is
only going up.
That's not true. Life expectancy.
I think it just went up. It just went up because of COVID just happened, right? It went down during COVID, which makes sense, and now it's going back up now.
When Marx was writing, when he was writing, the average lifespan was like 39 years. It's now 77 or 78 years. I mean, I'm sorry, but you don't get to run around with your fucking hair on fire saying that they're killing us right now. You don't get to do that because nobody's going to fucking listen to you. You sound like a crazy person.
No, I'm not saying that. When I made that statement, Lord Mellon, it's not because I really know where this is going. I'm saying that just because COVID kind of threw a wrench in things, so us understanding life expectancy's gotten a little bit more complicated now. But I do agree with pretty much everything you said. I do think, though, and this is the issue that I do have with a lot of communists. I work in public medicine. I'm public facing all the time. It does nothing for me to sit here and talk to a mom of 6 who's getting just found out she had breast cancer and say, hey, have you heard about Marx? That does nothing for real material conditions. And I think that in the long run, I think people are trying to work within a system that they can work within. And this is my critique of Marxists online, is that you're very much online. And everything online feels very idealistic. And we're going to critique China, we're going to critique Russia, we're going to critique every single country in the world, we're going to critique everyone on communism. But I guarantee you, I don't think I've met a communist on this app except for one, who is actually working public facing the way I am, who has to look the quote unquote proletariat in the eye and say, I know you're having a hard time right now, but have you ever thought about Marxism? Like, this is fucking ridiculous. And then you go around on online spaces and you do this to people who are trying to make Marxism more digestible for a very propagandized to country.
This is a pure ad hominem. And
it's not an ad hominem.
Hold on. Can I?
It's not an ad hominem at all. It's real.
Attacking your argument. She's not attacking you. It is absolutely not an ad hominem by any definition.
No. So when we talk about the critiquing, right? Marx explicitly calls for the critique of everything that is actually existing. Marxism is a science. It is an analysis of real existing social relations.
It's a fucking philosophy.
Hold on. No, it is an ever-changing understanding of the real social relations. When we critique China, what we're doing is we're critiquing how they are reforming capitalist social relations. Communists ought to negate capitalist social relations.
How the fuck do you respond to what she said in that way?
Hold on. We have to actively critique these things. So when you say, well, people are just critiquing and that makes that their positions are less relevant because they don't quote unquote do active work outside, you are saying that because we don't do active work outside, our positions are less relevant. This is an active critique, an ad hominem of the positions
you can take it as an ad hominem, but at the end of the day, I'm the only one who is actually taking care of people and saved fucking lives. So when you sit here and you critique people,
be more concise.
I know what armchair communists are.
If you are incapable of keeping up with a short speech in a conversation,
this is not a short speech. You were fucking saying a bunch of irrelevant shit right now. You are not responding to what she said.
I am, and if you listen, you would understand. Fundamentally, right? You do not know any of us. You don't know what we do in person. You don't know what our activism is like. You don't know what our organization is like. We can hold at the same time a principled Marxist critique of all things that are existing and reaffirm capitalism and also actively participate in our local communities. You do not know us. So when we go,
I know that you have 1,000 followers for a fucking reason.
That is irrelevant. My follower count is irrelevant. I don't aim to be an influencer. That it means nothing to me. You don't know these people, right? Marxism is not made to be digestible. There's a reason Marx wrote 1,000-page books critiquing.
Fuck you and go away and go fucking go crawl in a hole.
Hold on.
With the rest of the fucking undigestible Marxists.
What?
Are we forgetting the most basic thing of the Communist Manifesto? Which
the Communist Manifesto was not a piece of political theory or real analysis. What it was a think piece written for the German workers to agitate them in a period of rupture.
To relate Marxism
we can do that,
them.
but fundamentally,
to relate
the true
Marxism
substance,
to them.
The true substance. No, it wasn't teaching them Marxism. It was teaching them their real conditions. Marxism is the real critique. Marxism is the real critique and real.
Have you read it?
Yes. So you cannot make capital a totally digestible work that anyone can understand because capitalism is not fully digestible.
The Germans did.
People. No, the manifesto was not making capital like digestible at all. No, you do not, it's trying to take the entire conception of biology and make it completely digestible, right? That's not what any, biology class in high school that you're taking is. It's teaching you bare basics so you understand small components. When we talk about the manifesto, that's not a piece of political theory or political thought. It is an agitation think piece.
That's insane. That is an insane comment to make.
I do agree with Choice that this is that Marx writes. I always forget the name of it because he wrote it's a 2-part piece. It's wages.
Wage, labor, profit, and capital, and value pricing.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Wage, labor, and capital was written to be digestible for the average working person. That's absolutely its function. Marx writes letters about its function, and that its function was to be digestible by the working class. So when you're talking about the Communist Manifesto, maybe not so, but he does write pieces that are meant to be digestible for people. We are living in an era of people don't read. And not only do they not read, they have a poor comprehension level. So when you go around doing this fucking purity testing to people, it is very harmful, I think. And it feels, I mean, are you a Leninist or are you not a Leninist?
No, I'm not a Leninist.
Okay. Well, there you go. Then you probably don't really care that much about educating people, right? You're
okay, hold on.
It's also antithetical to the working class.
No, it's not. The working class doesn't give two shits about Marx. The working class 100%. Gives a shit about their real conditions and the rupturing of capital in periods of crisis. That is all that they care about.
And how do you think that anything that you're saying, how do you think that
you cannot will revolution?
How do you think that anything you're saying right now is going to speak to them in any way, shape, or form? That they're going to listen to what you have to say, or they're going to abide by what you have to say, or they're going to agree with you in any way, shape, or form? How do you think that the way you're talking right now interacts with the rest of the world?
I don't care. It does not matter because the proletariat doesn't care what I have to say.
You're on a fucking conversation, in a conversation on a fucking panel.
Yeah, and I don't understand the point then. If you're only going around, and I agree, Marx does talk about agitation, Lenin talks about agitation as well. I agree in the critique, completely agree in the critique. But Mojo doesn't run his panel like that. I used to do lives. I didn't run my panel like that. I didn't talk about Marxism. I actually talked about anti-imperialism. I thought that message was much more revolutionary to the world than just sitting around and doing armchair Marxism all day. And I'll stand by that. Being anti-imperialist and letting people know what the West does in the name of freedom, I think is a lot more important than whatever the fuck this is.
I agree.
Why make the prompt about Marx? I don't understand. If you don't want to talk about Marx,
he already said what his function was. You guys just aren't listening. He said he was agitating the right.
Well, can I make 2 points?
I'm starting to understand why Pol Pot hated the intellectuals. I'm starting to get.
Oh my goodness. So allow me please to make 2 points. Wow. Right.
That's all this is.
I mean,
that's
listen,
all this is.
The first is that, I mean, Bree, I do understand where you're coming from and agree that I think that there is often a problem with people being very, very, very into theory and not understanding the practicality of how do we apply it in our modern times and with real people. Using very academic language all the time is, I think, a problem that I've seen a lot. And so, I mean, I definitely agree with this in that, people who like revolution, who want to do revolution, should keep this in mind to be to try to meet people where they're at, especially in terms of language. I absolutely agree. But to this other point, right? I mean, of the point of this live, I mean, there is a type of misinformation that is absolutely harmful, right?
I am not a biologist, right? I'm not a biologist. I would not go there, go out, start a live talking about, the Dust Bowl or sort of, the theory of evolution. I mean, I don't know that stuff, right? And so, I think that if you want to do a live about Marxism, and you should know Marxism. If you want to go and to talk to conservatives or liberals about Marxism, you should know some very basic tenets, right? I mean, the concept of the state itself, the idea that the state is to uphold class antagonism is the most basic thing. Hold on.
All right. No, I'm not going to hold on you. Going on way too fucking long, and I have to explain something to you. I'm sorry that you haven't made your way around TikTok at all, but what I said earlier was absolutely true. The Republicans are going after the DSA right now, and they're saying that socialism becomes communism, and communism is going to take all of your fucking private property away, and this is why we should all revolt against the fucking socialists and the DSA, and they shouldn't exist, and we should kill them, and we should jail them, and we should kick them out of the country. That's what they're saying right now. They don't know what socialism is. They don't know what communism is. They don't know what Marxism is. And they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But these are the people that people are listening to. These are people with fucking thousands of people in their room listening to them say this shit. These are the people that I want to address. I will talk about Marx any way I see fit in order to get to them, in order to get to their audiences so that they understand what fucking Marxism is at a basic level at the very least.
Mr. Mojo, what I'm trying to describe to you is that you are not equipped to have that conversation.
Fuck you, clearly. You're not equipped.
Clearly, dude. And
you can't have these conversations.
You've talked enough.
You can't have this conversation with me. You can't have this conversation with me, and you think you're going to interact with normal fucking people? Are you fucking serious?
Listen,
you guys have almost agreed on almost everything.
Well,
you've almost agreed on almost everything that you've brought up. He's almost agreed with you, and you've almost agreed on. I would say you guys have agreed 90% of the time. What is the problem with him doing this? Who are you to go around and say that you are the moral arbiter of Marx, and you get to be the one who decides who runs lives and who doesn't? Not everybody is a fucking revolutionary. Not everybody is a cadre. Not everybody can fucking be that. We work within what we can. I am not the most well-read person. I'm a dumb fucking nurse. I'm fucking dumb. And so I talk to people on a level that I think they understand. And I think that is lacking from communists. And to go around and tell people what they can and cannot do on lives is fucking wild.
Listen, I agree of what you described as that problem, right? However, it is harmful when you are describing Marxism as something that it's not. Right? When you are saying that the government is a representation of the people, that Biden is a proletariat, when you are making these claims and you're saying that that's Marxist, you're associating that with Marxism, that with communism, that is harmful. You're giving people the wrong idea.
Who am I harming?
You're harming everybody.
No, look, okay, hold on. There's an argument here that does. I understand where you're coming from, Lord, when you say that it's not Marxism. The DSA isn't. It's definitely a social democratic organization, but the people that don't have any explain the working class to a redneck in the middle of rural Texas that thinks that Democrats are synonymous with Satan. Try doing that, because it's really hard. I know, because I lived there. So the thing is that I understand the delineation that you're making. I get it. But we have to reach people. And the only way that we can do that is to work within the system, because revolution's not going to happen. It's not. The idea that it's just we're all going to all of a sudden get class consciousness and then revolt against the ruling class globally is a ridiculous notion. So that's my critique, is that it's I understand what you're saying, that it's not really Marxism, but it's all we've got. Not only that,
we're on the precipice of fascism. If we were on the top of a mountain and one side is fucking communism and the other side is fascism, we are practically touching the fascist side of the fucking mountain right now. Mm-hmm. We are way more closer in terms of a revolution happening in this country to it being a fucking corporatist revolution. We are not close at all to any form of communism. And the more undigestible you make this shit, the more difficult it is for people to understand it. And they fall prey to fascism and easy rhetoric like it's the immigrants, it's the fucking black and brown people, it's the fucking gays. Like, this is... I don't think that Marxists are living in fucking reality.
Okay, so listen.
I agree with that part. But, Melon, just from the observation of this conversation, I have now taken away, because I've had conversations with a lot of conservatives and stuff, and most of them believe that Marxists should essentially be Tibetan monks. You should give away all your worldly possession. You should not be involved in capitalism whatsoever. You should be living off the land and essentially homeless, working for your community for free. Do you think that Mojo's perpetuating that particular notion on this platform, or is it you?
What? I don't think either of us have talked about that at all. I don't know where this is.
I'm just telling you what I have witnessed coming from conservatives. This is coming from that side of the aisle. They believe that Marxism is essentially akin to a Tibetan monk. Do you think that Mojo is perpetuating that stereotype, or is it your rhetoric saying that he is harmful? Which one's harmful here?
I don't think either of us have talked about that at all. I mean,
I understand that, but once again, you were talking from an upper level that these people do not understand.
Allow me to respond.
You said that somebody that had a 401k is a fucking capitalist.
No, that's not what I said. I did not use those terms. I mean, we want to talk about using over academic terms, wrong terms, not speaking to the people. I mean, what I was describing there is how the government and politicians today don't have the interests of the people. I mean, and so listen, I mean, in this conversation...
You're going to have to tell me what the interests of the people are. What are the interests of the people?
What?
What are the interests of the people?
Allow me to respond to the other thing first, right? I mean, because, what I've seen in this conversation, I've seen, Mojo, I've seen you defend NATO, right? I've seen you defend NATO. I've seen you defend the current form of the United States government. I've seen you defend this system that we have, right? And I've seen you say that all of these things are Marx, right?
I have not.
This is incredibly harmful.
We live in a capitalistic society. We utilize socialism to temper that capitalism. That's what we live in today. What I'm describing is not Marx. I'm not trying to describe it as Marx.
You told me that when I talked about these things of the state, that when I talked about these things of this capitalist system, that I am being a purist, that I'm telling you that only my version of Marx is right. That's what you said to me.
You're testing me.
I'm not.
You're telling me that I'm not good enough to actually talk about this. That's what you specifically said.
Yeah, what I said is that you are portraying things as Marxism that are not Marxism. Absolutely, that is harmful.
And
if I go and talk about the flat Earth, I say that the flat Earth is real, that's harmful.
Who am I harming?
It's misinformation. You're miseducating people.
Who am I harming?
You're harming everybody.
So when politicians...
Specifically.
Dude, I mean, when people get a wrong idea of what communism is, right, this makes it a lot more difficult to do communism.
If everybody agrees with me, and I can get everybody to follow me down my path, are we better off as a society or worse off?
You have so much ego. You got to get that out of your head, man. It's not about you. It has nothing to do with you.
Answer my question.
It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me.
Answer my question.
Yeah, I think that if everyone were to follow you, yeah, we'd definitely be a lot worse off. Absolutely.
We'd be worse off than we are today.
Yes, because you're so obsessed with yourself. You're so obsessed with your ego, man.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah.
All right, let me jump in real quick.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are just the libertarians of the left. You want to come up here and show everybody how intelligent you are, and it's not working. Libertarianism can't work. your system can't work. You can't even decide on what it is or how we should get there. You all fight with each other over who talks. And you think you're going to do a revolution? You're out of your mind. You can't even handle getting talked over. Grow up.
I can explain the harm in all of this. It all boils down to because there are, and historically, there are actual Marxists in the United States. Today, there is actual Marxists and communists who are trying to organize and push more and fight against liberalism.
Fuck is a Marxist?
Wait. There are, please let me. There are especially black radicals, black Marxists, okay, who got unalived historically because they're pushing for change and going against liberalism. What you're doing right now is not only erasure to the history of black Marxists and other people who got unalived because of this, is that you are pushing liberalism, okay, and say that you are educating people and making liberal Marxism digestible.
He never made that claim. He never made that claim.
Absolutely.
He's not saying Marxists, he's saying Marxist. Is that right?
He absolutely made that claim.
We know what he's saying. It's not his first language. We understand.
I was just being.
He absolutely did. He did it. And B, you also doubled down on it and say, why not let Marxism more digestible?
No, I said yes. I did say that. That is true. Yes, I did say that. That's true. I said that I was the one who said that. That's what I was going to say. That he didn't say that. I said that.
Host. No, host didn't say you said that. Host did it himself.
No, I said it. I came out and said it.
No. Please just don't defend him. What I'm saying is, no. You are pushing for liberalism. You're advocating for liberalism. Okay. And you say that you are educating people, or what you're doing, you're advocating and pushing for something, while claim what you're doing is the absolute opposite. And this is harmful.
You here every single day? Are you here every single day? This is the first time I've ever said Mojo. No. Dude, this is the first time I've ever heard Mojo say that he would use NATO. I've never heard him say that before.
No.
We actually never talk about Marxism on this fucking panel.
No, this is not only about, by the way, this is not only about the NATO point. The NATO point is cooked from the beginning. Anyway,
cooked.
Let me finish. The NATO point is cooked from the beginning.
Yeah, it's because you're too stupid to understand it.
It's okay.
I agree. It's okay. I'm used to talking to stupid people.
I want to focus on the point. Like I said, when you are pushing something that is not what you claim it is, under the claim that it is, and having a whole aesthetics, because I guess red and Marx is like aesthetically pleasing, while you're pushing the absolute opposite of that.
What is he pushing? You don't know what he's pushing. Are you in here day in and out? What is he pushing? You keep saying this as a whole entire whole. Like you're in here every single day and you know what he's pushing. What is he pushing?
Stop defending a liberal. B. This looks bad.
What is he pushing? If you can answer me that, if you can answer me what he's pushing, then we can move forward, because you keep.
He pushed anti-Marx rhetoric. He pushed anti-revolution. Wait. No, that's thing that he said by his own mouth, okay? He pushed anti-revolution rhetoric. He pushed anti-Marxist rhetoric, okay? He, even regarding the voting things. What are we doing? Are we okay, B?
So I need to ask a clarifying question.
I'm living in the real fucking world, Combo. I'm living in the real fucking world. I am fucking working in public medicine. I'm watching people's fucking toes get cut off. And if you think that I am going to sit here and preach to someone who is in poverty right now, living under a bridge in fucking Oakland, that they need to learn about Marxism, you're fucking insane.
That has nothing to do with what Combo said.
That's what the internet is for, dude.
That has nothing to do with what Combo said. A complete non sequitur.
This has nothing to do with. I'm not gonna sit here and say I lost my life and I got tortured and captured by the government and did this and this.
No, you're all just a bunch of armchair Marxists.
No.
No real praxis. You just go around and have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and you push it on everybody.
actually lost my youth on the ground protesting and organizing and working. That's why when I see stuff like this,
Is this how you got people? Is this how you got people? You went in and you were like, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about? Okay, well, maybe it worked for you. It doesn't work for everybody.
No, it's actually worked. Like it's
You got
actually worked.
1,600 people following you. What the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck? You're not convincing anybody. Dude, all you're doing is you guys
what does followers on TikTok have to do with anything, man?
You guys are sitting.
Again,
you guys are.
You only care about ego.
You guys.
Speaks
to
how
palatable
his message
is and how articulate it is. Stop. You guys are sitting in your fucking little room, circle jerking each other off, while you're never actually doing anything in the real world. None of you know what the fuck you're talking about or how to talk to real people in the real world. None of you do. Not a single fucking one of you.
You only care about yourself, man. You really only care about yourself. You only care about this platform. The only thing that matters to you is followers and clicks and likes. You don't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Just go circle jerk some more.
You don't give a shit about any of this, man. All you want is likes. All you want is clicks. That's it.
No, it's about being able to reach people. At least that's what I do. I can't
it's
speak for the
absolutely
host.
not. It's absolutely not. Listen.
Okay, that's not your purpose online. Not everybody has a fucking purpose. This is why I stopped doing these lives, because you would all come in my fucking live, get mad that I had some fucking Muslims in there, and spew some anti-Islamic bullshit, Islamophobia. That's why I had to stop doing fucking lives with Marxists, because they wanted me to talk shit about fucking the religion that Palestinian kids choose to live under. You're not living in the real fucking world.
Okay, Bree, again, you have an ego problem too. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim.
Only person
you don't know
in here
who you're
that
talking to.
you people have ego problems.
You have no idea
Every
who
single
you're talking
fucking last
to.
one of you, every single fucking last one of you thinks you're smarter than everybody else, and you want to make sure that everybody else knows that you know you're smarter than everybody else. That's the only reason you're in here right now. That's the absolute only reason you're in here right now.
Dude, I'm not the one who said that if everybody should follow me, if everybody follows me, I'm the one who has the...
I didn't come to your room. I didn't come to your live to critique what you're saying, nor would I ever do that. You be you. You do you. You go circle jerk with each other all you fucking want. You try and convince anybody that you possibly can. I'm not going to stop you. You came after me. I didn't come after you.
There's 100 people in the room. Tap the screen. Make sure you share out the live. Send your daily heartbeat. And make sure you get the panel.
That was the wrong fucking time. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What did you do that for? It was perfect timing.
I didn't do it. Who did that? I didn't do it.
He muted me during a mod announcement.
That was my one free. That was my one free one of the month.
Why would you do that while he's giving a fucking commercial?
Because he doesn't actually give a shit about the commercial, Mojo. He was just cutting in to piss people off.
It was a perfect foil to his objection to likes and clicks. I can't believe you didn't see that, pal. What the fuck? That was perfect.
It was funny.
That was good.
It was funny. By the way, Donovan here is MAGA. Just so you know.
Oh yeah, bro. When I walked in, there was all kinds of infighting. This should happen. Y'all should work this out. I don't know if you saw this. Bill Maher told JD Vance that his vote was in play. I know you guys don't care about Bill Maher, but consider his audience. There's a lot of people that he's going to sway.
These guys don't care about audience, and they don't want to sway anybody. They just want to make sure everybody speaks correctly.
Exactly. It's wild. Your brand of moderation would help their cause right now. So I don't know what they're thinking.
I think Ella wants to come up, by the way. I don't know if anybody is...
Yeah, she's in the comments.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that.
I do want to come up. Y'all have the opportunity, all of you. I'm not just speaking to the panel, I'm speaking to the comrades in the chat too. Y'all literally have the opportunity to learn from each other and to, I don't know, make a fucking difference to some extent. But instead you're choosing to fight each other and call each other idiots. And I have had it. Like, it is... I've been saying this all along. If you really want the party to move further left, you gotta fucking do it the right way. And I'm gonna be the first one to say that the establishment fucking sucks. And I know Mojo does not like to hear that, but it's fucking true. But this fighting doesn't help
anybody. So what if someone doesn't have the same impression of Marxism as you do? So what if you can find some kind of like weird fight in what he actually wrote down fucking 100 years ago? Like, if you want change in this country, fucking work on it in your community. Don't sit here and like pick at bullshit at each other. It's so dumb. It's really fucking dumb. No, I will not unfollow you, Zion, because I think that you say smart things. I like listening to these conversations. What I don't like is everybody picking each other apart. Have some goddamn respect for each other.
I have been fascinated the whole time. Like, as essentially the revolutionaries that need more bodies to do this revolution just sit around and tell each other that they're fucking dumb and they're not doing it right, and they have no fucking people. Meanwhile, MAGA did it on J6. Like, what the fuck's wrong with y'all?
I think I've heard different, and I don't know how anyone in this panel came in and thinks, so they can correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think that I've heard many communists, I've heard MLs, Marxist-Leninists, say that they don't think that educating the proletariat is all that important. When I say proletariat, just working class people. They don't care about going into blue-collar spaces and being relatable and being able to talk to people. And they just don't care about that. So they don't think that they need many people to do this quote-unquote revolution. Especially if it's violent, I find that really weird. Are you going to do it with 50 fucking people?
MLs just want to trade fucking, like, the oppressor and replace themselves with it. That's the entire point of a vanguard party, and that's why I think the only true socialism is anarcho-syndicalism. Worker self-governance is the only.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Well, yeah,
I'm not a Leninist.
Hold on. You don't have to agree with it. It's just my fucking opinion of it. But like, I think Marxist-Leninists have this very dogmatic view of what socialism is. They view capital as like the fucking Bible, and I think that shit's weird.
Pallet, I'm a former anarcho-syndicalist. I empathize with your position.
Y'all tell me, like, if a revolution is so necessary, if we need to get out in the streets and fucking fight, then what are you doing reading all your books and purity testing someone else's words? Then get out in the fucking street, for crying out loud.
I think that what happens is, because the problem that we have with reaching people is that they, like, our society and the propaganda and all of that stuff that I think Mojo was alluding to and that several people on the panel have alluded to is like so ingrained that anything that's remotely, like, even like lightly social democratic becomes socialism. And that's a really hard thing to unlearn. But these people are the people that, you know, what I would say to revolutionaries is that if you get it right, these are the people that are going to participate in your revolution. So, like, you have to see, I've been in Lord's lives before. And one of the things that I specifically asked, because they were talking about a lot of theory and I was participating in it, but I said, so what are you going to do? You know, like, how are you going to convince people that your beliefs are correct? And how are you going to convince them that, you know, it's time for them to rise up or whatever? And most of the responses were, well, we're just going to read and we're going to educate them, or like, we're going to give them a book or press or whatever. And I'm like, that's not exactly I mean, I'm all for education. I'm not saying that, but like, you can't start there. You have to start with where people actually are. And like B's condition, okay, one more anecdotal story to be done. So I went on a march once in DC. It was for DC statehood or whatever, and it was right after they had all moved to the Capitol. And I was standing there, and there was a bunch of homeless people just hanging out, and there were pieces of the stage and like all of this stuff. I think what's that guy's name? I think it's something Jackson. I can't remember, but he spoke at this event. And they all left, and it was just them, and I was late because I couldn't find parking. This homeless person came up to me and read my sign and was like, "Statehood for DC?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Do you really believe that's going to happen?" And it took me a second And I thought, no, I don't actually. And I realized in that moment that I have to bring reality into my ideology. And part of that is helping people. Part of that is building, alternative systems. There are people that rely on the capitalist system to live. What are they going to do? What am I going to do? I'm the same way. I have a chronic condition. What am I going to do without government assistance? I have a vested interest in this. So I'll get off my soapbox, but that's my point, is that it's like, you have to bring some practicality to your ideology if you ever want it to work. And right now, this is what we've got.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like when Mojo mentioned that he did lobbying, and then the dude just tried to go for the jugular over that, and didn't even bother to understand like what Mojo did. It's like, I guess, yeah, it's like they ignore the fact that everybody has to work under this system.
Yeah, we have to participate. It's not a choice. We are coerced into it, because if we don't, then we don't live.
Yeah, and go ahead, Cal. You go first.
No, you're not going to be able to start a revolution from a fucking library.
Exactly.
You need to be like, if you want to start like a worker revolution, whether that be through like massive strikes or however the fuck you want to do it, like, you need to be able to lead by example. You can't just like sit on a soapbox, call people idiots, and throw pamphlets at them and expect them to like follow you or like the collective into a socialist paradise. Like, it's not going to fucking work that way.
And I go into conservative lives sometimes too, as somebody that tries to go and educate them, and I don't speak to them that way. I don't use necessarily all of Marxist vocabulary to help them understand things, but I do relate to them in a lot of ways. These Trump supporters and people like that, when you say, hey, corporate influence is a really bad thing, and collective ownership is a really good thing, and it's good for a number of reasons, and don't you think that morally this is what... So my point is that, like, and I have people that are like, oh yeah, that does make sense. Oh yeah, that's actually really great. That's a great idea. And so the point is that these are the people that, it's about building that unity, I guess. I don't know. I'm sorry. I kind of went somewhere else.
You're fine. I talk so little about this because, I try to... I don't know how to put this. What am I trying to say? Alec, get your brain together. When it comes to Mojo's panel, I try to listen to, or I try to read the room. And I think having listened to this panel and Paula's and CT's and Laura's over the last, year and a half, 2 years, I've become a bit more incrementalist than what I was before. I don't know if CT will remember, but I had an entire conversation with him and DDJ about anarcho-communism, which is my, to my core, my ideology. But I also understand that is just not attainable at this point in time. And I think it's so important to look at what the outcome is for the people. And I hear, what Lemon said earlier, or Melon, sorry, said earlier, they're unaliving us in the street right now. This is very true, and there is more that we could and should do. I will not disagree with that. But I also think that, if your answer to that is then to just read books and come in and I don't know, be argumentative with someone who has the same idea as you, right? To the core, y'all want the same thing. That it seems a waste of breath to me. And that's the point where I just get frustrated, because I would love to support all of you, but I can't, because y'all divide yourselves in camps.
Like I said to Pallet, I really do empathize and wish that I could have remained an anarchist. Because
hey, my partner's an anarchist. I like anarchists. I think that when I hear someone's an anarchist, I think that we have a lot more in common. I think we just disagree about how we get there. That's it.
Yeah, 100%.
I wouldn't say that I'm a full-on anarchist. I'm a minarchist. maybe like I do think that there should be like an overarching agreement between municipalities and collectives of like an agreement of rights. But like I think that's as far as like the federal government should go, or like the overarching government should go. It's just a written cooperation.
So what's cool though is that me and you and civics and HR and other people can have conversations about this stuff, and we can try and convince each other that our ideas are better. We don't get pissed off at each other. We don't tell each other that they're wrong or that Marx said this and Marx said that. There aren't those kinds of conversations. We just talk back and forth to try and come up with the best solution. We can do that. They don't do that.
Well, yeah, because MLs are just the Christians of socialism. Like that, I bring that. They're just the fucking like our way is the written way and the word of God, Karl Marx.
Oh my God, I'm taking that.
It's so true. I didn't really think that way until today, until I just like listened to all of this. At first I was super excited because I was like, oh yay, like let's talk about this. Let's talk communism. But then it just kind of devolved and
I don't think it's necessarily.
I find it so tough.
I was making a background for Mojo, and I haven't really gotten it right, but it was the Vatican of Marx, because essentially there are 3,000 Marxists, just like there are 3,000 different sects of Christianity, and we're all going to meet here at the Vatican of Marxism.
I don't think it's necessarily that. I think what it is that Combo was right. Marx talks about critiquing each other. Lenin talks about he calls it agitation, in which you go on to do this continuous revolution, and Mao goes on to talk about a continuous revolution in order to keep the movement going. Right? Like that's their ideology. We have to make sure that the movement doesn't get squashed because, like many people have pointed out, the USSR does end up going to Khrushchev and it does fall apart, and communism, or their path towards communism gets squashed. So Lenin tries to address this with the vanguard through agitation and through critique. And so Marxist-Leninists is not... Huh?
Who are they agitating?
They are supposed to... Lenin says you're supposed to agitate each other. That you should consistently always be pushing each other.
Is that why they're always angry? Jesus.
Yes, that's why they're always angry.
Only the Marxists should be agitating each other. They shouldn't be talking to everybody else.
Well, this is specific to the Vanguard Party, right? And so not everybody is a revolutionary. I'm not a revolutionary, even though I believe in revolution, because I'm not well read enough and I don't know enough about it to consider myself a revolutionary. I would consider myself a student. And so they're supposed to be doing this critique within what we call the cadre. These are people who are professionals at understanding Marxist theory. And so you're not supposed to be agitating every single person left, right, and center. You're supposed to be doing it with people who are relatively educated. So anyways, I say all that to say that that is why they are dogmatic, because this is within the ideology. I don't think it's a religion. I think Marx very much speaks against it being a religion. It's material. You're supposed to analyze material.
Yeah,
they take it too far.
Rocket Surgeon in the comments says you can disagree with Marxist-Leninists, but not because it doesn't work. And I don't disagree with that statement. I just think that the way they went about it, like targeting Mojo and then calling the rest of the panel feds, like Mojo already spoke to that, right? Like that doesn't help getting people on board, and maybe that's not their end goal. I don't know, but like personally, Palin and I this morning with a couple others had a whole discussion on Jenny's panel about like we want to move further left, but if the far left is that agitated with themselves and with us, then how can we move further left? Like, I don't see it.
I think that there's a problem with, there's a lot of problems with Marxism, and I'm saying this as a Marxist. What I think the main problem is that capitalism exists, right? It is a real thing. And then Richard Wolff says this, like, the entire thought of Marxism was to critique capitalism, right? So we don't have a working model in reality of what a true Marxist anti-capitalist society looks like. And I think that that's been since the conferences in France, since, for ages and ages and ages, Marxists have been arguing over this for a while, because the ones that actually get to implement the way that they think are the ones that turn into the most totalitarian states. And so it's very, like, I think that's part of the problem is that we don't really, that's why I liked syndicalism, Palette, like the idea that like guilds run, or like unions run the economy and work with each other, right? That's still a government in a sense, right?
Well,
that's
yeah,
still a form of government.
Like menarchy. But it,
Right.
like, my view of it is to give the worker like power over their own means of production as much as possible. In my mind, like that is the keystone of socialism. And of all the Marxist-Leninists that I've talked to, like they want to be the arbiter of like what they view as the will of the collective. Mm-hmm. And I don't agree with that. Like it's one of those things where like, and it's why when it comes to central planning in the economy, there is only like a very short list of things that I want centrally planned, because that gets in the way of the workers, like the workers owning their own means of production. This is just my opinion, but
apologies.
I don't know. In my mind, if there were somebody that is proselytizing the words of a 200-year-old dead guy to me and the rest of my union, my question would be, like, why do you get to dictate how we produce?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been dead for 200 years, not a 200-year-old dead guy.
The Marx?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that you're right, and that's one of the reasons why I kind of left anarchism, because I personally believe that a state is necessary and will happen regardless of what we do. We just need like social institutions, free press, like watchdogs that are independent, nonprofits that are, we need all of those things to sort of keep the state in check, because a state will always seek more power. That's just what it does. And so, but I think that it's necessary, because in any society, if you're any collective, you're looking at a minority and a majority. There's always going to be a minority and there's always going to be a majority. And the majority, in order to enact whatever they vote on, has to subjugate and coerce the minority into following it. It's going to happen wherever you go, even in a direct democracy. So, that's one of the reasons why I kind of left, was because it's like, it didn't solve anything. Oh, that was a thunderstorm. It didn't solve anything, in general.
There was a loud thunderstorm. Damn.
Yeah,
we need. I was saying there should be like an overarching agreement of rights between, like, whether you call them guilds, unions, whatever the fuck.
Did I just lose inventory though doing that? Do I have to? I swear to God, if I have to fucking go back.
Go back to what?
Oh.
But, like, do you see what I'm saying though? Like,
yeah.
Because like, I've thought about that as well, and like, obviously, in any society, you're gonna have to have like agreements, like, or a societal agreement about like how society as a whole is going to function. Because, like, again, I wouldn't call myself 100% an anarchist, because I do think that even in like a guild or union setting, like, people can be used.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make this theoretical. I hope that that's not what happened.
Do y'all ever confuse yourselves with all the different terms?
Oh yeah, it took me forever to remember what dialectical materialism is. The most basic tenet of Marxism, I couldn't remember.
I don't even mean that. I mean, like, syndicalism and anarchism and socialism and communism, like all the isms. Like, do y'all ever, like, when you give yourself this I was a syndicalist, etc., blah blah blah, like, do y'all ever confuse yourselves? Or when you tell someone and they're like, oh, that must mean XYZ, and you're like, no, it means XYZ. Like,
I think
am I the only one that sees that?
Well,
So
I think we all have different definitions for these things too. So I think that makes it even worse. That way, you have to ask what they mean first when they say something like that. Or if you want to have a conversation, you have to ask what they're saying, what they mean by it.
I personally, because I don't mean this in a slight way, but like because I sort of every ideology of Marxism or every flavor of Marxism that I've ever sort of ascribed to, I always meet critically and think critically about what it means and the implications, and like fill every argument that I can to counter that, because I really want to find a way that solves the problems that capitalism has produced. And so for me, it's not quite confusing because I have read a little bit about, a drop in the bucket of each ideology that I've ascribed to. So it's easy for me to go, oh, I know what that means. But the other thing too is that when someone doesn't know, you need to tell them. Like, if somebody doesn't know what syndicalism is, you need to tell them what that is, because then, they're like, oh, I get it. Well, that makes sense, or whatever.
So, in order to, like, the only way that I see to fix what happened today, for example, because really what they were doing was they were taking offense to the fact that Mojo is using Marx in his like prompts and in the way to describe himself, and he identifies what a pragmatic Marxist. Do I have that right, Mojo?
Yeah, that's what I call myself, pragmatic.
Yeah,
pragmatic
Marxist. But they take offense to the Marxist bit because it's not pure theoretical Marxist, right? And that is so like that I'm like, okay, well then maybe in order to keep it moving, like either we need to give more grace or someone needs to call themselves something else. And that does make me wonder, like, what am I? Am I a Kropotkinist? I don't even know what the word would be. But it's so, I feel like it just gets stuck in these titles, these words, when we should be talking policy. Like,
I mean, I have one
Mojo,
sentence, just one sentence to respond.
You're not a real Christian, Mojo.
Like, it's so silly, all of it.
I don't think I'm a real anything. Somebody's going to tell me I'm wrong about something. But this is why I define if I'm going to go deep into one of these conversations, I say what I mean or define socialism, communism, and Marxism in my way so that I can have a conversation about it. And Marxists might disagree with me, and other people might disagree with me on what I mean by the things that I say. But I don't really care. This is the way I'm going to describe it. This is the way I understand it. This is the way I feel about it. And this is the way I think we find a solution. But
yeah, I mean, I consider myself an eclectic Marxist now. Ella, what you said, that's why I left. That's why I can't consider myself a communist anymore. And it's kind of sad.
Right.
But
the only reason that oh, sorry, go ahead.
I forgot. I lost my train of thought because I felt like I was over talking you. So please go ahead.
The terminology I learned from just like, because I do a lot of thinking, like, because I work alone and shit like that, and so like I'll spend time kind of like working out my own political theory, and then half the time, or not even half the time, anything I come up with like already exists. Like the idea of it does. And it's just like syndicalism was something that I was like kind of thinking about, and then figured it out one day that it did exist. And this was a few years back, but it's just one of those things. Like I mainly try to learn the terminology for talking to like communists and shit like that to kind of narrow down like my view of socialism, because like the tankies call me a fucking liberal, the conservatives call me a goddamn communist. I don't know. I'm whatever you say I am, I guess. Yeah. And like the thing is like I don't think I understand the thought process behind like how Marxism works as a critique of like the world around you, but I don't think, not even talking about like practicality or anything like that, but I think that they're a little too highbrow with it at times, or not even at times, all the fucking time. It's just trying to figure out who can fucking say the deepest shit at any point in time. I don't think that the actual communists of the fucking 1850s and 60s thought the same way that these people do. Like, they were actually out in the factories talking to people. And I think that's the way that it needs to happen, is like through the workers and not through like theoretical conversations with people that study this shit religiously.
I agree. I agree so much.
There's a small favor.
It was like, I don't know, I said this to Mojo before, like, sure, they were thinkers. That's what we called it, right? That's what philosophy is. But I don't think it was intended to be like the rule book for fucking life. I think it was intended to build upon.
I think it's meant to be discussed. One of the guys called it a science. I would never ever call Marxism a science. It's a philosophy, and it's meant to be discussed, and it's meant to change over time, according to the new reality, according to the materialism that's going on at that particular point in time. Right? The dialectic changes with the history that you're looking at.
I think it's important for Marxists to understand that Marx does not have a monopoly on Marxism. And that's very important.
Well, yeah,
it's paradoxical, but it's true.
Just like John Locke doesn't have a monopoly on capitalism, there's different schools of capitalistic thought.
Yeah.
Or Adam Smith doesn't have a fucking monopoly on capitalism. And that is that's one of the fucking things that, like, it gripes me, because like everybody that isn't like Marxist-Leninists believe that like there is only one true socialism, and that is their socialism. And then everybody else buys into that and just assumes that anybody that is a socialist is a fucking Marxist-Leninist. And that, I would say that is probably why I fucking dislike MLs the most out of like any group on the fucking left, is because I have to constantly be associated with them.
That's the thing too, is that when I first started out on TikTok, I had another account, and I had like 500, 600 followers, and I don't know how that happened. But the thing is that when I would go into the lives where they were, I would feel intimidated because I wasn't as well read as a lot of them were, or like, you know, I had a lot of things that I needed to figure out and learn. But then over time, when I did things like read State and Revolution and read Revolution Betrayed and all of that stuff, it's like, wait a minute, like, you sound really intelligent, and that's great, and I'm glad that you understand these concepts, but like, there are still these like systemic problems with your ideology that you're not willing to deal with, and Maoists too. But then you get called, like you said, you know, you get called a liberal, you get called, you know, a class traitor, or, you know, reformist, or whatever the fuck it's called. So, you know, yeah, it's one of those things where you sound intellectual, but when you get to the bottom of the core concepts of what you're talking about, your concepts don't make any sense.
I've decided, fuck all of you liberals and Marxists and communists, or whatever you want to call yourself. Kropotkin or bust. That's it.
Kropotkin. I don't know what that means.
You are an anarchist.
What is Kropotkin?
Kropotkin wrote...
Kropotkin is... Yeah. No, go for it.
He was kind of like a proto-anarchist, I guess is what I would describe him as, Ella, where like...
Yeah.
He came out of the Russian Revolution, and sort of wrote about like the state and how it's important to have the absence of the state. Like, he wrote a book, I can't remember what it's called, but like where he gave historical examples of anarchist societies that existed before capitalism. So he's kind of a tangent in Marxism, but like a good one.
I think so. I want to order food. I want to order in tonight. What am I ordering? Am I doing Mexican or am I doing Asian?
Russian. You're doing Russian. You gotta go find some Russian.
Russian.
Jesus, I did not think I was going to get this much feedback. Fuck you and your Taco Bell.
Hey, don't come after Taco Bell, okay?
Hey,
Taco Bell
fuck
is
all
the
of you
shit.
and your Taco Bell. What is this? Marxists and
Actually,
Taco Bells? I'm
if
over
anybody,
it.
if anybody's from Texas, you guys will probably know what taco casa is. And if you don't know what taco casa is, you are very lucky as a human being, because it is both the best and the worst type of, like, what is it, like, bastardized, Mexican food that you can purchase.
It's Tex-Mex Drano.
Yes.
Tex-Mex
I
Drano.
wanted to point out one
Yes.
thing, like even in the comments, Steele's down there, like it's a little bit further up, I guess he scrolled out. But just schizo posting. Like while I was saying all that shit about disagreeing with Marxist Leninists and central planning, like in the overarching aspect of everything, he's just down there just being like, fucking, you guys love central planning, you're goddamn communists. Like it's the exact shit that I was talking about.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. He's also a fucking libertarian, and they schizo.
By the
It
way-
makes me believe that these guys that came in today have never actually talked to anybody that disagrees with them at all.
I mean, they probably have, but in the same fashion they did with you, right? Without actually hearing to listen or understand, but hearing to be right.
I don't know them, but I would make the very strong assumption that, like, if they're Marxist-Leninists, like, advocating for a violent revolution, they've never handled a firearm, 2, have never worked on a factory floor. It's one of those things where, like, I feel if you want to fucking live that life, you better be about that life. And most Marxist-Leninists that I've ever met have not been about that life.
Right for the jugular palate.
Interesting. Yeah, that's. Anyways, Mojo, were you joking when you asked what's Kropotkin or who's Kropotkin? Because I could
No, I didn't know who the hell that was.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't
So
I've never heard that. I thought you were just making some word up, and then everybody else agreed, and I'm like, oh, okay. I guess.
Peter Kropotkin. He was a writer, and I'd say probably similar to Marxist, like some type of economist, if you will. But he very much comes from a mutual aid concept and talks about communism after capitalism. So like basically kind of where Marxists left off, Kropotkin kind of picked up in a sense, and kind of went on a tangent from there. I'll just use the word that Joyce used. But the book, The Conquest of Bread, is the first book I read, and I think it is his first book, but he has a couple more. But that's the first one I read, and I thought it was interesting. Like, it captured, in an old-fashioned way, right? Because once again, 100 years ago or whatever, but like it captured the core of what I look for in my community, and that's why I like it. And pretty much what he writes about is a form of anarcho-communism.
Makes sense.
Sorry, Mojo.
I just said that makes sense.
Oh, my bad. I was going to say, one of the biggest critiques I had of anarchism, and this came from a book called Self-Government and Industry. Great book, by the way. Kind of boring, but great. He wrote, and this happens a lot with anarchist writing. I think Emma Goldman, who's a big anarchist, also wrote this way. About, like, they vaguely say that, these cooperatives are going to work together for mutual aid and cooperate, and that's how they're going to distribute products and services. And it's like this very advanced barter system. But the thing is that they never really defined, like, okay, so if I have two, like, corporations, which is what the government does, the state is the arbitrator between corporations. So you'd have the same problem. What if these two cooperatives got into a fight? There's no government to enforce a settlement, and also there's no law that says you can violate human rights, for example, in some of these communes. Like it's this vague sort of, and syndicalism palette solved a lot of that problem for the most part, as far as the economics go. But even in those situations where you're like, okay, well, we have recallable politicians that we can just bring back or whatever, right? That's still a state. You're just calling it something else.
Well,
and
yeah,
so
that's why I said like minarchal. Like I don't fully disagree with the abolition of like the state. I just think the line should be blurred, like more blurred between the citizenry and what the state is. If that makes any sense.
I think that you have to have a state. I don't know how a state doesn't exist. I think it should be a perfect democracy or representative government, but it has to be a government. Somebody has to make decisions, especially on like foreign trade and shit like that.
Yeah, I just said there should be one. I just think that line should be more blurred.
Yeah. I'm not critiquing you. I was actually more talking about them because they want that. A lot of Marxists will tell you that the state withers away, but you have to have somebody making decisions. And I would much rather be the populist than an authoritarian.
Didn't Marxist and
somebody always seizes power?
I don't think that we need. Well, see, and this is where everybody's going to disagree with me too. I don't think that we have to have a state where somebody seizes power. I think power, or the desire for power, comes from capitalism and the propagandizement of capitalism. So I think if we change that, I think we change the way people think too.
I agree.
That's what I like about like syndicalism, though, because in my opinion, it's in between incrementalism and like a violent revolution. Like syndicalism, the praxis for how change would be done is just like huge worker strikes. Just workers just grind the economy to a halt, and that's how change is done, bloodless.
Well, I've always been a
My response to that would be Joseph Stalin. Obviously, he was in the vanguard under Lenin's administration as a secretary. He ended up taking power.
What does that? How does that respond to anything that I just said?
No, I was responding to Mojo.
Oh,
because he said we don't have to have somebody that seizes power. Somebody always seizes power.
Again, I think that people seize power because power is some sort of a win in capitalism. We just change what power means, or we change the desire for power through different kinds of propaganda.
I feel like in a post-capitalist system that you're going to have a real conversation about the role of the state.
Yeah.
Like like we were saying before, in a capitalist system, it creates, it's supposed to keep the ruling class and the working class fighting each other and perpetuate that. That's the whole role of it, is to keep the divide and keep it going. So when you don't have that, and when you don't have capital, when you don't have any, you have to redefine what that does. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
And so that's just it. It's a conversation, because it's like, how can you keep it from, like, humanity is facing such existential crises like climate change and the oceans swallowing up everything, that we're going to have to figure out a way to, we have to figure out a way to coordinate responses to those existential crises. And that necessitates a state. Whether you're talking about a global state, whether you're talking about a federated state, whatever the state looks like, it needs to happen. And nobody really likes Slavoj Žižek. I know that he's controversial, but he's said that once, I think 10 years ago, when he was given an interview. And he said, the idea of this like totalitarian communist, dictatorship of the proletariat is over. In the same way that originally what capitalism was supposed to be is over. And it's important that we recognize that.
All right, this is kind of boring.
Mojo, you lied to me.
What a day.
Sorry.
What did I lie to you about?
A while back, I talked to you about beating the Skull Knight. And you told me I'd get something from it. A, you can't beat the Skull Knight. The Skull Knight just fucking disappears forever once you break the curse. B, I don't get anything directly from him because I can't be able to be fucking beat him. I have to open up chests to get the shit.
Wait.
What are you even talking about?
Did you tell me who the Skull Knight was? Did I tell you I knew who he was?
Originally you didn't know who it was, but then I elaborated further, and you're like, oh yeah, you do get something from him.
I don't know who you're talking about again.
Ice Spire next to, yeah.
Oh, no, he does give you.
He doesn't.
No, yeah.
You're lying, motherfucker!
He absolutely does give you. It's the guy that has the frost set.
He's the guy that wears the full frost armor, right?
Yeah.
That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, doesn't he give you the frost? Doesn't he give you the frost armor when you beat him?
Yeah, he gave me the full. No, so I was fooled by that too. So yeah, I picked up pieces earlier in the game, but when I finally won that boss fight, I did get the full set again.
You can't beat him. Boss fight. You can't.
I beat him.
25%, and then he fucking disappears.
I was like, I don't know what's wrong with you, but
yeah, I watched you. Wait, I watched you beat him too.
Yeah.
We're talking about different nights then. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm pulling up Cam because I'm going insane. You all are gaslighting me in real time right now. Hold on.
No.
Where is it on the map? I gotta go over to fucking Pyloon. Or near Pyloon, actually. Where is it?
Is this that Crimson whatever?
Yeah, it's Crimson Desert. Yeah. I would like for everyone to notice that my amount of coins is the opposite of 6, 7. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, Spider of Frost. Wait, hold on. We're turning on Cam. Real time, chat. We're crashing the fuck out today. All right, I haven't had my daily dose of crash out.
We already had a whole bunch of comrade crash outs. Jesus, what are we doing?
Okay. Can you see my camera? Yes. Okay. So here
it looks like shit.
Spire of Frost, okay? This is where you find Skull Knight, okay? It's right next to the fucking town where Chapter 7 starts, and then you find Torstein, and you fucking fight the
Negative
jackals,
Ghost Rider.
okay? This is where it is. You fight the Skull Knight here, but once you get him down to 25%, this motherfucker disappears, and the only way he actually permanently disappears is if you fucking light all the fucking lanterns in this bitch. You don't get anything from him because you can't actually beat him.
All right, hold on. That's not true, and that's not where you end up beating him at. You found him. You found him somewhere else.
Then. It's a different night.
No,
We're talking about two different.
It's the same night.
No,
it's the guy that just. Yes, the guy. You fought him somewhere else. Do you remember where you fought him?
I fought him
closer. No, I'm not. I am not talking to you.
User.
You fought
I didn't fight him by the Spire. I fought him somewhere else. Yeah, I don't recall where it was.
It was down by the town between Paloon and Hernand. So whatever that.
Yeah.
What is that town?
Oh, Calfade or whatever.
Yeah, it was.
It was near Calfade. Yeah.
What do you mean, Calfade? Okay, because I've already explored all of Calfade practically. Okay, I've explored the fucking power that takes you to the abyss.
That noise
what do you
was
mean?
a proper crash out. Whatever that noise you just made was.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
What do you mean? Look at that. Okay, I'm not even a Calfade. I'm wrong actually. It's over here. Wait.
I feel bad because this is me.
About video games.
Yes,
I mean, sometimes this is
JD. This is Calfade.
Sometimes this is me. You know.
This is you find him somewhere around here. This is where Ella fought him. Is somewhere around here. I don't remember exactly where it was because I was looking for him too on my other account. I was looking for him and I couldn't find him either. But I saw.
I'll have you know I was comfortably laying on my couch. Okay, now I have to get up and walk.
You don't have to get up, screw JD.
Go figure it out.
I am trying to 100%
to the 101.
And I tell you, in my efforts to 100% this game, there's no plausible way you can find fucking Skull Knight You are talking about a different night, okay? When I even looked this up too. You don't get shit from Skull Knight. You get shit from chess.
No. I think that's wrong because I watched Ella do it. I watched fucking Ella do it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's true because I remember telling you, Mojo, like, ooh, he's already wearing the whole Frost Cursed outfit. I remember
that too.
You're right,
I remember that
you
too.
were watching her play the Telltale Games fucking Game of Thrones series, and she beat the Onion Knight, okay? Because there's no fucking knight that's named the same thing that's in this game that you could physically beat.
Okay, I don't remember. Ella, I know you know what I'm talking about, though, because I remember watching you do it. And I think I've run into him before, too, but I didn't fight him. But you said you tried to beat him 2 or 3 different times. You couldn't beat him, and then this time you finally beat him.
I did.
I remember that, too.
Yep.
I was lied to, and I'm being gaslit in this moment.
You were not being gaslit.
No.
Chill out.
We're not trying to kiss.
I was lied to.
I haven't.
I'll tell you why I'm really angry. Because I didn't even die to him. I died to his little fucking buddies like 40 times, and then I died to the Frost. And I got so angry because I kept fucking dying to the Frost.
He was in a very large circle area, not by the spire, but like, you know, one of the chests where you originally find a piece of gear. It might be the boots or the cloak, I'm not sure, but like it's in ruins, and nearby that ruins there's like this really large circular area. In the middle of that's where he was sitting, and that's where I beat him. Never by the spire. I remember seeing him by the spire, but that's earlier on.
Okay, so wait, new location. Where am I going?
My mods are not up to date, so I can't start the game very easily. But
Okay.
do you
request back up?
Who? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Robot?
Who should request backup? Robot, what did you say?
Robot.
Alright, we're gonna...
I'm waiting on Oslo to come up.
Oslo, come up.
Oh,
Yeah, we
great.
need
I'm going
some
to get yelled at by
decompression.
Oslo, too.
No, we just need some decompression. And
Wait,
if
is
this is what you guys
Oslo's
do
about to
for-
yell at JD.
Oh.
Is
dear.
Oslo a comrade puppy? Puppy.
Yeah, have this fucking
Jesus
puppet yell at
Christ.
me.
Puppy. Yes, he's a comrade
Oh,
puppy.
dear.
No, I don't think he's a Marxist.
He's not a comrade.
He's awfully red.
Oslo, are you
No,
a
but
comrade puppet?
He
Oh,
loves
puppet.
giving me he loves giving me shit, though. Because the first time he came in, I was like, puppets are fucking creepy. And ever since then.
Yeah. You've always had it wrong, Mojo.
He is red
Always
puppet.
will.
Someone just called Oslo MAGA. Love that.
Robot,
No, the true red is comrades.
Robot, I want you to look up something for me right now because you're the only person in this moment on this panel who I can trust to talk shit or confirm everything I'm saying. Either one, you will always do. Okay, so I want you right now, Robot, to look up, can I beat the Skull Knight in Crimson Desert? And if so, where?
Oh, I should mute myself. Mojo's gonna hate my keyboard.
Oh, whatever. My head's already destroyed from the communists earlier. That was wild. We were like having a normal conversation, and that dude just comes up and starts going off. And that next thing I know, we're being invaded by a bunch of fucking Marxists telling me that I'm an asshole and I'm doing active harm trying to promote Marxism. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? I just want them to go to Penny's. Go to Penny's because they love talking about how horrible fucking socialism is. Go to Penny's and tell them what you tell me.
No, they'll just mute and boot the first one and then just sit up there with like 7 or 8 conservatives just making fun of everybody in the comments.
Yeah, that's why they need to go do it so they can understand what we deal with on a regular basis.
I am
I am being reminded of the microcosm of Hassan Piker kicking Destiny out of the Democratic function.
Yeah, I looked that up a little bit, I guess, and I guess he did it like he got him pre-banned, like couldn't he didn't do anything wrong. Destiny didn't do anything wrong. He just made sure that he couldn't go in there, and he was stopped by somebody else, not Piker. And then Piker came in dressed up as Mao or some shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Boy, Hassan's a freak. I think he does damage to our party, in all honesty.
According to the game, I guess community for Crimson Desert, if you've defeated or you finish the Spire of Frost, then the Skull Knight is vanquished.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. So you can't actually physically beat him. You have to light the stone lanterns at the fucking Spire of Frost, and that's how you technically beat him.
Did you light the stone lanterns?
I did, yes. After 40 attempts of dying to Frost and dying to the fucking guys who float in the air, and the only way you can actually fucking beat them is by using blinding flash.
You can't.
Yes.
Do you have an older save?
No. And I'm not willing to go back 3-4 hours of progress.
Okay. Well, then don't worry about it. So he's gone already. You can't.
So, anyways, according to the wiki, the Skull Knight is a curse that was affecting the tower. So, lighting all the torches removed the curse, and thus him with it. There is no discernible way to actually defeat this particular character in the game other than lighting the towers.
I swear I saw you do it, Ella.
No, fuck you, Mojo. Fuck you.
Wait, do we have like a delusion, just like a delusion between the two of us of watching you beat this guy?
Gaslighter.
No, you found the owl? You remember the pretty owl?
Yeah, that is the same night. Was
it the same night? Then I saw you do it too.
I went through 3 hours of pain based on a fucking lie, Mojo.
Yeah, it's been reiterated multiple times in this particular gaming panel. There is no full Skull Knight fight. If you quote-unquote defeat him, he will just reappear elsewhere until you light all the spires. That's when he is vanquished.
Okay, and had you lit all the spires?
I don't fucking remember.
Have you ever run to the top of the tower and lit all the
of the Frost Spire? Oh yeah, of course I did. I have all the spires unlocked.
Can I say something a little bit random?
Now I'm curious, like, what it is that I beat that night, because I could have sworn that was him, because he was wearing the exact outfit. Yeah.
He was absolutely wearing the exact same outfit.
I want everyone in chat to put rare JDW.
I'm not sure yet, because I watched him and I don't know anything about gaming, but it was nice to just hear a calm conversation. So,
why do we have to say it was rare?
That was calm?
What?
Oh, not this. No, when I was streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was confused. I was like, that wasn't very calm at all.
No. No, those were people who have never had their positions challenged and may have been, I guess, don't understand critical thinking or theory versus practice.
Yeah, because I remember you were dying, like you were ticking down. You were actually wearing like the full Frost Curse set, and you were still ticking down because of the cold.
I was still taking damage, yeah.
Okay,
and I remember I kept getting stuck to the eyes. So like,
yes.
And now I feel like I'm being gaslit.
No, you did beat this guy. I know you beat this guy. I watched you do it.
Nope, it was a different night.
No, well, it might have been a different night, but they were wearing...
Here's what we'll do, Mojo. Because you've already lost, we'll pour some more fucking salt in the wound. Robot, ask your chat GPT, your AI, whatever you're using, how many knights are in the game?
Apparently it's 77.
Okay. And what area were you in, Ella, that you can remember vaguely when you beat a knight?
Wait, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was looking at this map. What are you saying?
What area were you in that you can remember vaguely? Okay, it doesn't have to be exact.
It's the Hohen. It's the Hohenmark ruins. It is the Wraith in the Frost boss fight in the Hohenmark ruins.
Yes, that was the one.
That is it. It's yeah. Okay, so wait. God damn it! It went away. Jesus Christ. Baloth, the Dark Sword boss fight, Wraith and Frost. This is it. This is it. I can see it now. I have a video up of it right now.
Yeah.
So if you go on if you go on YouTube, look up Baloth. Look up Baloth Crimson Desert.
That's fine. You know what, Baloth?
Yeah, B-E, that is the, yes, that's the one, B-L-O-T-H, and he looks just like the Skull Knight, and he wears the full Frost-cursed armor, and that's what I beat.
Yep. Okay, so you did beat a different knight, okay? You gaslit me, Soviet lie.
No, but she got the full set of armor from him.
Yeah, I did.
That doesn't matter to me. I don't care about whether or not
by the way,
you get the fucking...
you can get that halberd.
I don't care
By the
about
way,
whether
you
or
can
not
get
you
that
the armor.
halberd he has too. Oh, and he even uses a sword. You can get the halberd that he uses as well.
I don't care about the armor that I get from another boss. I want the armor from the Skull Knight. Are you gonna find me my fucking armor, Mojo?
It's the same armor. It's the same fucking armor.
It's the same armor.
I wasted 3 hours on this bitch because of you.
Okay.
JD, I do have to say, I admire your endurance.
Wait, and I also have to say, by the way, I learned something today. I found something today. So, do you guys remember when you cleared out a quarry at the beginning of the game, where you had to pull a ruin out with some clamps?
Is it the Southern Quarry? Is it the one where you...
Kerin, Kerrin, I think is the name of the quarry. I can tell you exactly where it's at. But when you pull that ruin out with the clamps, if you drop down in where the ruin was at, you can find a teleporter that you get to throw in your cuckoo pot and bring to your cabin. And there is a spot at the cabin where you can set the teleporter down so that you have a teleporter right near your cabin.
That does sound useful, actually, kind of. You know what?
So that you teleport to your cabin instead. So if you've where you've gotten the drill, where you got the drill for mining, it's that quarry.
Okay, so it is. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And if you drop down in that hole and you run to the back, there's a spot where you can use the force axiom, whatever, that you can break through, and there's a big disc in there. And that
portal out?
Huh?
Oh, no, I'm thinking of something else. Please continue. I'm sorry.
There's a big disc in there, and you pull the disc into your cuckoo pot, and then you go back to your cabin, and near the cabin there are 3 trees, and in between those 3 trees are a bunch of thorny things that you can burn, and there is a teleporter without the centerpiece in it. And you just drop this down into that teleporter, and you can actually start teleporting straight to the cabin from there on out.
And just to be clear, because I'm already here, and I see an icon. I remember this icon, but I don't know how to get down to it. You're 100% sure that this is going to give me the fucking teleporter? And you're
yeah, I did it. I just did it today. I just did it this morning.
Okay, all right.
And I actually set up the teleporter. I have it set up right now.
I will take this as reimbursement. Okay, we will. This settles the score. I will not hold.
You should go be Baloth now, though.
I've already spent most of my food on this one bitch. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, that was apparently foolhardy, JD.
Yeah, and a little piece of advice from what you've told me so far of like where you're at in the game and the things you're trying to do, but the lack of resources you're experiencing, it sounds to me like you're trying to get ahead too far in the game too fast.
Listen, what? YOLO, okay? YOLO.
All right.
Even according to the fandom wiki, this particular entity is a curse. It is not an actual like thing that you can defeat. You have to light the 7 lanterns, and that defeats this curse. So
How
the
did
fact
you
that you're
miss?
fighting it
How
at
did you
all
miss
is
everything we
ridiculous.
just said?
Well, I don't know. But
You fought a
once
different
again,
knight. We were talking about a different knight, but it is a knight that wears the same armor.
JD, pretty please mute when you're not chatting. Your controller is driving me bonkers.
Oh, and speaking of which, that frost cursed armor, you get to upgrade it at the Cuckoo Pot place too with Cuckoo Pots.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of
cool as
stuff.
shit upgraded.
Oh, I haven't. I figured out that I could. I haven't done it yet. I'm definitely behind on you now, Mojo. But
Wait,
I
I'm
haven't
in
played
chapter
much
5.
recently. Yeah, but I mean, in terms of like things that you figured out and research
Yeah.
and like stuff that you may have looked up or that you've spent time on that I haven't done. So
Yeah.
So it's just not
and I
like,
haven't played much recently.
it's not like
Yeah,
normal
there's-
armors where I can just go to any smithy. Like for example, I have the what is it? I have the frost blade.
Yeah.
It's called.
I
Like, I
don't
can't
use the
upgrade that at the
frost.
smithy.
well, I've read the fandom wiki, so I know more than all of you. Can we go back to socialism?
Sure, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna see. So like you guys mentioned about sending those communists to like Penny's panel and all that.
Yeah.
It's like basically I just thought how easy it is to take them on when they're not in Penny's panel, right? So like I saw man on what do you call it on Los's panel.
Yeah.
Even that
Post and
same girl too.
Mideast.
Him too. Like he didn't even say anything to me. Like they had no counter for what I said to them because I know exactly the shit that they say and know that it's like all bullshit. And I think it started.
I listen to you talking to Fred as well in that process, and that's when Los started muting you because he said you were talking over them.
Yeah.
I went on Los myself striker, and I was disguised as MAGA again.
Why does it keep asking me if I want to leave?
Sure.
I want to leave.
Does it ask you if you want to leave? Really?
Yeah, it keeps telling me like, "Hey, you're gonna disconnect," and I'm like, "I didn't touch you, Jesus."
I went up
Yeah, if you touch the bottom edge of your screen, it will pop up with that message because it thinks you want to scroll to the next live.
I'm sorry. Will you repeat that? It popped up again.
If you touch the bottom of your screen, and this is primarily for iOS and iPads, there's a button down there essentially. If you tap it, it is thinking that you want to scroll to the next live, so it's asking if you want to leave.
Well,
Sometimes it does it randomly.
All right. Well, all right.
I went in there, striker. My name was MAGA Lover, and I had a picture of Donald Trump. I was using my redneck accent.
MAGA Lover.
No, but yeah, what you said about Fred, yeah, Fred came over there said because they always like use slavery as like a general term where it's like they don't talk about chattel slavery because I mentioned that and they just skipped over it and I just told them like, well, how do you think they made profit? Like, what, you don't think they're capitalizing? And it's like you can tell how dishonest they are. They're just like they make these like bullshit arguments where it's like without Penny muting people or without the rest of them just like talking over anybody, it's just easy to really like shut down their arguments.
Excuse me, I was yawning and I just noticed I wasn't muted, so I apologize if y'all could hear that.
Fuck. I hope I didn't lose any money. God damn it.
Like y'all bored the shit out of me. No, I'm kidding. But I did have like a physical reaction to hearing the words chattel slavery. Like I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely politicked out for the day. I'm done.
Yeah. I honestly think
I
probably am too.
Not like I woke up this morning and I just saw that on Los's panel. I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna jump on.
Okay, what did you get yelled at for, B? Because you're affiliated with libs? I don't know.
She got yelled at by those, like on a panel today or afterwards?
Well, she says, well, I am back from being yelled at. So, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
see?
you went over there to talk to him? She went over there to talk to him.
Did
She went over there to start shit, I bet.
Well, I think she's known him for a while, yeah.
My ears are burning.
You better come up here and explain yourself.
Yeah.
We're all
How
waiting.
dare you go associate with the comrades when you should be associating with the libs? God damn it, I'm going to make you choose sides. I'm kidding, I'm totally joking.
No, do it.
I will have you know that Ella's been giving me the hardest time ever about being mean to you, B. Just so you know.
Yeah, B, I like you. I don't see you in the request. Are you private? Mojo
It's private. It's private, Comrade B.
Private Comrade B.
By the way, I'm not sure
I
why
just want to
this.
go buzz because bees need to be protected. Okay, bees keep us alive. Just saying.
I meant Gem. I don't know why
Well,
it's.
not this
Wait,
bee.
Gem is. You spelled Gem with a G. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please don't. Don't
Let
say
me,
that in recording.
Ella, can I drop and come back? I don't know why it's giving me the. I'm not even touching a button, so.
There's no way to get in here.
Yeah,
Mojo.
go away. Go away. Scroll out. I'll save the spot for you.
I meant Ella is a gem, and I put Ella is a gen because I don't know how to spell gem because I don't read.
Ella,
gens are fun.
Ella is a gem. I agree with you.
Gens are fun too.
I love gens.
Yeah, I agree. We have a really good one in our community, so no offense taken at all.
Did you go into Melon's live, B, or whose was it?
It was Combo's live. No, Melon. I don't know any of them. The only one I've seen Combo in other lives, but I don't know them personally. The only one I actually know is Communist, and I love Communist. Communist is a gem. They are a bit of a crash out, but as a fellow crash out, I can relate to them, and I love them so much. But no, they yelled at me. It actually went off of something completely different. It went off the rails. Was not on topic whatsoever. They started getting mad at me because apparently I called. Someone had like a really weird profile picture that was a commie, and it was like an anime profile picture that kind of looked like Lolly, if you guys know what that is. And I didn't make the best comment about that profile picture, and they got really upset with me, and the whole conversation ended up being about that, and not even about
I can imagine.
hanging out
when
with
I was
libs.
saying Jin, I meant Jin. The wish granter or the magical being, depending on which culture you're looking at it from.
Jinn.
Sure.
Sometimes I'm a wish granter. I try.
She is the Make-A-Wish Foundation of TikTok.
I don't know how.
Totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm sorry.
What did you say? I didn't hear it. I was zoned out. I'm so sorry.
That's good. Nothing. I didn't say anything.
No, repeat yourself.
I swear to God, I didn't
yourself.
say I didn't say anything.
I want to know. God damn it.
All right, moving on. There's no way to get.
No, don't help him, JD. What did you say?
I'm gonna help him. How do I get into this area? There's no way.
Motherfuckers.
What area?
What do you mean, what area?
Are you talking about into the hole, or are you in the hole already?
I love holes. Anyways, what hole are you talking about?
Me too.
Okay.
Oh, it is not dark enough to be asking if somebody's in yet, Mojo.
In that quarry, there was a big cube in the middle of it that you were supposed to pull out with some big hanging tongs.
Okay,
Did you
yeah,
do that
I've already
yet?
done that. Yeah. So I'm going.
So jump in the hole that was left over by that big fucking ruin.
There's no hole here.
There is a hole. If you jump up to where that ruin was, you can drop down in there.
That's right. Get in your hole.
Get in there. So I am interested in listening to like someone like Communist, even though he was a little heated, if you will. I would be interested in listening to those people more because I think that we have more in common than not, right? But like it was the what's the word I'm looking for? Like I don't know English. I give up. But anyways, I would like to listen to them more.
testing?
Like, do they have regular lives? Like, are they like? Is it a place that after today would they even let me in to come listen? Because some of them ask me to unfollow them, even though I just followed them. Like, I don't know how to gauge it.
Yeah, communist, they do, and just to remind everyone, because I'm bad at this as well, they go by they, them. They do lives, but they just do book readings. They used to do lives where they would talk about communism. I think actually this specific reason is why they stopped, is because the critique was just so much. So they do book readings. Communist is very well read. They understand theory better than I could ever hope to. So I think sometimes me and them get really lost in conversation. So it can be very difficult to talk to them because I don't feel like I'm well read enough. But yeah, you can hop into their book readings. They do them every day, I believe. They just stop right at. Oh, you're on the West Coast, Al. 6 o'clock is when they start. I think they start at 5.
Okay. And is communist different from like the rest of that group, or I don't?
Well, they don't typically do lives. They will go into other people's lives. What I choose to put up with in my everyday life is what I choose to put up with, right? Like, I don't expect anyone to follow anybody that I follow. I can understand that when people hear someone who's that aggressive or appears to be aggressive, it could be difficult for people to listen to. So, it's just that I enjoy listening to them because I don't mind that personality, but that personality might not be for everybody, and I understand that totally.
It depends on the day for me. Sometimes I think it's fine, and other days I just can't do it. But that's a me thing. I could recognize that. Okay, I want to listen in sometimes. I just didn't like the. I can't really like. What's just the word? I'm like antagonistic kind of. Like they didn't come in hoping for a conversation. Confrontational. That's what I'm looking for. There we go.
The thing about communists, I used to follow them way back a while ago. They just recently came back onto my feed. But they tend to, like, I understand where they're coming from, right? But they tend to just go directly for, like, if you're not, if you don't believe in the vanguard, then you're automatically, a reformist, or you're automatically a reductionist or whatever. And, it gets it's like, okay, well, if you're trying to convince people of your idea and what you think, and you're trying to persuade them, insulting them is probably not the way to do it. Especially because that just seems that you have like a monopoly on like your ideology, and it's the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the top of the line.
Well, let's say even if you're not trying to convince people, but you're just trying to, I don't know, like talk about your stance, and educate at a minimum, or defend it, whatever mood you're in, I guess, or whatever situation you find yourself in. Attacking is still not the way to do it, unless you are being attacked, right? Like, I could get that. Like, I mean, we all get loud on the panel sometimes. We all take either things personal, or we get into it with someone, whatever the case might be. But the way, was it combo? Like, the initial way they came up on the panel was just like immediate confrontation, and I was just like, what? Why?
Yeah.
And that was wild. I was not expecting that at all. That totally
Me
freaked
too.
me out. I'm like, it took me off my guard. I'm like, what the hell is this? What's going on right now?
And when I say Lenin says that we should agitate and Marx says we should agitate, it is not supposed to be like that. That is the wrong type of agitation. The agitation is how me and Mojo agitate each other. We talk to each other calmly and say, hey, no, I think this is what Marx thought. Hey, I think it was not supposed to be like that. Throwing, no, you're a lib, what you're doing is dangerous, and just yelling and being all, that's not how it's supposed
to be. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I like yelling at you, and I like you yelling at me, and I'm perfectly okay with it. And I walk away from the conversations and say, that was a good conversation. So even if
But
we
y'all
yell.
have built rapport with each other. Like at first, you were like, "I don't know about B,"
Yeah,
like.
I know.
But you've built that over time, and that's why I think like if you really want to, like if they genuinely think that you are somehow harming their end goal, instead of attacking you, maybe they should try and build some rapport with you to make you change your ways, right? Or just request it, but don't just an attack.
Yeah. I'm willing to have those conversations, and you can. I thank B for doing that because most of the people that were treated the way I treated her probably would never have come back. So it's that the fact that she's so resilient that she came back and she's been a great addition to the panel.
Yeah, I think so too.
I found the teleporter. That is fair compensation. Thank you, Mojo.
Yeah, so there's some weeds. There's 3 trees with some weeds in the middle that you got to burn away, and then you can plant it near your cabin.
3 trees with
super cool.
Okay.
I was thinking I saw CT mention that like he's calling the pennies, and then she said like Donnie is not American. I was thinking like because I've seen other lives do this, but they have like a beef with another live. But I mean, it's not for beef. But if you had like an image of like someone that maybe that looks like Penny, and then with a quote saying "Mom Donnie's not American," and then like have a thing saying like this is why we call MAGA bigots, and then maybe that'll attract some ops.
I'll do it. I'm an agitator, but I'm not going to go to other people's panels and agitate like that. But I certainly put it on my live and agitate and get them to come in here and yell at me.
Because I think if you call them out directly, they're gonna have to come in and defend their position. Otherwise, they're just cowards.
Yeah.
They weren't able to. I don't think they could articulate. Now, I wasn't here for the whole thing, but they didn't articulate like the harm that was being done, or it sounded like a purity test. Like it was so binary.
Yeah, I think that's all it was. It was a purity test, and that kind of stuff is wild to me. I can understand them disagreeing with me or telling me that I'm doing it wrong or that I don't know enough or I'm not preaching the right way or whatever. I mean, I can understand any of that. I can have conversations surrounding that. But man, they're coming in telling me I'm doing harm by talking about it the way I talk about it. And that's just wild to me. If you don't like the way I'm doing it, then just don't come by. There's no reason for you to try and go after MAGA. Don't go after me. Don't go after people that agree with you. For the most part, go after people that disagree with you. It's just weird to me.
They were just reading their college thesis. I don't think they're going to do well.
I'd say they're all pretty smart though, but I just don't think they're good at conversation.
Yeah, but normally in a classroom environment, and I don't know if they were or not, you do get challenged on your ideas, and you learn to control and what critical thinking is and seeing things from the other side. Doesn't mean you have to change your position, but you should at least listen.
They get challenged in a different way, though. They get challenged in a more intellectual, book smart type of way. I challenge people in a more pedantic way, I guess.
Consumable.
Well, yeah, it is definitely more consumable. So I had the pleasure of having a bunch of professors that informed me that in the real world, you have to talk to people differently. I think I might have been able to be kind of that snobby ass fucking educated person, but I have a minor in law and a minor in economics with a major in political science and then another major in computer science. So a lot of my professors were telling me that when you are standing in front of a room of people, you don't want anybody in that room to not understand what you're saying. You want everybody to be able to understand what you're saying. So put it in terms that are easily understandable and give them ideas that are easily understandable. And they may still ask you questions afterwards, but if you can get an entire speech out in some way, shape, or form where nobody asks you questions afterwards and they're all just nodding their head yes, then you've succeeded. So I mean, I kind of took that to heart, and I tried to make sure that I understand a lot of words that are being used. Like when Donovan uses them, I understand, and when other people use them, I understand them. But I'm not going to use those kind of terms because then people are going to think you're pretentious, and they will stop listening to you.
Like me.
Why use a $10? Why use a $10 word when a 10-cent word will do?
Exactly.
I don't mean to sound narcissistic, but I'm kind of impressed at myself because that was the first time I've ever actually debated Melon before.
Yeah.
And so I was pretty happy with the end result of that. That seems like that was pretty good for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think you made a lot of good points. I think that Melon chose not to respond to the vast majority of them. I think you did a great job.
Well, thank you, Mojo. That means something to me. But, I don't know, the whole idea of, like, you can't make Marx digestible is just fucking... That's class traitor. That's a class traitor thing. You shut the fuck up. Like...
But I wish that we could have more conversations about, like... Because, like, it seems like half the time that socialists get together, like, whatever flavor you are, it turns into, like, fighting almost. And I would like to actually have a conversation... And like we have had them before, but just more conversations about, like, well, why don't you think this will work? Or, you know what I mean? Just like calm conversation. Like how you and I talked about, like, syndicalism a couple times that we have, Joyce. I enjoy shit like that.
Well, that's why I said I wanted to start doing Socialist Saturdays again.
Yeah.
Well, I start back up work Friday, so...
Yeah. It's a coincidence because I just got a notification when I was on the White House Twitter saying that America will never be a communist country.
Yeah, see, that's why it's important to be talking about this right now, because they're all talking about it. All the Republicans are talking about Marxism, communism, and socialism. We have to keep hitting these conversations. We have to know that people understand what it actually is, rather than just listening to Donald Trump say what it is.
Yeah, that's why I wish that the people that were in here earlier, because they are so well read on it and they are smart, so I wish that they would be willing to, like, overlook some of the, I'm going to use the word semantics, I know they're not truly semantics, but, like, I wish that they would stop stumbling over the semantics and help us educate people. But I don't know.
I agree with you. I think they could be a great benefit if they chose to care about actual real world people and convincing real world people that this is the correct way to go, or the shit that they're being taught by Republicans right now is not factual.
Do you have something that's simple that you could put up? Such as, socialism is not communism, or just something so that we could get folks in there that you want to.
I actually thought about doing a few videos. So just my definitions of socialism, communism, Marxism, and then going over each one of those things to a certain degree, and just doing short videos on them. Because I do that when I have these conversations. I say, this is what I define socialism, communism, capitalism, and Marxism as. And I will go through that. And I've got it down pat. It takes me like half a minute to run through the whole spiel and tell everybody what it is or what I think it is. And then we can move on from there.
I think it's a great idea.
Can I give one piece of feedback, Mojo, that maybe you're not going to like?
That's fine.
Like today, I think you do a similar thing that they were doing. When someone disagrees with you, you will just call them an idiot or a dipshit. And I think maybe in this conversation, like if we do want to try and educate people, perhaps that's also not helpful.
I don't disagree.
And it's good to have Donovan, I can't believe I'm saying this, come in and ask kind of the questions or make his assertions, because a lot of people might think them, but they won't say them.
I actually think it's kind of important to have a couple conservatives on the panel if we're going to have conversations like that, because I think I can show people that they're more amiable to the way I talk about it than the way they talk about it.
Or the way the theory talks about it as well. I mean, Brobot, I don't think you're a socialist, are you?
No. But he's a progressive. Wait,
see, that's me. I'm not I'm a progressive, not. Yeah, SOCDEM is fine. But I'm not a full communist or socialist, so I really, really hope I can still, hang with the gang.
Okay, so less than a minute. I'm going to do this real quick just because I haven't done it in a while. But capitalism is the use of one person's capital mixed with the theft of a second person's labor in order to create a profit. Socialism is the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole or in individual marketplaces through co-ops, through a co-op structure. Communism is a form of government that is owned and controlled by the people as a whole. Marxism is a philosophy that includes both of those things in some way, shape, or form. That's my quick spiel on.
Send me that in written words, and I'll try and make you an animated video of sorts.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot about like maybe you want to record some of the conservative lives and then like make debunking videos.
That'd be cool.
We can do that too. You're gonna have more questions. Like people are going to ask you I don't know. They're going to ask you follow-up questions, right? So you might eventually want to do more videos as well. But I think for now, and if you could clip yourself saying those things, like even if it's just like a clip of this from YouTube or whatever, I can probably add the audio to the video, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I've said this often. That's the exact spiel that I give out to people, and they do stop me, and they do want to talk about theft of labor to start out with, and then they'll move into what socialism looks like, and then they'll move into communism being a stateless society, and then I explain that stateless simply means that there is no state. If the people are the state, then it is stateless. I've gotten through a lot of those conversations just by introducing it that way. And then they start asking questions, and then we get into a conversation about it.
Would you?
And it doesn't piss anybody off.
Yeah. Would you be open, like, if I gave you a couple of lines that would kind of make sense in terms of like building out a script for a video? If I sent you a couple of lines, would you be willing to kind of like read them out, record it for me?
Yeah, I can try and do that.
Okay. Cool.
Are you an instructional designer, Ella?
No, I don't know. I've been thinking about videos around these kinds of topics because I've been talking, like, I think education's necessary. I said this months ago, and I came up with the ideas of videos. I was supposed to share some stuff with Mojo, but I never did because I'm a fucking slacker. But this is just an idea that's been playing around in my head for a while, and that I've kind of been like fidgeting with, if you will, not really working on, but fidgeting with is a good word, and so that's why I'm prepared.
I'm an instructional designer, Antifa, by the way.
Are you? It's just Fee. Hi.
Oh, Fee, sorry.
No, it's okay. I used to be a product manager and online learning for information security for the federal government. That was fun.
I don't know what any of that shit means.
An instructional...
I had a stint with the DoD, by the way, so it's pretty cool.
Instructional designers are the people when you're doing e-learning that kind of... Well, you're an instructional designer, Joey. You do it.
Yeah, so instructional designers basically build the training programs for organizations. It can be government, it can be companies, and it's on a variety of topics. So most of us follow. I'm not going to go into that. That's going to be take some time. We work with stakeholders and subject matter experts who are like really, really nerdy about the topics they want to build training on, and then we turn it into a learning program. So
that's funny
I do a similar thing where I work with really, really nerdy stakeholders that are actuaries, and I try to turn their content into like engaging things to publish on the internet, but not video. So
What's weird is that marketing is like marketing and instructional design share a lot of they cross over a lot, and that's interesting.
I used to be a male stripper.
Hey,
I'm telling you, Mojo, like, I know everyone has a job and everyone has their lives and everyone's busy. So this isn't something that you can rush. And I know that you're not easily someone to ask for people to like pitch in or help out, but you have some amazing like resources within your direct community. And I'm not saying everyone's going to be willing or have the time, but some of them will. And some of them already have. So I think it's okay to lean into that.
Yeah, I can use some portfolio work.
There are a lot of people that do stuff for me, and I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I feel so guilty that all these people are doing things for me because I don't know how to do it, or I'm too lazy to do it, or I don't have the time, or well, I don't have the energy to figure out how to do it. I don't know, or the desire. So I feel bad when people just start offering things up, but I have accepted a lot of it. I've also told other people, please stop doing this. I don't know what to do with this. I feel bad. I don't know.
I think one thing the everybody can do collectively, speaking of like marketing, is that like years ago I used to run with a kind of a music group, like not like a band or anything like that, but it was basically like someone was like the manager, like the AR. He rented out a studio. It was just me, a bunch of other like backpack producers, and maybe a couple of rappers and all that. And we'll basically make our own music, and we'll be around like LA. Like they'll find performances, and I'll be the photographer. And then at the end, like if they say they make a music video, then the whole team will just like they'll make the promo, and then we'll share it amongst the team, and then we'll promote it, and then promote it some more. Like every day we'll promote it, and then it'll basically be something where it's like it becomes well known around like at least the area. Something like that can be done here the same way. Like if like one of us like creates like a video or something like that, and everybody promotes it, and it gets circulated, and it gets more engagement. So like for example, that whole debunking video idea that I have, that's one way to like engage conservatives. If they don't want to come to us, then we just put them on blast throughout TikTok.
Yeah. I don't know either. I don't know how much. I don't get a lot of traction with my videos, so it's kind of hard to put people on blast.
This is going to sound so mean. It's because the content's not very engaging. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I understand. I suck at this. I suck at all of this.
It's not so much that you suck at it, it's that it's just clips of what you do all day, right? And
yeah, but I've made a couple things. I mean, even I tried to make one that was criticizing somebody else's video that they put out, and I think it got 800 or 900 views, but that's it. I mean, I can't. That's the only one that I've done.
But that is the start, right? And then you keep at it. It's not going to be thousands of views overnight unless one of your videos just happens to go viral. But you know how many people are on TikTok making videos at least every day, if not several times a day. You have a lot of content to contend with. And so a lot of this is patience and consistency and just keeping at it. So if you find something that like you enjoy creating in terms of videos and content, just kind of keep at it. What is now maybe 800 or 900 views in a couple of months or a couple of weeks might be way more than that, right? Like nothing is just going to come at you.
A lot of it is situational as well. Like I know several of the clips that you're talking about where you're critiquing somebody else, but it's not easily digestible unless they already know. Like the viewer already knows what's being critiqued, because a lot of it just comes off like almost as an inside joke.
That's probably true too. One specifically, Crosstabs made me a little short AI video of a tiger tearing a flag up because Texas for Trump had torn up I want to say a Yemeni flag or something like that, thinking it was a Palestinian flag, and then burned it or something. I don't remember exactly what she did.
Oh, she's so dumb.
Yeah. So I took that video, and at the beginning of it, I added the Crosstabs AI video that he put, and I talked about freedom. I didn't actually go on camera, but I talked about freedom and what it meant, and then went into her video, and that's the one I'm talking about that I kind of produced. But I don't know. It was okay, but it wasn't great.
And 900 views is a start. It's better than what would happen if I were to put up a video. Like, you just kind of have to grow with it. I think.
Well, and
if this is what you want to do, right? Because I am also aware that specifically me, we're all just kind of like telling you what to do. So I don't know.
Oh no, it's fine. I've wanted to do this. I just haven't. I haven't been able to. I've tried. I have a couple videos with me on camera, and I can't read a script. I'm so bad at reading a script. It looks and sounds so terrible. I can't do it. I can't write a script either. So I just tried. I tried a few times, and they just came out god awful horrible, and nothing I would ever post. So
what would be better for that particular video is you should start out somewhere like she is saying, oh, fuck Palestine, all that stuff. And then she has a non-Palestinian flag that she's tearing up. And you just say something like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you people? You know, just one of your catchphrases there, and leave it at that, because that is easily digestible. We all recognize it wasn't a Palestinian flag.
I have a different, so I usually, like, on my channel, on my shorts, I talk about neurodivergence a lot. And what I've noticed is that the one time that I made a short about, and nobody watches my shit, like, they just don't, which is fine, you know, I'm still gonna create it because I just like to hear myself talk. So, like, you know, I did a short, like, political-esque sort of thing, and it actually got me up to like 600 views or something. And it was only a minute long. Most of my other videos are like 3 to 4 minutes long. So, you know.
I think, yeah.
But my live personality, my live personality is completely different from my TikTok shorts personality. So, like, you know, I come in here and debate about religion and communism, and then over there I'm talking about autism. So, you know.
I'm similar though. I'm very wholesome in anything else I do. I'm just hollering about politics here.
I usually will, when I'm in a religious class, I will usually, if I get like really pissed off, I'll just say, oh, and by the way, if you're not reading the English Standard version, everything else you do is completely heretical. So just keep that in mind.
You know,
Jesus loves you.
If you were to replace the English Standard Version with capital, then you would be describing a Marxist-Leninist.
I knew that was going to be when Paolo would chime in. That's funny. I always, any person is marketable. You just have to frame it the correct way. And I think any content can be turned into something that's easy to digest. Again, you just have to frame it and present it a certain way. A 3-minute video is only going to do well if it's either something really exciting to watch or something that's not only interesting to listen to but also visually engaging. That's why I immediately offered to try and make an animated video, because otherwise you might lose people if your content is too much to listen to but not fun to watch, if that makes sense.
I agree. And I think just keeping it a minute and a half, you don't want it too short so you can actually build it up. But I would keep it under, around 90 seconds. and make it engaging, which animated would. And, if you ask questions or you can clip somebody saying something wrong or that you disagree with, eventually, you can turn that into a video. But these like 2 or 3 or 4 would be amazing, Mojo. And then you could always redirect them to your lives.
I agree. I just can't do this. I mean,
just accept the help. Just
that's
accept
what everybody says. Yeah, just accept it. Just
you know what? Gift cards work, dude. Gift cards work. A nice thank you privately works. You can give them credit on the actual thing. Have them sign it at the bottom of the content. So there are many ways you can say thank you, Mojo.
Wow.
And when Mojo Media, is something, then we can all be stakeholders.
Well, I've already said this too. I have 10,000 followers. There are 2 requirements to make money off of your videos on TikTok. Those requirements are 10,000 followers, and you have to have 100,000 views and a rolling 30-day average on your videos. I have not gotten close to that. I have gotten up to 27,000 views, I think, total in the 30-day average. That's the highest I've gotten. So if I can get to the 100,000 views in a 30-day rolling total, even one time, then I can start making money off my videos. And if I do that, I am willing to split with whoever helps me make the video, 50-50, 33, whatever. If there's 3 people that worked on it, then we'll split it 3 ways. I'm good with all of that.
Okay, so just again, you have to start with step 1, right? So Ella offered, so did Joyce. I'm happy to help. We can discuss it in the Discord too. Just create a little group. Or privately. Either way.
Sure.
Okay.
I was so excited because Pallet said that he wanted to talk, and the first thing I thought was, I'm about to autism all over this panel if we start talking about this, because
I will be right with you.
It's like, whoa, hold on, slow down, my guy.
It just so happens to be like that's why I refrained. I was like, I can definitely info dump about this forever, but I won't.
Wait, you joined the Discord, yeah? I think
yes, I did.
Join. Yeah.
My picture may be different. I think it's me as a Sith Lord or something.
I don't remember what the picture is. I think I just saw you join.
I think you could also have different voices chime in the videos. Like you can cover one part and then say Pallet Jacket covers another part. Because there's actually a lot of TikTokers that like pretty much like have like I would say like good host voices and shit. Like or ChatGPT.
Yeah.
You cannot imagine how many people I had to listen to because we developed that one particular library in India. So, yeah, there were very strict requirements about government training. And one of them was to have a neutral American accent.
Really?
Yes.
When Joyce teaches you all that you're all autistic, please remember that I brought him here, okay?
Sure enough.
You want us to hate you? I'm not autistic. Damn it.
Mojo.
Sure about
you
that?
might be.
I don't know. There's a spectrum, right?
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah. I'm not. I will refrain. I can't.
Hey, listen, my guys here, what's the anti-American agenda, Mojo? Wow.
My guy, did you want to come up and yell at me? Oh, he's the wonderful crash out.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's gonna crash out. Wait, where's the
Well,
timer?
then where's the army?
It's always the crash out. You always projecting that I'm going to crash out. I mean, it's a humorous psychology tactic. I'll give that to you.
Yeah, but why are you crashing out though?
Well, I don't know. We'll figure it out here when I crash out. When he tells me I'm crashing out, I guess.
What do you have to ask me? You have a question to ask me?
I mean, it's just you go TikTok to TikTok, and especially the lives that they recommend or just suggest. I guess I am a activist in a way of I believe in freedom of speech to the fullest. Actions that become physical because of freedom of speech can be addressed and should be always questioned if the action is physical. Like if the free speech becomes physical, you kind of lost. There will be some kind of standards of living. But I just think the standards. Oh, go ahead.
To believe in the First Amendment, that's not an activist. That would be a constitutionalist. But
that too. But I mean, these days you got to be an activist to promote freedom of speech. And it's humorous, these platforms that we all participate in, right? Slowly, each time, they shape the way our language is written.
Are you about to confess you're one of the auditors who goes into a post office building and films everyone?
Well, that's the problem it's becoming. But in the sense of, I understand I'm at the point now I understand most of these are government projects. And so, of course, we're going to be willing participants because we like to socialize. That's socially constructed that way. You're never going to get rid of that. Now, I make fun of echo chambers. I do make fun of Goose and Mojo because, really they need to be together to share opposing views to really get to understand why America is the way it is. And you can't change it just because of the current structure making people emotional and making us dictate certain like men in women's sports and NCAA. That should have never even been addressed. What kind of society are we living in when if we're already fair enough to treat women a certain way, we now have to let the men play in women's sports? That's clearly not treating. Like what's going on in the world today where they're messing with our mind? And that's how I operate. Now, I troll Mojo. Mojo thinks I'm going to crash out, so I troll him. Motherfucker
that
thinks
would
I'm going to
obviously
crash
be
out.
Goose, right? Goose is the one that addressed men and women's sports. It's none of us. And it's Goose that doesn't come here. It's not that we don't go to Goose's panel.
Oh, you want me to talk about Mojo, so he then explains to you that I'm crashing out because I disagree with him big time on certain social...
we all have our own problems with Goose, but you don't have to bring it to Mojo's panel. You can just tell Goose that he's a fucking
that's
dick.
what I'm saying. You shouldn't be worrying about Goose. You all should work together and have a big crowd and
you
debate
brought
one
Goose
another.
up.
But
we
don't want
about
to debate
him.
these days. We just want to have a power trip. That's what TikTok creates. Power spaces. Ooh, let's get to that.
That would once again be Goose, because Goose is on a power trip and doesn't want to come here.
I'm not worrying about. I was giving you analogies. Get out of your emotions. I'm not talking. I was just giving analogies.
I'm not being emotional. I was just saying, you have a problem with Goose. Maybe you should go on to Goose's panel and tell him he's a fucking dickwad.
Right, and continue the echo chambers that are being created via these social platforms. Sure, let's go to another echo chamber. I'll be right back.
Okay, bye.
Well, enjoy.
Well, that was short-lived.
That's my guy for you.
What now? I heard that. I just want to confirm. Did you just call someone a dickwad? Is that what happened?
Did I?
Yes, yes, I did.
Hey, it wasn't me. I don't think I said that.
Robot specifically.
I like that one. It's a good one.
Robot specifically said to my guy, because my guy seemed to have a problem with someone. It seems like you have a problem with Goose. If you have a problem with Goose, why don't you go to Goose's panel and call him a dickwad?
Yeah. So there.
I approve. It's a good one.
Oh boy. I love this panel.
I went to Goose's actually, and I tried to have a one-on-one with Goose. So I'm sitting in there. I'd listen to him often actually, because that's where a lot of the libertarians go. So I like to listen to libertarians spew nonsensical bullshit on a regular basis. But I went over there, and he had just started up, and there was nobody on the panel, so I was the first person to request up. So I requested up, and I got on the panel. It's just him and I. I'm like, let's do a one-on-one, just me and you. Let's have a conversation. He said, "Well, what do you want to talk about?" And I said, "Well, I want to know what you believe. I want to know what your belief structure is. I want to be able to talk about how you think we can solve all the world's problems." And he's like, "I don't debate." And I said, "Well, why the fuck are you running a panel then?" "Well, because I'm just providing a space for other people to debate." Like, well, just let somebody that actually debates run the panels then. Well, you're just fucking taking up space. What is wrong with you? And we went back and forth and started getting louder and louder and louder. And I eventually told him he was just a fucking grifter and he can fuck off and should remove himself from TikTok.
I disagree with that. I think we need more people, in a sense, like Goose, without them specifically coming on just to grift. I like, and if I were to give you another example of this, or at least a good example of this, I think Wick would be that good example, if you know who Wick is.
I do.
Okay.
The crooked tooth guy. The chipped tooth guy.
It's the only way you know him? Crazy.
The bearded chipped tooth guy.
Do you not, excuse me, I'm eating, sorry. Do you not think that there's something to be said for maybe having a somewhat unbiased host that can also serve as moderator so the panel can be truly balanced?
I don't see it. Why am I getting that?
CJ has his
CW
mic on.
or CJ.
Yes, CJ has
We
a
haven't
weird echo.
introduced it.
Oh, he muted it, or somebody did.
I don't know. I mean, I guess, but I don't see why. I don't see the purpose of having a panel where the host doesn't get involved at all, where they just sit there and do nothing and take in coins. It doesn't.
No, they moderate.
Make sense to me.
No, they would moderate, right? Like, now you have CS that moderates for you.
Yeah.
But in the scenario that I'm presenting, the host would be the moderator.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I told CS she should run her own panels too, but it's really hard to, it's not easy to create good panels and just be a moderator, I don't think. I think you have to get to know people. People have to get to know you. They have to like you. I don't think you're ever going to get a big following if you're just moderating. If you're never talking, you're not going to get a big following, I don't think. I think people have to hear what you have to say. But that being said, CS and I would go back and forth. There would be sometimes that CS would want to talk about a particular subject, and she'll let me know when she wants to talk about it, and I'll just sit back and let her, and I won't get involved in that conversation. So, like, I mean, obviously AI, for example, she's going to know that a hell of a lot better than I do. I don't even take the time to research it, and whenever it comes up, she wants to talk about that, or crypto, or whatever. But then other times she just plays the moderator, and I'll do the arguing as well. So we kind of go back and forth on that role. But
Well, I would actually just bring up Raging Tomato, who only moderates, and she has a very large following. But like, it's one of those things. If you're on this panel right now, even I as a moderator, like, I still want to argue some of these subjects, especially if I know about it or I've dealt with it at any point. So, like, when I run panels, I end up arguing with people. Like, it's just going to fucking happen. You can't just sit there and moderate.
well, and the only people that I ever expect to not argue would be CS under certain circumstances. The rest of the moderators, you guys can all argue as much as you want. You're just there in case I'm like outside smoking, or I'm not looking at my phone and somebody needs to be brought up or whatever. So that's cool. I need you guys too, because you'll hear things and see things that I miss for sure, especially in the comments, because I'm bad at watching them. But,
yeah, and then facilitate the conversation. Like, just like with the communists, I didn't really argue with them. I just asked them a few questions that seemed counterintuitive by what they were saying.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Just facilitate the conversation. But like when CS runs her panels, she's arguing. The last panel she ran, she was arguing.
Yeah, she does that. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it works. I guess it works for Los, but he gets involved too. So I don't know. Goose just very rarely gets involved in the conversations, and I just found it surprising that he wouldn't even tell me what his beliefs were. Like he wouldn't even have a conversation with me about them. I didn't want to debate. I just want to know what he knew or what he thought about things. I just want to know what his ideology was.
Well, it sounds like he doesn't want to tell you because he is the opposition. And he knows that if you know that he has a bias towards that side of the aisle, you may not return.
Oh, I would absolutely return. The only reason I didn't return or haven't gone up on the panel again yet because I did yell at him and I'm like, you're a fucking grifter. I have no need to talk to you anymore. And then he blocked me for a couple of days and then unblocked me. But I don't know.
I figured it out. It happens on, this is one of those both sides kind of arguments, but it's factual. If you have a bias, you will keep your bias talking. And for somebody that you think is lying, even though it is their opinion or their perspective, you may mute and boot them. And it happens all over the place. Like I'm not even exempt from this. I've done it to somebody that was fucking psychopath, but I mean, I still did it.
It's kind of weird.
Do we know CJ? Do we know this person?
I don't. I've seen CJW. CJ, are you there?
CJ, CJ, second cousin removed.
CJ, are you there? Did you mean to come up?
Do you have Verizon?
Okay, never mind.
Oops.
Blink twice.
Saw him on, he goes on Daniel's panel.
No more. Yes, you good boy.
Yes, you good boy.
Thank you, Fee. I am a good boy.
Oh my God,
I'm a very good boy.
Hey, she was talking to me.
No, I was talking to Foster. Oh my God.
Don't let those few seconds take your attention.
Personally speaking, I like to be classified as a bad boy. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Okay, so this is getting boring.
Go on.
Wow.
What?
That was a big crunch.
Can you turn your camera on so that way we can see the good boy?
Yeah, I know. I'm curious now.
We're about to see some 30 or 40-year-old man on his knees in tight leather.
Well, those are the old days. No, those were about a decade ago. And no, if you want to see what Foster looks like, you can go onto my page. I have to clean my room before I turn on the camera. So my Pomeranians are there. He's also in the picture. Just look at my profile. That's Foster.
Cute. I'm having to, let me click.
And calling him bad boy just devastates him. It's this funny and sad at the same time. And Mr. Fee with a ball gag and leather. No, he wasn't as submissive.
I caught a hedgehog? What the fuck?
By the way, you guys see Gumbo yesterday or last night making American Amen crash out?
No, I left before that happened, darn it.
Was this on Danielle's?
Yeah. Yeah, basically calling him out on stolen valor. And yeah, American Amen was just like fucking yelling and like, yeah, he was genuinely pissed. I was like, damn, he just made him lose his composure.
Yeah, you put that video. There's a video in Discord that you guys can watch. I watched it.
Oh, where's it at?
General Shenanigans.
The so-called easy path for the postseason because of their stricter schedule remaining.
Yeah, thank you for that screen capture. That was pretty funny, by the way.
I had this If I can touch this other thing that we were just talking about with the
No,
person
you can't touch that.
But
Please
no
don't touch
touching.
that.
No touching.
But I want to touch
no
it.
touching. I'm autistic. No touching. No touching.
Okay, I can respect that. I will respect
There's
that.
a list of boundaries we're setting for you, Joy. You're not allowed to A, autism all over the panel, and B, touch.
I hope that was recorded.
Everything
It
here
is.
is recorded.
It is,
So
it
yes.
is
great.
recorded. It is on YouTube. You can go over there and clip it yourself if you want.
Oh,
Make a
great.
I
video.
do. I'm gonna post it on my feed or whatever it's called on TikTok.
You absolutely have the permission to do that. I can even teach you how to download the full video if you want to know how to do that too for free.
Okay.
Y'all could build your Y'all could do your build your platform together and do collaborations, and it can be called the Joys of Mojo.
The Joys of Mojo. No, I have way too low of a follower account for Mojo's collaboration.
Man, I don't care about follower count. I just wanted to give those guys a hard time. I just think it's wild that you come on TikTok and you are so dead set on your belief structure and you wanna go yell at people about how they're doing active damage, but the only thing you ever do is go yell at people that you agree with or agree with you anyway, and then sit in a room and read books or just talk to each other about theory. It just seems pointless.
I mean, we should. I've been listening all evening, and we should try to unite in what our similarities are against MAGA.
Yeah, I agree. I'd be happy if they could have conversations with me, with other people, with other MAGA, with other Republicans, with people that think they know what socialism is, but don't actually know. And I have no problem with them correcting me on things or them saying that they believe this instead of this. There's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. I think that would be wonderful, but that's not what they're interested in. All they want to do is correct me, tell me that I'm doing damage, while MAGA just gets away scot-free.
Yeah, they come across as very arrogant and condescending, and that's not going to get them anywhere. No one's going to listen to that shit.
Go Army would have lost his shiz.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, it's really hard to talk to them because they're almost as dogmatic. It just becomes like this. It becomes this tunnel vision, and in order for your beliefs to get stronger, you have to challenge them. You have to, and if you don't, you wind up stagnant and you don't grow as a person. I don't know, like. To me, I've had to challenge all of my beliefs all of my life, and so it doesn't make sense to me when even leftists can't do that. Like you challenge something to get there. You challenge something to get to that level of ML or Maoism. So you already did some of the work. Just do the rest of it.
Rocket Surgeon in the comments, I think your feedback in the comments is always great. If ever you want to come up and chat with us, I think I would thoroughly enjoy that.
I was trying to get him to come up.
Call you out. Yeah, not to call you out and
nervous.
embarrass you, but
If it works, then.
Yeah, indeed. And once you do it a couple of times, it gets easier.
That's what I was just gonna say. It's a big step. I remember Ella not wanting to get up a panel. I remember Ella not wanting to get involved in conversations or debates or whatever, and wanting to debate class so that she could get up on panel and feel comfortable. And here she is. Look at her today, yelling at people with everybody else.
I'll yell right alongside you. The whole debate thing specifically, I'm still not sure how to do that or what it is or if I even like it, but I like these are important things that we talk about. And although I think TikTok frustrates me because it doesn't do much out there, right? And I think that's where I just get kind of frustrated with myself more than anything, but I do enjoy these conversations.
Ella, I think that you are incredibly articulate, and every time you come up here and you present an argument or a point, it's you're well understood, and I think that you're perfect for debates because you can take what they're saying and then either redirect it or try and, either redirect it or put it into your argument and say, well, this is why you're fucking wrong. But you don't usually say fucking like in that, I don't think in that context very often. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So, yeah, I don't know. Usually when you start talking, you're kind of respectful and then it turns into like, oh, she's angry. And I'm like, yes, be angry.
Everybody's a fuck muppet. That's the thing. Yeah, I know.
So, but I just want to let you know, like, I really do like it whenever you come up and present an argument because it's pretty on point.
I appreciate that. I don't know. I'm coming into myself, you people. I don't know what it is. Even my therapist and I have been talking about it. Something's afoot. I'm changing. Maybe I'm just growing up. Maybe I'm being nicer to myself and accepting. I don't know what it is, but I'm actively changing. So y'all are witnessing something right alongside myself.
It's good. It's good, right? It's a good thing.
It is. It feels sometimes almost a little bit embarrassing because I don't know what to do with the flowers I'm getting, right? Because I'm not really used to that, but like it does also feel very good because I don't know, I'm learning as I go, and I think that's always fun.
And I love the fact that you stood up for B because I like B.
B, yeah.
There was nothing like Stargazer coming up for the first time and yelling at fucking Rosa. You're so fucking stupid.
I still don't like her.
I know you don't.
But I'm a lot more tolerant these days, though. I just shut my mouth.
That was funny, though. That was pretty funny.
She hasn't been around much lately.
She hasn't. She hasn't been around TikTok, I don't think, much either. I haven't seen her run in lives or anything.
She was in the comments earlier and she was like, what's going on in here? And I told her, I was like, probably nothing for you because this is like comrade hour. And I didn't see her say much after that. So I'm guessing she didn't stick around. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Joyce, you might say that, but typically when I yell at people just, in real life at least, people just kind of giggle at me. It's fucking frustrating is what it is.
Oh no, I would hate to have that wrath like aimed at me. That would be something fierce. I don't feel like dealing with it.
Because if such a really nice person is mad at you, it makes you feel even worse.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, I don't know if y'all would have loved me so much the conversation earlier on Jenny's panel because I was pretty fiery against the left, like on the more Democrats and not so much the leftists. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude to anything. Like ultimately, it was a really cool conversation, and I would love to have more of it. But I was definitely. Like alongside Raz and Palette, like the three of us were definitely the opposition in that room because, talking about moving further left, and I openly admitted that, like, if the DNC were to put up a candidate like Kamala again, I understand why it happened the first time, right? I'm not questioning that, but I'm saying, like, if they were to put up someone like a Newsom or a Kamala again and not go a little bit more progressive, I would have to think twice about my vote. I'm feeling very, very, very underrepresented. And I know the logic we put behind it. Like, a vote for a third party is a vote for the right. I hear that. But I'm very set in my ideals, and I feel like I should be able to vote for who represents me the most and not.
And neither one of those two would do that.
Exactly, and so
they've got
it's just so I expressed that, and it was immediately like, oh, but that's childish, and it's a temper tantrum, and it's a this and it's a that, and it's like, no, like I'm just expressing how I feel. I might still vote blue no matter who, but I'm allowed to like wrestle with this idea, like that's okay.
I don't have any ill will towards Kamala, but I don't want her running. That is not the way that we're going to be able to succeed. We've got to do everything different than we've done before because we haven't been able to do much at all as far as, even like as far as winning, accomplishing anything. it's like the same old is not going to work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We
I
are
think.
gonna take it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say too that actually two things. The first one is that I was called by a bunch of what I would consider establishment or conservative Democrats. They were like, "Well, you're starting to really sound like a Trump supporter," and I'm like, "So you're saying like it was like no, that's completely inaccurate entirely." I had to leave that panel. That was early in my TikTok days, and go ahead, Mojo.
No. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Robot likes to do that. The further left you lean, the more he likes to see your blue MAGA.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But the thing is that I always tell people I am not a Democrat. I caucus with Democrats, and that distinction is very important. Even though I voted Democrat in literally every fucking election after 2012, I voted for. speaking of libertarians, I'm actually technically still in Texas a registered libertarian.
Wow.
I voted for what was Gary Johnson in 2012.
Oh,
I was like just 18 though, so I didn't know what the world was like really. But yeah, so I thought that was funny. But yeah, no.
So
No, go
I
ahead.
can't even count how many times they have called B a MAGA, and tell her that she's using MAGA rhetoric on a regular basis. I do that all the time.
well, yeah, of course I do that, but it's for me. I just simply rebranded the old guard conservative Democrats as Blue MAGA because that's essentially what they are.
Right.
They're just conservatives on this side of the aisle.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I agree with that.
I don't even know what that means.
No, I get it.
Like, it's so easy for. I'll give you this example. Like John McCain's daughter, for example, like switched from Republican to Democrat. There have been other people that have switched from Republican to Democrat, and it's just very easy for them to do so because, economically speaking, the Democrats and the Republicans, the establishment anyway, are exactly the same when it comes to at least pro-capitalist policies. Now, the Republicans fuck it up all the time, but the Democrats are basically the bastion of neoliberal economics. So, for me, like that is really hard because I go into these lives with people that are true Democrats, and they're like, well, we can, bring like incremental change or things like that. And I'm like, you realize that 40,000 people are unalived every year due to lack of healthcare, right? Yeah. Like preventable causes.
Agreed. Except we have to understand the reality. And I think it's more important to have a president that may not be able to speak to being as progressive as they would like to be, aka like Obama, but that Congress is far more important to me because that's how you start swinging more to progressive and then sock dem, which is about as far as I'm willing to go. But I just think that we need to have a wide umbrella. And so I'm lucky I have a progressive congresswoman who is just elected, who is really great. As much as I don't like his politics, Cory Booker and Andy Kim are both very responsive senators. So, I mean, we've called them, we visited their office in DC, and again, then locally, you can be more progressive. The president isn't as important to me as the Congress is. He needs to sign those progressive bills coming out of Congress.
No, I think that you make a valid point. I think that people underestimate the power of the legislature, especially people that are not politically as politically literate, because a lot of the things that the presidency is. I don't know. I would say that the presidency is not as powerful, but we're seeing now that the executive branch has a lot of unchecked power in our democracy, or if we can call it a democracy. And so it's kind of like we're seeing them test the limits of executive power, which is a little dangerous because you don't want it to be done with someone like Trump. But yeah, no, I think people mistake and say, oh, well, the midterms don't matter. Primaries don't matter and stuff like that. Like, I'm fortunate enough I'm an expat from Texas to Colorado, and I cannot tell you how much joy it filled me with to finally vote for candidates that actually fucking won something. And that was a big deal for me.
Hey, my candidates win all the time. I'm in Austin, Texas.
Well, obviously. Yeah, you're in an island, my friend.
Along the line of, taking away some importance from the president vote and more to like the Senate, Congress, and local elections. That's why, and gosh, I've never done this on your panel, Mojo, because I've heard you kind of yell at people for similar thought. But the other day on CT's panel, I posed the idea or the question of do we actually need a president? Like, why is it not just like the admin and a coalition government of sorts? I don't know, but that is kind of what made CT look into the coalition governments of, I think, Belgium and Germany specifically. I'm not quite sure, but it prompted a whole argument of like that kind of reform.
That was interesting. I was there. I don't want a parliamentary system at all.
Ooh.
So,
once again, I agree with V.
How is a president any different than a king?
Well, that's a recent turn of events, and we can ratchet some of that power back with a different Supreme Court. So my argument has always been we need to increase the House of Representatives because 465 is too much. We need to reform the court and have it reflect, we need more justices there, and then they can be randomly picked. If you want 9 on that case, you can randomly pick from the justices, let's say if you have 13 of them. And I forget the third thing, I wrote it down. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I don't like the idea. I think the prime minister, especially a turnover every 2 years of an election, no. There would be no.
Our prime minister aren't selected every 2 years. I don't know where that came from.
It was a discussion point in the debate from the other live. It was CT was like every 2 years. And
that's
then
too fast. Yeah, you can't get anything done.
Right. But I also don't like the idea of the majority party wins, like what has happened in Great Britain. So it's great when you can have coalition governments, but in Great Britain, they didn't. And the damage done by that Conservative Party will be felt for decades.
Just think about what almost happened to Canada. Like, if the other guy had won, I can't remember his name, over Carney, that entire governance would have been Conservative. That to me is kind of wild. I would not want to see that here.
So the reason why I posed the question of how is a president different than a king in modern day, right? Like not the kings back in the day that had, whatever. I'm just talking like modern day, like Western European countries who still have, like Belgium, they still have a king who, like, they have veto right and they sign things in law and they, like, basically, like, a lot of what they do is similar to what the U.S. president does. And so that's why I'm like, what is truly different about that?
So
sorry, I've been sorry to interrupt, and I might be echoing because I'm teleporting. The reason why Canada and the UK suck when it comes to that, it's not a problem of parliamentary systems. It's a problem of first past the post, a winner take all system. Coalition governments form when you have proportional representation. I absolutely believe in a parliamentary system. It's just an electoral process. We don't need first past the post. That's some old school shit. Coalition governments form when you have proportional representation. You get 30% of the vote, you roughly get 30% of the seats.
I agree with that, Civics, though the issue I have with that is y'all haven't gotten past the winner take all kind of thing. If you can't get past it and you want to install your system here, that's that's where I'm like, nah, because we're going to have the exact same thing. That's what every time we do any kind of model change to a governance, it's usually based like how you are currently framed. And if you haven't gotten out of that winner take all thing, then here wouldn't get out of that winner take all thing. So to me, that's a non-starter. That's why I don't want it.
I feel like the biggest thing is that parliamentary systems are more representative than what we have. I mean, period. When you compare the UK did go through, I don't know how many prime ministers and I don't know how many snap elections to get the Conservatives out. But the thing is that rapid change is a part of, I think that's a representation of a democratic process, because the people that are not equipped to fulfill the mandates of the people, regardless of whether you believe in it or think that it's right, is important. And representative democracies like that, parliamentary democracies like that, allow for more like, I feel like parliamentary systems are more like a direct democratic system than what we have here, because they call elections whenever. Like they have snap elections all the time. That's how Theresa May lost I don't know how many seats in parliament. The problem is, in the same way that's mirrored here, the problem is that you have one party, which is generally the Conservatives or the center right, which is now more right, making these really bad decisions and oppressing the working class, oppressing minorities, right? And you have the quote unquote left or center left party, which is in the United States is more conservative than liberal. You have them just co-opting Republicans, or you have them co-opting the right. And it's the same thing over there. Keir Starmer, I think I brought this up in this panel once. Keir Starmer, won the election and didn't have a platform. And then now he's out, been replaced by someone else. So the same problems of the mechanisms of capital, the same problems of the mechanisms of capitalism still exist in both systems. The political system itself doesn't really matter if the people do not have the representation.
I think it's less representative. Sorry, go ahead, Fee.
No, it's winner takes all. And that can be a decade or more. So, I think they had at least in the UK every 4 years.
Why does it have to be?
Why does what have to be?
Why does it have to be winner take all?
In a parliamentary system?
Did you hear what I said when I first came on this panel?
I guess
I think we both heard it, but once again, civics, like if you look at any emerging new governance around the world, no matter what system they are basing it on, they are basing it specifically on how that system is currently set up. If it's off the United States and our constitutional system with the president and, the three co-equal branches, they base it exactly how we already have it set up. Maybe they don't have as many justices or they have more justices in the Supreme Court, but still it's three co-equal branches. And the parliamentary system that you are currently in, if we were to look at any other country that set up a new governance based off of Canada's system or Great Britain's, they have that winner take all in there. Like, that's all I'm getting at. If we set up this new governance based on your parliament, we are going to have that as well. And this is just the historical fact.
It's the same way in a presidential republic.
That's not the answer. That's not it. The electoral process, the electoral system is first past the post. That has nothing to do with the parliamentary system. A parliamentary system, the Westminster style, can have any kind of electoral process. Why would you, if you're all bitching about a winner take all, first past the post, then don't have that. That has nothing to do with the parliamentary system. That's just the electoral process. You can have ranked choice, proportional representation, and still have a parliament. The winner take all aspect of it is not baked in to the parliamentary system. There are other parliaments around Europe and around the rest of the world that don't have first past the post.
Well, which one? Just name me one. That way I can get more familiar with it.
Sweden,
okay,
Germany.
Let me look at Sweden's. Well, Germany's is quite a bit different as well. Like if,
I mean,
for instance, if the coalition falls apart, in Germany, the separate states, they can have a new election to put in new people from their parties, or even a new party that comes in. And that, to me, it's really wild because, like, I'm here in Texas, and for instance, we have somebody in California that, has a lot of my same ideology, but they're more specifically concerned about what's going on in California. So they're going to, have some other rules like, Hollywood can take over these green spaces so they can shoot their movies, which sounds all great for you out there. But here, that like fucks up my whole afternoon where I want to go to a green space and have lunch, between working hours. And now I can't. But I mean, that's one hyper specific thing, but that's what happens in Germany. Like you'll have people from the different states that end up taking over at the party central if the coalition falls apart.
yeah, and to answer your question, Rod, and I needed to make sure I understood it right, so I went and Googled it. But so you asked to give you one that's not first past the post, and Belgium would be it. It is not at all that. It's what is it like? It says here proportional representation. These words are all new for me in English. I'm struggling.
Yeah, we could do the same thing with our system. I think that it's the same thing we have a presidential republic, right? So we have the same. We have first past the post here in most states, except for a few that have decided that they wanted to do something like proportional voting. And I think that particular problem is in both systems if it's allowed in both systems.
All these countries have prime ministers, yes?
Yes.
Except for Germany that has a chancellor. Well, they do have a prime minister too, don't they?
Okay, so they all have executives. I don't know what you mean by why do we have to have a president?
The prime minister in Belgium is just like, it feels like a silly position. But that's just me.
I don't know. Our Constitution is held for this long. Some countries do not have a written constitution. And beyond that, I think, the founding fathers knew about a parliamentary system. They had considered it.
Yeah, but
and they came up with this one, so that changed moved slowly.
Why do you? I've heard that before. Why do so many people here on TikTok claim that other countries don't have written constitutions? Like we do.
You do, but England does not, nor does, I don't know if France does. I'd have to look that up. It's been a while since I've
does
gone
have a
through.
constitution now. Though they are still a monarchy, they are a constitutional monarchy. Yes.
So they now have a written one.
Yes. So does Canada, which is also a constitutional monarchy. Australia, constitutional monarchy. New Zealand, constitutional monarchy, which they're all the same monarchy, but we'll look past that for the moment because I'm looking at Belgium, and your districts are based on language, not specific to region, other than Brussels, which is the capital region.
Well, that might be the way it is translated then, because it is based on region. Those regions just happen to be mostly like French, German, and Dutch or Flemish, right? But like they are specific regions. Like the voting is often it's like the northeast, the southwest, and then like this. Or the northwest, the southeast, and then like this little teeny tiny part in like the east that is German. You could probably draw borders around it.
Yeah, so it says here that it's the Chamber of Representatives is set to 150, which there are 5 Flemish regions, which are 87 seats, 5 Walloon, which are 48 seats, and the bilingual district of Brussels, which has 15 seats. And the districts and provinces and the Brussels capital region, each district is given a number of seats proportional to its population, not the number of voters, ranging from 4 for Luxembourg to 24 for Antwerp. So they're linguistically based rather than population or area.
I need to push back really quick.
All right, I just fact check. Just a fact check. No, they do not. UK has a constitution, but it is not codified. It is not written. It's not a document.
It is. It may not be codified, but it is written. They are legal documents. They're just not codified.
But not
they don't have to be
arcing one. That's all.
Yeah, that's.
They don't have to be codified in order to be written down, though. Like
it. Okay, but it isn't codified. The judges. It's common law, historical traditions, all across the acts of Parliament, and including unwritten practices. So there is a difference between having a codified and uncodified constitution. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I just say this is my preference.
I respectfully disagree, and the reason specifically why I disagree is because even in our explicitly written constitution and even in our explicitly written political system, you still have these unspoken, unwritten traditions or not, which is exactly what Trump and the administration and the Republicans have taken advantage of, because even though we have explicit powers given to the president and to Congress over time through judicial review and through judicial mandates, right? Those things have been like morphed and changed and evolved. But now we're in a situation to where you have constitutional literalists who are saying like, this is it. And this is the extent, and the president can do whatever it is with this general definition of what the president does according to the constitutional law. So you still have it's still, I mean, how many things has Trump done that has been unprecedented? I've lost count. Like as far as just breaking presidential tradition. And I think that that's important to highlight.
Agreed, which is why Congress needs to be changed the most. I don't think we're ever going to be able to rewrite our Constitution, so I would rather reform it. It's a great exercise in discussing what we can and can't do, but I guess I'm too much of a traditionalist. And our Constitution has stood for 250 years. Well, since 1787, technically. So I don't have an issue with the way our system works at a federal level. But that's me.
Not even with the Electoral College?
No, that's the other thing. Remember I said there were 3 things? The Electoral College has to go. Absolutely.
Okay. I must have missed that.
100%. And I don't mind ranked choice voting and all of that. Like I said, add more seats so we have more representatives, but I like the checks and balances within the 3 parts of Congress. I'm sorry, of our government.
I do too. I think that that's important, that one branch doesn't override, doesn't supersede the other. That's a very good thing to have in our institutions. The thing is, though, is that the legislative and judicial branches and our, especially in this administration, have been co-opted in a way that has expanded the powers of one man. And I feel like parliamentary systems can suffer from that. But I mean, even if you look at German federalism, so post World War II, Germany did some really crazy, they did some crazy shit in World War II. But afterwards, as far as their government, they did some strange things with how their president runs, they stripped the powers of the presidency. They did so many things to sort of try and balance it out so that way the party that wouldn't be able to get in power. And it worked, and it keeps working, even though you have the German system, even though you have in Germany this rise of fascism, which you do in every country now. like they still cannot, it's almost mathematically impossible for them to take complete control and power. Here, we don't have that. We have a system where, and it is first past the post, which is not great. It is the electoral college. It is the fact that, the federal government's designed specifically to help landowners in rural areas. That's specifically designed to counterbalance them specifically. So I guess I lost the point. I think my point in all of that is saying, like, this one person still has like unprecedented amounts of power, and the checks and balances that has historically kept that power in check are no longer there, even though he's losing certain like Supreme Court rulings and things like that. He's getting a lot of things that he wanted. And so that is problematic.
I have a question for Fee and Robot mostly, because y'all seem to be on a similar page compared to everyone else. But why do you think that like a coalition government or a parliamentary system does not mean more representation when aren't those? I mean, at least for coalition governments, they are built out of a couple of parties that are forced to work together, meaning that there's more than just a certain section of the population represented, right? And you vote out of a variety of parties. You vote for a party that is much closer to what you truly believe in than just the left versus the right. So I think I'm kind of lost there in terms of how it would not be more representative than a two-party system.
You want to go first, Fee?
No, you can go.
Oh, okay. For me specifically, I think it is less representative because at the moment we do coalition. Like, I'm a progressive in the Progressive Party, primarily the Forward Party, which is our new age or new progressivism. We already coalition. We just coalition with Democrats. And I mean, if we get any other party, even Republicans that have a candidate that starts with our rhetoric and stuff, I mean, that's who we throw our votes in behind and we start coalitioning with. So we already do that, and we have direct representation. I vote for progressives, particularly from my party.
And you, Fee?
I don't think we have to redo our Constitution in order to have better representation. And there are coalitions. We just need to vote the people that align with us. And typically they fall in one of the two parties. We have to have a wide umbrella. And I've been saying that for a while. But I would like to reform what we have now before we I just think it would be a revolution, to be honest with you, Ella. I don't think the American people, especially the conservatives, would ever be willing to do that. So we can have a theoretical discussion when it's not 10:30 at night. I'm a little tired, but because it's a great conversation. I don't know. I think I'm a traditionalist. And I took a long time studying systems, and this one hasn't worked for about 10 years. And yes, before then, it was still slow moving, but that was by design. It's not like we didn't think about those things.
So neither of you think that the current system may have outgrown, or that the current state of the society and the country and the size of it all may have outgrown the system a little bit?
Well, how are you going to handle states then? You're going to be voting for, how do state governments work in your environment? Same way they do here? Or are we going to dissolve the borders of our states?
No, I like it. No, because we have provinces. We have
Right.
local government, 100%. But I think in terms of the United States, I actually likened it more to the EU in Europe because of its size, right? I think it's really hard to compare something like the US to a small country like Belgium in terms of how do I put this? Each state in the US is so different from each other in terms of geography, in terms of the people that live there, and that also dictates the needs, right? Like if a mountainous area is going to have different needs from a desert area. And so I think that it is really tough to regulate it all from one higher level space. The individual, like regional governments need to exist.
Do you think they need to have more power in your perfect world?
Actually, that's why I said I would liken it to the EU in terms of like in Europe, each country has their own government, but there is an overarching governing body that is called the EU, but they only have very high level regulation, right? Like each country still governs itself beyond that. And I almost think that might benefit the US a little better, maybe. If you're not going to have a coalition government, then I think that's the way to go, because clearly this country is so diverse that like one unified government, it doesn't really seem to do so well recently.
It would be interesting.
We could have coalitions within our Congress, right? Having first past the post is why we have a two-party system. First past the post works great for a two-party system, but it's outdated. No new government or any kind of constitutional change that we've seen in the last 50 years have tried to implement first past the post because it's dated. The only people that refuse to change it are the ones that consistently win. So in Canada and the US, the Republicans and the Democrats, the Liberals and the Conservatives consistently always form government under that system, so they have no reason to change it. We can easily have ranked choice voting and more representation so that there's libertarians within one of the wings. We could have actual DSA. We don't have to change the Democrats. Like, you want two right of center parties or left of center parties? Cool, let them fucking exist. But what would end up happening is that they would have to caucus with them the way that independents caucus with them. But at the end of the day, if you want socialist ideals, you don't have to hide within a party. You can just have a socialist party.
How do you limit?
I'm after Fee, by the way.
How do you limit the number of parties you have?
Don't.
You realize we would have like 10,000 different parties on a ballot, right?
Sure. And will they win?
I don't know, but you got to go through all of them, don't you? And especially if you're going to do ranked choice voting, do you have to rank 10,000 people?
Each state is going to have their own candidates in each of the parties. So would that work at a state level as well?
Well, we have like 5,000 or some odd active political parties in the United States currently. So these questions are actually
how many make it on the ballot?
I saw 6 or 7.
Maybe 4 or 5 that I've seen at the max.
Yeah. So how do you limit it?
I personally,
if you want.
How we currently do it is by signatures. You have to have X amount of people that are supporting your candidacy to make it onto a ballot, which for the smaller parties, they just don't have the numbers.
Yeah, that's for states.
I believe
state positions, not national positions.
I think that I'm kind of, this is going to be a controversial statement. I think I believe in I think that a very centralized federalist system for the United States is what we should have. I really think that we should claw away quite a few rights of the states to do things, in particular when it comes to education, because our country is large and we have diverse needs, and that's fine, but we do need a little bit more centralized control over over like the power and over political power, and this concept of like marble cake federalism, which is what it's called now, where it's kind of difficult to distinguish between what the states have political control over and what the federal government has political control over. Those are different. It's kind of mixed right now, but I truly believe in a more centralized federal government. I think that's probably best, because we have too many people that are doing too many things. There's too much gerrymandering. There's too much. It's a lot, and we can't even do things like expand Medicaid, right, and make that a national mandate and force states to expand Medicaid program spending, even though the money is there. So, I don't really see here, especially like Texas, we can handle your education system. We can handle your Medicaid and healthcare system. We can mandate and regulate that all ourselves. You guys just decide what statue you want outside, and that's fine. And you guys can figure out what company you want to hire to mow the lawn. Like, I'm serious. That's really what I believe.
I like this, that people feel comfortable enough to just like state what they believe in here. I think there are panels where they know they would get eviscerated and they would never actually state what they believe in. So I like that.
I actually agree with you. I
Really?
agree with everything you just said. Yeah.
Well,
I think we should have more Taco Bells littered across the country.
Yes, absolutely. We should. And we should have.
That's corporatism, though.
Oh, worker cooperative Taco Bells, though. Like, that's the.
I don't know what it is with all y'all and Taco Bell. It's junk food. Stop it.
It's delicious. Have you had a beefy 5-layer burrito? Have you ever tasted one? Because if you have, you will know.
Have you ever, quote, blown up a bathroom? Because that's how you blow up a bathroom.
See, that's not a good selling point, Brobot. Like, you have to tell them about it's good food. It's like crack.
There's a new update. Apparently, the test that they did, where they confirmed that Taylor Farms was the problem, apparently that was a false positive. So we don't know who patient 0 was.
And it wasn't Taco Bell. Taco Bell has been exonerated.
But it'll still make you blow up the bathroom, just not because of their lettuce.
Yeah, but the 30 minutes before that point is what makes it okay.
It only takes 30 minutes for Taco Bell to run through you. Jesus.
Well, it's subject, the population size and samples, and whether or not that's actually double blind or peer reviewed is important to say. But yeah, like 30 minutes to 2 hours.
Well, hopefully it's blind. I mean, I don't want to be in there while they're doing it.
Yeah, double blind. Like, nobody wants to see that shit. Literally. I'm so sorry. My bad.
Yeah, so JD, sure.
What's up,
how
Brandon?
much does a new toilet cost, JD? I'm sure you bought a few.
800 installed.
Really?
Oh,
Jesus.
Yeah.
Talk about inflation.
Oh shit!
Plumbers are not cheap, y'all. Plumbers are
You do
expensive.
know
They're
you can install your
critical
own
tradesmen.
toilet. This is
I'm
not
aware.
rocket science. You can install your own toilet, right?
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
I wouldn't
just saying.
myself. Like, I
you
could
want
do
it done properly by a professional.
Fee, I only saw the first part of your message. It went away for me too fast. It went away too fast for me to click on it. But I'm gonna say no, and I'm pretty sure it's just projection. Ignore it.
Okay, thank you. But I would appreciate if you told me.
Yeah, I am the type of person that would. So don't worry.
Thanks. I like that we had this discussion because I do think we need reform. Absolutely. I just don't think we need to blow up our Constitution in order to do it.
I agree with you, Fee, that like the idea of a constitutional amendment to do like some pretty invasive systemic changes is not reasonable. I think that Republicans also have a vested interest in keeping things like the Electoral College alive.
Sure.
Because it's the only way that they win elections. So, it's kind of like, yeah, I understand that. I really don't think, I guess I'm not a very good patriot, really. Like,
Well, I don't think it's not.
Go ahead.
It's kind of what I did at university, but it's been a while. Civics kind of challenged me, and that's a good thing because it just brings back some of what I used to do. But I mean, I don't know.
I see your face in the comments, Brendan. I don't know if this is the conversation you want to partake in.
No, we were just talking about if we need reform.
Weeks ago, this is what I was focusing on because I can see where this is going. Right? You hear some of the rhetoric that's used, and it takes a while to seep in. When I ask questions like, "Do you consider yourself a patriot?" Right? When I hear rhetoric like no one's illegal on stolen land, you start to hear rhetoric like, "Oh, the reason all the people are coming here is because we're destabilizing their countries." Well, would you go to a country that destabilized your homeland because it was a nice place to live, or because you wanted to fuck some shit up?
Where do you expect them to go?
Yeah, I think.
What do you mean? Look? If somebody blows up my neighborhood, I'm going to rebuild it. I'm not going to go to the country that blew up my neighborhood. It's just it's so. It's like cognitive dissonance.
If you're worried about being safe from the country that just blew up your fucking state, your house, your neighborhood, your whatever, the safest place for you to go would be the country that blew it up, because they're not going to blow up their own fucking state.
You don't have to hold my hand through the weird justification. The point I'm trying to make is all of this rhetoric, these justifications that you're creating paint the left as kind of un-American. So I've been asking over the last 2 weeks, do you consider yourself, a patriot? And Mojo, you always do. I mean, you've teared up at the national anthem a couple times, if I recall. And but right now there's a reconciliation happening, or attempting to have a reconciliation between two wings of the Democrat Party that are fighting for supremacy. This would be the classical liberals and the socialists.
No.
Okay.
Don't be so
If you say so.
Wait, hold on. He's absolutely correct. What the fuck just happened today?
But I think there's not just fighting happening, right? Like there's also these conversations, and the conversations that Pallet and Raz and I had this morning on Jenny's panel with the casual observer was there. I'm sorry, I forgot, Mr. Wednesday or maybe Darwin. Like there were other people that were more on the left of center, regular Democrat kind of space, and then like far lefties. And it wasn't a fight. It was a passionate conversation, but it wasn't a fight. And it was really just like coming to a point where we could try each other's viewpoints and maybe find some kind of consensus. And I think that those are important conversations. And for Brendan to come up here and paint it as if it's all just infighting is an incorrect statement.
I would like to, so I hate to say this, but Brendan is right. The thing is that in the Democratic space right now, you have, especially in our primaries and especially in the blue states, you have this like fight for the heart. I hate using that term. That's very hyperbolic, but fight for the heart of the Democratic Party, because for so long we've had this like growing progressive movement that has been sort of I'm not a Democrat. The Democrats have had this like growing progressive movement that has been the undercurrent of many of our primaries and also our presidential elections. Now we're coming to a point where the demographics have changed so much that it is a fight. And I really do view it as that. Like our options here, we have two options as I caucus with Democrats. I'm not a Democrat. The Democrats, are basically holding two options in their hand. The first one is that we really need to do what we need to do to systemically change our country and make it better, or we capitulate to fascism. and our country is lost. That's the fight.
I don't think that's it at all.
He is a partisan.
Let's give it to him. Let's say even if there is some fighting or some infighting or whatever you want to call it, how does that not make us patriotic? If we're fighting to figure out how to make this country the best version of itself, how is that not a patriotic thing to do? You tell me.
I would say me or Brendan.
Well, anyone in general, but I guess Brendan specifically here because that's what you're challenging, right, Brendan?
Well, yeah. I mean, what I'm doing is I'm pointing out the rhetoric, right? This idea that somehow white cis men are the oppressors, and you know the government needs to be replaced with, you know, a what do they call it? A congregation of oppressed peoples instead of having a Senate. I mean, the rhetoric that they're deploying is distinctly and wholly un-American. It calls for, like they were saying, the destruction of the Constitution, you know, the tearing down of all our institutions because they're racist and all this nasty bullshit. And it to say that you're trying to paint yourself as Americans or patriotic Americans, it shows me you've lost the plot, Ella, and speaks to the point I was making prior to that, which is this idea that when you're out of power, you clothe yourselves in the Constitution and the flag. But the minute you're in power, you undermine our bedrock foundational principles.
That's exactly what MAGA is doing.
I'm gonna say that one of our biggest problems that we have with this infighting that he's talking about is going to be Joy's here. This is why it bugs me so bad when I ask somebody who they voted for or whether they're a Democrat or Republican, and they say, I'm not a Democrat. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that somebody that is as far left as he is can have a hard time saying that they're a Democrat.
I'm not surprised you clocked that, Mojo. That was a damn good catch. I caught that too.
The reason why I said that specific... Sorry, Ella, you go ahead.
I'm just going to ask, how is it acceptable for people on the right for some to be MAGA and for others to not be MAGA, or for some to say, well, I'm a Republican or I'm a conservative but maybe not a Republican, or vice versa? Like, it's okay for y'all to do that on your side, but when there's even the smallest hint of that on our side, it's not okay? Like, that seems silly to me.
They're all Republican. They're going to vote for Republicans. They will tell you.
I've heard plenty come on your panel and they're like, well, I'm conservative, I'm not a Republican, or, you know, I'm a Republican, but I'm not MAGA. Like, they identify themselves as different things as well. You just have to listen.
So they say they're MAGA.
Here's why.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why I said that. Okay, if a Republican came up and was basically running the same platform as Bernie Sanders, I would vote for them. But the thing is that we don't have that balance in both parties, so I'm forced to vote Democrat. I don't want to. I think the Democrats, as a party, collectively serve the interests of corporations and serve the interest of the 1%, just like Republicans do. But, you know, I mean, I would rather live under a regime where I have gay rights than a regime where I have no rights and they don't treat me as a human being. So I think that my stance is justified because I believe that the Democratic Party is a catch-all for everyone from extreme leftists who still believe in the democratic process, you know, roughly, or, you know, a sliver of it, all the way to progressive democratic conservatives, which do exist. They do exist. They run the party. So
who else?
That's my.
Who else thinks that if Bernie Sanders ran against Trump in 2016, he would have won?
He would have.
He would have.
Absolutely.
100%. He would have won.
We have the polls to back it up.
It's got to sting.
Yeah, because and this is why I stopped reading Politico, honestly, because it was like the whole time it was literally like a presidential coronation of Hillary Clinton, like as if she deserved it, you know, and that really makes me mad because
She
like
did win the popular vote.
Yeah,
she said it's my turn, and that really pissed me off.
That's
no.
Yeah.
we don't fucking hand down fucking power of the presidency to anybody. Fuck that.
You don't deserve.
So Biden wins. Biden wins because of COVID. That's it. No other reason. If we continue this process that's going on right now, right here, right on this panel right now, we'll never win another presidential election.
I'm sorry, Mojo. I lost the last part of your sentence. What did you say?
I said that if we continue doing what we're doing right now, we will never win another presidential election.
You
But
mean
having
this?
conversation, yeah, what's wrong with that?
Because we're sitting here talking about 2016 and you're doing so at the behest of Donovan because he fucking knows this shit too. We're sitting here talking about 2016 and whether Bernie would have won or not, and why the party sucks because Bernie didn't win. We will never get behind another candidate like we have in the past. Again, if we continue down this path.
I don't necessarily like looking at the past like that. I don't mind looking at the past for learning, but I don't enjoy getting stuck in it. So I was not part of that conversation.
Mojo's right. Let's talk about how he's doing harm by spreading false Marxism.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah.
I would like to disagree with you, Mojo. I think that this is important because Democrats have, in particular, have a hypocrisy problem. Most of the states that they, run, and this was an op-ed that was done by, I think it was either the New York Times or the Washington Post, by a Democratic strategist. And in the video, it was on YouTube. And in the video, he basically says that the blue states that are there have the highest rates of homelessness, have the highest rates of rent prices and food prices and things like that. It's very expensive to live in those places. And it said, it talked about a lot, like here, right in Colorado, we have the highest number of billionaires located in the state of Colorado, behind New York, which is a blue state, and California, which is a blue state. So, we have this problem. And if we don't address it publicly and say, yes, we're not saying that the party is perfect, but there are people in the party that want to change the way that works, I think that's important for people, especially conservatives, who recognize the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party, but use that as a weapon against us.
Okay. I'm seeing Brendan in the comments, and I'm already just like, why, Brendan? What is it? Like, those aren't even the people that are like doing any kind of groundwork to be a viable candidate coming up, or at least not that we've seen yet. If you want to know what's actually being pulled in the Democratic sphere on who the candidates might maybe be and who has done some groundwork, happy to talk about that. But I'm not going to take your Hillary Clinton bait.
Neither am I. That was silly.
Okay, except she was at the Munich Security Conference, yes?
No,
Well,
it's not necessary.
No, he wasn't? Okay.
I'll take debate because isn't the Republicans right now talking about heretical lines of succession for Trump? Like having Don Jr. or one of the other Trump kids running?
Are you really want us to comment on the tea that's sipped in the West Wing? Is that what you want to do?
Any more than
Essentially, I'm just saying that Trump is no better. He's just Hillary 2.0, or Hillary in a man suit.
That's a terrifying mental picture. Thank you for that.
But not to
You're
change
welcome.
the subject, but subject adjacent. Why isn't Barron Trump signing up to go and defend his country in Iran?
Because they don't have a uniform big enough to fit him.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
He's massive. Have you seen it? He's like close to 7 feet tall. The kid is huge.
No, but that was kind of...
Who cares?
Well, didn't he inherit his father's bone spurs?
Probably.
Probably.
Maybe they'll overdose him on testosterone.
My God. Is Donovan now referring to 1930s zoot suits?
What?
Huh? I just didn't know you came in.
I'm here.
I wasn't looking at the screen. I just heard you.
There was one box open, and usually I wouldn't do it, but it's messy. I had no choice.
No, that's totally cool. I just said
Scared
messy
him.
because I just heard her speaking. I know voices.
What have y'all been
I was
talking
just gonna
about?
say I'm dropping in 10 minutes. I just want to let everybody know. So if we get in a heated discussion, I actually have to leave in 10 minutes. It's
Mid sentence.
All right. For future reference, don't do that to me.
Okay.
Messy,
if
we
you
were
ever
talking
say-
about the
Mojo,
He's
don't
just
tell him.
giving you a heads up.
In 10
So
minutes, I'm going to drop
mean.
him whether he likes it or not.
No, Brobot, don't do that. Preserve my illusion of control.
Anytime somebody ever says, I'm going to leave after this, and then they start talking, I'm going to drop them. You don't get to say something and then fucking leave without a response. I'm not going to allow that to happen on my panel. Fuck you all for doing
You
it.
don't like closing statements?
I don't like. No.
Announcing one's departure. But Messi, what we were talking about currently is the schism arising in the Democrat Party, and how much easier the Democrat socialists are going to have it when the classical liberals put up Hillary Clinton as the next political candidate.
Nah. They'll put Kamala. I can't talk today. They'll put Kamala or Newsom up before they put Hillary back up.
No, and I'll tell you why that's not true. Because Hillary Clinton, for all her blemishes, is still the best debater. She has the most accomplishments. And if she's in good health, which is what she'll have to prove, she will be your candidate in 2028.
Hillary?
And I am. Yeah, if the DNC knows what's good for them, if they really do want to win, they would not do that.
It's going to give you the socialists. It's going to give the socialists more power, because people are going to lose their mind behind it. You're going to lose the independence. But the thing is that the momentum, the bulwark, the fucking infrastructure that you need in order to run an effective campaign would all line up behind Hillary Clinton for miles and miles before they did behind Kamala Harris. I mean, come on. Compare the two in your mind. Does Kamala Harris even come close to the type of experience that Hillary Clinton has, yes or no?
No, Hillary Clinton was fucking hated. Just really quick, Brendan. Under that idea, under that fucking same mindset and that same logical process that you went through, that somehow the DNC would bring Hillary back, the GOP is going to go with Jeb Bush because, nostalgia. They miss his brother, so they're just going to go with Jeb Bush. Assuming it's
no, because Clinton was part of the Obama administration, the venerated Obama. He's the bestest of the best. So no, it's completely different.
Yeah, but he was the former governor of Florida.
Look, I understand it's a prognostication, but I'm just saying. This is what I'm saying.
Just as much as you're full of shit. That was the point.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure you could say that.
Salty that a Democratic vice president from another administration won the fucking presidency. It's so wild. You don't have to be salty.
Again,
H. Bush won.
Yeah. Except he went to the left, right, of the Overton window. The Bushes endorsed Harris, and Trump got all the best Democrats. So, I mean, the Overton window is clearly shifting. And look at what Bill Maher just said. He told J.D. Vance that his vote was in play.
Yeah, who
Bill
gives a
Maher,
fuck?
classical liberals.
Have any of you tried looking at actual polling that's out there? Is this a thing, or are we just going to make up stories all night?
We're going off hopes and feels here, Ella.
Just vibes.
How's that making up stories? What are you talking?
You know what? Actually, it's going to be Michael Jackson and Prince ballot. I'm calling it right now.
Yes. Who's vice president? I'm sure they're going to vote for Democrats, both of them.
Why would that be? Why would that be?
That was a voter fraud joke. Just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, I get it. It's not funny, but I get it.
I'll make the bet with Donovan. Democrats will put up Hillary again just as soon as the Republicans start playing the Dixie Chicks again.
I still listen
I'm not ready to make night.
Were any of you old enough to remember what got Bill Maher's first show canceled?
Who's Bill Maher?
Anyone? Who is Bill Maher?
I know. He said it was effing brave the way those T's drove it
Yes.
into the North Tower where my husband was on the 61st floor. Yeah,
Precisely.
I remember. Yeah,
Precisely. Good call. Isn't it ironic now that those are the very same people that are taking over his political party?
The same people that went.
Isn't it interesting?
What are
The
you
Saudis?
rambling about?
Why do we listen? Why do we listen and respond to this nonsense? I'm so confused.
It's so
The Saudis are
silly.
taking over?
Oh, I don't even know. Brendan's not making a lot of sense lately. Or Donovan.
I saw a headline. Donald Trump is signing a deal with Saudi Arabia, allowing them to create nuclear power.
Yeah, they did that yesterday.
And y'all are surprised why?
Not really surprised. Well, maybe. I don't know. Iran can't have nukes, but Saudi Arabia, sure, why not? We'll go ahead and let them, enrich some uranium and shit.
That sounds like it will have no consequences whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we had a treaty about proliferation.
Come on now, quit being xenophobic. The Saudi Arabians can have nukes, they just can't have pilot license.
Ah, that's how we'll get them.
Didn't stop them the last time.
I don't know if I should laugh or if it's too soon.
Oh wait, was that a wait? Did I miss a joke?
It was a 9/11 joke.
Oh,
did you just autism all over the panel right now?
I did.
He did autism all over the panel.
I didn't take my
What?
booster today, guys. I'm sorry.
That's going to be a new phrase.
I don't like it.
Autism all over the panel. I'm about to autism all over the panel. Yes, that's absolutely going to be a fucking phrase from here on out.
Yay! I made history.
If only you made practical use of a soundboard, Mojo. That would be something you had to
have. Thanks for autism all over the panel.
Hey, that's why I'm here.
That's funny. Did I miss a joke or something?
I did. I didn't know. I can't tell. See, this is why I can't, like with trolls especially, I can't tell. I just can't. And so I get emotionally invested and they're like, no, that's a troll. And I'm like, well, fuck. You know what? He's still an asshole. I don't know what you want me to do.
That happens to me too, Joyce. You're not alone. We'll start a support group together.
There were two Iranians that came in last night to argue with us about Iran and the RIGC and stuff like that. And
they got mad at you much.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that within the first 30 seconds I figured out that they were just Zionists playing fucking Iranians. And I called them out on it and they got all pissed off at me. But then everybody in the room got pissed off at me too. Like I'm supposed to somehow leave these people up on the panel. And I'm still 95% sure that they were just fucking trolls that came into the room to promote Zionism.
No. One of them's on panels talking that same nonsense. But I did find it funny that as they were leaving, they were like, I guess this is just a white supremacist panel. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, Jesus, you went straight to 11 right away. Because when you asked her dead on, just like, hey, are you a Zionist? And she's like, well, why does that matter? And then, she didn't want to answer.
Who was this?
I can't remember. It's Iranian something or another.
Iranian Voices.
Iranian Voices underscore. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw her.
And I did. I flat out asked her, are you a Zionist? And she's like, why does that matter? I said, just answer the question. Are you a Zionist? I just thought that was fucked.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been 10 minutes, Joyce.
No, I still have 1 minute.
Oh, my clock's faster.
Yeah, it says 8. It says 8:59. Awkward.
Now
okay,
it's
now
10.
it says 9. All right, I gotta go. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Joyce.
Thanks for autism and all over the panel. I can't say it. I can't fucking say it. Autism.
It doesn't sound the same when you say it.
I have so many words I can't say. Welcome to being a foreigner or something.
Or something.
Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, Did the little kid in Jerry Maguire have autism?
I don't know, but I saw this shirt today on TikTok Shop that said country, CUNTRY, and I want it really bad.
Go figure. I'm wearing a shirt right now that says, "You're a dumbass. Change my mind."
That sounds about right.
That's a good one.
It's a real shirt?
Yeah, I'm wearing it right now.
I'm doing false advertisement. I'm wearing a shirt that says this is my cancer fighting shirt, but I'm not really fighting it anymore, so it's false advertisement.
I'm wearing a plain black shirt.
Who was the first change my mind guy again?
Me too, Civics.
Crowder, wasn't it? Stephen Crowder?
Yeah,
It was
Stephen Crowder.
Yeah.
Crowder with Crowder. I did actually enjoy that podcast quite often because he does the same thing that we attempt to do on a daily basis. Find the dumbest fucking people to argue with.
We don't want to go too dumb. Too dumb will get you banned.
I want to go.
Yeah. No. That's fresh and fit.
If you're on the panel, I want them as dumb as they come because I want to give you shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
They have been asking questions of the people on the whatever podcast, like, civics questions, geography questions, mathematics for the clickbait. Some of it's damn funny. Little frustrating.
You watch the whatever podcast, really?
Whatever podcast is even worse. That's a whole bunch of drunk, dumb people.
Mojo,
like, seriously, they pass around large bottles of alcohol before they start asking questions.
That sounds fun.
They do entertain them. See, look right there. Messi, you'd be great in the whatever podcast. But yeah, they do that. But no, Mojo, you're a YouTube content creator. You know how YouTube works. When you scroll, there's shorts, there's all kinds of stuff that can entertain you for the periods where you require entertainment. And in some of those places, there's obviously offerings from the whatever podcast. They're quite popular. Let's hope you get in there.
Are you not entertained?
There you go.
The fuck? Yeah, no, I've watched whatever, but only a few times because of the people that were on it. Destiny went on there a few times. Andrew Wilson. Fuck now.
He's a regular on there now. They even have him remotely, and he's smoking at the same time. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Well, if you haven't noticed, Andrew Wilson only really goes up to argue the etymology of a fucking word.
Yeah, he is super fucking obnoxious. He's like debate pro times 10. You can never have a conversation with that guy about anything.
I mean, realistically, if South Park wanted to hit the nail on the head, so to speak, they would have cast Cartman as Andrew Wilson rather than Charlie Kirk.
Give him some time. I'm sure they're writing about it. He's actually training, and this came out recently. He's training all the new crop of Turning Point debaters for social media.
Who is Crowder?
Andrew Wilson.
Oh, ew.
Yeah,
No,
Steve, let me.
Crowder.
I know exactly what that class probably sounds like. So what you're going to say to these whores is like, can you tell me where the word "the" comes from? Ha! You can't tell me where "the" came from.
That's pretty funny.
I just got through revamping my algorithm for my For You page. I spent about 20 minutes watching pranks, women doing like a video and saying, "Hi, I'm here with my current boyfriend, so-and-so." Getting their reactions is hilarious.
I get the men saying that about women and then women freaking out.
Oh, that's on your For You page?
Yeah.
The opposite?
This is my current wife, my current girlfriend, yes.
Huh.
And
do you laugh at it? Do you think it's funny? Because I thought it was hilarious.
It is pretty funny. I can't imagine why either. I get like a couple different different Latino couples that like to smash each other in the head with chanclas and shit. I don't know why.
Well, I kind of got to this because this girl, they were doing like a cookie whipped cream challenge, dipping the cookie in the whipped cream, and he let her try it, and then she went to go let him try it and put it on his face.
Yeah.
And he got a handful of the whipped cream, smacked her across the face, and then spit in her face.
Wow.
And apparently it's a page where they do DV skits, but it's not funny. Yeah, it's really weird.
Alrighty then.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've seen the tortilla challenge, which looks
this
silly.
wasn't that. This wasn't
Yeah.
that. And then
Slapping each other with tortillas.
Yeah.
And then that's what got me to this is my current boyfriend. And he was like they were sitting in the car and he was screaming in her face, had her grabbed by the arm. It was triggering. Damn. Crazy. Anywho.
Crazy.
Fuck Trump.
Crazy. Fuck Trump.
You first.
Yeah. No, thank you.
TikTok sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Love the TikTok shop. But TikTok still sucks. Yeah, there's like nobody online. Fuck.
Like the new PFP, Messi. You thinking of converting?
Damn, you're getting all kinds of attention with that shit.
Oh, 2 for 2. I did already.
Stop it. It's even worse. What the fuck? Not supposed to say that? That's wild.
Praise Allah.
Read read 33:37. I think it's Surah 33. Surah 33, line 37. Apparently, I've been studying up on Islam here and there. Apparently, Muhammad, he had an adopted son and he wanted his wife. So his son divorced her and then Muhammad married her. And when everyone kind of freaked out about it, he had to justify it. So he said that God told him he had to do it. And that's what that surah is about.
I like the book from the Bible where the 2 daughters get their dad drunk and then they rape him. That's a good one. Yeah.
To turn around, and the wife didn't listen. She turned around and she got turned into salt. She got turned into a pillar of salt. Yeah, and then they got him drunk and raped him, and both got pregnant.
And you think
It's
that's
wild.
the truth?
No, that's goon.
Okay.
That's goon babble. Just so you know.
It's what babble?
Goon babble. It's goon babble.
Is that spell that first 4 letters?
Goon. Goon.
Goon. Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So anyhow, if you are converting, there's some really interesting. You're not planning on going to the Middle East, though, are you, Messi?
Yeah, she's going out to Afghanistan tomorrow. You got that flight, right?
Red eye, baby.
Send me your flight.
Tuesday is here.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, girl.
Hey.
Your shirt's in the mail.
Laura, have you ever run into somebody called Iranian Voices?
Yes, she's a Persian Jew.
Oh, that's what it was, Mojo.
I fucking nailed it. I nailed it.
Yeah, she lives in let's say she lives in Texas. She's a Zionist. She aligns herself with Israel.
Okay, nobody's allowed to get mad at me ever again when I do shit like that. So she comes on the panel with some other dude and they're arguing, and like within a minute I just stopped her and asked her, "Are you a Zionist?" And she said, "Why does that matter?" I said, "I just want to know, are you a Zionist?" And she's like, "It doesn't fucking matter." And then she started talking again. And I'm like, "You're a damn Zionist. What is wrong with you?"
Wait a minute.
And then everybody in the comments, like all the liberals, were like, "What are you doing?" And they kept going off, and I ended up booting them off the panel. And everybody got really mad at me for that.
Could you help me out with something here? If Israel does return Iran to a peaceful nation, representative government, all that kind of stuff, then wouldn't they owe gratitude to Israel who helped facilitate that?
So no. Israel doesn't return anyone to a peaceful state. It itself is not a peaceful state.
Well, wait. I don't know if you realize this now, but they're currently bombing the shit out of the IRGC with the U.S.'s help.
Yeah, and the IRGC is still holding strong, which I do not care for the IRGC.
That's irrelevant.
However, Israel's intention is not to liberate Iran. Israel's intention is to control Iran.
Okay.
So
at the very least, change it from its current iteration. Yeah.
To the
change
Shah?
the form of the government. Yeah, they want to change the form of the government of Iran. They want something less, totalitarian, authoritarian, theocratic, fucking evil hellscape.
No, because they want to be representationally the theocratic, authoritarian position inside of Iran.
But they're not.
That's why they want to do that through the
they're
Shah.
not, and Iran is. You see the difference?
No, you're not. Donovan, I need you to hear me. Israel's interest in Iran's government is because Israel wants to control it. It has no interest in turning Iran into any liberated state.
You said that already.
No. Okay, so then no.
Well, one of the basic tenets of control is your ability to destroy it. And right now, Iran and the IRGC is pretty much as bad as it could possibly get. So the point I was trying to make is that if, let's say that the United States and Israel help an interim government into power until there can be free and fair elections observed by the international community, whatever. We're on a political panel, right, Laura? Right. So let's say that they facilitate, wonderful. Let's say they facilitate that. Wouldn't that new government and new country, who is rising from the ashes of totalitarianism, wouldn't they be friendly with Israel for helping facilitate that rebirth? No,
because they're giving birth to a new authoritarian, which would be the Shah. The Shah's not interim. The Shah would be permanent. If you believe,
he said it would be interim.
Okay, all right, okay. You know what? If my sister had a dick, she'd be my brother. Like, it doesn't matter what
does your sister's dick have anything to do with this?
It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't make it true.
Thanks for reminding me.
Do you understand? It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't make it
so much fun. Right. Yeah, we know. We
then
know.
What's your point?
So what we're doing is we're observing what's happening right now. So for you guys to say that they're literally, and what's funny is, Laura, you didn't even deny the fact that these people are Iranian, right? You said they're Iranian Zionists. Right. If these people who think that Israel is going to help heal Iran, then they would be pro-Israeli. Why is that some kind of revelation?
Because they don't care
it's so subversive.
Healing.
It's not subversive. It should be obvious.
Okay, I'll
stop.
Whenever you're done. Are you done, Donovan?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they don't care about healing Iran. What they want to do is they want Israel to expand. Part of Israel's expansion project, which is what Zionism is they want to place a leader inside of Iran. They cannot physically go in there and expand into it and turn it into, say, a greater part of Israel in terms of land grab. But what they can do is control it. This has nothing to do with the liberation of Iran. The Shah would not be an interim position. He would be a permanent position. And so in the long run, what you would see is another 79 would happen again in another 20 or 30 years, because you will have an uprising, because the Iranian people are sick and tired of the West and its representatives shoving representation and shoving leadership down their throat. Iran needs to be liberated on its own, and it needs to choose its own leader. Hopefully it will be secular, and hopefully it'll be a democracy, but it does not need to come at the hands of the United States and Israel. That's it.
So I heard today some Zionists talking about the Ben Gvir Canal, or centrifuge, something they're calling it, that's going to be going through north of Haifa, that we've been talking about, that they didn't want to talk about, that would give Israel 40% of the trade route access.
For oil, right?
All kinds of shit.
Mediterranean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were denying it. Now they're talking about it.
Mm-hmm. That's why they're going after southern Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now they're also giving, Trump wants to give uranium enrichment, wants to give Saudi Arabia permission to enrich uranium. So
Yeah.
there's that.
I don't understand that at all. Or what our allies, I mean, I thought we were trying to limit the amount of atomic weapons we have in this earth.
They didn't say weapons. They said enrich uranium for power. It's hard to tell other countries. It's hard to tell other countries that they can't have nuclear power given it's so efficient.
Yeah,
Given
we're
it's-
telling Iran that they can't, and we blew theirs all up to shit.
I wasn't finished. It's hard to tell them that they can't have nuclear power, but nuclear weapons is kind of a no-brainer. The problem is that the technology isn't that different.
Yeah. I fell asleep.
So up until now, Saudi Arabia has been pretty cooperative.
For real? Did you
Yeah,
really?
like I fell asleep and I just woke up to Brendan saying something like it's hard to tell another country if they can have nuclear. Like I thought I woke up in the upside down world. I was what the fuck's happening?
You did.
Jesus. Anyways, but
Brendan,
I'm
what
gonna log
was
off.
Saudi Arabia, were they our friend back in 2001?
Good night, Ella.
Good night.
Good night, Ella.
Good night. You're talking about the 19 hijackers being mainly from Saudi Arabia, yes?
Were they our friend then?
Well, yeah, Mecca is in Saudi Arabia, so you're gonna have a lot of religious zealots in Saudi Arabia. That doesn't mean they have allegiance to the Saudi Arabian royal family, right?
Let's get outside of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is Jelani our friend now? Because I'm pretty sure he was holding up U.S. soldiers' heads on camera not too long ago.
Is that the Syria guy?
You're talking about
Yep, that's the guy from Syria. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, whose heads were you holding up?
U.S. military.
Well, I was under the impression those were Israelis.
Those were Americans.
What?
Yeah, I don't remember this.
Yeah, I mean, had there not been
think they
such a
were
problem with
soldiers.
Bashir al-Assad, I mean,
Yeah.
Bashir al-Assad was very westernized. I think it was a huge mistake. And with regards to the chlorine gas attacks, I don't even think those were Assad's forces, like is widely reported. I think that was the ISIS remnants in the area that were simply releasing a industrial available gas to justify international involvement in the region.
So Jelani was part of Al Qaeda, and he
I'm
held
aware.
up U.S. He held up U.S. soldiers' heads.
It wasn't
That's a fact.
I think
were
it was
Americans.
the journalists, the American journalists. One of their
There
names
you
was
go.
Pearl.
That's
Yeah.
Daniel Pearl.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess it's okay now, right? That's weird.
Well, you just
No.
said the other day. I just thought that
No, I said he was a member of Al Qaeda. He held up two. I mean, I apologize. I thought they were military, but they were Americans. He held their heads up, and now he's in the Oval Office, and we're best buds with Syria. That's weird. You have
Gross.
Khashoggi.
These characterizations are so
You have
gross.
Khashoggi, who was a resident of the United States and a journalist for one of our major news outlets, newspaper outlets. MBS chopped him into pieces and threw him into a bath of acid. But we're good friends with them now too. That's weird. And also, they were most of the hijackers.
We
so
are good
there's
friends
that.
with MBS.
Yeah, it's a weird space that we live in here.
We
in the
pick and
United
choose the terrorists that we want to be involved with.
That's
It was
that's
alleged
exactly my
that
point.
Khashoggi had an involvement in the assassination attempt that occurred on the same day the shooting in Las Vegas, Nevada happened.
Khashoggi was gone years before that, Donovan. What are you talking
And
about?
there were Saudis that were at the
Donovan,
what was that fucking casino called? I got pregnant there. What was it called?
What?
Taj Mahal?
No,
Remember where you got pregnant?
it was the fucking hotel, Mandalay Bay. Mandalay Bay. Thank you. Yes, there were Saudis that were there. They own penthouses at that hotel, and they were there that day that happened.
Yeah,
That's fucked.
the crown prince's uncle owns a stake in the hotel. There was all kinds of shit that was going on behind that. But look, uh, having nuclear power from Saudi Arabia, they've been a very good ally recently, and they're aligned well with Trump. And they're clearly, if you're picking which part of Islam to endorse, the Sunnis seem like a good bet, mainly because the Shias are out of their mind. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you think that they're a good ally of Trump's because Trump is brain dead?
Look, I think that the issue is with Islam in the West. So I don't like it. Probably not even nearly as much as you might like it. But I think if we have a choice, it's a good choice. They've been good allies, so they should have nuclear power. I'm sure they'll comply with the agreement not to have nuclear weapons, though. What do you think?
Do you think that Trump lifting the sanctions off of Russia makes them our ally now?
No, they're a rival, not an ally, not an enemy.
The red carpet in Alaska was what you do for an enemy?
You're objecting to diplomacy. Red carpet's perfunctory.
When was the last time we put a red carpet out for someone? An adversary.
Every time. They usually meet at the White House. This was weird. They met in Alaska, or where did they meet?
China put out the red carpet for us recently, didn't they?
Don't know.
Yeah,
China.
they did. Is China an adversary?
I love China.
I'm sure you do. That doesn't speak to the question, though. Is China an adversary?
I don't think China's a threat
Fuck's sake.
any more than Iran was a threat.
Yeah, messy. Jeez. So it sounds like you're objecting to diplomacy. Putting out a red carpet should not be an objection. You know what I mean?
Mm-mm. Yeah, Laura, it is weird the people we align ourselves with. And
I just think it's really weird that we have short-term memory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! If Donald Trump does it, it's just okay.
Yeah.
In the minds of MAGA, the cult.
Yeah. But
I guarantee if Biden would have done any of that shit, god damn it, wouldn't they be up in arms?
Be smearing more shit on the walls.
You guys understand that it takes time, like when shit happens, right? Like when Bashar al-Assad's administration fell, there was all kinds of instability
you just gotta
there.
smear the shit.
There was all kinds of instability there for months, and we don't control who ends up on top of the shit heap. You get that, right? So we have a choice when we're presented with whatever fucking jihadi Islamist maniac ends up being the president of Syria, similar to other fucking shitholes over there. But we have a choice as to whether or not put out the red carpet or vacate his gray matter.
Donna,
So you would be pissed whether we did either. Messy.
Yeah, tell me.
That's how
tell me that
sophisticated you
tell me
and
you
Laura
wouldn't
are.
be. Tell me you wouldn't be
I'm quite
freaking the fuck out if it was Biden doing the exact same thing. Tell me that.
It was the Obama administration
Bullshit.
that destabilized
I
the region
said
in the
Biden.
first place.
I said, tell
Arab
me
Spring,
you wouldn't
ring the
have.
bells?
Tell me what you wouldn't have freaked the fuck out if Biden was putting out the red carpet for these people.
Oh, you know they would.
He did.
The man looked at his watch and
Problem was
talking about it.
Well, yeah, the problem was
He
is that
checked
the
the time
Democrats
of his
did everything
watch.
they could to keep under wraps that the guy was completely out to
At
lunch.
least he was there,
Donovan,
Brenda.
you're a
You
Democrat.
can only go in front. No, I'm not a Democrat.
Yes,
He's a
you are.
neocon.
I am not a Democrat.
He's a fucking neocon.
I'm closer to a classical liberal than any of you.
He's a neocon.
There's a lot of Democratic neocons.
That's probably
Hillary Clinton would be one of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, WC.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden both said that they would be interested in striking Iran at different times in the recent past.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying about memory, Laura?
That would not be what they said, by the way.
You can find it right now. You want to say
Yeah,
it?
you should find that because they never said they'd be interested in striking Iran. Nobody's ever said that besides Donald Trump.
No one has ever been dumb enough besides Donald Trump.
Yeah, they're a danger. I think they classified them as a danger to the U.S., a danger to the world, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But there was no talk about invading or striking Iran.
Donovan, who's housing Assad right now?
Sure.
And who did Donald Trump meet with and thought it was super cool to fly one of, what was it? What fighter jet did we have fly over? And gave the guy a big handshake and a hug. Who was that?
Which guy? Are you talking about Putin?
Putin.
Okay. Oh, so we're pretending it's high school. Yeah, good job, Laura.
High school.
Diplomacy, Brendan.
We have been warming up to people
That's what that is,
we have been warming up to countries and people that have harmed the United States. And you're cool with that as long as Trump is cool with that.
Yeah, here it is
I
right here.
promise you, if tomorrow
This is-
Donald Trump were to turn around and say public enemy number one is Russia, you'd be like, yeah, let's go get Assad.
Yeah, good job. ABC News, September 9, 2025, article titled Hillary Clinton says she will not hesitate to take military action if Iran attempts to get a nuclear weapon. That was 2015.
She's a neocon.
Okay, so you want me to do Joe Biden?
Wait,
too?
hold on. You just
Wow.
said, hold on. You just said 2025 and then you said 2015. That's
This
a little
article is from
confusing.
2015.
Okay, that's a little confusing. I'm not sure why you would have the alternating dates on there. That being said, if they got nukes, that's a big fucking if.
If they attempt to get nukes.
That's a big fucking if, isn't it?
Well, no, because if they attempt could suggest that if they were attempting, which means enriching uranium to a point where they were asking for the hose.
When was the JCPOA signed?
Wasn't it like, was it in 2015?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you want me to
Also
find Biden
makes
now?
sense.
I can find Biden's now. You want me to do that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, one second.
She absolutely did not say that she was interested in striking Iran. Not at all in any way, shape, or form.
Let me clarify. Hillary Clinton says she will, quote, not hesitate to take military action if Iran attempts to get a nuclear weapon.
She didn't show an interest in attacking Iran.
Oh, okay. So I didn't remember the quote verbatim, but you're saying that.
No, I'm telling you that they
version.
said they had commentary about Iran, not about an interest in striking Iran. Nobody made a fucking comment.
Yeah, I was paraphrasing. You're objecting to a distinction without a difference. I mean,
no, there is a huge difference. There's a fucking huge difference.
All right, let me find Biden's.
Especially since the JCPOA was just signed. Fucking wild shit. I don't know. You gotta have a Trump decoder ring, I guess, to make any of this shit make sense.
Just for clarification, the four heads was a freelance journalist, James Foley, Steven Sotloff, journalist, Peter Cassing, a former U.S. Army Ranger, and Kayla Mueller, humanitarian aid worker.
Wasn't this in the 2000s?
This was in, let me look it up. When was this? Give me 1 second. Sorry, Mojo. Um, 2014 for the journalist James Foley. 2014 Steven Sotloff. 2004. These were. I mean, it was the same time period. Peter Cassing, the former U.S. Army Ranger, was 2014, and then Kayla Mueller, the humanitarian aid worker, was 2015. They were all captured with the exception of James Foley, who was 2012. The other three were captured in 2013.
I thought it was earlier than that. Okay, my bad.
That's who we let in the White House, what, 8 months ago?
I know I'm just wrapping my head around the fact that we allowed someone in the White House with respect who was holding the heads of American citizens for the world to see.
It doesn't matter. You can't control who the leader is. You got to be friends with them. As long as you're Donald Trump.
Trump says it's okay, so it must be, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we put nanite tracking devices in the hummus. You're welcome.
What?
Donovan, when can you just go, that's fucked up? And we shouldn't have allowed for that. That's an L.
I think what frustrates me is that it's such a rudimentary objection, right? Like, it's the kind of red meat that you feed to the base, you know? It's like, it's not prime.
This coming from the guy who says, but they say death to America.
I've never objected to that. People can say whatever the fuck they want. My objection has always been to Hezbollah and to the shit that they do all over the world. And the fact that they're fucking slavers and what they do to women and what they do to LGBTQ. They're monsters. And you guys, like, you can criticize Christianity all day long. No problem. Oh, because he's priested this. Largely, other than, Bernard Law and maybe some of the other ones, for a large part, they were punished. But these other people over here, you can never criticize them. And not only because, and some of you might believe they're nonsense, but because deep down that if you do criticize them, they get violent. And that's okay too, right? I mean, you guys it's so hypocritical.
I assume that you're talking about the RGC, not Hezbollah. Right?
Well, you're saying that my objection was they say death to America. No, I would never say some rudimentary bullshit like that. That sounds like something Laura would say.
No. When you said you can't criticize these people, I assume you meant the IRGC, not Hezbollah, right?
Well, Islam in general. I mean, leftists will not criticize Islam.
Wait, hold on. Islam in general is quite a bit different than governments in Israel and Islamic countries.
Right. The level of smoke that they give to Christians is
Donovan, I'm an
breathtaking compared to what they'll say about Islam.
I'm an equal opportunity religion hater. You know this. I think that anybody that subscribes to any of that shit is nuts. And if you're going to run the world and make opinions about the world and dictate the world based on that, you're fucking nuts. I don't support Islam over Christianity over Judaism. I just call out a bully when I see one. And if you're going to bully based on that, I'm not going to just pat you on the head. I don't give a shit about Islam. Are you kidding me? I could give two shits.
Don't pat my head, I bite.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a shit about that. You know this. We've talked about this before. I could give two fucks.
Well, that seems to be what's fueling this entire conflict. I'd rather just get it over with. So this way we can have peace in the Middle East. Get down to business, and the business should be leaving this wretched ass planet.
I'm actually concerned about the non-secularism, which is working its way through the United States government. You should look at that. The Christian right is trying to take over. I mean, they are trying to shove their bullshit into... Yeah, I know this, but it's getting out of control at this point. And this is actually, not to change topics too fast, but this is kind of my issue with those who come after the DSA. I am not going to sit here and be like, rah-rah DSA, but if you're going to if you're going to bash the DSA, then you need to turn around and bash TPUSA at the same time. Because TPUSA, in my opinion, is actually more volatile. It has embedded itself within our government. So has the Federalist Society, and so has the Heritage Foundation.
And the schools. They have chapters at fucking high schools.
Exactly. So if we want to talk about the religious right ruining a government, especially a government that's supposed to represent freedom, instead of worrying about the Middle East, maybe look inward a bit.
Well, and let's also recognize, but as someone who is a member of DSA for over a decade, and had worked on Mamdani's campaign and every other campaign in New York City that just won, what are you guys upset about? That the government's working for us? I'm so confused. I don't give a shit. Even though I'm a registered Democrat, fuck off the Democrats when I fuck up. Even though I'm a registered member of DSA, fuck off if you fuck up. This isn't a cult. We want good ideals. So like, I don't understand why there's so much pushback towards it. And if you don't mind, Mojo, I just want to let you guys know. I don't know if some of you know who my father is. He's like one of the biggest litigation attorneys. He's now retired. He's willing to now go on TikTok tonight for a few hours. So I'm home visiting him. If anyone would like to speak to him, just let me know. I think it'd be really interesting for y'all to talk to him because I don't fucking ever tell him I said this because he's smart. He's way smarter than I am. And like intellectually, like he knows the facts. That doesn't mean he's like got the best ideas, but he knows the fucking facts. And I'm just interested to see how it goes because he like takes people down like Facebook. But I can't wait for his first time on TikTok.
How old is he?
He is 64. But like, I mean, he represented countries 20 years ago. He like kept Cleveland sports, like Cleveland Browns in Cleveland. He like
Which
won
country?
death row cases. He represented Prague at one point. He worked on Enron. He worked on Exxon. He's smart.
Sounds charming.
It'll be interesting. I can't wait. He's very on Facebook. When you have time to think about it, he has some very poignant things to say. I'm like, honestly, I'm excited to see if it goes well or bad.
Enron?
Didn't know what side of Enron I said.
I'm sorry.
I said he worked on an Enron case in litigation. I'm just saying, if anyone would like to join, whether it goes badly for him or well for him, I'm excited to see he's never been on TikTok. But Mojo, if you want me to bring around you, I have no problem doing so. I'm like, start with him going live on my place.
That's
And
pretty
if anyone wants
cool.
to join him, feel free. But like, he's like, honestly, he's way smarter than me and most of the people I meet on TikTok. That doesn't mean he knows the rates.
Sorry, you said he was a defense attorney or what
I think
did you say he was?
he's in litigation. So he also like worked on like Project Innocence at times, but no, he was like a bigwig, like Squire Sanders and Dempsey global managing partner. Like no, he like sold out in some ways. He grew up poor and like made fucking stuff in his damn van to get through like law school. So I don't know, it'd be really cool to see. Like he's not as left as me, but he's left. But like who knows? He like takes people down on like the like fucking wealth sites online. It's so cute. So like I'm excited to see how it happens on TikTok. Like y'all may trample him. Like I don't know. He's never done like this before. It'll be cool to see.
You sound really excited, and he sounds really interesting.
He's as much as I like as his daughter. It's complicated. He's way more intelligent than I am, and I credit him for a lot of that part of me.
And you say he's taking down people on the left and the right?
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
He and I get into it every goddamn day.
Is he going to be on your panel? Or on
So
your
I was going to start with him on mine, but like if you want me to bring him over there, I could at some point. Like I don't know. I was kind of telling people to like message me if they want to talk to him. Like whatever y'all want to do. But I think it'd be good for him to like I want him on TikTok because we need more people who like actually know the facts, even if like he has to be taught. Because sometimes I'm like, Dad, yes, you know the facts, but you don't understand like behind it. He's no EQ. He's super IQ. Like I'm unbalanced between my mom and my dad. But like I'm excited to see how it goes. But like, if you want to talk about economy, fucking here's your man. Like, you want to talk about anything, here's your man kind of in most areas. But, all right, sorry, that was my spiel. I'm excited because my dad's never been on TikTok. It's going to be so funny. He's also been smoking the ganja, which is legal in New York State, FYI. But so, it'll be a fun time for him too, I think.
I kind of wanted to see.
I hope it goes well.
Old lawyer is stoned on TikTok. What the fuck?
Dude, I don't know when he's not stoned these days. And does he not deserve it? I hope when I'm retired and I'm his age, I should just out here stoned.
You're goddamn right.
Dude, I'm just saying, I'm excited to see how it goes. I know, me too. But okay, what do you think I should do, Mojo? You have more experience. I hate to say that. Fuck you. I'm not like, but you know what I mean.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I don't want to like be asking a man how I should run it, but like, should I do it with like on a panel? I should probably just do it one-on-one, right?
You should go on camera with him, and you're known, so people were like, "Oh, she's live."
I'll probably just run my account to start with because I don't think he even has a TikTok.
Yeah, wait,
account.
is he in the room? Is he in the room with you, or he's just calling in?
I'm at home right now visiting him.
Yeah, so I would set up your camera because people know who you are and what you look like, and just be like, "Here's my dad right next to me. Let's have a conversation." So you're like,
well, because someone just commented on my last
frame.
post about Lindsey Graham. Yeah, what about your dad? What does your dad think? Like, I had so many comments about like all the time. I get like, how does your dad feel about you saying this? And so like, it was like, here's my dad for you.
Tell your dad you said this.
Right, and like, go ahead, talk to him. But my dad's not on TikTok, so Dad, come on TikTok.
Fucking hilarious. If
That's
my
kind of how I'm
mother,
framing it. It's like you all told me, like, I'm gonna tell your dad. Here he is. Go tell him.
my mother is an arch leftist. If she was ever on TikTok, she would
Right.
murder me.
Okay, so I just made a post being like in response to someone going, "Your dad," and I'm like, "Here he is. Go ahead." Okay, so wait, but do you think I should just do like on my thing, like, and keep it one-on-one, or open it up to a panel?
I think you should just pull people up that want to talk to him.
Okay, all right. I don't know. I just like I'm excited for him, and I want it to be a good experience. Because I want him to come back. Because I think it's like it could be really good for people, including him and me.
Well, me personally, I would want people from the opposite side. So I'd want people
Well, yeah, me
that are
too.
going to challenge him.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So,
I'll come in there. I mean, I'll come in there and invite.
or if you
every
want, like,
fucking-
I don't mind, like, you co-hosting or something, even.
Oh no,
for
no,
some
no,
of it.
no, no, no.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fuck you.
But I will come in and sit in the comments, and I will invite every single conservative I know.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. I want him to like, have a good experience. 'Cause I think it's important that we have people who like actually know what the fuck they're talking about on this. And like he's like on Facebook, and I'm like, Dad, get off Facebook and fucking like you, or he'll be like in his fucking fiduciary accounts like group fucking page. I'm like, get off the bag and talk to people. All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
All right, I'll share now, you guys.
How
Bye.
long? About a half hour, you said?
Probably in like 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
All right, talk soon. Bye.
That's cool. That's good for me. I'm actually just tired of shit. I don't know why.
Wait. I want to talk about the communists that yelled at you. I only heard some of it, but it also seemed like they kept trying to go. Somebody had mentioned the treating it like a gospel, and that happens all the time. Well, actually, Marx said this and this and this, and it's like, why the fuck does that matter?
That's what I said. I said something similar to that, I think.
Yeah, that was Pallet who said it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. I know I explained that I don't talk about Marx and the writings of Marx because not only do I not remember all of it, but I don't see a purpose of talking about something that somebody said 170 years ago and try and relating it today verbatim. I think it only makes sense to talk about the philosophy as a whole. I know I said something like that, but I don't remember. I don't know. I was wild. I wasn't expecting that shit at all, so.
Yeah, it was a fever dream.
I missed this. Where was this, Mojo?
It was here. I was attacked by... We were just sitting here having a conversation and a bunch of communists come up and just start yelling at me.
Oh.
They said he was harming people for spreading Marxist false words.
Oh, their dear leader.
It's fucking weird. I don't know. And then B
That's
was over
basically
here.
what it was.
B was over here screaming at him. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because they come into my live, dude. They're the reason I stopped doing lives. That whole group, some of them, not all of them are, a lot of them I actually don't know, but this sort of Marxist adjacent, I used to do lives that were very anti-imperialist, which is also why I like Viper Vicky, because I had some wild prompt up the other day, and she still, I thought for sure she was going to be like, what the fuck is this? But she still promoted my live. She's a real one for that. But anyways, I used to have just anti-imperialist lives. Like that's, you guys can call them anti-American. I really don't care. They were anti-imperialist. And they came in and they got mad because I had Muslims on my panel. They said that Islam is, that I should never allow Muslims on my panel because Islam is harmful because it subjugates women. It was just like a whole bunch of like very intense shaming of like who I allowed on my panel. And they said that essentially the same thing. I'm not Marxist enough. And I said, that's not my goal on TikTok. My goal is to just talk about imperialism. Like that's why I wanted to do my TikToks. They didn't like that. And they came in and tried to tell me exactly what they try to tell you, how to run your live. I don't know, like what gives you the fucking right?
I mean, what religion, by the way, side note, doesn't subjugate women? Let's just be so for real.
None. And it's not my place. Like, here's the thing. These were people that are from, like, the people on my panel, I run a very international panel. I say it's like 40% Americans. The rest are people from around the world. I've led people from Bhutan, people from Thailand, like everywhere around the world. Who am I, some fucking random American liberal woman, to tell a woman in fucking Malaysia that she can't wear hijab? Like, and they were expecting that of me, which is insane. And it was very toxic.
So some of the most militant people that I've ever had the pleasure of like organizing with for like political movements were Muslim, and very proud of it. Like, I don't get it. Like, who the fuck cares? And if you're having a panel about imperialism and they're from people from all over the world being like, oh yeah, well this is how neoliberalism fucking affected me. God, I still can't get over that. God damn it. Fucking macro. That pissed me off so much.
You know what it is though, Civics? To kind of be honest though, Islam in its most extreme form has ruined countries, kept countries down across the Middle East. I understand why there is a bad taste, but the problem is it's spreading to the point where this taste is what I mean by the spread. It's spreading to the point where just your average Muslim practicing person can't live in peace because they're being attacked because of the extremist, like, I guess, sect of like the countries that are, run that way. So I understand it. But again, I don't even really care about that because we don't live there and it's not our problem. My biggest thing is, like, if we look inward here in the U.S., we are approaching that same kind of thing with the push from the Christian right. We just aren't viewing it the same way. We're not viewing it the same way because we're Westerns. We're a Western country. We think, Christianity is clean. It's not. It's just as dirty as
No.
In terms of its extremism. By the way, I don't mean that if you're Christian you're dirty. I'm talking about just as far as like the extremist takes. And when you try to have that right push its way into the government, it's problematic because it's won't take as much as we think it might for us to turn it into an extremist state too.
That's nonsense. They are extremist states, and for you to try and construct some kind of moral equivalence between Western society, because we didn't start slavery, but we sure as hell ended it, and slavery still exists over in those countries, over in that part of the world. So to have some type of moral equivalence is ridiculous on its face, and is emblematic of why you guys are still losing.
What do you mean? We have slave labor in the United States right now.
You're talking about people serving in prison?
Talking about the 14th Amendment.
Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay.
Right now.
Okay.
Donovan, please.
No, you're right. We should have all kinds of air conditioning. We shouldn't have prisons, right, Laura? Isn't that what your party's saying right now? Abolish prisons?
Abolish prisons?
You guys are doing
no
great.
one is saying abolish prisons.
People in the DSA
Donovan,
are absolutely saying abolish prisons.
You are literally, listen, I'm too, as you can tell, because I just will not accelerate.
ICE, amnesty,
you want to rage bait me? It's not going to work tonight. Try me on another night.
I'm telling you the truth, Laura.
No,
I'm
you're
doing
not.
more for you than anyone has done in your party for years.
Tip wants up.
We'll just tell you the truth.
Not. She's already said like 1,000 times she's not DSA, bro. I don't know why you're trying to pin this on her.
I was just saying, well, wait a minute. The DSA is part of the Democrat Party now. They're fighting for control of the party.
He's trying to rage bait. You're boring, Donovan.
Oh, okay. I'm boring, yeah.
Lifting shit.
Oust is down there.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I guess it's Lift now.
Huh?
Hey, did anyone happen to see the interview between David Kate and the leader of Code Pink, December 13th, 2025? Did anyone see this? They're linking the founder of Code Pink to I guess Neville Roy Singham.
We've known this for a while, Donovan. This isn't new information.
Can I ask a question before we move off topic?
I didn't know this. This is fucking crazy.
Yes, please.
We've known this.
Can we agree that, let's say that this is not calling out Muslims, it's not calling out any religion that forces women to cover their hair is an oppressive religion
and we should not look at them positively. Is that a fair statement?
Okay, then the Amish, bro. Like, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah. I'm saying Amish. I'm saying
Hasidic Jews.
I'm saying Muslims. I'm saying like a whole host of them.
No, lift and shift. You know when it becomes oppressive is when the country mandates it. If the religion mandates it, it doesn't matter because you should have freedom of choice as to whether or not you're in that religion.
But you don't really have freedom of choice if you're pressured. If you're pressured, you don't have freedom of choice. Let's be real.
Okay. So again, like Christianity and Judaism have their own pressures too, especially with women. Okay, so please.
Which is why I made my statement.
But
which
I'm saying
agrees with
it does. But the religion doesn't matter. If the person,
it does.
If the person willfully decides to be in that religion, then they're going to abide by the rules of that religion. Where the problem starts when it becomes part of the government, when it becomes intertwined.
I know, but the origin of it, even for the government to even take it up, to even consider it a policy, is through religion, right?
That's what I just...
Look, I have one hard disagreement across all religions, and this is being fair, is that there should not be any pressure to cover your hair. Now, I didn't know this. I didn't know Hasidic Jewish people did this because they have like this like fake hair thing that covers their real hair, and so I never knew. And then someone pointed it out.
Wig.
Yeah, a wig, whatever. Yeah, I guess it is called a wig. But like, I didn't notice it until someone pointed it out. I thought they were just showing their hair. But like any religion that covers the woman's hair, or like they feel pressured, right? And you can't say they don't feel pressure because if like 50 people are telling you to do something, then you're most likely going to gravitate towards it, right? Now, then it might become a law. So. I think that's a fair take. I think it's I don't know why you're arguing with me. I think it's a very fair take.
Every religion has its own rules. Every religion has its weird...
Okay, but that's an imposition of your religious rule on a person.
Every religion has impositions on women, including Christianity. Stop it.
Well, I don't know about Christianity, not as much as it does.
I don't know. It doesn't matter if it's as much or as little. It doesn't fucking matter. It exists.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Look. And
no,
here, I'm telling you.
And by the way, women in Islam, women who really truly practice Islam, they want to wear that hijab. They are voluntarily doing it, especially the women here in the United States. The women in the West. They do. They wear it.
Look, since it's so subjective and it's hard to determine, I'm giving you a barometer to ascertain whether it is offensive or not. And that barometer that I'm giving you is if you have to cover your hair, then you have an oppressive religion.
Dude, that's your...
I don't think you get to critique that. I don't think that you get to critique that. What gives you the moral arbitration to be able to critique that?
Dude, Alicia...
What gives you the fucking right?
I just want to know where he found the fucking barometer from.
Look at the nuns. I mean, look at the nuns. That's also a fair point. Catholic nuns. I mean, listen, you don't...
Okay, but that's different.
Listen... There's a reason why they cover their hair. They cover their hair. That is their form of showing modesty in their religion. Women who are voluntarily in that religion, who want to practice it, who really believe it, love that religion.
And how many of them do you think want to versus are forced to? I mean, like,
it depends on your government. That's my point.
Yeah, thank you. What part of that did you miss? What she was saying?
No, it's also
just the religion. If it's just the religion, I didn't interrupt you. If it's just the religion, then they have a choice if they want to be practicing, and then it's up to them.
Because you're disclaiming many other factors.
Secondly, I've known plenty.
You're not being honest.
I've known plenty of Muslim women that have taken off their hijab and then later in life put it back on, and then later in life took it off. Who the fuck cares? Let women do what the fuck they want.
So yes,
Civics, you're speaking my language here, which is what I'm trying to. I agree with you there, but here's the thing: it doesn't work like that. You have reality, and then you have whatever you're explaining, right?
Yeah, okay.
In reality, they are pressured. Everyone, and I'm not only talking about Muslims, by the way. I'm talking about Hasidic Jews, wives. I'm talking about many other religions.
Okay, but listen, but my best friend is Palestinian. Okay, she's been my best friend for years. She does not wear a hijab, but she practices Islam. She doesn't wear the hijab. She doesn't want to. Her mother does, her sister does, her other sister does not. There is no pressure from within their family. They do what they want, when they want, and how they want to. What you are picturing in your brain about how the average day-to-day Muslim lives is inaccurate. Look at Mamdani.
No, not only Muslims.
Stop
saying
Look
Muslims.
at
Stop saying it's only Muslims.
No. You said they're forced to cover their head. We know that the number one group you're thinking of is Muslims.
I mentioned another group.
Don't fuck around.
By the way.
But look at Mamdani's wife. They're practicing Muslims, correct? That woman does not wear a hijab. Okay. Any other questions?
No, because you keep trying to pin me into a corner of me talking about Muslims when I'm not.
Lift, you started this conversation, brother. Come on,
I know, but she's trying to pin me into a corner when it comes to Muslims. I did not
know who you're
specify. No, I did not. I repeatedly explained to you other people that I now know
But
that
we
do
brought
it,
up
because I told
nuns
you
and
I
you
can't
said that's different. We brought up nuns and you said that's different.
Sorry, what?
How are nuns? We brought up nuns. Oh, Laura brought up nuns.
Nuns are different the same way that priests are, right? Like you dedicate your life and then you decide to become celibate. Like totally.
Do
different.
they fucking cover their hair or not?
That's not the point. The point is that you
That's the point. That's literally what you said. Actually, when you came up here, you literally said religions that require you to cover your hair. That was the only thing that you
also,
brought
it's not
up.
Christians. It's not Christians. It's Catholics. First of all, let's get it accurate, okay?
So why are you making the exception for the Catholics, huh?
No, because you dedicate. Look, that's if you're going to be staying single.
If you dedicate your life to Islam and you want to dedicate your life to wearing hijab, then you dedicate your life to that. The same way a nun dedicates her life to the parish.
They're under pressure. It's a patriarchal system that is forcing them to do.
We live in a patriarchal world, bro. What fucking world are you living in?
Or pressuring them, not forcing them, pressuring them enough that they do this. Look, all I'm giving you is a baseline that we can understand whether a religion
Catholics
is
are patriarchal as well.
Whether
Catholics are patriarchal as well.
They don't preach
it's
that.
Patriarchal society.
They don't. Hold up.
They do. It's in their fucking book, and they preach it. There's a reason why women cannot be priests.
Okay,
women cannot be priests.
It's not just the Catholic. It's not just the Catholics. First of all, I just looked this up. 1 Corinthians 11 suggests women cover their heads during prayer and worship and symbol of humility and submission and order.
Can I explain the difference? Because you guys clearly aren't aware of it.
What Christian sects do this? The Eastern and Oriental Orthodox do. Conservative Anabaptists do. Catholics do, and Pentecostal and Reformed groups do as well. It just depends on the rules of your particular church.
Let the host talk.
I don't care about this conversation at all whatsoever. Christine has just gone up. If you guys are interested in listening to Christine's dad, who is a stoned lawyer of 64 years old and very smart, I guess. So if you guys are interested in that, go see Christine. Just CHRISTINE. Just look at Christine.
What a fucking amazing way to advertise that. If you guys want to listen to a stoned lawyer, go ahead over to Chris.
I don't know how else to say it.
Bye.
I'm going to go ahead and shut down. So you guys should all go over there and, I don't know, ask questions. Go talk to the guy.
Good night, Mojo. See you around.
Yep.
Bye, poo-poo. Bye, pee-pee.
For them, TikTok is kind of just their thing. They don't really have jobs. So, they're not retired on retirement. They're not